Chapter 1916, Have your family head come find me. This, Lord Zhonghua, can you accommodate a little? We really have important matters to discuss with Elder Zhang Yuan. Xiaofeng did not expect that waiting bitterly for 7 days and 7 nights, what he got was such a sentence. He did not feel that he lost face. It was just that being unable to help Yi Yuan made him very ashamed and guilty in his heart. It was hard to enter a noble gate. Originally thought that his master was, at any rate, a high-level 5-star alchemy god too and could more or less have some face. Who knew that other people did not give you this face at all? Xiaofeng felt bitter in his heart. It was just that he did not want to give up just like this and still wanted to fight for it. Who knew that Zhonghua's expression turned dark and then said with a cold snort, important matter. Don't you, a low-level deacon, understand your identity? Everyone that comes over to find family head all says that they have important matters. If I let anyone in, how do I still work as a steward? Also, holding a 5-star alchemy god's greeting card and you want to come and meet family head? In great imperial capitals, what do 5-star alchemy gods count for? Quickly get lost, don't block other people. Xiaofeng's fury rose up with a whoosh. He was merely a nobody, but Zhonghua's words insulted his master, which made him unable to accept it. You, bullying people too far, you're merely a celestial deity yourself, so who do you think you are? Xiaofeng said furiously. Zhonghua's gaze turned cold and did not even give any warning, raising his hand, it was a palm. Xiaofeng was merely a divine lord realm, this palm came over akin to toppling mountains and overturning the seas, how could he block it? But right at this time, Zhonghua only felt a blur before his eyes, and his attack was actually dissolved without a sound. So fast, Zhonghua's pupils constricted, secretly shocked in his heart. He was 9th firmament celestial deity and actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made his move. One had to know, Yi Yuan was merely a 7th firmament celestial deity. However, he did not care at all, because this place was the Zhong Manor. What, do you guys want to cause trouble in the Zhong Manor? Zhonghua said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, it was clearly you who attacked first, how did it become us who caused trouble? Not seeing then not seeing, there's also no need to insult people's master. I'll send my regards to your father right now, I wonder how you'd feel. You see, I haven't even extended my greetings, and your expression already changed. Therefore, you should be more understanding of others, don't let your eyes grow on top of your head. A round of words was said until Zhonghua's face alternated between green and white. Yi Yuan was clearly scolding him, yet, it was like he did not scold, making Zhonghua feel aggrieved. Only to see his expression turn dark and he said in a cold voice, humph. Looks like you guys aren't placing my Zhong Manor in your eyes. Come, guards, take these few people down for me and teach them a good lesson. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, a powerful aura instantly erupted, locking Zhonghua down firmly. Zhonghua's expression suddenly changed, like his throat was clutched by someone. Even breathing became anguishing, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. Why would a 7th firmament celestial deity give him such tremendous pressure? Under the word of command, 4 to 5 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouses dashed in all at once. They were all the Zhong Manor's house guards. Even though there were many true god powerhouses inside great imperial capitals, it was naturally impossible for them to become a house guard of a Zhong Manor. Steward Zhong, are you okay? When the guards saw Zhonghua's complexion turn white, each and every one of their faces changed drastically. This 7th firmament celestial deity young man in front of them actually gave them a feeling of being unable to overcome with force. This kind of feeling was truly ludicrous. Yi Yuan looked at Zhonghua and said coolly, you rely on your master's might to bully others here, but you said that we don't put the Zhong Manor in our eyes. Can you, a puny little steward, represent the Zhong Manor? Or is it that you took yourself to be the Zhong Manor's master? What a show of authority. When the guards heard that, their expressions when looking at Zhonghua were full of peculiarness. But Zhonghua's expression changed, and he said stammeringly, why you're slinging mud at people? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, you said the words yourself, the show of authority was displayed by you, and you said that I'm slinging mud. Does every person who comes to Zhong Manor have to see your attitude? We waited for 7 days and night, handed over the greeting card, and felt that there was no problem in the area of etiquette when we touched our hearts and asked ourselves. But you only swept a glance at the greeting card and made a scram. A snobbish person like you probably chased away quite a few people indiscriminately, right? As a servant, you made enemies for your master everywhere. Did I malign you then? Those house guards all exchanged glances. They all knew that Steward Zhang Hua was indeed becoming more and more haughty. When doing things now, he was somewhat arrogant. Everyone's cultivation realm was clearly more or less the same, but he totally paid no attention to them, these guards. Hence, what Yuan said was not wrong. Imperial cities were still all right, but of those who came to visit, there were quite a number of imperial capitals' powerhouses. Just as Yuan said, what if among these people, someone rose up? Then it was provoking huge trouble for his own master. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the gatehouse there. Quite a number of people had already surrounded them long ago. Some people could not help secretly approving when they heard Yuan's words. Most of them had to look to Zhang Yuan for help. Hence, they could only humble themselves and wait in the gatehouse, waiting to be called in. It was just that meeting or not was also entirely up to Zhang Hua's whims. These few years, Zhang Hua extorted considerable profit from them. As for those who came from imperial cities like Yuan, Zhang Hua completely turned his nose up at them and naturally could not be bothered to reach his hand out towards them as well. But Zhang Hua laughed coldly when he heard that and said, "Your meaning is that you'll be a remarkable important figure in the future, and existence that even our family head can't afford to provoke." Ha ha ha, I want to hear what important matters a bumpkin who came from a mere imperial city have to find family head. No need, I'll make your family head come find me personally. Brother Xiao, let's go. Yuan said coolly. As he said, he withdrew his aura and brought Xiaofeng, and prepared to turn around and leave. The pressure on Zhang Hua's body suddenly lightened, but he was already furious to the extreme in his heart. Seeing Yuan go out, Zhang Hua gave a furious roar, "Go invite the true God realm retainer in the house, and take this punk down for me. I want to see how he becomes a big shot." A ray of sword light directly tore apart the void, immediately rushing in from outside the house, and brushing past Zhang Hua's ear. Zhang Hua only felt a wind blow past, the muscles in his body suddenly tensed up. A wooden beam behind Zhang Hua was directly split into two. Zhang Hua's pupils constricted, only knowing in hindsight that he had already had a brush with the god of death. Drip, drip, cold sweat flowed down the side of his head. He stood there and did not dare to make the slightest movement for a long time, all the way until Yuan's figure disappeared from the area of the Zhang manor. Those guards also looked at this scene in astonishment, incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were all rejoicing, lucky they did not take action just now, otherwise, they would probably all be corpses now. Law fusion, spatial law, this young man was incredible. Suddenly, Zhang Hua's entire body trembled, finally recovering his senses. Is he gone? Zhang Hua asked the guards anxiously and doubtfully. Chapter 1917 Earth Qilin. Earth Qilin. Ji gone, Steward Zhang, the guard said with lingering fear. Only then did Zhang Hua come back to his senses, and heave a long sigh in relief. Immediately after, he gave a cold snort again and said disdainfully, "Foolish thing. Family head is the Springwind Hall's elder. Why would he go look for a trash like you?" It was true that Yuan was formidable, but formidable people in this lustrous gold great imperial capital were too many. How could family head Zhang Yuan possibly go and personally try to meet a celestial deity? It was absolutely impossible for this sort of thing to happen. Thinking about it, he turned around and went out of the wing room. He went into a courtyard of the Zhang manor. This place was the residence of Zhang manor's retainers. "Oh, isn't this younger brother Zhang Hua? What wind blew you over? Why is your expression so ugly? There's actually still someone who dares to provoke younger brother in this Zhang manor." When a middle-aged man in fitting attire saw Zhang Hua, he immediately greeted him with all smiles. This retainer was called Guan, a first firmament true god powerhouse. One should not look at how he was a true god realm powerhouse. He was still very polite toward Zhang Hua. These foreign surname retainers, the allocation of resources all had to go through Zhang Hua's hands. Zhang Hua's authority in the Zhang family was tremendous. Forging good relations with him naturally had no downside. Zhang Hua's expression was very ugly as he said, "Elder brother Guan, this brother was threatened by someone today. I hope that elder brother can help me vent this frustration." Guan said in surprise, "There's actually someone who dares to threaten younger brother. Is he tired of living? Tell me about it." Guan was not a fool either, meddling in everything. If it was a true god or an existence that he could not afford to provoke, he naturally did not dare to deal with it. Even if persimmons, he got to pick the soft ones to knead. Hearing Zhang Hua's words, his face fell. He then said in a cold voice, "What a conceited brat. He's used to being arrogant in the imperial city, right? This place is a great imperial capital, even true god powerhouses don't dare to be insolent. This punk is really tired of living. Younger brother, you say, what to do about him?" Hearing that it was a few celestial deity realms, Qingguan was immediately roused up. This persimmon, he was going to need it. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Zhang Hua's eyes and he said, "Humph. This kid who's ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, forget it if he insulted me," but he turned his nose up at the Zhang manor. "He deserves to die. Brother Qingguan, I'll grasp his whereabouts at all times these few days. You help me end him." Qingguan patted his chest and said, "Relax, leave it to me." When Zhang Hua saw that he agreed, he smiled and said, "Brother Qingguan, rest assured, after the matter is done, Zhang Hua will definitely show generous thanks." Parting on a sour note, Xiaofeng had an apologetic and guilty look on his face. "Yi Yuan, sorry, Master's debt of gratitude toward this Xiao is akin to a mountain, I truly can't allow others to vilify him." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't even have time to thank you yet, what are you saying sorry for? These stewards all have eyes growing on top of their heads. Even if a true god powerhouse came, they might turn their noses up at him too. Why bother with someone like him? But, without Elder Zhang Yuan's connections, wouldn't our trip have been in vain?" Xiaofeng said awkwardly, "Heaven doesn't seal off all paths, there will always be a way," Yi Yuan said. "Your Excellency, then what should we do now?" Ning Tianping asked. Yi Yuan said, "Since the road here is blocked, let's go buy some spirit medicines first. When Tonger's strength recovers to the true god realm, our safety will also be more secure." In this great imperial capital where true gods walked everywhere, Yi Yuan's current strength was still a little weak. With a true god powerhouse by his side, it would naturally be much safer. Yi Yuan was also prepared against Zhang Hua, but he did not expect that he really guessed it correctly. Zhang Hua did not plan to let them off. The party left the Zhang Manor and headed straight for the 100 Herb Gathering. The 100 Herb Gathering was a large-scale spirit medicine trading market, covering a very vast area. It was established by the Myriad Treasure Tower. But those selling spirit medicines here were far from just the Myriad Treasure Tower alone. This place gathered more than a dozen major forces, large businesses, and even many retail brokers, mutually helping to make up for what the others lack, forming a supermassive spirit medicine market. The daily throughput capacity was very astonishing. Of course, the Myriad Treasure Tower also earned boatloads in this area. The spirit medicines that Tonger's cleansing rain dream reverting pill required were too rare. They could only be gathered in a place like the 100 Herb Gathering. If even this place was unable to gather them, then there was only getting super lucky in the future, or wait for him to recover his strength after 1,000 years. A beautiful female attendant asked Yi Yuan with a radiant smile, "Sir, may I ask what spirit medicines you need?" The 100 Herb Gathering had an inquiry area. Martial artists could search for the spirit medicines that they need here. The 100 Herb Gathering had a dazzling array of spirit medicines, all levels of spirit medicines, with a great variety, and in an extremely huge number. If martial artists went to find one by one, who knew how much time they would have to waste? For this, the 100 Herb Gathering built a large-scale array formation and categorized all of the spirit medicines into different classes into the array formation. When it entered the warehouse, when was it sold, there were clear records. This way, it was easy to manage and also convenient for martial artists to check. Yi Yuan said, "Help me check for ironwood ash, blackheart seaweed, earth qilin." Yi Yuan listed a large bunch of spirit medicines in one go. That beautiful attendant's dainty fingers moved slightly, entering one spell after another into the array formation in front of her. Very soon, the results were out. "Sir, our Myriad Treasure Tower and Myriad Realms Chamber of Commerce both have ironwood ash. Deercase Merchanting Association has 2 portions of blackheart seaweed." The beautiful attendant spoke with confidence and composure, reporting the results of the inquiry. Yi Yuan frowned when he heard it and said, "What about the earth qilin?" The beautiful attendant answered with a smile, "It was still in stock just now, but it might be gone now." Before Sir came, Master Chen Chong had just inquired about this earth qilin and has already gone over now. Currently, In the 100 herb gathering, there's just one portion of earth Qilin. Yuan frowned and said, since it hasn't been sold yet, then I should still be able to go and inquire, right? Tell me the stall, this shouldn't violate the rules, right? The attendant smiled and said, it naturally doesn't violate, sir can go take a look. But, Master Chen Chong is a famous 6-star alchemy god in the city, Yuan waved his hand and said, tell me. The attendant was helpless and could only tell Yuan the stall. This earth Qilin was a type of spirit medicine. It got its name because it looked remarkably like the legendary divine beast, Qilin. It was extremely seldom seen. Such a large 100 herb gathering only had this one portion, the rarity could be seen. But this earth Qilin was a core ingredient to refine the cleansing rain dream reverting pill. Once he let it slip by this time, no idea when he would be able to find it again. Yuan naturally would not be willing to give up. According to that attendant's instructions, Yuan found that stall very soon. But he saw that an old man was currently flushed to the ears, appearing very indignant. That earth Qilin was currently quietly placed in a jade container. This old man was likely Master Chen Chong that attendant spoke of. Seeing that the earth Qilin was not sold, Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. Looks like these two people did not reach an agreement in the transaction of the earth Qilin. This fellow, how can you be so obstinate? My exquisite jade heart recovery pill already reached peak heaven grade, infinitely close to divine grade. I already said I'll use other things to compensate you, why aren't you willing to relent? Chen Chong said angrily to the stall owner. Chapter 1918. Vying with the master for spirit medicine. The stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing a felt cap, looking somewhat weather-beaten. Seeing Master Chen Chong flying off the handle, he said with an indifferent look, I already said, this earth Qilin can only be exchanged for a divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Lower than divine grade, not exchanging altogether. Chen Chong felt exasperated. Pointing at the nose of the middle-aged man with a felt hat, he said, you go out and inquire. This lustrous gold grade imperial capital, apart from me, Chen Chong, who else can refine a peak heaven grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill? Unless Lord Flutterfeather personally takes action, otherwise, even if you wait 10,000 years, you might not be able to get divine grade 2. Exquisite jade heart recovery pill was a level 9 difficulty rank 5 divine pill. It could be said to be a rank 5 healing holy medicine. The refining difficulty was not at all inferior to the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. Even for Chen Chong, this kind of alchemy master who was known far and wide, wanting to refine divine grade also had to depend on luck. Peak heaven grade and divine grade were only separated by a thin line, but this thin line was as hard as ascending to the heavens. That was the difference between knowing and not knowing. With Chen Chang's strength, if he kept on refining, there would always be hope of refining a divine grade. It was just that this way, disregarding whether or not there were that many spirit medicines, the price was also too high. The middle-aged man in the felt hat said coolly, then I'll wait until a divine grade 1 appears. Chen Chong could not help choking when he heard that, an enraged appearance from disappointment surfacing on his face. Why are you so stubborn? The middle-aged man in felt hat saw that Chen Chong was anxious, the expression on his face eased up slightly and he said with cupped fists, Master Chen Chong, I know that your alchemy Dao strength is exceedingly formidable, but my brother's injury must use a divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. This earth Qilin, I really can't sell to you. Please forgive me. The moment Chen Chong heard it, his face involuntarily revealed a depressed look. One could tell that he clearly coveted this earth Qilin immensely. If I can bring out a divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, can this earth Qilin be exchanged with me? The two people were currently at a stalemate when a voice sounded out by the side. The two people glanced over but saw a young man in white robes walking over to this side. This young man was naturally Yuan. When Chen Chong saw the situation, he flicked his sleeves grandly and said with a frown, where did this little imp come from? Don't cause trouble here. When the middle-aged man in the felt hat heard this, his eyes originally lit up. But seeing Yuan's young visage, he immediately lost interest. Young man, don't come and make fun of me, I can't bear being made the target of amusement. Go back to where you came from. Although Yuan's strength was pretty good, it could not enter their sights at all. In this lustrous gold grade imperial capital, 7th firmament celestial deity martial artists could be described using as plentiful as oxen hair, why would they pay any attention? Let alone Chen Chong, a late-stage true god realm top powerhouse, high-level 6-star alchemy god. This middle-aged man in the felt hat also had first firmament true god cultivation. Yi Yuan did not mind and said smilingly, I don't have time to make fun of you. This earth qilin is very important to me. If you need the exquisite jade hard recovery pill, I can refine it for you right now. Let's hand over the money in one hand, and the goods in the other. Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted quite a few people's attention. Where did this kid come out from, to actually dare snatch spirit medicines from Master Chen Chong? He even said that he's going to refine a divine-grade exquisite jade hard recovery pill on the spot. This trumpet is blown really hard. Hey, truly shameless boasting. Even Master Chen Chong has to take a chance when refining the exquisite jade hard recovery pill. Could it be that he, a measly little 5-star alchemy god, can refine it? Chen Chang's reputation was clearly very resounding. Quite a number of experts present were very familiar with him. A celestial deity realm that popped out from God knows where said that he was going to refine a divine-grade exquisite jade hard recovery pill. This kind of spectacle was really rather funny. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Chen Chang's face fell and he said, Young man, do you know who this old man is? To actually dare snatch something from this old man. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Chong and said with a smile, I naturally know, your master Chen Chong. But this exquisite jade hard recovery pill, weren't you unable to refine it? Since you can't refine it, you can't very well let this earth qilin be wasted here, right? Master Chen Chong, you enjoy high prestige and command universal respect. If you can take out a divine-grade exquisite jade hard recovery pill, this child naturally won't fight with you. When Chen Chong heard that, his face could not help turning black. How could divine-grade exquisite jade hard recovery pill be so easy to refine? If he could take it out, why would he still need to talk rubbish here? Humph, punk, you also got to come up prepared when bragging, alright. It's not that this old man is boasting, but in this lustrous gold great imperial capital, apart from Lord Flutterfeather, no one has absolute confidence in being able to refine a divine-grade exquisite jade hard recovery pill. As for the other few people, their strengths are almost on par with this old man, a hairline away from this old man. They naturally have to depend on luck too. You say that you can refine it? Who would believe? Chen Chong said with a disdainful look. When the others heard this, they all secretly nodded their heads, and they mocked Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability in their hearts. Master Chen Chong was naturally not boasting, he naturally had his confidence in saying these words. No one would feel that there was anything inappropriate. But the words Yi Yuan said, that was boasting. For some time, mocking voices sounded out all around, ridiculing Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in the felt hat and said smilingly, Senior, please hold out on packing up the stall, and wait here for a moment. This Yi will be right back, okay. The middle-aged man in felt hat looked at Yi Yuan with a suspicious look and said coolly, if you can really bring a divine-grade exquisite jade hard recovery pill, this earth qilin is naturally yours. As he said, the middle-aged man in the felt hat actually did not take it seriously at all. He was naturally aware of Chen Chang's reputation and was not willing to overly offend too, hence, that was why he said those words. To say that Yi Yuan was even more formidable than Chen Chong, he would not believe even if he was beaten to death too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and immediately turned around and left. Chen Chong snorted coldly and naturally thought nothing of it. Forget that it was just a 5-star alchemy god, even if a 6-star alchemy god came, he also had sufficient confidence to feel that the other party would be inferior to him. A celestial deity realm brat whose skeletal age did not exceed 1,000 years old could refine a divine-grade exquisite jade hard recovery pill. A fantasy tale. After Yi Yuan left, he went to inquire about the spirit medicines needed to refine the exquisite jade hard recovery pill. Disregarding other things, his actions still aroused quite a number of people's attention. Some people did not believe in such heresy and actually followed Yi Yuan to move around within the 100 herb gathering. Although the exquisite jade hard recovery pill was a level 9 difficulty medicinal pill, compared to the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, the medicinal pills needed were much more common. Various major factions all had some stock, Yi Yuan gathered them very quickly. Of course, this also cost quite a bit of his divine essence stones. But the present Yi Yuan already obtained the Purple Extreme Hall's inheritance and also sat on the Southridge 10 cities. Even if he reduced quite a bit of tax, he was also an out-and-out nouveau riche. Purchasing these spirit medicines was naturally not difficult. Within this 100-herb gathering, quite a few people were all exchanging for medicinal pills. Pill refining rooms were naturally equipped. Yuan gathered the spirit medicines and rented a pill refining room and started refining the pill. Outside the pill refining room, a group of people surrounded there, clamoring to get a word in. This boy really went to refine pills. These spirit medicines that he bought, he probably spent no less than 1,000,000 middle-grade divine essence stones, right? Goodness gracious, don't look at how this brat is young, he's really a wealthy guy. Hey, reckon that he's a wastrel. Just the likes of him also want to refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Chapter 1919, Where's Your Family's Grown Up? Came out. This boy came out. Just how long has it been? He's already done refining. Refine my ass. It's naturally a failure. Just this short while can refine a level 9 difficulty medicinal pill. The moment Yuan came out, it immediately caused a commotion. He came out too quickly, using only less than 4 hours. Logically speaking, the higher the difficulty of the medicinal pill, the more troublesome it was to refine. Exquisite jade heart recovery pill. This kind of medicinal pill, the time expended would naturally be longer. Even for a master like Chen Chong, spending 8 to 10 hours, 12 to 14 hours was a normal occurrence. Yuan entered the pill refining room for less than 4 hours from start to finish. What could he refine? Did he really take level 9 difficulty medicinal pills to be cabbages on the streets, anyhow refined? Toward these meddlesome people, Yuan naturally could not be bothered with them. He divided the crowd as he walked right over toward the stall of that middle-aged man in the felt hat. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help having stunned faces. This kid really went, asking for trouble, MN. This kid can get back so quickly. A large group of people pouring over naturally attracted the attention of Chen Chong and the middle-aged man in the felt hat. After Yuan left, he hounded the middle-aged man in the felt hat and prattled for a long time. But the middle-aged man in the felt hat did not commit himself until success was certain and insisted on seeing the divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill before he was willing to let it go. Seeing Yuan come over, Chen Chong said huffily, "Stinking brat, you really dared to come. Don't tell me that you already refined a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill in this short while." When the middle-aged man in the felt hat looked at Yuan, his eyes revealed an impatient look but did not speak. "That's of course. Otherwise, would I, a junior, really dare to make fun of you too?" Yuan smiled and said. As he said, Yuan took out a small bottle with a seal and threw it to the middle-aged man in the felt hat. The middle-aged man in the felt hat received it and took a look. His expression immediately changed. Not just him, the expression on Chen Cheng's face also became serious. Through the small bottle, one could see that the color of the medicinal pill was extremely pretty, giving people a refreshing feeling. Needless to say, the quality of this medicinal pill must be very high. The middle-aged man in the felt hat sunk a wisp of divine sense into the small bottle. The expression on his face became more and more shocked. Following that, it was a look of wild elation. Looking at the color was one thing, whether or not it was really a divine-grade medicinal pill still needed to be tested. Everyone stared at the middle-aged man in the felt hat. His expression infected the people around him, making everyone's faces likewise becoming shocked. Could it be that inside this small bottle was really a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill? Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in the felt hat quietly and did not say anything. With his present strength, even refining a vast spirit exquisite jade heart recovery pill was a cinch, let alone talk about a purple spirit. Divine pill. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the felt hat lightly pushed the jade box containing the earth qilin, pushing it in front of Yuan, and said, "This earth qilin is yours. The quality of the medicinal pill is even better than I imagined. If you need any other compensation, feel free to open your mouth." One sentence shocked everyone. It's really a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. My eyesight must be failing. Could it be that this brat's alchemy Dao strength is even stronger than Master Chen Chang's? Master Chen Chong pushed for half a day here and this middle-aged man in the felt hat refused to loosen up. Now, he actually gave the earth qilin to this young man just like that. The impact that this scene brought to everyone was too intense. In great imperial capitals, divine-grade medicinal pills were not rare. But divine-grade level 9 medicinal pills, that was seldom seen. The difficulty of level 9 medicinal pills, it could be said that each one was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Heaven grade was easy to encounter, divine grade was hard to find. But now, Yi Yuan took out a divine grade level 9 medicinal pill, how could they not be shocked? Plus, there was Chen Chong, this master for comparison by the side. This shock became even more intense. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to take the earth qilin, but he heard Chen Chong shout loudly, "Hold on." The middle-aged man in the felt hat frowned and said, "Master, now that the transaction is done, could it be that Master wants to wreck the deal?" In the 100 herb gathering, the transaction of things was given by one and accepted by another. Ruining deals here was a very serious crime. Even for an existence like Chen Chong, he could not bear it too. Chen Chong did not answer. Reaching his hand out towards the middle-aged man in the felt hat, he said, "Let me take a look at the medicinal pill." The middle-aged man in the felt hat hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still passed the small bottle over. He was not worried about Chen Chong destroying the medicinal pill, because he could not bear the consequences. Chen Chong received the small bottle and also sunk a wisp of divine sense inside. Very soon, the expression on his face became complicated and astonished, just like the middle-aged man in felt hat earlier. "Brat, where's your family's grown up?" Chen Chong asked Yi Yuan with a solemn look. "Grown up?" Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. "Stop feigning ignorance. Looking at your bone age, you absolutely won't exceed 2,000 years old. If you can refine an exquisite jade heart recovery pill that infinitely approaches vast spirit divine grade at your tiny age, wouldn't this old man's many years have been in vain?" Chen Chong said. Hearing this, the surrounding people all revealed a look of sudden realization. This boy must have come from some great alchemy family. There must be an extremely formidable high-level alchemy god behind him. That high-level alchemy god's strength was at least by no means inferior to Master Chen Chong. He might be even more powerful than him. Otherwise, Master Chen Chong also would not take it so seriously. As for Yi Yuan spending 2 to 4 hours to go refine the pill earlier, that was merely to pull the wool over people's eyes. Hearing Chen Cheng's words, Yi Yuan's face revealed a strange look. Could it be that his performance was too astonishing? This Chen Chong actually did not believe that the medicinal pill was refined by him. If he refined a vast spirit divine pill, would Chen Chong speculate that the powerhouse behind him was Lord Medicine Ancestor? "This medicinal pill was refined by me," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Chen Chong looked at Yi Yuan and said in earnest, "Young man, wanting to become famous is a good thing, but you have to rely on your own ability. With the way you are, even if you really become renowned under the heavens, if other people really came to find you to request for pills, what will you do? Your background isn't bad, don't harm yourself." Clearly, Chen Chong did not believe Yi Yuan's words at all. Yi Yuan went out and walked one round, and only spent less than 4 hours and then took out a purple spirit divine pills. In Chen Chang's view, this was merely Yi Yuan exposing himself unwittingly by trying to cover things up, hoping that others would believe that this medicinal pill was refined by him. In reality, in his mind, Yi Yuan merely just happened to have a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill on him. If he came from a powerful alchemy family, carrying a few healing holy medicines on him was all too normal. It was just that this kind of vanity made Chen Chong very disdainful. By the side, Bai Chen and Ning Tianping seriously could not listen anymore and was just about to refute with a few words but was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. "Master Chen Chong lectured well, this junior has learned my lesson. However, my family's grown-up isn't following by my side. I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Master," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that no matter how he explained, this old man probably would not believe it, so he could only go along with his words. Chapter 1920, Obscure Medicinal Pill. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Chen Chang's face revealed a hint of pity. An alchemist capable of refining such a high-quality exquisite jade heart recovery pill was absolutely an extremely formidable figure. Reaching his realm, being able to exchange pointers with such a character was much more important than an earth qilin. Chen Chong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a nod, "Lad, following such a formidable figure, you have to cultivate well. Being able to learn 10% minus 20% of his abilities is sufficient for you to benefit for life." Yi Yuan's attitude of acknowledging his fault made his impression of Yi Yuan become a little better. A fault confessed was half redressed. It was just that he did not notice how odd the expressions of Bai Chen and Ning Tianping behind Yi Yuan were. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, "Yes, Junior will definitely work doubly hard from today onwards." Then, Can this junior put away this earth qilin? The corners of Chen Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Waving his hand, he indicated for Yi Yuan to keep it. This earth qilin was too precious. It could not be bought just by having money. If not obtaining it this time, then no idea when he would have the chance to encounter it again next time. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous either. Lightly flicking his sleeves, he put away the earth qilin. Lad, I wonder what's the name of your family's grown up. Where are you from? Chen Chong clearly did not give up yet, wanting to inquire about Yi Yuan's background. It was just that how could Yi Yuan go and make up a background? So he just brushed it off by saying, Master, my family repeatedly exhorted that I mustn't reveal my background when traveling outside. Otherwise, I'll be served with family punishment. I'm really sorry. When Chen Chong heard that, he could only heave a sigh with a helpless look, turned around, and left. The middle-aged man in the felt hat kept the medicinal pill and said to Yi Yuan, Little brother, although this middle age wasn't personally refined by you, it's a great help to me. The value of your medicinal pill already far surpassed the earth qilin. Whatever conditions that need to be added on, feel free to speak up. Originally, the value of a level 9 difficulty rank 5 divine pill naturally far exceeded a rank 5 spirit medicine. It was just that an earth qilin was too rare. That was how the middle-aged man in the felt hat could hike the price on the spot, using it to exchange for a divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill. Although he was a true god powerhouse, if really made him buy a divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, even if he smashed his iron pots and pans to sell as scrap iron, he could not afford it either. A divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, even Chen Chong could not refine it, it could be imagined how valuable it was. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, No need, just a medicinal pill. It doesn't count as much. Just take it as making a friend. The middle-aged man in the felt hat was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so generous. But thinking about it, he also felt at ease. With Yi Yuan's background, he probably completely did not care for that bit of compensation, right? Little brother, I'll become friends with you. This time, just take it as me owing you a favor. If you need any help from me, Huo Zhen, feel free to open your mouth. The middle-aged man in the felt hat cupped his fists, turned around, and left. Inside the 100 Herb Gatherings pill refining room, Bai Chen and Ning Tianping both had reluctant looks on their faces. Tonger hugged Treasure Pig, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing across in his eyes. I think that old punk was clearly looking for a way out, truly preposterous. Bai Chen said, that old man couldn't refine the medicinal pill himself and yet, he still measured using the yardstick of a petty man, not believing that the medicinal pill was refined by you, what a joke. Ignorant, Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not vying, is vying. Your own strength only belongs to yourself, no need for other people's recognition. That moment when they witness your power, why would there be a need to provide any explanations? Ning Tianping and Bai Chen's pupils constricted, ruminating over Yi Yuan's words. Even Tonger also looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. He had lived for a long time and thought that he had long seen through the emptiness of the material world already, but discovered that he was actually inferior to a child. Yi Yuan's state of mind had long transcended worldliness already. It was also no wonder that he could have his present accomplishments. Yi Yuan looked at Tonger and said, it's also that you're lucky, and it's also considered that my luck is decent. All in all, the spirit medicines are already gathered. This medicinal pill can begin to be refined. Tonger said, no matter whether it succeeds in refining or not, I owe you a favor. To an Empyrean powerhouse, becoming like Tonger was clearly not reconciled to it. This feeling of powerlessness, no one would like it. Even if they gathered the spirit medicines, Tonger also maintained a conservative attitude toward whether or not Yi Yuan could succeed in the pill refinement. It was naturally not that Tonger did not believe in Yi Yuan's strength. The cleansing rain dream reverting pill was indeed not an ordinary medicinal pill. The refining difficulty was tremendous. Even among level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, it was also extremely difficult to refine. This kind of medicine belonged to the extremely obscure kind. Barely anyone in this world heard of it before, and no more than a handful of people knew how to refine. The spirit medicines used in this medicinal pill also belonged to those extremely obscure kinds. Obscurity represented that the usage was extremely limited. Never even heard of it before, how to refine it. This kind of obscure medicinal pill was a huge challenge to every alchemist. Forget about Yi Yuan, Even when Tong'er himself was at his prime, he totally could not refine it as well. If not for Yi Yuan reaching grand completion Dao realm, he also would not request for Yi Yuan to refine this medicinal pill. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You guys wait in the outer room. I need to go into seclusion for a few days to understand the medicinal properties of these spirit medicines. After all, there's no second chance." When the few people arrived in the outer room, Tong'er's expression suddenly became nervous. "Lord Tong'er, my lord taking action, what are you still worried about? Since I started following him, I've never seen a medicinal pill that he can't refine." Seeing Tong'er's nervous look, Ning Tianping found it rather funny as he said. Tong'er rolled his eyes and said huffily, "What the hell do you know? The weight of the earth Qilin was only sufficient for Yi Yuan to refine once, there was no opportunity for a second attempt. Hence, Yi Yuan was extremely prudent as well." Tong'er understood the difficulty of refining. He naturally understood it even more so than the others. Being able to refine the level 9 difficulty exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill did not mean being able to refine the similar difficulty Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill. Pill refinement was another form of cultivation. If say comprehending alchemy was inner strength, then an understanding of pharmacology was external strength 1. Only by cultivating inner and external together that one could achieve a high-quality medicinal pill. But the chances of ironwood ash, blackheart seaweed, earth Qilin, these spirit medicines appearing, was far too low. Yi Yuan only had one chance. To what degree he could refine the medicinal pill, that would be determined on to what degree he could understand these spirit medicines. He sliced a very tiny piece from the spirit medicine, and carefully experienced the medicinal theory of these spirit medicines. This approach was extremely unilateral. Because each portion of the spirit medicine, the law fragments contained was different. Yi Yuan could only deduce the medicinal properties of the entire spirit medicine through this tiny piece. Then, he even had to deduce the entire pill refining process according to the pill formula. This process was complicated to the extreme. Even with Yi Yuan's present soul force, he also felt that it was too much for him to bear. But he had no choice anymore, and it would affect the refinement of the medicinal pill. Furthermore, among these spirit medicines, there were half that Yi Yuan had never come into contact with before. Each kind needed him to go and experience it carefully. 1. A reference to wuxia, where inner strength is basically qi, true force, but superhuman level, not mountain-destroying level. Chapter 1921, Tong'er apologizes. "Hey, I don't understand, but I know that His Excellency has never failed before. He might not be a match for a true god, but competing in pill refinement, no one can surpass him." Hearing Tong'er's words, Ning Tianping was also very disdainful. Although he knew that Tong'er was an Empyrean powerhouse, Tong'er's attitude made him very displeased. Following Yi Yuan for a long time, Ning Tianping already had blind confidence in Yi Yuan. This was not his individual worship, but the confidence that was continuously established in his heart from the miracle after miracle that he saw being at Yi Yuan's side. This kind of confidence was virtually unshakable. At least in alchemy, Yi Yuan had never failed before. No matter how difficult it was to refine a medicinal pill, reaching Yi Yuan's hands, it was also accomplished with ease. Especially after breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, Yi Yuan's alchemy strength became more and more miraculous. It was naturally impossible for Ning Tianping to have any doubts. Tong'er looked at Ning Tianping like looking at an idiot and said coolly, "Perhaps this cleansing rain dream reverting pill is his greatest challenge up to this point. I'm not saying that he can't refine it, it's just that he has a very high chance of failing." "Not possible." Ning Tianping returned 2 words sonorous and forcefully. Tong'er could not help choking when he heard it and said with a cold snort, impervious to reason. At this time, Xiaofeng suddenly spoke up, "Senior Tong'er is right, maybe, this shall be younger brother Yi's greatest challenge up to this point. This cleansing rain dream reverting pill is different from the medicinal pills that he had encountered in the past." Xiaofeng explained the special aspects of the cleansing rain dream reverting pill for Ning Tianping and Bai Chen. He himself was an alchemist and was naturally clear about the knack involved. Listening to his explanation until the end, Ning Tianping's and Bai Chen's expressions also became solemn. "Competing in pill refinement, could it be that this Empyrean doesn't know more than you guys? Just a rank 5 divine pill, if Yi Yuan had the confidence of success, why would this Empyrean wait until he's at grand completion Dao realm before opening my mouth?" "Two ignorant brats," Tong'er said unhappily. Ning Tianping fell silent, but very soon, he lifted his head again and said to Tong'er, "Either way, it's impossible for His Excellency to fail, you just look properly." Tong'er could not help choking when he heard this, and then he said with a cold snort, "Hopelessly foolish." In the blink of an eye, it was 30 over days, Yi Yuan did not come out all along. Ning Tianping finally realized that what Tong'er and Xiao Feng said was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. He had never seen Yi Yuan spend such a long time on one medicinal pill before. Outside the door, Ning Tianping paced back and forth, appearing somewhat vexed. "Stop walking around, my eyes are becoming dizzy thanks to you," Tong'er said unhappily. "Humph, His Excellency is refining the pill for you, you're actually not worried at all. If anything happens to His Excellency, I won't let you off," Ning Tianping said with a cold snort. Right at this time, the door opened from inside. A weary to the extreme figure slowly walked out from inside. "Your Excellency, are you all right?" Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Ning Tianping nearly jumped up and hurriedly went forward to support. The current Yi Yuan's two eyes were full of blood traces, his hair somewhat disheveled, his entire person like he had a great illness. In Ning Tianping's impression, Yi Yuan was always calm and collected when refining pills, accomplishing with great ease. When had he become like this? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said feebly, "It's just that the mental strength expenditure was too great. I'll be fine after resting for a few days." Tong'er stood up, his expression when looking at Yi Yuan involuntarily changed. Failed. The cleansing rain dream reverting pill was passed down by the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's forefather. For countless years, the Bamboo Groove Void Realm had once gathered spirit medicines several times. But up to this date, no one had successfully refined it before. Even a peak 7-star alchemy god that had once appeared also never succeeded before. Not that they could not refine a high-quality medicinal pill, but that they never succeeded in forming the pill. Before, not even once, and this medicinal pill was merely just a rank 5 divine pill. The refining difficulty could be imagined. Hence, Tong'er actually did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. A streak of flowing light streaked past, Tong'er reached his hand out to catch, a small bottle appeared in his hand. Immediately his expression solidified. Tong'er looked at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, You actually really succeeded." Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Heh, this medicinal pill really has a kick, almost killing me. Honestly speaking, I've refined pills for so many years, this is the most tiring time. But, succeeded by a fluke." Fluke, Tong'er looked at Yi Yuan and said in incredible shock. He himself was an alchemist and naturally knew how hard on one's mental strength it was to refine a medicinal pill. But Yi Yuan's alchemy strength, he was too clear. Even if he found a 7-star alchemy god right now, in terms of refining a rank 5 divine pill, his strength might not be stronger than Yi Yuan. To be able to torment Yi Yuan until like this, it could be seen how much effort he expended for this medicinal pill. A wisp of divine sense sunk into the small bottle. Tong'er's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning. "Awoo, awoo." Treasure Pig fell to the ground and started crying out, indicating his displeasure. But Tong'er did not have any reaction at all. He was still in the midst of shock. "The vast spirit divine pill. How did you do it?" Tong'er looked at Yi Yuan as if he was looking at a prehistoric behemoth. No one had ever refined this medicinal pill before. Even in the Heavenspan world, there probably wasn't this pill formula at all. But, not only did Yi Yuan refine it, he even performed to an extremely high level, refining it into a vast spirit divine pill. Similarly level 9 difficulty, the exquisite Jade Heart Recovery Pill and Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill, these two medicinal pills, completely could not be compared at all. The medicinal properties of those spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had no way of familiarizing at all. Yi Yuan could only deduce it bit by bit. Under such circumstances, being able to refine high grade was already extremely remarkable. But Yi Yuan took out a perfect medicinal pill. Tong'er really did not know what words to use to describe the shock in his heart currently. Rather, it was Ning Tianping whose thoughts and feelings were not as strong as him, saying with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, what did I say? With His Excellency taking action, he definitely won't fail. In alchemy, he's undefeatable." The current Ning Tianping was like a victor. In this 1 month, he was very worried about Yi Yuan, but his confidence in Yi Yuan had never wavered before. With Yi Yuan being successful, this fact proved that Ning Tianping was right. Tong'er opened his mouth, but nothing came out. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his understanding of Yi Yuan was still so shallow. In this 1 month, he felt that Ning Tianping's confidence in Yi Yuan was overly blind. But he discovered now that this was not the case. With Yi Yuan's age, being able to achieve such horrifying accomplishments in alchemy, one could not use common sense to appraise him at all. Hence, Ning Tianping's confidence might not have been blind worship. Not maybe, but definitely. Tong'er looked at Ning Tianping and let out a heavy sigh as he said, "All right, I admit that I was wrong. I underestimated Yi Yuan. His might doesn't originate from his strength. This kid's future accomplishments are unimaginable." Ning Tianping was taken aback. This haughty Empyrean powerhouse actually apologized to him. Chapter 1922. Dark Pine Courtyard. This sleep, Yi Yuan slept very well, sleeping all the way for 10 days and nights. To deity realm powerhouses, they already did not need sleep to recover their state. But this time, Yi Yuan's mental strength was exhausted too greatly, and needed deep sleep before he could recover his state. On this day, Yi Yuan finally woke up. He discovered that a pair of large eyes were currently staring at him. A pig nose was currently pressed against his nose. Treasure pig. Tong'er went into closed seclusion. Yi Yuan came to a realization very quickly. Treasure pig nodded its head repeatedly. Yi Yuan had a revelation. "Your Excellency, you finally woke up." Tong'er consumed the cleansing rain dream reverting pill and already returned to the purple extreme hall to go into a closed seclusion. Ning Tianping said, "These few days, Ning Tianping few people had always been keeping watch over Yi Yuan. Seeing him wake up at this time, they also let out a long sigh in relief." Yi Yuan slowly got up and said with a nod, "Delayed for a very long time, it's time to do proper business." Xiao Feng's gaze turned intent and he said, "What do you want to do?" Yi Yuan said, "Isn't it said that Empyrean Flutterfeather set up an alchemy celestial pavilion, using alchemy battles to determine the rank of the alchemy god? Then let's go take a look." When Xiao Feng heard that, his eyes could not help lighting up. Slapping his thigh hard, he said, "Man, I'm really stupid, why didn't I think of this? With your strength, wouldn't everyone still fight to cooperate with us when the time comes? This matter brooks no delay. Let's quickly go over." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No rush. The pill refinement this time, I had some gains. Wait for me to sort it out. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion." Meditating in closed seclusion, Yi Yuan really had many thoughts and feelings. What Tong'er said was right, the pill refinement this time was indeed the greatest challenge that he encountered in his life. Even when refining the Tao-defying pill back then, it was also not as painful and exhausting as now. Yi Yuan spent more than 20 days to deduce the medicinal properties and to continuously compare the spirit medicines, finding errors and omissions and rededucing. Deducing entirely the medicinal properties, Yi Yuan started deriving the pill formula. Just like that, 1 month's time, Yi Yuan was immersed in extremely intense deductions. How could he not be tired? But he was extremely satisfied with the final results. To be able to refine the cleansing rain dream reverting pill into vast spirit divine grade, Yi Yuan himself also felt very accomplished. And this also made him have a deeper understanding of the medicinal properties of spirit medicines. The medicinal properties of spirit medicines did not exist in solitary. There were very deep connections intrinsically too. It was just that this kind of connection was too complicated. The deductions were naturally not as direct as directly comprehending them. But, after really deducing it, the benefits were naturally immense. Although this could not help Yi Yuan to break through to the ancestor realm, it consolidated his alchemy foundation. A night quietly passed. On the second day, Yi Yuan went out of the pill refining room, settled the bill, and left the 100 herb gathering. The 100 herb gatherings pill refining room's rent was extremely high. Renting the pill refining room for more than 40 days in a row, Yi Yuan also spent a considerable fee, making his flesh hurt. The party was currently walking on the streets when suddenly, a manservant-looking young man blocked Yi Yuan's path. The manservant asked, "May I ask if it's Lord Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan was somewhat puzzled, but still nodded and said, "That's right, I'm Yi Yuan, looking for me for." The manservant said, "Just now, someone had me pass a word to you. If you want to see Elder Zhang Yuan, you can go to Linen Street's Dark Pine Courtyard." When Yi Yuan heard that, his 2 eyes narrowed slightly and he said smilingly, "You go back and tell him that I'm not interested." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought everyone and directly left. The moment this manservant spoke, Yi Yuan knew that this person must have been sent by Zhang Hua. Although everyone hoped to request an audience with Zhang Yuan back then inside the gatehouse, it might also be those people. But the greatest likelihood was still Zhang Hua. This Zhang Hua felt that he definitely could not find the connections, so he deliberately found someone to draw his attention, so as to make a move against him. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Zhang Hua was bullying him depending on the latter being young, green, and inexperienced. Did he feel that using this kind of method could lure Yi Yuan to a remote place to dispose of? He was also looking down on him too much. Disregarding that he had seen through Zhang Hua's thoughts, even if he did not see through, Yi Yuan also did not plan on going to ask Zhang Yuan again. A good man did not backtrack. Even if Yi Yuan found Springwind Hall to cooperate in the end, that would also be Zhang Yuan coming to beg him, and not him going to beg Zhang Yuan. At Darkpine Courtyard, when Qing Guan heard the manservant's report, his brows could not help furrowing. Could it be that this punk doesn't wish to request an audience with Elder Zhang Yuan? Zhang Hua smiled coldly and said, "This punk has some backbone. But him not coming doesn't mean that I can't take care of him. You go and make another trip, tell Yi Yuan in this manner, he'll definitely follow you here." Zhang Hua said a few sentences to the manservant immediately received the order and left. Qing Guan listened by the side and could not help giving a thumbs up, praising, "Hey, impressive. Indeed impressive. Younger brother Zhang Hua is well deserving of being the favorite in front of family head." Zhang Hua smiled with narrowed eyes as he said, "If I can't even take care of a celestial deity realm brat, this steward, would also have been alive in vain. Elder brother, I'll leave this place to you. Family head still had me run some affairs. I'll leave first." Qing Guan smiled faintly and said, "You go and work, leave this kind of trivial thing to me." Not long after the manservant left, he indeed led Yi Yuan over. Furthermore, there was just Yi Yuan alone. Entering Darkpine Courtyard, Yi Yuan felt that he got caught in an array formation. It was just at this level of array formation, Yi Yuan did not place it in his sights at all. With his present spatial law strength, wanting to escape was not a difficult thing. Entering the courtyard, a middle-aged man was currently pouring himself a cup of wine and drinking himself. The manservant said respectfully, "Master, Yi Yuan is brought over." Qing Guan waved his hand, the manservant immediately left. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Qing Guan, he said, "It was you who used Brother Xiao's life to threaten me." That manservant found Yi Yuan again and told Yi Yuan that Xiao Feng was Springwind Hall's disciple. If he did not come to Darkpine Courtyard, then Xiao Feng would die very horribly. Indeed, with Zhang Hua's status, dealing with a puny little low-level deacon was truly too easy. Even though he was just a measly steward. With Zhang Yuan's power and influence, as long as Zhang Hua casually opened his mouth, he could doom Xiao Feng beyond redemption. Qing Guan looked at Yi Yuan and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Brat, indeed arrogant enough. Arriving at my place here, you actually still dare to talk like this." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Where's Zhang Hua?" Qing Guan smiled and said, "You offended younger brother Zhang Hua and should know that you'd have today's outcome. Either you die, or Xiao Feng dies. Of course, since you came here, it shows that you've already made the choice." Yi Yuan looked at Qing Guan and said coolly, "With just the likes of you." Qing Guan drank another cup of wine and said with a smile, "Already on your deathbed and you're still being stubborn. If I can't even take care of a puny little seventh firmament celestial deity, so many years of cultivation would also have been all for naught." Done talking, his gaze turned cold, a horrifying surge of world power suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire courtyard inside. Qing Guan naturally did not dare to make a move on the streets, so he forced Yi Yuan into this Darkpine Courtyard in order to make it convenient to kill. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot, and said coolly, "Originally wanted to dispose of Zhang Hua, this trouble, but since he isn't around, then you can only blame that you're unlucky." Chapter 1923, Bai Tong. "I'm unlucky. You still haven't figured out the situation now, right?" Likewise, Qing Guan used an expression like looking at an idiot to look at Yi Yuan. Could it be that this punk was a fool? A mere seventh firmament celestial deity actually dared to utter such wild ravings. No matter what, he was a true god realm powerhouse too. Could it be that he did not know the disparity between celestial deity realm and true god realm? "The one who hasn't figured out the situation is yourself." Yi Yuan responded with a sneer. Suddenly, an even more powerful undulation reverberated inside the courtyard, directly pushing Qin Guan's world power back. Qin Guan was caught by surprise and directly sent flying by this tremendous force, spewing out a large mouthful of blood. Beside Yi Yuan, a youth in fluttering white clothing appeared since no idea when. Qin Guan's gaze revealed a look of astonishment as he cried out in shock, "Fourth firmament true god." At this time, Yi Yuan also sized up this young man with vermilion lips and white teeth beside him curiously. He was truly beautiful until even girls would be jealous. Yi Yuan did not expect that after Tong'er grew up, he would actually be this appearance. Detecting Yi Yuan's gaze, Tong'er could not help rolling his eyes as he said unhappily, "What's there to look at?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "I even thought that you'd become an old geezer. I didn't expect that you're going to have this appearance. Tisk tisk, looks not bad." Spending a long time with Tong'er, even though he knew that he was an Empyrean powerhouse, that childish appearance made people unable to give rise to awe and veneration toward him at all. Now, suddenly becoming a young man, Yi Yuan's mentality similarly could not wrap itself around it. Tong'er's expression flickered incessantly, and he said in a cold voice, "In the future, you have to call me Lord Bai Tong. Otherwise, HMPH. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "PFF, Lord Bai Tong, I really can't get used to it in this short while." Bai Tong rolled his eyes again. He discovered that he could not awe this guy at all. However, him being able to recover to his current appearance was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. "Forget it, just call me Brother Bai then. This time, it's really all thanks to you. The recovery is much better than I imagined. Furthermore, thanks to you, when I return to boyhood from old age again in the future, I'll directly recover to my current realm and don't need to become that appearance before again." Bai Tong said with some excitement. His initial most mental preparation was recovering to first firmament true god. After all, this medicinal pill was too difficult to refine. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually refined vast spirit divine grade in the end? The effects of recovery naturally far exceeded his expectations. Fourth firmament true god, middle stage true god, that strength was a totally different level compared to first firmament true god. More importantly, what Yi Yuan refined was a vast spirit cleansing rain dream reverting pill. It restored part of the defects in his cultivation method, letting him have no need to become a kid without the strength to truss up a chicken when he returned to boyhood from old age again. About the medicinal effect of the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, Yi Yuan was also quite surprised. The person who could create such a heaven-defying medicinal pill, his strength was definitely impressive. It seemed like tigers were crouching and dragons were hiding in this world. One really should not look down on the heroes under the heavens. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll have to congratulate Brother Bai, but let's take care of this trash first." By the side, Qin Guan's expression turned stiff. Kneeling down with a thud, he wailed, "Why, Your Excellency, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and affronted Your Excellency. I beg Your Excellency to take this lowly one to be a fart and let this lowly one go." Seeing the Bai Tong with an imposing aura, how could Qin Guan still have any desire to resist at all? Having a first firmament true god go deal with a fourth firmament true god? Not unless his head was kicked by a donkey. Apart from begging for mercy, he seriously could not think of other ways. Currently, in his heart, he had long greeted Zhonghua's 18 generations of ancestors. This damn thing had clearly dug a pit for him to jump. When taking action, Zhonghua did not tell him that a fourth firmament true god powerhouse was actually following by Yi Yuan's side. "Let you go. If I didn't have the strength to protect myself, would you have let me go today? Since you had the thought to kill people stirred, you'll have to be prepared to be killed." "Brother Bai, do it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Toward this Qin Guan, Yi Yuan naturally could not give rise to any pity. The other party was clearly here to kill Yi Yuan, and yet actually still hoped that Yi Yuan would show mercy and let him leave. Bai Tong nodded slightly when he heard this. Qin Guan did not see him take any complicated action, he just lightly pointed out a finger. Qin Guan only felt a white light gradually enlarge in his pupils. In front of Bai Tong, he could not even muster up divine essence. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's pupils also constricted as he said, "Brother Bai is skillful. I really didn't expect that not only is Brother Bai a 7-star alchemy god, your martial arts are also so formidable." Bai Tong said with a proud look, "You don't think that only you know spatial law in this world, right?" The two exchanged a glance, both bursting into laughter. What did you say? Qin Guan died. How is this possible? Hearing the news of Qin Guan's death, Zhang Hua almost jumped up. A true god realm went to deal with a seventh firmament celestial deity realm and actually died. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. This lowly one dare not deceive Lord Steward. This lowly one quietly waited for the outcome in the backyard but didn't see Lord Qin Guan return for a long time. Mustering up my courage, I went into the front court and discovered that Lord Qin Guan had already long died. Yuan was not someone who indiscriminately killed the innocent. That manservant was merely a divine lord realm young man, obeying people's orders. He naturally did not have the intention of exterminating once and for all. But the front court had an array formation isolating. So he did not know what happened in the backyard. When he went to the front court, it was long deserted already. Zhang Hua's expression changed again and again. In his eyes, although Yuan's strength was decent, he was merely a youngster who came from an imperial city in the end. So what background could he have? To imperial city this level, true gods were already existences that they looked up to. But who knew that Qin Guan, this true god realm powerhouse, would die in his own courtyard without a sound just like that? One had to know, killing a true god realm powerhouse and defeating a true god realm powerhouse were two completely different concepts. With Qin Guan's strength, unless it was a third firmament true god and above powerhouse, otherwise, it was simply impossible to let him not even have a chance to escape. After all, that was Qin Guan's own territory. Could it be that a third firmament true god and above powerhouse is actually following by that brat's side? How is this possible? Zhang Hua did not quite dare to believe it. Right at this time, a servant walked in and said to Zhang Hua with cupped fists, "Steward Zhang, Yuan's party already entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion." Zhang Hua was taken back when he heard that and said, "Alchemy Celestial Pavilion? What did they go to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for?" Right, this kid wanted to become famous overnight through the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Heh, no wonder he uttered wild ravings, saying to make family head go find him in person. It turns out that what he thought of was this method. It's just that, he's too naive. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's experts are as abundant as clouds. Does he, a mere celestial deity realm brat, really think that he can stir up some waves? Chapter 1924, Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Senior, I want to become an Alchemy Celestial Alchemist and enter the Alchemy Battle Arena. The old man in front of Yuan was the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's examiner. For many years, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had a resounding reputation. Alchemy Celestial Alchemists, even the lowest grade copper Alchemy Celestial Alchemist, their status outside were also much higher than ordinary alchemists. This was because alchemists that came out of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had all been through fight after fight. Those that charged out, their strength far surpassed ordinary alchemists. Hence, wanting to become an Alchemy Celestial Alchemist naturally needed stringent checks. It was not that you could enter the Alchemy Battle Arena because you could refine medicinal pills. This old man in front of him was the examiner responsible for verifying the stand of alchemists. The old man looked at Yuan and waved his hand and said, "Lad, this place isn't the place to play house, go away." He saw that Yuan was too young and felt that it was simply impossible to pass the test, and he naturally felt rather impatient. Yuan's age, possessing 7th firmament celestial deity strength, although it was rare, it also would not make people too astonished. But wanting to become a 5-star alchemy god at his age, was extremely rare. As for whether or not he could pass the assessment, it was even more impossible. Even though this test was not some very profound thing, it was also not what everyone could pass. Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, won't test my strength," the old man said. This old man has been in charge of this Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for many years and has seen before no idea how many alchemists. Whether or not you can pass the test, I'll know at a glance. This old man was an experienced 5-star alchemy god himself, so his alchemy Dao strength not weak. With Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's popularity, there were too many alchemists who wanted to enter the Alchemy Battle Arena. The alchemists that he had seen before were indeed many. As a result, he had long formed his own set of experiences already. Yuan did not dispute this either. He just smiled and said, "Then can Senior give Junior a chance, let Junior measure his own strength." "Brat, don't waste our time, the alchemists that Elder Ping has seen before are more than the salt you've eaten. He already said that you're out of the game, so there's no chance for you. Brat, your hair isn't even fully grown yet. Do you know what's called pill refinement? Everyone burst out laughing, full of disdain for Yuan. Even if disciples from great alchemy families wanted to reach the strength to enter the alchemy celestial pavilion, they at least had to be 3,000 to 5,000 years old too. At Yuan's age, it was simply impossible to have a chance. Elder Ping saw that Yuan's attitude was sincere, not arrogant like members of aristocratic families. Stroking his beard, he nodded and said, "Forget it, give it a try." Yuan was overjoyed and said with clasped hands, "Thank you very much, Elder Ping." Elder Ping waved his hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me first. This divine fire is very wild, so don't burn yourself." The assessment was very simple: control the flame to refine pills. One should not look at how it was simple. Many 5-star alchemy gods could not do it well. This flame was not an ordinary divine flame, but a fire without a master. It was very wild. Wanting to control it to refine pills had very high demands on the alchemist's fire control. A cluster of turquoise flame trembled endlessly inside the brazier. "Hey, in a while, look at how embarrassed this brat becomes." The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire is notorious for being difficult to subdue. At his age, how can he possibly control an ownerless Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire? This is called overestimating his own ability. Those people waiting for the test felt that Yuan was wasting time, all appearing very annoyed. Yuan slowly came in front of the brazier and lightly pointed a finger out. Following that cluster of flame flew towards the medicinal cauldron extremely obediently. The entire process was natural and smooth. It did not pause in the slightest at all. The originally bored to death Elder Ping suddenly stood up from his seat, looking at Yuan's actions in shock. Inside the hall, it was dead silent, only seeing Yuan's actions skipping erratically. Following that, it was the pill refinement. That Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire was extremely obedient in Yuan's hands, and it actually faintly emitted howling sounds of a wolf. Inside the medicinal cauldron was a false pill, specifically used in alchemist assessments. Inside the medicinal cauldron, 9 exploding sounds resounded in a row. A wolf's howl transmitted over. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire returned to the brazier once more, and actually somewhat had the intention of having not given full expression to its views. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire that returned to the brazier actually flew out once more under the situation where no one was manipulating it. But it was blocked by the restriction power around the brazier. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with astounded faces. 9 booms, this probably already has the strength of a silver alchemy celestial alchemist, right? Also, that fire controlling art is truly transcendent. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf fire actually wants to burst out of the restriction. That means, could it be that it wants to have Yuan subdue it? Yuan's assessment was completed extremely quickly, merely several dozen breaths from start to end. But in these several dozen breaths, it let people see his power. Tempering the false pill, the number of detonating sounds given off was the assessment criteria. As long as it could give off a detonating sound, it was considered passing the test. But the detonating sounds only had at most 9, Yuan actually made it emanate fully. Under normal circumstances, being able to reach 9 booms already had the level of silver alchemy celestial alchemists. It was just that, people who came to take part in the alchemy celestial assessment rarely had people capable of doing it to this extent. Unless it was those major powers who had already been famous for a long time and had never participated in the alchemy celestial assessment before, would there be such a performance. But how old was Yuan? When these people were 1,000 over years old, they were still bitterly training basic skills under the whip of their masters. With this, it was truly astounding everyone with his skill. "Elder Ping, I'm done with the assessment." Yuan came in front of Elder Ping and said coolly. Elder Ping was startled, only then, coming back to his senses. He looked at Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "This old man apologizes to you." This old man didn't expect that there would actually be a time where I would make an error of judgment. Everyone was incredibly shocked. Elder Ping actually apologized to this kid. Elder Ping was a gold alchemy celestial alchemist. He actually apologized to a junior. But thinking about it, they also felt at ease. Yuan had such strength when he was so young, so his future accomplishments were limitless. Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Elder Ping is too serious. I wonder if this junior is counted as having passed the assessment." "Of course you passed." As he spoke, Elder Ping fished out a silver color token, passed it to Yuan, and said, 9 booms, your strength already reached the standard of Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. From today onward, you're a Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Yi Yuan received the token, feeling rather surprised. He did not expect that he actually directly advanced to Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. He found out earlier that alchemists who passed the Alchemy Celestial assessment were just gradeless alchemists. They must go through 100, even hundreds of alchemy battles, before they could advance to Copper Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Similarly, for Copper Alchemy Celestial Alchemists to want to advance to the silver level, they also had to experience many alchemy battles. This process tended to be several decades, several centuries, even several thousand or tens of thousands of years. Yi Yuan only guided according to the laws inside the medicinal cauldron and did his best, but did not think that he actually directly advanced to silver grade. Chapter 1925, Silver Arena. Yi Yuan put away the token and said with cupped fists, "Many thanks, Elder Ping." Elder Ping smiled and said, "Good, good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. With your talent, likely in less than 10 years, you'll be able to reach Gold Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Boy, after entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, you have to cultivate well." Yi Yuan's appearance gave Elder Ping a breathtaking feeling. Having such heaven-defying alchemy Dao attainments at a young age, he would definitely be able to radiate splendor in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder Ping, rest assured, I will." Those examinees looked at Yi Yuan with envious looks on their faces. This silver token, they had to strive for it for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. But he, Yi Yuan, directly got it. Next, Elder Ping withdrew his gaze and said coolly. Sun Jing slowly walked in front of the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire, currently secretly glad in his heart. The Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire was awed by that brat just now. It will definitely be much easier for me to subdue it. Hey, this is an opportunity for me. Speaking of which, I still have to thank that kid. The moment the restriction opened up, Sun Jin suddenly formed seals with both hands, attempting to directly suppress the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire. A wolf howl came over. That turquoise flame instantly transformed into a horrifying enormous wolf, pouncing over towards Sun Jing. Sun Jing seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force, directly blasting him flying. In virtually an instant, his body was practically burned to a crisp, lying on the ground and wailing incessantly. The turquoise giant wolf turned into an afterimage, dashing over towards the depths of the hall. That direction was precisely the direction that Yi Yuan headed to. Elder Ping's gaze turned sharp, his figure turning into a streak of lightning, catching up to the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire in virtually a blink of an eye. Wicked brute, where are you running? Divine fires were spiritual, so this Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire was clearly not so easy to subdue. Seeing Elder Ping catch up, the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire actually rushed over toward Elder Ping. Inside the hall, one person and one fire actually broke out into a great battle. The other people exchanged glances, looking at this scene in immense shock. Just what's going on here? Although the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire is hard to tame, it also won't be so berserk. It would be chasing after that kid just now, right? What in the world did that brat do, to actually be able to make the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire so crazed? After a great battle, Elder Ping finally relied on his own powerful strength and captured the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire. Except, the captured Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire was still incomparably berserk, unable to control it all. Elder Ping was secretly astonished and said, "This boy's fire-controlling art has already reached the acme of perfection. This Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire actually wants to chase after him to be tamed." Truly frightening, the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire was an extremely difficult to tame rank 5 divine fire. Ordinary celestial deity realms simply could not subdue it, let alone talk about taming it. It was also precisely because of this that it would be used in evaluation standard. But Elder Ping did not expect that Yi Yuan only used the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire to take part in the assessment once and actually thoroughly subdued the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could take possession of it at any time. Elder Ping understood that this Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire would likely have no one capable of taming it anymore in the future. He waved his hand and said, "Guards, bring away the Cloudheart Heavenly Wolf Fire." Today's assessment ends here. Silver Alchemy Battle Arena, yelling and shouting seethe inside, incomparably bustling. Not far away, two incomparably profound auras intertwined together on the stage, vying with each other, refusing to give in to the other in the slightest. Come on, Mu Daocheng. Mu Daocheng is mighty. Below the stage, cheering sounds were noisy like a seething cauldron. In the ring, the middle-aged Taoist on the right side was clearly a notch better. Very soon, his imposing momentum overpowered the other party. It was only to see Mu Daocheng yelled out, the medicinal pill condensing and forming, accomplishing all these in one stroke. The other alchemist had a dispirited look. His medicinal pill already became a useless pill. Mu Daocheng said with a smug look, Huang Zhen, you're still 100 years too early to want to challenge me. Ha ha ha. Huang Zhen looked at Mu Daocheng, let out a sigh, and slowly walked down the ring. Yuan watched this scene rather interestedly. This style of alchemy battle, he really rarely saw it. Alchemy battles dreaded people disturbing the most. But this kind of alchemy battle arena was completely an open style format. Not only would everyone's cheering sounds not be isolated, but even the other party's pill refinement also would not use array formation to isolate the view. Two people facing off was like the life and death fight between two mighty experts. The victor formed the pill. The loser ruined the pill. But Yuan also saw through that these two alchemists' strengths were indeed very formidable. Compared to those so-called five-star alchemy gods outside, their strength was much stronger. Especially that Mu Daocheng, he already reached late-stage initial realm, his strength being extraordinary. Hearing those fervent yelling sounds, this Mu Daocheng clearly possessed very high popularity in the silver arena area. However, Yuan thought about it and felt that this kind of alchemy battle style could accelerate the improvement of alchemy Dao's strength even more instead. Two people facing off and refining pills, or as meeting each other squarely, one could sense the other party's alchemy Dao undulations distinctly. Under such circumstances, even if one failed, it was also possible to learn many things from the other party. Moreover, under this kind of complicated environment, being able to successfully refine the medicinal pill had tremendous benefits to the alchemists themselves too. It was no wonder that alchemy gods who possessed the identity of alchemy celestial alchemist were extremely well received and respected outside. Looking at it now, this alchemy celestial pavilion was indeed extraordinary. Tisk tisk, another victory and it will be Mu Daocheng's 10th successful time defending the ring. At that time, he'll be able to obtain the gold token and he will become a gold alchemy celestial alchemist. Really envious of him. I'll probably never be able to advance to gold alchemy celestial alchemist in this lifetime. Mu Daocheng was extremely proud of his success. He stood on the stage and said loudly, who else dares to come up and challenge me? Who else? The current Mu Daocheng was like a fighting rooster, imposing momentum reaching the pinnacle. But below the stage, no one dared to go up the stage. According to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules, as long as one won 10 matches in a row, they could complete one arena defense. Completing 10 arena defenses, one would be able to obtain a higher level token. That way, the status of the alchemist would undergo an earth-shaking change. One had to know, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists were not just the lustrous gold great imperial capital's alchemists. Even alchemy gods from other heavenly emperor bodymandas were all the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists. Under the accumulation of time, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's influence was actually already very profound and far-reaching. If one could obtain a higher level token, this would be a massive improvement to the alchemist's reputation and prestige. This naturally drove people crazy. It was just that in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, wanting to advance was seriously far too difficult. With the accumulation of time, each alchemist that entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion were all not mediocre people. Wanting to win 10 matches in a row was really very difficult. Moreover, one even needed 10 consecutive victories before they could advance. And it was precisely because of this that the identity of an alchemist from Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was more valuable. Suddenly, Yuan leapt up lightly. Stepping into the ring, he looked at Mu Daocheng and said with a faint smile, "Let me try." Chapter 1926, Throwing an Egg Against a Rock. Everyone's gazes were concentrated on that young figure. Very soon, they revealed mocking looks. When Mu Daocheng saw Yuan, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, brat, you're very unfamiliar. This place is the Silver Arena. You didn't walk to the wrong arena, right?" Although the number of Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemists was a lot, they frequently hung around in the Silver Arena. Everyone was very familiar with each other. Not only did Yuan look unfamiliar, but he was also too young. Everyone's first reaction was that he went to the wrong arena. How could there be such a young silver alchemy celestial alchemist? At one side, that judge with a deep gaze also spoke up at this time, "Young man, this place is the silver arena. One must possess the silver token before they can come up." Clearly, he did not believe that Yi Yuan was a silver alchemy celestial alchemist. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly took out the silver token that Elder Ping gave him. He threw it to the judge and said, "This should be the silver token, right? Senior, please verify it." The noise and bustling sound before and mocking voices abruptly stopped. What replaced it was silence. Such a young silver alchemist, they had never seen before. The judge received the token and used divine sense to check it. Sure enough, Yi Yuan was a newly promoted silver alchemy celestial alchemist. The old man looked toward Yi Yuan and said in surprise, "Your silver token is newly issued, but I've never heard of you before. Could it be such a young silver alchemy celestial alchemist? If he was promoted all the way, it was impossible that he had never heard of him at all." This showed that Yi Yuan might very likely have directly gotten the silver token. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior just passed the Alchemy Celestial assessment and became an Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. Directly promoted to Silver Alchemy Celestial Alchemist. This brat reached 9 detonations. No way, right? The last time 9 detonations appeared, it was still several hundred years ago, right? Yeah, but those able to achieve 9 detonations were normally all 6-star alchemy gods who entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for the first time. 5-star alchemy gods, it's unheard of. Directly passing the Alchemy Celestial assessment and obtaining the silver token, this was an extremely seldom seen thing. Everyone's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan all underwent a change. Without a doubt, a new star was about to slowly rise in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. A hint of surprise also flashed across in that judge's eyes. Returning the token to Yi Yuan, he said, "The young ones are to be feared. Young ones are to be feared." Yi Yuan said, "Now, I have the qualifications to challenge him, right?" As he said this, Yi Yuan looked at Mu Daocheng's direction. The judge smiled when he heard that and said, "Heh, young man, you have a lot of potential, but you're underestimating this silver arena too much. Exchanging blows with him right now, it doesn't have any benefits to you. Don't, Elder Shin, I finally managed to have someone who delivered himself to the door. Your elderly self, don't ruin my business. This brat can just nicely ensure that I get the gold token." The moment Mu Daocheng heard the judge's words, he was indignant. Seeing Yi Yuan's silver token, outside of his shock, he was overjoyed. As long as he won one more match, he would be able to obtain the gold token and advance to the gold arena. Becoming a gold alchemy celestial alchemist, his reputation would have a massive elevation. He already hoped for it for many years. In the silver arena, wanting to successfully guard the ring 10 times was not such an easy matter. Such a newcomer rookie was precisely his optimal choice for consecutive victories. In the silver arena, this sort of place, as long as you did not deliberately lose the alchemy battle, anyone could challenge at will. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "No worries, just take it as training." Hearing Yi Yuan said so, Mu Daocheng hurriedly went along with it and said, "Elder Shin, you see, he agreed to it. This matter is settled like this." Elder Shin gave Yi Yuan a glance, let out a sigh, and said, "All right, you guys begin then." The moment Mu Daocheng heard, he was overjoyed and said, "Haha, kid, I really thank you so much. Winning this match, I'll be a gold alchemy celestial alchemist." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't need to be courteous. But if you want to win against me, it likely won't be that easy." Mu Daocheng laughed loudly and said, "Brat, you think that by immediately getting a silver token, you're invincible under the heavens. Let me tell you, each person here can practically all achieve 9 detonations. Alchemy celestial alchemists are far stronger than you imagine. You are still far from close." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Begin then." Elder Shin said coolly, "The medicinal pill that the two of you have to refine is the seasonal rain pill." Below the stage, the people were all incredibly envious. No one could have expected that Mu Daocheng's last battle actually ran into such a hothead. This way, Mu Daocheng got the gold token as easy as blowing off dust. This battle did not have the least bit of suspense at all. Alchemists who just entered the silver arena, their strength was actually very weak. Only after experiencing one defeat after another would they become strong. Yi Yuan had just arrived. So no one would think that he could be a match for the veteran powerhouse, Mu Daocheng. One had to know, Mu Daocheng already possessed the level of a gold alchemy celestial alchemist. With the alchemy battle starting, the winds and clouds sprung up. Mu Daocheng's imposing momentum rose to the sky, crushing over toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. On the stage, it teamed with his soul force, appearing incomparably berserk. At virtually the first moment, the two people's soul forces collided together fiercely. Except, compared to Mu Daocheng's outrageous momentum, Yi Yuan's appeared too feeble. Heh, kid, this will teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that the silver arena isn't so easy to enter. Mu Daocheng gave a loud laugh and immediately controlled his soul force to lash over. This kind of alchemy battle with a massive disparity in strength tended to determine the victor in the first round. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure. Suddenly, a muffled groan came over. Mu Daocheng directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Within the medicinal cauldron in front of him, a muffled bang similarly emitted. A burnt smell spread throughout the entire ring. Clearly, his furnace of medicinal pills was already invalidated. Elder Shin's pupils constricted, his gaze revealing an astonished look. Mu Daocheng, lost. No way, right, what black magic did this brat cast? Mu Daocheng clearly took the absolute advantage. Why was he defeated in one exchange? Below the stage, anxious and doubtful voices came over one after another. The results did not exceed one's expectations. The victor was determined in one exchange. It was just that the victor was not Mu Daocheng, but it was Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan took his time to refine the pill, as if he did not have the slightest clue about what happened just now. Mu Daocheng looked toward Yi Yuan, disbelief on his face as he muttered, I actually lost. Several breaths ago, he was still fired up with boundless enthusiasm, thinking that he definitely nailed the gold token. Who knew that he was defeated in a single exchange? He was the same as the rest, thinking that he won for sure. But when his soul force touched Yi Yuan's, he discovered that Yi Yuan's soul force was like a giant mountain, while he was just like a chicken egg. An egg colliding dashing against a giant mountain, the results went without saying. Throwing an egg against a rock was roughly talking about this, right? Chapter 1927, Frenzied Straight Winds. Mu Daocheng, what the hell is going on? Who clearly took the absolute upper hand, why were you defeated instead? Everyone looked at Mu Daocheng with baffled faces. Mu Daocheng had a bitter look as he said, underestimated him too much. This kid's soul force is incomparably compact. I assaulted him with soul force, and then I felt as if I was knocking onto a steel plate, injuring myself all at once. Miscalculated. If I had long known, I'd have competed in pill refinement with him honestly. That way, he's definitely not my match. Everyone came to a realization. Someone said, looks like this kid definitely cultivated an extremely formidable divine soul art, his background is definitely extraordinary. Looks like when bumping into him in the future, we have to be more careful. They did not doubt Mu Daocheng's words. Soul force being strong did not mean that pill refinement was definitely strong. Yi Yuan's age, his pill refinement was definitely not their match. As long as they avoided the sharp edge, being victorious was definitely not hard. Roughly an hour later, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, successfully forming the pill. This seasonal rain pill was merely a level 5 difficulty medicinal pill. It was too easy for the current Yi Yuan, it did not need to take much time at all. Elder Shin looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze as he said, Yi Yuan, open the furnace straight away. Yi Yuan nodded his head and directly opened the furnace to retrieve the pill. The moment the medicinal cauldron opened, a medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils, instantly suffusing the entire space. Smells so good, why would the seasonal rain pill be so fragrant? Just what grade is this seasonal rain pill? Why would it smell so good? The medicinal fragrance made people intoxicated, astonishing people. Everyone was all guessing the grade of this medicinal pill one after another. Yi Yuan made his move like lightning, directly sealing the medicinal pill into a small bottle. Elder Shin received the small bottle, his hand trembling slightly. He had long discerned that Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was likely not ordinary. That was why he was anxious to know the grade of the medicinal pill. With a wisp of divine sense sunk inside, Elder Shin's two eyes immediately became wide saucers, lifting his head and looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Elder Shin. Seeing that his reaction was so big, they guessed one after another. But they were clearly in their hearts, the grade of this medicinal pill was likely at least divine grade. Elder Shin, just what great is this medicinal pill? Mu Daocheng could not resist asking. He suddenly discovered that he was too naive. Could properly refining pills beat Yi Yuan? Looking at Elder Shin's reaction, he also knew that it was impossible. Except, even if he died, he had to understand how he died. He really wanted to know just how powerful his opponent was. Only then did Elder Shin abruptly startle awake and say, Yi Yuan, vast spirit seasonal rain pill, win. Below the stage burst into an uproar, astonished voices sounding out like thunder. Vast spirit divine pill. This is impossible. Elder Shin, are you mistaken? How can a 5-star alchemy god possibly refine a vast spirit divine pill? Vast spirit divine pill, probably only powerhouses at the level of alchemy celestial can refine it, right? Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. But they were clear in their hearts that Elder Shin definitely would not ramble nonsense. This sort of thing could not be joked around. Impudent. Could it be that this old man would crack this kind of joke with you all, these younglings? Sure enough, Elder Shin was greatly enraged. Very quickly, those people shut up sensibly. Elder Shin waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, now, Yi Yuan becomes the arena lord. Those who want to challenge him and go up the stage. At this time, Elder Shin's eyes when looking at Yi Yuan again already became different. Previously when he saw the silver token, he approved of Yi Yuan, had expectations, giving guidance toward a junior. But now, his eyes were full of astonishment. To alchemy celestial alchemists, the seasonal rain pill was not considered a very difficult to refine medicinal pill. But vast spirit divine pills were not what ordinary people could refine. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one went up the ring. The impact that everything that happened previously brought to them was seriously too intense. Forget about the silver arena, even the gold arena, no one had refined vast spirit divine pills before it all too. Today, it actually appeared. Suddenly, a figure floated up, cupped his fists at Yi Yuan, and said, I'm Feng Jingyan. Brother Yi, please give pointers. This person wore a silk headdress on his head. His attitude was very sincere. It's Feng Jingyan. He's the silver grade's #1 person. He actually went up to challenge Yi Yuan. Ever since Feng Jingyan achieved silver, he has yet to taste defeat and has already succeeded in defending the arena 9 times in a row. There's a show to watch now. Whether this brat is lucky or strong, Feng Jingyan can definitely probe it out. The moment this Feng Jingyan went up the stage, it immediately caused a stir. He was the publicly acknowledged silver's #1, his power was above Mu Daocheng. No one could have thought that he would actually take the initiative to challenge Yi Yuan. But it was also precisely so that this battle attracted even more attention. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Jingyan and said with cupped fists, please give pointers. With the lesson drawn from Mu Daocheng's failure, Feng Jingyan was much more careful. He avoided Yi Yuan's sharp edge and carefully refined his medicinal pill. And Yi Yuan also did not seem to have the intention of attacking him. But in the ring, the two people's distance was very close. The two people's auras also intersected unavoidably. But that short intersection made Feng Jingyan feel the vigorousness of facing the sea. The pill refinement this time was Feng Jingyan's most arduous refinement in history, but the tip of the iceberg that Yi Yuan displayed let him benefit endlessly. Finishing, Feng Jingyan was defeated without any surprises. While Yi Yuan refined a vast spirit divine pill once more. This time, no one doubted Yi Yuan's strength anymore. Even if one ate dog shit, it was also impossible to refine vast spirit divine pills twice in a row. Thank you very much, Master Yi, for your guidance. This Feng is endlessly grateful. Feng Jingyan came in front of Yi Yuan and gave a respectful bow. Even his term of address underwent a massive change too. Brother Yi became master. In this alchemy celestial pavilion, those able to bear the title of master were not many. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Feng's foundation is solid. Your future accomplishments are limitless. Giving pointers, I'm not worthy of such compliments. Yi Yuan also spoke his mind. This Feng Jingyan's strength was not much stronger than Mu Daocheng. But his foundation was far more solid compared to Mu Daocheng. In terms of potential, he would definitely walk further than Mu Daocheng. Feng Jingyan naturally repeatedly said that he dare not and hurriedly took his leave very soon. This alchemy battle with Yi Yuan let him benefit a great deal, and he was in a hurry to go into closed seclusion. Next, the alchemy battles did not have much suspense anymore. Everyone understood that Yi Yuan's strength was completely not at the level of silver. This place was not his stage. But it was also precisely because of this that some bold individuals still hoped to be able to exchange blows with Yi Yuan. This was a rare experience. Just like this, Yi Yuan swept across the whole way, winning in succession frenziedly. As long as it was Yi Yuan's battle, it would progress very quickly. His pill refinement speed was incomparably strange, but the quality of the pill formed was abnormally high. Only using half a month's time, he obtained 100 straight wins and obtained the gold token. Yi Yuan's domineering rise also attracted the attention of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Chapter 1928, Alchemy Celestial Level Powerhouses Shocked. The Alchemy Celestial Hall was the place where the top few heavyweights of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion discussed matters. Only master-level alchemists who possessed the Alchemy Celestial designation had the qualifications to enter this place. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's alchemists were divided into a total of 6 levels. They were respectively copper, silver, gold, dark violet, black scale, as well as the highest level Alchemy Celestial. Those possessing Alchemy Celestial title, each one was a peak 6-star alchemy god. Furthermore, their strength far surpassed those in the same rank. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had a total of 15 Alchemy Celestial alchemists. There were 7 who resided in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion permanently. The other 8 were all Leviathans of a region, possessing tremendous rallying power. And these 7 were the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's administrators. At this time, 3 Alchemy Celestial alchemists were currently in the Great Hall, sitting opposite facing each other. In the middle, a white-robed old man asked, "About this Yi Yuan, how do you all view it?" That gray-robed old man on the left opened his mouth and said, "Roughly 100 alchemy battles, this child refined more than 20 vast spirit divine pills, over 60 void spirit divine pills. There were only less than 10 purple spirit pills. This kind of strength is simply unheard of." That middle-aged man in green clothing on the right nodded and said, "This child's strength is unfathomable. It's just that the difficulty of the medicinal pills refined at the silver arena mostly isn't high. As for just how powerful his strength is, we still need to make more observations." The white-robed old man nodded and said, "Indeed so. But in my view, his strength is most likely already sufficient to enter Blackscale." The other 2 nodded their heads in succession, clearly not having objections about this. Normally speaking, the vast majority of those who reached Dark Violet Alchemist were 6-star alchemy gods. Except, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's grouping of alchemists was not according to cultivation realms, it only relied on battle achievements. Among gold level, there were also some 6-star alchemy gods. But they did not reach Dark Violet strength. Instead, it was some peak 5-star alchemy gods whose strength surpassed all others, overpowering 6-star alchemy gods instead. Normally speaking, 6-star alchemy gods should be stronger than 5-star alchemy gods. It was just that this sort of thing was not absolute. Such as, a 5-star alchemy god could refine a divine-grade divine pill, but the 6-star alchemy god could not. In contrast, it was clear that the 5-star alchemy god had more potential. Once they broke through to 6-star, their strength would be much stronger than those ordinary 6-star alchemy gods. People who fought alchemy battles in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion and were able to reach peak gold level, each one was a strong competitor among the strong rivals, their strength could not be underestimated. The white-robed old man saying so clearly felt that with Yi Yuan's strength, even if the opponents were middle-ranked 6-star alchemy gods, they would also not be his match. The 3 people were currently discussing when another old man entered the hall. The old man said unwillingly, "Chen Yu, sending someone to call me over so anxiously, what happened? Don't you know that this old man is very busy lately?" The white-robed old man Chen Yu said, "Hey, Chen Chong, you old thing, you're busy. These few days, a great event happened in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion." The old man who came in was none other than precisely Master Chen Chong, who fought for the Earth Qilin with Yi Yuan at the 100 Herb Gathering. Chen Yu recounted Yi Yuan's matters. Chen Chang's expression became solemn. "Hang on, you're saying that he's called Yi Yuan?" Chen Chong suddenly felt that Yi Yuan, this name was very familiar, as if he heard it somewhere before. Chen Yu nodded and said, "That's right. Speaking of which, this kid is really a freak. Only 1,000 over years old and his alchemy Dao strength is actually so horrifying." Chen Chang's entire body trembled, finally recalling this scene. His face was full of shock as he muttered, "Impossible. This is impossible. How can it possibly be him?" Chen Yu asked curiously, "Why? Have you heard of him before?" Chen Chong waved his hand and said, "Shouldn't be the same person. Forget it, I'll go and make sure first. Finished talking, his figure moved, leaving the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Gold Arena, bustling sounds were roaring, cheering sounds rising one after another. In a short few days, Yuan already obtained 20 straight wins, taking down quite a few of the gold-level heavyweights. It was also because of this that Yuan gathered a loyal crowd of fans. On the ring, Yuan was unmoving like a mountain, steady like a giant mountain. No one was able to shake his position at all. The one exchanging blows with him was a top 5 powerhouse among the gold alchemy celestial alchemists. But in front of Yuan, he was like an elementary school student. In reality, ever since everyone knew Yuan's strength, the old arena's powerhouses fell over each other in a bid to exchange blows with Yuan. They naturally did not do it in order to win but to learn a little something from Yuan. Exchanging blows with such a powerhouse could not be randomly encountered, and Yuan's arena matches also completely evolved to a teaching field already. Under Yuan's deliberate guidance, those gold alchemy celestial alchemists who had some comprehension ability had varying degrees of comprehension toward alchemy Tao. This was a valuable fortune to them. The fierce fighting on the stage was currently ongoing when several figures walked into the gold alchemy battle arena. You guys, look, isn't that Master Chen Chong? There's also Master Chen Yu. A few years back when he preached on Tao, I was fortunate enough to have listened to his teachings. Goodness gracious, truly remarkable. Master Yuan already attracted the attention of alchemy celestial level powerhouses. There was a commotion in the crowd, several big shots showing together. This was a grand event that had never happened before. These people at the gold arena, any one of them that randomly went out would be a powerhouse whose fame shook a region. But in front of alchemy celestial powerhouses, they were completely not worth mentioning. Those were the truly powerful existences. Chen Chong walked into the venue. Seeing that young figure on the stage, his entire body could not help trembling, gaze fixed on that figure. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Chen Yu asked curiously. Chen Chang's brain was somewhat out of sorts, like it exploded. This medicinal pill was refined by me. Yuan's words were still reverberating in his ears. At that time, Chen Chong felt that Yuan was just deliberately lying in order to become famous. This lie was too lacking in skill. How could a 5-star alchemy god possibly refine a divine-grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill? This sort of lie, even a child would not believe it, right? But now, looking at Yuan's refinement that lifted something heavy as if it were light, the natural and smooth technique, it was just like the air of a master. Yuan could even refine a vast spirit divine pill. Then refining a divine grade level 9 medicinal pill was also not impossible. Could it be that the exquisite jade heart recovery pill was really refined by him? It's really him. Chen Chong sucked in a deep breath and said in shock. Chen Yu was somewhat curious as he said, "What in the world did this kid do to make you so surprised?" Chen Chong briefly recounted the events that day. The few big shots were all extremely shocked. You're saying that a divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, he only used 2 hours plus and refined it? How is this possible? Chen Yu said with a disbelieving look. Chen Chong shook his head and said, it's also not necessarily refined by him. It might really have been refined by his family's senior. After all, level 5 and 6 medicinal pills completely can't be compared to level 9 medicinal pills. It's just that I didn't expect that his alchemy Dao strength is actually so strong. Just where did this boy pop out from? Chapter 1929, Telling Tales. Everyone all thought that after Yuan advanced to Dark Violet level, this sort of domineering drive would ease up somewhat. Dark Violet alchemy celestial alchemists, the vast majority were 6-star alchemy gods. Furthermore, their strength far surpassed ordinary 6-star alchemy gods. For Yuan to want to continue a winning streak in the Dark Violet arena, it was naturally not that easy. However, Yuan's performance greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. He overcame all difficulties in the way and had yet to lose a match. No matter how strong the opponent was, arriving in front of him, they were as obedient as a student. 6-star alchemy gods were no exception either. Following Yuan's winning streak, his reputation rose, becoming a figure at the height of popularity in the lustrous gold great imperial capital. Yuan's residence had people coming to pay a visit every day, coming and going in an endless stream. Zhang Manor, Zhonghua was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Ever since Yuan entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, he naturally paid a lot of attention to Yuan. From the initial most disdain, It turned to shock, then to terror, and then despair. Zhang Hua's mood grew heavier with each passing day. How could he have thought that a punk who came from an imperial city would actually stir up such a huge wave in lustrous gold great imperial capital? Zhang Hua, prepare some gifts and make a trip to joyful aroma residence together with me. Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. This newly promoted dark violet alchemist, Yuan, will surely become a dazzling figure. Our Springwind Hall must forge good relations with him first. Zhang Yuan called Zhang Hua over and instructed. Zhang Hua's heart thumped, his heart sinking to the bottom of the sea. The thing that he was most worried about happened. Back then, Yuan had once crowed proud words when he left, saying to make Zhang Yuan go find him personally. At that time, Zhang Hua even scoffed in derision. Who could have thought that in a mere 2 short months, Zhang Yuan was actually really going to pay a visit in person? The Myriad Treasure Tower had a dozen overhauls, each performing its own functions, responsible for all of the Myriad Treasure Tower's transactions, the authority immense. The Springwind Hall was one of them. Zhang Yuan was skilled in management and extremely capable and experienced, so his status in Springwind Hall was rather high, taking on the post of elder. Lustrous gold great imperial capital was most famous for medicinal pills and spirit medicine business. Springwind Hall naturally paid a lot of attention to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion too. Yuan's rapid rise was still in its startup phase currently, but with Zhang Yuan's perception, he already became aware that Yuan's rise was unstoppable. Hence, before everyone noticed Yuan this person yet, forging good relations with him might reap great benefits. This was clearly much more worth it than getting into contact with him after Yuan became renowned far and wide, and also much easier. It was just that he did not think that his steward had long already offended Yuan badly. That family head, although this Yuan is formidable, he's also merely a 5-star alchemy god. It doesn't merit you to personally pay a visit, right? Zhang Hua said meaningfully. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, what the hell do you know? Also don't know where that Yuan popped out from, his strength is frighteningly powerful. It's said that he has already startled alchemy celestial level powerhouses. Furthermore, he's met with no resistance at the Dark Violet Arena. Most likely, before long, he'll become a black-scale alchemy celestial alchemist. Such a figure will surely become well-known in the world in the future. Making friends beforehand is greatly beneficial to me in the Springwind Hall. Zhang Hua was shocked inwardly. He knew that Yuan's performance was outstanding in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, but he was not clear about the specific situation. With his identity, he could not come into contact with the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, such a high level. Hearing Zhang Yuan say so now, only then did he know how terrifying Yuan was. Zhang Hua started to become afraid in his heart. With Yuan's present identity and status, even family head had to pay a visit in person. If Yuan incited slightly, wanting to kill him was merely a matter of saying a word. So impressive, looks like this 5-star alchemy god truly has boundless prospects. Zhang Yuan was half genuine and half fake as he said in surprise. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, that's of course. But the other halls have clearly not realized this yet, so we have to pick up speed. Zhang Hua said, this lowly one will go and arrange it right away. Finished talking, Zhang Hua turned around and left. The moment he turned around, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across in Zhang Hua's eyes. No way, I can't resign myself to death like this. What I can rely on currently is only family head. The Springwind Hall had great power and influence. As long as let family head and that punk form an enmity, I can definitely quell that punk to death by borrowing the Springwind Hall's power and influence. Even if he becomes a black-scale alchemist, so what? It was true that the status of a black-scale alchemist was extremely high, but each major hall was presided over by peak true god realm powerhouses. They were existences on the same level as alchemy celestial alchemists. Black-scale alchemists were still a level weaker compared to them. Zhang Hua was also considered capable and experienced when doing things, preparing some top-grade gifts very quickly. Zhang Yuan was just about to set off when Zhang Hua said, family head, why not let this lowly one make a trip first? Zhang Yuan said coolly, no need. Zhang Hua said, family head, although that Yuan is akin to the noonday sun, he's still young in the end. Family head is the Springwind Hall's elder. As a matter of fact, you're even a level higher than him. If he put on airs and doesn't want to meet you, wouldn't family head lose face? If this matter was to spread, how will family head keep a foothold in the Springwind Hall? When Zhang Yuan heard that, his figure could not help pausing. He wielded great authority in the Springwind Hall. The people who wanted to watch him make a fool of himself were not few. In fact, Yi Yuan was merely 1,000-over-years-old young lad, currently riding on the crest of success. He might really hold him in contempt. Zhang Hua's words were very reasonable. Zhang Hua was just a servant. If he lost face, then he lost face, it was no big deal. Thinking up to this point, Zhang Yuan could not help feeling that Zhang Hua was loyal and devoted to him, thinking of his interests in all respects. So he was quite moved in his heart. May as well, then I'll have to trouble you to make a trip, Zhang Yuan said. Zhang Hua was overjoyed in his heart, but he appeared very humble on the surface as he said, how can sharing family heads' burdens be troublesome? 2 hours later, Zhang Hua returned with a bloody nose and swollen face. When Zhang Yuan saw Zhang Hua's miserable appearance, he said in surprise and anger, Zhang Hua, what's going on? The moment Zhang Hua saw Zhang Yuan, he could not help crying bitterly as he wailed, oh, family head, it doesn't matter that this lowly one was beaten until like this, but that Yi Yuan seriously bullied people too far. Bullying people too far, this lowly one reported my name and offered up all the gifts. They did not even look and immediately threw the gifts out, and even said, a puny little Springwind Hall's elder is also worthy to meet him. Even if want to meet, it's also the hall master coming in person. That Yi Yuan even said, Zhang Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, even said what? Zhang Hua was rejoicing in his heart, but he had anguish on his face as he even said that family head didn't take a piss and look at the reflection either. Who the hell does he think he is? Haven't even figured out his own identity and want to request an audience with him. This lowly one argued a few words with him in my indignance, and he beat this lowly one until like this. Ouch. Zhang Hua described vividly, the figure of an impetuous and arrogant youth who was intoxicated with success at a young age that appeared vividly on paper. Zhang Hua naturally would not go to Yi Yuan there. Either way, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan also would not publicize it everywhere himself too. He entered Joyful Aroma residence and walked one round, found a remote place, and cast a secret art to hide in the space, and turned himself into this appearance. Returning now, he told tales relentlessly in front of Zhang Yuan. Sure enough, Zhang Yuan's expression became darker and darker. He trusted Zhang Hua a lot, so how could he have thought that Zhang Hua had sinister motives? Good, very good, a puny little Springwind Hall elder. Heh heh, Zhang Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said. Chapter 1930, I'll accept it. In the dark violet arena, 2 auras were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. One of the auras was vast like the ocean, being boundless. But the other appeared extremely weak in front of it. However, that weak aura was steady like a monolith. No matter how the tide surged, it was unable to move it in the slightest too. The powerful one had sweat seeping out on his forehead, while the weak one was concentrating quietly, unmoving as a pine tree. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, the pill formed. Li Danqing let out a sigh. Bowing toward Yi Yuan, he said, many thanks for Brother Yi's guidance. This Li candidly admits defeat. This Li Danqing was the powerhouse ranked 3rd in the Dark Violet Arena, a 6-star alchemy god. But he was still defeated in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, I dare not say giving pointers, we're just exchanging notes. Brother Li's strength is formidable and already infinitely approaches Dao Realm. Just one more step and you'll be able to leap over the Dragon Gate. Mentioning this, a hint of joy flashed across in Li Danqing's gaze, and he said smilingly, getting Brother Yi's guidance is just perfect. This Li had some comprehension and hoped to be able to break through to the Dao Realm in one stroke this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then I'll congratulate Brother Li in advance. Winning this match, Yi Yuan already won 80 matches in a row at the Dark Violet Arena. He just needed to win another 20 matches and he could advance to Blackscale. Yi Yuan's winning streak momentum was simply unstoppable. Although these 6-star alchemy gods were much stronger than 5-star alchemy gods and their soul force also many times more powerful, they were still too weak to stand up to competition in front of Yi Yuan. This kind of pill battle prohibited directly using soul force to attack the other party. One could only use the momentum formed when refining their pill to affect the other party. Otherwise, with the soul force of 6-star alchemy gods, wanting to annihilate 5-star alchemy gods was simply too easy. Of course, with Yi Yuan's means, even if the other party really used soul force to assault him, he also did not fear in the slightest. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, this sort of action could only be courting death. Yuan succeeded in defending the arena and was just planning to leave when suddenly, a figure dashed up the stage. This was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes, looking at Yuan with a sneering look on his heart. The middle-aged man in black robes said, "You're Yuan." Yuan did not recognize the other party, but he clearly did not come with good intentions. Yuan naturally could not be bothered with him and was directly going to go down the stage. The middle-aged man in black robes frowned, his figure moving, blocking in front of Yuan as he said with a cold snort, "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" The judge frowned slightly and said, "Yu Ying, what are you here at the Dark Violet Arena for? Are you trying to cause trouble? Don't you forget the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules?" Yu Ying. Turns out that he's Yu Ying. Terrifying person. This is a super powerhouse ranked in the top 5 of the Black Scale. It's said that he reached the Dao realm 10,000 years ago. Looks like the arrival did not come with good intentions. With this, there's a good show to watch. The moment that judge opened his mouth, a commotion immediately broke out below the stage. Clearly, Yu Ying's name was extremely resounding. These people had all heard of it before. It was just that Black Scale alchemists were different from Dark Violet. Each one of them was a big shot whose name shook a region, rarely showing face. Hence, the people who saw them were also very few. Now, that judge said Yu Ying's name, they were naturally extremely shocked. It was just that they were very curious why Yu Ying would find trouble with Yuan. Yu Ying said coolly, "Wang Jian, none of your business. I naturally know the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's rules. No need for you to remind me." Judge Wang Jian was similarly a black-scale alchemist, his status extremely high. Except, Wang Jian's status in the black-scale level was clearly much worse compared to Yu Ying. Yu Ying's gaze stared at Yuan heatedly and said, "Brat, heard that you looked down on my Springwind Hall and said that my Springwind Hall's elder isn't even qualified to meet you." Yu Ying was also Springwind Hall's elder. Hearing Springwind Hall's name, Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He did not say such words before. Apart from Zhang Manor, he did not come into contact with the Springwind Hall's people. Yuan thought of Zhang Hua straight away. It was just that Zhang Hua was merely a measly little Zhang Manor steward, so how could he possibly invite a black-scale alchemist to come and deal with him? Most likely, the problem lied with Zhang Yuan. Very soon, Yuan figured out the sequence of events clearly. It was just that he could not quite figure out why Zhang Yuan would be pushed around by a puny little steward. Seeing Yuan not speak, Yu Ying was extremely irritated and said in a solemn voice, "You think that by not speaking, you can smoke your way through today?" Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "If I say that I didn't say before, would you believe?" Yu Ying smiled coldly and said, "Coward who doesn't dare to admit what he did. Just based on your bit of strength, you also dare to challenge my Springwind Hall." Yuan looked at Yu Ying and said coolly, "All right, just take it as I provoked your Springwind Hall, so what then?" Yuan knew that there was probably some misunderstanding involved. But this Yu Ying's attitude made him very displeased. The other party clung to his view that he provoked the Springwind Hall and clearly did not give him the chance to explain. Then, provoke away then. A mere black-scale alchemist, he did not take him seriously yet. Yu Ying laughed loudly and said, "What a conceited brat. Think that you won a few matches at the Dark Violet Arena and you're very impressive. Let me tell you something, only by reaching the black-scale arena will you know how weak you are." Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Black-scale arena. In my eyes, it's also merely thus." Even the audience below the stage were all stunned. Such overbearing words, Yuan really dared to say it. Actually, ever since Gold Arena, Yuan rarely went all out to refine pills. These alchemists all wanted to seek experience from him. Yuan did not conceal his abilities either and would often guide these alchemists to refine pills. This way, the grade that he refined naturally would not be too high. It just basically maintained above divine grade. It was just precisely because of this many people thought that when Yuan refined high-difficulty medicinal pills, he would not be as astonishing as before. Of course, his strength was still the strongest. Refining level 6 or 7 difficulty medicinal pills, it was impossible for these dark violet alchemists to refine divine grade. Hence, at this time, Yuan felt that Yuan's boast was bragged a little too big. Even Wang Jian's brows also could not refrain from knitting tightly together. After all, he was a black-scale alchemist too. Haha, the black-scale arena is merely thus. Brat, you really dare to boast shamelessly. Since you look down on the black-scale arena, then let's make a bet. How about it? Yu Ying said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, use whatever you can come up with, I'll receive it. Fine, you and I have an alchemy battle right now. If you lose, scram out of lustrous gold great imperial capital for me, and you're never to enter the alchemy celestial pavilion again in this lifetime. Yu Ying said with a cold smile. If you lose, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Me, there's no way I'll lose. If I lose, I'll also scram out of lustrous gold great imperial capital, never to enter alchemy celestial pavilion again in this lifetime. Yu Ying said without the slightest hesitation. The moment Wang Jian heard, he could not help turning pale with fright. These two people were rare talents, existences who were highly likely to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion in the future and become Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. Losing any one of them was a tremendous loss to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. No way, everyone is an Alchemy Celestial alchemist. You mustn't harm the harmonious spirit. Wang Jian said, but Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, okay, I'll accept it. Chapter 1931, Fangs. Currently, Yi Yuan and Yu Ying, two people directly treated Wang Jian as heir. Yi Yuan did not cause trouble, but he was not afraid of trouble either. Since people bullied him to the doorstep, he naturally had no reason to shrink back. Hey, looking down on even Blackscale, truly outrageously arrogant. I'll let you take a look today at how strong Blackscale is. Yu Ying said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, is that so? Then I'll have to take a good look. Below the stage, when Zhang Yuan master and servant were looking at this scene, they sneered coldly without ceasing. How strong Yu Ying was, they were very clear. Even level 8 difficulty rank 5 divine pills, he had also once refined divine grade before. Although Yi Yuan's strength was great, reaching Blackscale this level, he definitely reached the limit already. Hey, indeed a condescending fellow, this kind of people isn't worthy of remaining in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion at all. Zhang Yuan said with a cold smile. After Zhang Hua was beaten, he found Yu Ying and requested him to take action to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yu Ying was very devout to the Springwind Hall. Zhang Yuan also looked after him very well, the two people's relationship was very friendly. Zhang Yuan said those groundless words for Yu Ying to hear. He was naturally greatly enraged and immediately came over to find trouble with Yi Yuan. Now, Yu Ying goaded out Yi Yuan's arrogance. When it landed, in Zhang Yuan's ears, he believed Zhang Hua's words even more. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the bet, Zhang Hua was delighted to the extreme in his heart. Family head, aren't I right? This punk thinks nothing of anyone, let alone me, a mere steward. Zhang Hua said with an aggrieved look. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, climbing on top of our heads, he'll have to bear the consequences. I've already arranged for people to wait for him outside the city. As long as he leaves the city, he'll definitely die without a doubt. As Springwind Hall's elder, Zhang Yuan was naturally not some soft-hearted and benevolent person. Yi Yuan hitting his steward was equivalent to hitting his face, how could he endure it? Moreover, Yi Yuan even insulted Springwind Hall along with him. Zhang Hua was overjoyed when he heard it. Clearly, he did not expect that family head actually handled things without missing a single detail. Many thanks, family head, for venting this frustration for me. Zhang Hua said excitedly. On the stage, the two people were already good to go. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Before this, there had never been dark violet alchemists who challenged black-scale alchemists. The disparity between the two was too great, there was no possibility of challenging at all. But today, Yi Yuan, this dark violet, actually challenged a black-scale. Furthermore, Yu Ying was an extremely powerful existence among black-scale alchemists. Brat, open your eyes wide and take a look at what's called a true alchemy Dao powerhouse. You are still early. Today, I'll have you scram out of the great imperial capital. Yu Ying said with a cold smile. Actually, before this, everyone's estimation of Yi Yuan's strength was black-scale. It was just that the strength difference of black-scale level alchemy powerhouses was tremendous too. The powerful existences among them entered Dao realm many years ago and were not what ordinary people could imagine. To alchemy gods, Dao realm was a watershed, another universe. It was just that Yu Ying did not know that Yi Yuan was already at the grand completion Dao realm. Alright, enough rubbish, if bragging can refine pills, anyone can be an alchemist in this heavenspan world, Yuan said coolly. Yu Ying's face was black as he said in a solemn voice, what a razor-tongued brat. During the alchemy battle, you have to be careful. Yu Ying's vast soul force suddenly erupted, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Entering a pill-refining state, Yu Ying's entire person still failed to show restraint, giving people an overbearing feeling. Very soon, a profound and inscrutable aura gradually rose around the medicinal cauldron. Yu Ying's aura became more and more powerful, like a fierce tiger, rushing towards Yuan's territory, incomparably domineering. In the view of outsiders, Yu Ying wanted to forcibly occupy the entire ring, not giving Yuan any leeway to survive. The Dao realm Yu Ying, his imposing momentum was naturally greatly different from the opponents that Yuan encountered. His impact force was more than 1,000 times stronger than others. Under Yu Ying's powerful aura, Yuan appeared to be in a precarious situation. Indeed, it's still too early for Yuan to deal with black-scale alchemists. This is the strength of black-scale level pinnacle powerhouses. Indeed ridiculously strong. Looks like Yuan encountered his match this time. Seeing Yuan's situation, people all sighed emotionally one after another. Brat, don't you look down on black-scale. This is the true strength of black-scale. I want to see how you refine pills still. Outside of the pill refinement, Yu Ying still had leftover strength to talk with Yuan. Under the interference of his powerful aura, ordinary people could not maintain their state of mind at all. Pill refinement did not allow the slightest error. Once interrupted, it was very easy to affect the outcome of the pill refinement. Yu Ying's aura was like tidewater, scouring Yuan's aura wave after wave, incomparably domineering. This kind of alchemy battle was the clash of two people's Tao. But at this time, Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said coolly, just this bit of strength really disappoints me. Yu Ying gave a cold laugh and was just about to refute when suddenly, his expression changed. Yuan's aura suddenly changed, an imposing momentum that was vast like the sea instantly pushed back. Originally, on this ring, it teamed with Yu Ying's aura everywhere. But in a blink of an eye, it was retaliated by Yuan. Yu Ying's expression suddenly changed. How could he still care to speak? He used all of his methods, wanting to stop the retreat. But all of his actions were futile. Yuan's chaos heavenly star art went at full power, advancing irresistibly, crushing Yu Ying like sweeping away dead leaves. However, Yu Ying was a Dao realm powerhouse in the end. Finally, at the last moment, he blocked Yuan's assault. At this moment, Yuan was akin to a god. That mysterious aura around him made people tremble. What's going on here? Why did Yuan suddenly become so strong? Too inconceivable. Turns out that he concealed his strength all along. Concealed strength my ass. It's just that we were totally not qualified enough to make him use his full power. Everyone was extremely shocked. The scene before their eyes was seriously too out of their expectations. All along, Yuan's alchemy battles appeared very cordial. He had never taken the initiative to attack others before. Being low profile for a long time, everyone thought that his strength merely stopped here. But today, Yu Ying was overbearing, finally triggering Yuan's fury, making him bare his ferocious fangs. He went all out. The Yuan who spared no effort was actually terrifyingly powerful. The current Yu Ying was deathly pale, hands and feet all in confusion. He was already thrown into confusion. Under Yuan's dominance, his aura was suppressed to within a radius of 10 feet, unable to break through anymore. Not bad, at least you have some skill. It's just that you're too weak. Yuan slowly opened his mouth, another wave of fierce attack lashed over. Yu Ying could not withstand it anymore, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. His furnace of medicinal pills also thoroughly became useless pills. Yu Ying looked at Yuan, incomparably shocked. Lost. He was actually defeated. He, a dignified middle-ranked 6-star alchemy god, an apex existence among black-scale alchemists, actually lost to a 5-star alchemy god. Yu Ying felt like he was dreaming. Chapter 1932, Making an Apology. Wang Jian looked at the small medicinal bottle in his hand, being shocked speechless. Vast Spirit Divine Pill. How is this possible? This is a level 8 difficulty Crimson Fire 9 Brilliance pill. The moment these words came out, the whole crowd was amazed. Before this, Yuan had once refined Vast Spirit Divine pills. It was just that after arriving at the Dark Violet Arena, he rarely refined Vast Spirit Divine pills anymore. Even void spirit was seldom refined. Everyone thought that this was because the difficulty of the medicinal pills grew. Yi Yuan's strength was no longer sufficient to refine it anymore. Only now did they know that turns out they all thought wrongly. A big mistake. When Yi Yuan exchanged blows with them, he did not even use 30% of his strength. He was playing around. Level 8 difficulty vast spirit divine pill, what kind of concept was that? This kind of strength was sufficient to sweep across blackscale level powerhouses. Blackscale level powerhouses, forget about vast spirit divine pill, even purple spirit divine pills had to depend on luck too. But Yi Yuan refined a vast spirit divine pill directly. This disparity was too great. Could it be that Yi Yuan was already equipped with the strength to become an alchemy celestial level powerhouse? Thinking up to here, everyone was filled with shock. Yu Ying looked at this scene in a daze. Until now, he was unable to believe it. He lost, defeated very thoroughly. In merely several dozen breaths from start to end, he thoroughly fell apart under Yi Yuan's tidewater-like offensive. But Yi Yuan refined a vast spirit divine pill. This kind of strength was a summit that was far beyond his reach for life. Yi Yuan slowly came before Yu Ying and said coolly, "Master, please." Yu Ying's entire body trembled, the expression on his face changing again and again. The reason why he made this bet was that he felt that he would not lose. But the result was that he was defeated. Not stepping into lustrous gold great imperial capital in this lifetime, the consequence was too severe to him. His prospects were great, with hopes of entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. But now, everything turned into bubbles. Seeing that Yu Ying did not react, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Lost and still want to renege, is this Springwind Hall's style?" Yu Ying was still silent. It was just that the muscles on his face were twitching. Clearly, he was struggling greatly in his heart. Going back on his word in front of so many people, how did he still have face to meet people in the future in this lustrous gold great imperial capital? But making him leave lustrous gold great imperial capital, he was unwilling to. "Young man, must you compel people like this?" Just as it was awkward, a figure slowly walked out, going up the stage. Yu Ying's expression changed, hurriedly bowing as he said, "Hall Master." Yi Yuan sized up this fatty in luxurious clothing. This attire was just like a tycoon or local tyrant. Yi Yuan did not expect that he was actually the Springwind Hall's Hall Master. This fatty gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. Compelling people. Hey, this show today, everyone saw it. Just who is being overbearing? I believe that everyone has a score in their hearts, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The fatty had a face full of flesh as he smiled and said, "Elder, you won't come and find trouble with you without rhyme or reason. This matter has to have a cause, right?" Yu Ying snorted coldly and said, "This boy relies on that his talent that surpasses people and so he doesn't pay any attention to people. His words even insult my Springwind Hall. As Springwind Hall's elder, how can I endure it?" The fatty said, "You heard it too, my Springwind Hall is also a major hall of the myriad treasure tower no matter what. Little brother, you insulting like so, probably isn't appropriate, right? Insult the Springwind Hall. Hey, you guys want to chase this Yi out of the great imperial capital just based on a one-sided account, truly a mighty show of power. Elder Zhang Yuan, you're also here, right? Why don't you reveal yourself?" Yi Yuan suddenly said in a clear voice. The moment these words came out, the expression of the Zhonghua beside Zhang Yuan changed abruptly. But Zhang Yuan gave a cold snort, figure drifting out. Facing Yi Yuan, Zhang Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, I heard that you shot to fame in the Dark Violet Arena and so I sent a subordinate to offer up lavish gifts. Wanting to make acquaintances, but you injured him severely and even insulted my Springwind Hall with words, where's the reasoning?" Springwind Hall's three big shots standing in sharp opposition to Yi Yuan currently, it also caused a stir. Although Yi Yuan's talent was outstanding, his strength extremely formidable, in this matter, it seemed that it was really Yi Yuan's fault. Below the stage, gesturing and pointing at Yi Yuan could not be helped. But Yi Yuan was unmoved and said coolly, "Elder Zhang Yuan, the servant that you spoke of as Zhonghua, right?" Zhang Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Of course." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then, where is he right now? Hey, you still dare to challenge face to face? Then I'll let everybody take a look at that haughty visage of yours." "Zhonghua." Zhang Yuan gave a cold snort and shouted. But nobody answered. Zhang Yuan's brows furrowed and he shouted once more, "Zhonghua." No one answered still. Zhang Yuan's heart thumped, secretly thinking that it was not good. He still wanted to shout again, but was interrupted by Yuan, who said, "No need to shout anymore, he definitely slipped away already." The expressions of the three Springwind Hall big shots changed at the same time. With this, they finally knew that the matter was not that simple. What's going on here? Zhang Yuan was somewhat thrown into a panic. He faintly felt that something was amiss. Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Of course he doesn't dare to come out and confront face to face. This matter, as long as you and I meet, he'll have nowhere to hide." Elder Zhang, Yu, an exalted Springwind Hall elder, was actually wrapped around a servant's little finger, and even caused such a big scene, truly laughable. That hall master's expression also changed slightly, knowing that they might really have been tricked by someone today. Frowning, he asked, "Little friend Yi, what in the world is going on?" Yuan did not hide it either, roughly narrating the situation of going to the Zhang Manor that day, making the three people's faces change abruptly. It's also very simple to want to prove this matter. As long as Elder Zhang goes to the gatehouse to inquire about it, I believe that it will be clear at a glance. As for saying that I injured him and insulted the Springwind Hall, there was no such thing. Because since that day, I never saw him again, Yuan said. Zhang Yuan's knuckles cracked from clenching, his jaws tightly clenched. Clearly, he was already enraged to the extreme. He did not expect that he, a dignified hall elder, actually became a blade in a servant's hand. And this blade did not just slash himself, it even wounded the Springwind Hall. Today, even Hall Master came forward in person. Springwind Hall could be said to have lost face all the way to their granny's house. He wished to slice and dice Zhang Hua up right now. Yu Ying's expression was similarly livid. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, why did you admit it readily?" Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "If I said it back then, would you believe?" Yu Ying could not help choking when he heard that, only then recalling that Yuan had indeed asked him before, but he shoved it back readily. Even if Yuan explained, he would not believe it at all either. He would only think that Yuan was denying it. About this, Yuan was naturally well aware of it, so he completely could not be bothered to explain too. When explaining without strength, everything was feeble. Strength was the king's path. He made Yu Ying submit, then came forward to explain. The persuasiveness was naturally much stronger. At this time, the hall master suddenly cupped his fists at Yuan and said, "Little friend Yi, this matter was all my Springwind Hall's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of Elder Yu and Elder Zhang." Chapter 1933, Entire city shocked. Hall Master Mu Feng actually apologized to Yuan. Truly remarkable. Hall Master Mu Feng is a peak true god realm peerless powerhouse, and yet he actually apologized to a celestial deity realm junior. What the hell do you know? Yuan utterly defeated Yu Ying. His strength can likely enter alchemy celestial class already. That's a figure on the same level as Hall Master Mu Feng. Such a figure, it's not good for Hall Master Mu Feng to offend either. Let alone that this matter was Springwind Hall's fault in the first place. The Hall Master's action caused a stir in the crowd. Mu Feng's position was at that pinnacle most level in lustrous gold great imperial capital. Other people could not even meet him. If it were others, even if it was the Springwind Hall's fault, it was also impossible for him to lower his head and admit fault. But who knew that he actually admitted fault to a celestial deity realm junior? Hall Master, Yu Ying and Zhang Yuan, two people turned pale with fright and were just about to speak, but they were stopped by Mu Feng with a gesture. The two people had ashamed faces, hanging their heads in shame. The mess was caused by them but needed Hall Master to clean up their mess. Yuan looked at the fatty and said with a smile, "Whether Elder Yu leaves or not isn't important to me. But Springwind Hall's overbearingness, this Yi has had a taste of it. Since Lord Hall Master personally spoke up today, this Yi naturally doesn't have the reason to pester endlessly. This matter ends here." Yuan knew his limitations, he was merely a celestial deity realm junior in the end. Mu Feng made an apology to him in front of so many people, he naturally could not possibly latch onto Yu Ying and not let go. It was just that he already had bad blood toward Springwind Hall in his heart. Regarding Mu Feng's show of goodwill, he did not buy it. This matter also merely stopped here. Toward Springwind Hall, Yuan felt disinclined to have any favorable impression. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Hua or Yu Ying, the impression left on Yuan was really too deep. The Hall Master was still all smiles, seemingly taking no notice of Yuan's attitude as he said smilingly, little friend Yi is broad-minded, Springwind Hall is endlessly grateful. Elder Yu, Elder Zhang, why haven't you thanked little friend Yi? When the two heard that, they hurriedly gave a bow. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly, considered to have answered. No one could have expected that a huge conflict was resolved just like that. Let alone did they imagine that a colossal Springwind Hall actually apologized to a celestial deity realm. Yi Yuan and Yu Ying's battle spread throughout the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion at the fastest speed. It even spread throughout lustrous gold great imperial capital. After that, Yi Yuan's background was already dug out. The entire city was shocked. Previously, there were many conjectures about Yi Yuan. Some said that he came from some heavenly emperor Bodhimanda, some said that he came from a reclusive great family. Some even said that he was linked in many ways to medicine ancestor. It was just that no one thought that Yi Yuan merely came from a measly little imperial city. Digging further, he even only came out of a tiny little county. An alchemist without the slightest background only used a short thousand over years to one-shot a black-scale alchemist. This talent simply startled heaven and earth and even made gods and ghosts weep. For some time, Yi Yuan became the target that countless alchemists looked up to. In the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, several Alchemy Celestial class powerhouses were similarly incomparably shocked. Especially Chen Chong, he already did not know what kind of words to use to describe the shock in his heart. Could it be that that exquisite jade heart recovery pill was really refined by him? A 5-star alchemy god refining a divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, this. How is this possible? Chen Chong felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Although there were faintly some guesses previously, he actually did not really believe it. Firstly, Yi Yuan's performance in the Dark Violet Arena gradually leveled out. Secondly, this sort of thing was too fantastical. But Yi Yuan refined a level 8 medicinal pill now, and he even actually refined a vast spirit divine grade. Then reaching divine grade for level 9 difficulty did not seem to be something hard to comprehend. A hint of surprise flashed across in Chen Yu's gaze as he said, in that case, he already has the qualifications to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Most likely, in regards to the refinement of rank 5 divine pills, were not a match for him. When the few people heard that, they all exchanged glances. Divine grade exquisite jade heart recovery pill, which of them could refine it in one stroke? Unless it was like a blind cat bumping into a dead rat, otherwise, there was no chance at all. But Yi Yuan refined one. A 5-star Alchemy Celestial Pavilion entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, they felt that it was very strange no matter how they thought about it. Chen Chong was speechless. Recalling back then at the 100 Herb Gathering, he even urged Yi Yuan with sincere words and earnest wishes, it was really laughable to the extreme. He discovered that Yi Yuan did not have the impulsiveness that he should have at this age, but appeared extremely modest instead. If it were a young man who had Yi Yuan's talent being wronged by someone who said that the medicinal pill was not refined by him, they would have long exploded. But Yi Yuan did not. Not only did he not, he even accepted his suggestion very humbly. If Yi Yuan confronted him back then and refined pills in front of everyone, then his old face would really have nowhere to put. Recalling it now, Chen Chong was actually full of gratitude and admiration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. Young in age, but had such breadth of mind, this was not what ordinary people could do. Hoo-hoo, Alchemy Celestial Pavilion hasn't added new members in 100,000 years already, right? It's also time that a new member joins. Yi Yuan entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion is absolutely an excellent thing to us into the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Chen Chong said. Chen Yu also nodded and said, this boy's future prospects are limitless. Him joining the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion will only make the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's reputation grow. Zhang Yuan slightly used strength. Zhang Hua knelt in front of Yi Yuan. Younger brother Yi, I'm really sorry about it. It was this Zhang who failed in disciplining and almost caused a catastrophe. Today, I brought this scoundrel in front of you to await your sentencing. Zhang Yuan cupped his fists and said to Yi Yuan. That day, after Zhang Hua left the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, he wanted to slink off. It was just a pity that the Springwind Hall's power and influence were too great. If they really mobilized the whole hall's strength to capture a celestial deity realm, how could there be a chance for him to escape? Several days later, Zhang Hua was captured in a commoner's house. Today, Mu Feng and Zhang Yuan escorted Zhang Hua to Joyful Aroma residence. Delivering him in front of Yi Yuan, Zhang Hua's eyes were full of despair. He crawled over towards Yi Yuan and kowtowed repeatedly as he said, "Lord Yi Yuan, spare me." It was all this lowly one who had eyes but couldn't see. It was all this lowly one who had eyes but couldn't see. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hua and said coolly, "That day, at the gatehouse, it was originally not a major issue that you blocked me outside the door. If you don't let me meet Elder Zhang, then I'll use my own means to meet Elder Zhang. But you never should have made people go and kill me. Since you had killing intent aroused, that's a situation where one of us has to die. How do you want me to spare you?" When Zhang Hua heard that, he said with a look of despair, "Lord Yi Yuan, this lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one really knows his mistake. I beg you to spare this lowly one." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to Zhang Yuan indifferently, "Elder Zhang, you brought the person over, do with him as you will." Zhang Yuan also hated Zhang Hua to the bones and said in a cold voice, "Zhang Hua, I treated you well for so many years, but who knew that you actually repaid kindness with ingratitude? You were so malicious in your motives, nearly causing me to be doomed eternally. Today, if I don't kill you, it's hard to dispel this hatred." Zhang Hua still wanted to say something when Zhang Yuan smacked a palm toward his head, striking him dead. Chapter 1934, Springwind Hall's Methods. "Younger brother Yi, this matter was all my fault. This Zhang apologizes to you again here. I know that killing this damn thing isn't sufficient to appease younger brother Yi's wrath either, and so I specially brought some gifts as compensation." As he said, Zhang Yuan clapped his hands. Several servants carried a big pile of things up. "Younger brother Yi, this is the list of gifts. Please kindly accept them." As he said, Zhang Yuan handed over a long red list. Looking at the appearance, there were probably no less than 100 items on it. When Ning Tianping saw Yi Yuan nod his head, he went forward to receive the list. Sweeping his gaze through, he could not help being flabbergasted. Terrific fellow, this guy, was called he who had wealth speaks louder than others. The gifts on the list, not one was not a treasure, worth several cities. Ning Tianping marveled at Springwind Hall's extravagance in his heart. Of course, he marveled even more at his own lord's impressiveness. Such a major hall like the Springwind Hall actually rushed to come and apologize. Putting aside killing Zhang Hua, they even compensated with so many things. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Then this Yi will thank Elder Zhang." Zhang Yuan hurriedly said, "Not at all. This Zhang still has to thank younger brother Yi for being magnanimous and letting bygones be bygones." Yi Yuan said coolly, "All right, this matter ends here, you and I are squared. Hall Master Mu, Elder Zhang, please." Although Yi Yuan had not entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion yet, everyone knew that this was already a sure bet. The status of an Alchemy Celestial Elder was a very special influence above that of the various major Hall Masters. Hence, Yi Yuan had this confidence now. The current Yi Yuan already did not need to cooperate with Springwind Hall anymore. In reality, the Hall Masters of Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital's other three major myriad treasure tower halls already sent people to get into contact with Yi Yuan. Not just the three major halls, some other major forces also racked their brains, wanting to work together with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had long let out the news. With his current identity, the forces that wanted to cooperate with him could be easily found. He naturally had no need to work together with the Springwind Hall that he had a grudge with anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan directly send them out, Zhang Yuan's expression could not help changing. They delivered such a big gift, it was naturally not just to make up with Yi Yuan so simple. Hearing that Yi Yuan let out the news concerning people's interest in collaborating with him, Zhang Yuan wished to kill Zhang Hua 1,000 times over. This damn thing really bungled matters. With Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength, this sort of cooperation would absolutely be greatly beneficial to the Springwind Hall. What did some spirit medicines count for? What was truly hard to seek were high-quality medicinal pills. A level 8 difficulty vast spirit divine pill, the value was thousands of times, even 10,000 times of the spirit medicines itself. More importantly, this quality of medicinal pills, barely anyone could refine it. As long as they cooperated with Yi Yuan, Springwind Hall would be equivalent to monopolizing the market of high-quality medicinal pills. Whoever wanted to request for pills would have to go through their Springwind Hall. This way, their Springwind Hall's status would soar, flinging the other halls far behind. This significance was out of the ordinary. Sadly, it was all ruined by Zhang Hua, that bastard. Originally in a favorable position, but now, it was far away in the horizon. Zhang Yuan looked at Mu Feng rather anxiously, but the fatty hall master smiled slightly and said, "Little friend Yi, I actually came today because I wanted to introduce you to someone." This fatty had a smiling face all day long, but Yi Yuan could sense that he was a formidable character. Not talking about other things, for this fatty to be able to apologize to him in front of so many people, this was not what ordinary people could do. After all, his identity was not ordinary. If not for Mu Feng's attitude, Yi Yuan also would not possibly drop this matter easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hall Master Mu, your honorable hall and this Yi's affairs are already squared. This Yi doesn't wish to have any more ties with your honorable hall. Hall Master Mu's good intentions, this Yi appreciates it, but as for getting to know this person, best forget about it." Springwind Hall's overbearing style, Yi Yuan had already experienced it many times. No matter what Mu Feng did, that unpleasantness in Yi Yuan's heart was not so easy to wipe away. But Mu Feng smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, don't refuse me so quickly. This person, you definitely want to become acquainted." Yi Yuan was just about to refuse once more, but two figures walked right over. Yi Yuan, the arrival was all smiles, his aged face even seemingly much younger. "Brother Xiao, you." Yi Yuan was surprised. The arrival was none other than precisely Xiao Feng. There was also a white-haired old man who came over together with him. A few days ago, Xiao Feng suddenly said that he had business and immediately left. But today, he brought back an old man. Yi Yuan, Xiao Feng was somewhat abashed, seemingly having a bone in his throat. Mu Feng smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, let me reintroduce to you, Xiao Feng is our Springwind Hall's high-level protector now. Also, this Mr. Lu Jie is presently also my Springwind Hall's elder." Yi Yuan immediately understood, this fatty indeed had ulterior motives. But Yi Yuan was also filled with emotions at this fatty's impressive methods, to actually think of making a move on the Xiao Feng by his side. Xiao Feng was merely a measly little low-level deacon. There was still a distance of 108,000 miles away from being a protector. High-level protector, that was a position that only celestial deity realms could take on. Xiao Feng could be said to have ascended to the heavens in one step. Yi Yuan finally knew why Xiao Feng was embarrassed. Turns out that he accepted Springwind Hall's arrangements and was afraid that Yi Yuan would be unhappy, that was why he would be like this. However, Mu Feng's method, he really did not have any temper. Yi Yuan understood Xiao Feng's feelings toward Springwind Hall. Although he was on very friendly terms with him, his sense of belonging to Springwind Hall was also extremely strong. One could say that Springwind Hall was his home. Moreover, there was even a Lu Jie who was conveniently brought along. Now, with this layer of relationship, apart from choosing Springwind Hall, who else could Yi Yuan choose? Hu, congratulations to Brother Xiao on your promotion. Yi Yuan pays respect to Elder Lu. The matter previously, thank you very much, Elder Lu, Yi Yuan said and clasped his hands. Within reason and favor, Yi Yuan owed Lu Jie a favor. He had always remembered it in his heart. Lu Jie hurriedly said, "Master Yi is too courteous, it was merely the effort of lifting a finger. Furthermore, this old man's face is meager and can't be of much help. I've incurred Master Yi's ridicule." Yi Yuan's identity, Lu Jie had long learned about it from Xiao Feng. In front of Yi Yuan, he naturally did not dare to take advantage of his seniority. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not that Elder Lu didn't have the prestige, but it was just a despicable villain blocking the path. I have several medicinal pills here. Elder Lu, please kindly accept them." As he said, Yi Yuan took out several small bottles and passed them over. Elder Lu's expression could not help changing drastically when he saw and hurriedly turned it down. "I can't accept rewards without making any contributions. Master Yi, these medicinal pills are too precious." Yi Yuan could tell that this Elder Lu had death chi revolving around his face. Clearly, his longevity was almost depleted, so he gave him some longevity-extending medicinal pills. With Yi Yuan's means, what he took out was naturally not ordinary goods. How could Lu Jie dare accept it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder Lu, disregarding that you've helped me before, Brother Xiao and I regard each other as brothers. You're his master, and naturally also this Yi's senior. If you don't accept it, that's looking down on this Yi." Only when Xiao Feng heard this did his heart ease up, knowing that Yi Yuan did not get angry. He also urged, "Master, accept it." Lu Jie saw that Yi Yuan already put it like this and could only accept it. Chapter 1935, challenging the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Hey, Hall Master Mu truly played a good hand. There was only Mu Feng and Yi Yuan left inside the hall. Yi Yuan looked at the other party and spoke those words with a cold smile. Mu Feng smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, calm your anger. This matter was this Mu's fault, hence, this Mu apologizes to you first." Yi Yuan drank a mouthful of tea and said coolly, "What mistake did Hall Master Mu do?" "I still have to thank Hall Master Mu." Mu Feng smiled and said, "I know that the other few Hall Masters have already come to find little friend Yi. Our Springwind Hall has also indeed offended you. But speaking of which, actually, the incident that little friend Yi encountered, it would likely have happened regardless of which hall. But our Springwind Hall is the most closely connected with little friend Yi. The obstacles will also be fewer when cooperating together, isn't it so?" This point, Yi Yuan was naturally well aware of it. It was just that if it happened, there was no if. If his strength was inadequate, wouldn't he have died at Zhang Hua's hands? Letting Xiao Feng assume the post of a protector is naturally looking on the account of little friend Yi's face. But it's also not entirely because so. I plan on having Xiao Feng reside in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City permanently, specifically be in charge of the matters of cooperation. Letting him be in charge of this matter is naturally the most suitable. I wonder what little friend Yi thinks about this. Hearing this, Yi Yuan could not help being moved. Heavenly Eagle cooperating with Myriad Treasure Tower, no matter who was sent, all sorts of friction could not be avoided. Each serving their own master, this was unavoidable. But if this person was Xiao Feng, it was naturally a different matter. Seeing that Yi Yuan was moved, Mu Feng smiled again and said, "Furthermore, little friend Yi and our Springwind Hall are deeply connected. That Xie Jingyi and Liang Wanru are also under my Springwind Hall's name at present too. I've understood the situation, their talents are both pretty good, I plan on fetching them to the great imperial capital and heavily groom them." Yi Yuan looked at Mu Feng with a solemn look. Mu Feng still had a smile on his face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan beamed and said, "Hall Master Mu's terms make me unable to refuse." Yi Yuan had to admit that this Mu Feng was a formidable character. Not that his martial prowess was very high, but he also grasped human nature rather accurately. This fellow already had a clear insight of his personality. The other various major forces all thought of using various kinds of superior terms to move him, but Mu Feng was different. He discerned that Yi Yuan regarded the people around him very highly. His regard for his friends even surpassed his pursuit of benefits. Otherwise, Yi Yuan also would not have flicked his sleeves and left at the Zhang Manor. Yi Yuan was naturally displeased with Mu Feng acting first and reporting afterward, but he was happier for Xiao Feng. At least with this identity, he could also straighten his back in the Springwind Hall. Mu Feng also smiled and said, "Little friend Yi, a pleasure to be working with you. You rest assured, I'll give Xiao Feng the highest authority. Whatever spirit medicines little friend Yi requires, as long as our Springwind Hall can get them, everything can be discussed." Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, "Okay, let's have a good cooperation." The dark violet arena storm passed very quickly. What astonished everyone was that Yi Yuan actually chose to cooperate with the Springwind Hall in the end. The various major forces could only sigh and lament. But what everyone paid attention to more was just how far Yi Yuan could walk in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. Entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was not an easy thing. For black-scale alchemists to want to enter the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, they had to defeat 3 Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. This difficulty was simply too great. Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses, each one was a Dao realm powerhouse. The might of their alchemy Dao strength, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. People should not look at how Yu Ying was at the Dao realm. In front of Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses, he completely could not stand up to the competition. Everyone did not know the little interlude that happened at the 100 Herb Gathering, so everyone also did not have a direct understanding of Yi Yuan's strength. In reality, even Chen Chong himself also did not know Yi Yuan's limits. The various major forces losing the cooperation, each and every one of them was deriving pleasure from other people's misfortune, waiting to see Springwind Hall make a fool of themselves. Time passed very quickly. In a twinkle, 2 months passed. Yi Yuan overcame all the difficulties along the way, rising from dark violet to black scale, and also obtained 30 straight wins in black scale, finally obtaining the opportunity to challenge Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. The black scale arena was different from the dark violet arena. the number of black-scale level powerhouses was far fewer than dark violet. Furthermore, the strengths of black-scale level powerhouses were all the more closer. Wanting to obtain consecutive wins was doubly difficult in the first place. But Yi Yuan still made a clean sweep along the way. Even Yu Ying was instantly defeated in front of him, so how many could be his match? Finally, the time to challenge Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders arrived. On this day, there were streams of people. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had 15 elders. Apart from 2 that were currently in terminal seclusion, the other 13 all turned up. Quite a few came a long way from other places, for the sake of today's challenge. Chen Chong looked at Yi Yuan, a rueful look. He did not expect that this day arrived so quickly. Dealing with Yi Yuan, he had no confidence at all. Yi Yuan, you obtained the chance to challenge Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. Now, you can choose the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders that you want to challenge. Chen Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan said, Elder Chen Yu, Yi Yuan has a presumptuous request, wonder if the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion can permit it or not. Chen Yu was puzzled, but still nodded and said, let's talk about it. Yi Yuan said, the 3 elders that I want to challenge are respectively you, Master Chen Chong, as well as Master Xiao Zhen. I wonder if it's allowed. The moment these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Is there a mistake? These 3 are the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's publicly recognized strongest 3 elders. Yi Yuan is actually going to challenge the 3 of them. This guy is really a madman. Isn't it said that persimmons have to pick soft ones to knead? He's picking a stone to knead. Arriving at the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion for such a long time, Yi Yuan naturally had some understanding of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders' strength too. The 3 people that he challenged were precisely the strongest 3 among the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders. Xiao Zhen came from another great imperial capital. His alchemy Dao strength was not the least bit inferior compared to Chen Chong too. However, Chen Yu felt bitter in his heart. The thing that he did not wish to see the most still happened. Other people challenging the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, that was all finding the weakest elders. But Yi Yuan failed to show restraint and directly challenged the 3 of them. The most important thing was that he did not have any confidence in beating Yi Yuan. The matter that Chen Chong spoke of, Chen Yu had long already known about it. That level of divine grade divine pill, he did not have confidence in refining it. The 3 of them were all old fellows who had become famous for a million years. Ever since entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, they had never been defeated before. But today, they encountered a troublesome target. If they lost, it would also be embarrassing. Either way, Yi Yuan entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion was already set in stone. How great would it be to challenge those weak ones? Chen Yu nursed a bitter grudge in his heart. You naturally can. What about the thing you want to ask? Although Chen Yu was not willing to confront Yi Yuan, at this time, he naturally could not say no. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Yu and said with a solemn look, what I want to say is, I want to challenge the 3 of you at the same time. With this, below burst into an even greater uproar. Challenging the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's strongest 3 people at the same time, what kind of concept was this? Chapter 1936, Battling 3 Elders. Chen Yu's brows furrowed, revealing an unhappy look. Yi Yuan actually challenged the 3 of them at the same time. This was also looking down on the few of them too much. As Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's veteran powerhouses, the 3 of their statuses naturally went without saying. Yi Yuan was unbridled on account of his young age and also too overweeningly arrogant. There was a series of sighs below the stage, all mocking Yi Yuan's overestimation of his own ability. Yi Yuan, you're extremely talented, your strength being extremely formidable. Concerning this point, this old man admits it. But you want to challenge the 3 of us at the same time, if that's looking down on others too much, right? Chen Yu said in a solemn voice. Clearly, he was unhappy. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders by his side also had unfriendly looks, their expressions when looking at Yi Yuan was full of enmity. But Yi Yuan had a relaxed look as he said smilingly, Elder Chen Yu, don't get agitated. Let me finish saying. Chen Yu had a black face as he said, say. Yi Yuan said, this Yi doesn't have the intention of looking down on the elders. The reason why I did so is actually because of another reason. If Yi Yuan can win by chance, I have a presumptuous request. Chen Chong said, we're not unreasonable people, if you can win, you'll be a member of our generation. Whatever you need us elder brothers to help with, just open your mouth. There is no need to use this kind of method to goad us. Toward Yi Yuan, Chen Chong still quite admired him. Furthermore, he understood that Yi Yuan was not that sort of impetuous and arrogant person. There must be a reason why he did this. But this way of doing things was too provocative. It would definitely push people away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "If I can win, I wish to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Hope that seniors can fulfill this request." Everyone's faces changed abruptly, being stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Arrogant, too arrogant. He actually dares to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. How dare he, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth? Who is Empyrean Flutterfeather? How could he be what a puny little celestial deity realm can challenge? This brat must have lost his mind. There was an uproar at the scene. The crowd was thunderstruck by Yi Yuan's words until they were tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. It had already been no idea how many years, no one had ever dared to say that they wanted to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Forget about a puny little 5-star alchemy god, even 7-star alchemy gods, those who dared to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather were not many either. Chen Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Do you know what you're saying?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I naturally know. My objective of coming to lustrous gold great imperial capital is seeking cooperation on one hand. While on the other hand, it's in order to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather." Entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion had never been Yi Yuan's goal. With his strength, entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion did not pose the least bit of difficulty at all. Humph, brat who overestimates his ability, you think that by entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, you have the qualifications to challenge Lord Flutterfeather. Chen Yu said with a black face. Yi Yuan said, "Hence, I proposed challenging the three of you at the same time. If I win, it can at least show my strength too. Isn't that so?" Everyone was astonished. Only now did they know Yi Yuan's intention. Humph, even if you really win, you're also not qualified enough to challenge Lord Flutterfeather, give up on this," said an Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elder with a cold snort. Chen Chong also said, "With your talent, you might not be unable to attain Lord Flutterfeather's height in the future. It's just that challenging him right now, you're not qualified enough yet." Yi Yuan fell silent. Empyrean Flutterfeather had long already had the status of not to be blasphemed, just like gods, in these people's hearts. A puny little 5-star alchemy god challenging him was seriously too grossly overestimating his own ability in their eyes. Below the stage, there was also a series of taunting and mocking voices, all ridiculing Yi Yuan for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Since that's the case, forget it then." Finished talking, he actually turned around and walked outside. Chen Yu frowned and said in a cold voice, "Yi Yuan, what do you mean by this?" Yi Yuan said without even turning his head back, "I entered the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion in order to challenge Empyrean Flutterfeather. Since I can't get my wish, entering the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion lost its meaning too." Too wildly conceited, the people looked at Yi Yuan and already did not know what to say. In lustrous gold great imperial capital, the final goal that all of the alchemists strove toward was the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion. But Yi Yuan actually turned his nose up at it. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not arrogant. It was just that his horizons were different from these people. Just like a heavenly emperor powerhouse, would he care about a true god realm's organization? It was impossible to have any interest at all. Although Yi Yuan did not reach the heavenly emperor realm, the strength of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion these elders was still far too lacking compared to him. "This Empyrean accepts your challenge." Right at this time, a voice suddenly descended. Everyone's faces suddenly changed. Was that Empyrean Flutterfeather? Lord Flutterfeather? Chen Yu and the rest said in surprise. They did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather would actually descend personally and agree to Yi Yuan's challenge. "The three of you have a match with him then. Little friend, don't let this Empyrean down." Finished talking, that voice disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared before. When Yi Yuan heard this, a hint of joy flashed across on his face. Looks like his performance these few days in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion indeed attracted Empyrean Flutterfeather's attention. Chen Yu sucked in a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, "Stinking brat, don't you get dizzy with success. Our hurdle isn't easy to clear." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Please give guidance." On the stage, three great Alchemy Celestial level powerhouses had fearsome auras, crushing over towards the Yi Yuan currently in the center. However, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of panicky look. Three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses joining hands, the commotion was indeed extraordinary. It was far from what Yu Ying that kind of black-scale level powerhouse could compare to. It was just that even with three people joining hands, it also could not stop Yi Yuan's momentum. His imposing momentum was akin to floodwaters about to breach the dam, advancing irresistibly. How can this be? These three are the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's strongest elders. Under their teamwork, even 7-star alchemy gods have to temporarily avoid the cutting edge too. But Yi Yuan is actually faintly suppressing them. Too terrifying. Could it be that this guy doesn't have a limit? It can't be that he really has the strength to challenge Lord Flutterfeather, right? Under Yi Yuan's assault, fine sweat beads seeped out on the foreheads of the three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses, appearing very strained. The refinement of rank 5 divine pills competed in the understanding of rank 5 divine pills, the medicinal properties of rank 5 spirit medicines, as well as alchemy Dao realm. In these few aspects, Yi Yuan completely crushed the three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses. This alchemy battle seemed like Yi Yuan was very weak, but actually, it was not the case at all. It was at this time that everyone finally saw clearly Yi Yuan's strength. They also finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence lay in challenging the three great alchemy celestial level powerhouses. Yi Yuan gave a low cry, the medicinal pill formed. The three great elders were akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, only then slightly heaving a sigh of relief. Very soon, the three great elders also completed the pill refinement. The moment they opened up the furnace to take a look, the crowd was flabbergasted. Void Spirit Divine Pill. Under this kind of brute force confrontation, Yi Yuan actually still refined a Void Spirit Divine Pill. The three elders' medicinal pills were one high grade, two middle grades. Not that they could not refine high-quality medicinal pills, but it was that they were utterly suppressed by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, unable to unleash their strength at all. Yi Yuan won again. Chapter 1937, Empyrean Flutterfeather. This Yi Yuan is merely roughly 1,000 years old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to suppress three great alchemy celestial pavilion elders, right? Really blinded my dog eyes. My many years of living was really in vain. No wonder Lord Flutterfeather personally descended. His elderly self has probably long seen through Yi Yuan's strength. From the initial most mockery to the current astonishment, the audience's understanding of Yi Yuan reached a new height. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan was too young. Being an alchemist was an occupation that accumulated day in and day out. No matter how a person was talented, it was also impossible to reach this goal in one step. But Yi Yuan subverted their understanding. The three great elders looked at Yi Yuan, being shocked speechless. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually frighteningly formidable. This kind of strength, he had probably already walked a long way in Dao realm. As for how far, they were unable to estimate it at all. When facing Yi Yuan, it made the three of them have a feeling like trying to shake a big tree. This kind of feeling, they only had it before when facing Empyrean Flutterfeather. Three seniors, thanks for giving way. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. These three people's strengths were indeed very strong. It could even be said that they were the strongest opponents that Yi Yuan had encountered to this date. In alchemy, Yi Yuan was close to invincible. He had always made a clean sweep of his opponents. But these three people joining hands indeed caused some impact on him. At least, he could not do what he did to Yu Ying, directly vanquishing them. Under his powerful pressure, the three of them still persisted until the end. Chen Chong looked at Yi Yuan and let out a sigh as he said, "Give what way?" Yi Yuan, time makes it inevitable that in every profession, the new generation surpasses the last one. Your strength is already beyond imagination. Work hard. This is the Alchemy Celestial token. From today onward, your Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elder, on equal footing with us. This is somewhat wronging you, but this identity can bring you tremendous convenience. As he said, Chen Chong handed over a token that looked like it was studded with stars, being incomparably profound. Thank you, Brother Chen. Yi Yuan received the token and cupped his fists as he said. The other two people both fell silent, clearly not quite able to accept this result. The news of Yi Yuan overpowering three great alchemy celestial pavilion elders spread far and wide in the lustrous gold alchemy world. Everyone knew that the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion produced a very young elder. The entire lustrous gold great imperial capital was practically talking about this matter. Roughly 1,000 years old Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elder, This was absolutely an explosive topic of conversation, enough for these people to comment for several years, even several decades. However, what made them discuss even more was Yi Yuan's battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather. The number of years that Empyrean Flutterfeather had been famous already could not be investigated. But his might was absolutely beyond all doubt. 7-star alchemy god, this was an insurmountable peak in the first place. Let alone that Empyrean Flutterfeather was even an extremely formidable existence among 7-star alchemy gods. Even if Yi Yuan defeated 3 great alchemy celestial level powerhouses, this action was still overestimating his own ability in their eyes. But sadly, this battle would not be publicized. Those able to watch the battle were only the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders. Lustrous gold great imperial capital was built by the mountains. On the Cloudream Mountain, a cloud and mist coiled up all year round, being extremely elegant. It was just that no one dared to go up the Cloudream Mountain at all. Because they knew that Cloudream Mountain was Empyrean Flutterfeather's Dao field. Since ancient times, only Empyrean-level powerhouses could go up Cloudream Mountain. And their objectives were mostly in order to request for pills. Thanks to Yi Yuan, the dozen over Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders scaled up Cloudream Mountain today. Inside the archaic and magnificent hall, it appeared extremely empty. A faint medicinal fragrance lingered in the air, making people feel refreshed and relaxed. 2 little medicine boys were currently fanning the medicinal cauldron's fire. Seeing Yi Yuan come in, their eyes revealed a hint of disdain. The little medicine boy in purple clothing looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unhappy look, "It's you who wanted to challenge Master. Not much older than us either, truly overestimating your own ability." The little medicine boy in green said with an unfriendly expression, "HMPH. Won against the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders and you got carried away. They are nothing in front of Master." The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders by the side had awkward faces, not quite able to maintain their dignity anymore. But it could not be helped that they could not maintain their dignity. These 2 little medicine boys were Empyrean Flutterfeather's direct lineage disciples. Their statuses were even higher than theirs, they did not dare be insolent. But they also knew that the strength of these 2 little medicine boys in front of them was extraordinary. If one looked down on them because of their age, then they would definitely suffer a huge loss. Suddenly, they thought of this freak beside them again, and they were actually rendered speechless. Those 2 little medicine boys were strong because they had a 7-star alchemy god master, but what about Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan came from a little county and relied on his own efforts to walk step by step until this day. That was truly monstrous. Ziyu, Qingyun, don't be rude. Just as everyone was awkward, a figure appeared. Yi Yuan looked at the arrival and actually could not quite see through clearly. Yi Yuan clearly knew that the person in front of him was Empyrean Flutterfeather, but he was unable to see clearly, as if a layer of fog covered his face. Empyrean Flutterfeather's entire person was like an incarnation of Tao, so fleeting and ephemeral. This was not Yi Yuan's first time seeing an Empyrean powerhouse. He had even killed before Empyrean powerhouses. But that was inside the Immortal Grove world. The Immortal Grove heavenly Tao suppressed those people immensely strongly. But in the Heavenspan world, it was still Yi Yuan's first time coming into contact with an Empyrean powerhouse. It was truly illusory and ephemeral to the extreme. When Ziyu and Qingyun, the 2 medicine boys, saw Flutterfeather, the haughty expression on their faces immediately reigned in. It was just that in their eyes, it was still full of disdain toward Yi Yuan. "We pay respects to Lord Flutterfeather." When the group of Alchemy Celestial elders saw the arrival, they immediately bowed in salute. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Lord Flutterfeather, for acquiescing to my wish." Flutterfeather sized Yi Yuan up and said, "You're at grand completion Dao realm." Yi Yuan and the group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders were greatly astonished when they heard that. Yi Yuan did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather actually saw through him with one glance. Dao realm was different from martial Dao realm, unable to see through at a glance. Furthermore, Dao realm was extremely illusory and insubstantial, ordinary people could not estimate it at all. But Flutterfeather actually saw through at a glance. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders all turned pale with terror. They knew that Yi Yuan was definitely a Dao realm powerhouse, but they did not think that Yi Yuan was actually a grand completion Dao realm powerhouse. Dao realm was different from martial Dao realm. Initial stage Dao realm and grand completion Dao realm, even if ordinary alchemists worked hard for all their life, they could not attain it too. To the vast majority of alchemists, the grand completion Dao realm was the opposite shore. But Yi Yuan actually reached the grand completion Dao realm at a young age. It was truly unthinkable, and not up to them to not be shocked. Sizing Yi Yuan up once more, Yi Yuan's figure became extremely stalwart in their eyes. Could it be that Senior Flutterfeather has already reached Ancestor Realm? If that's really the case, this junior was impetuous. Very soon, Yi Yuan regained his nerves and answered with a question. Flutterfeather smiled and said, "How can Ancestor Realm be so easy to attain? However, this Empyrean shouldn't be far away. As for seeing through your realm, when you reach this Empyrean's boundary, it will naturally be clear at a glance." Chapter 1938, Intense Confrontation. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan was calm on the surface but actually extremely shocked inwardly. The meaning in Empyrean realm Flutterfeather's words was that he was only a step away from the Ancestor realm. Compared to the Dao realm, the Ancestor realm was even more vague and insubstantial, and it was even harder to fathom. Although Yi Yuan was already at the grand completion Dao realm, he still did not have the slightest clue about Ancestor realm. Achieving the grand completion Dao realm at a young age, your future prospects are limitless. Empyrean Flutterfeather said, with vicissitudes of emotion. Senior Flutterfeather is too kind. Yi Yuan said, "Hoo-hoo, enough talk, since you want to challenge me, let's begin then." "The medicinal pill is up to you to choose," Flutterfeather said coolly. Yi Yuan nodded. He was also somewhat unable to hold himself back anymore. An opponent like Empyrean Flutterfeather could not be encountered randomly. Compared to Empyrean powerhouses, Grand Completion Dao Realm alchemists were harder to encounter. "Why don't we refine the Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence pill? I wonder what Senior Flutterfeather thinks." Yi Yuan said, Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence pill is a supreme medicinal pill for 5 transformation body cultivators. Refining it is quite hard. You're sure that you want to refine it?" Empyrean Flutterfeather said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This is it." The classification of medicinal pills was just a general division. Similarly, level 9 difficulty medicinal pills, it was naturally impossible for the refining difficulty to be exactly the same. Just like the cleansing rain dream reverting pill that Yi Yuan refined before, the difficulty level was virtually unimaginable. This Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence pill's refining difficulty was considered very high among rank 5 level 9 divine pills already. To Yi Yuan, refining the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, exquisite Jade Heart Recovery pill, this kind of commonly seen medicinal pills would naturally be the most suitable. Although Yi Yuan's strength was extremely strong, in terms of pill refining experience, in terms of understanding toward the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, how could he compare to the Empyrean Flutterfeather who had lived for several million years? This choice was not wise for Yi Yuan. Empyrean Flutterfeather nodded his head. Flicking his sleeves grandly, a medicinal cauldron appeared in front of him. Since it's refining a rank 5 divine pill, this Empyrean naturally won't take advantage of you either. This is the medicinal cauldron that this Empyrean used when I was at Celestial Deity Realm. It's called Xuanlong Cauldron, which hasn't been used for several million years already. If you win this Empyrean will give it to you, Empyrean Flutterfeather said. Yi Yuan sized up the Xuanlong Cauldron in front of him. Waves of profound and inscrutable undulations emitted from it. It was a rare treasure among celestial deity mystic treasures. To 5-star alchemy gods, it was absolutely a treasure that they yearned for even in their sleep. Except, when Ziyu and Qing Yun, 2 people, saw this scene, they could not help having astonished faces. "Master, this disciple has begged you for 1,000 years already and you weren't willing to bestow the Xuanlong Cauldron to me. Now, you're actually going to gift it to an outsider," Ziyu said with an aggrieved look. These 2 little medicine boys had clearly received Empyrean Flutterfeather's doting favor, to actually dare speak to him like this. But one could also tell from his expression that this Xuanlong Cauldron was an exceptionally fine medicinal cauldron. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled and said, "Not giving you is naturally because you aren't worthy of this medicinal cauldron. Although it's already useless to me, this Empyrean has nourished it for several million years. Its spirituality has long already surpassed ordinary celestial deity mystic treasures. Whoever inherits it and uses it to refine pills, that naturally also represents this Empyrean's face. The 2 of you are still far away from this step." Qing Yun pursed his mouth and said, "I don't believe that this brat can be Master's match." Empyrean Flutterfeather waved his hand and said, "Don't be impolite, quickly go prepare the spirit medicines." The 2 disciples did not dare to dawdle. quickly going to prepare 2 sets of 1000 tribulation chaos essence pill spirit medicines. These spirit medicines were worth 1,000 gold outside, but in Cluedream Mountain, it naturally did not count for anything. Empyrean Flutterfeather's palm brushed past. It seemed to have magical powers. Those spirit medicines actually turned into motes of light, gathering over towards the Xuanlong cauldron. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Empyrean Flutterfeather actually directly skipped the medicinal embryo refining segment. This technique was simply inconceivable. The pupils of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders all shrunk, clearly being astounded by this scene. They were also considered to be extremely experienced alchemists already, their statuses incomparably revered. But the workings of this scene in front of their eyes, they had simply never heard of it before. Empyrean Flutterfeather was an extremely mysterious existence. It was naturally impossible to refine pills in front of these people's faces. Being able to come here and watch today was still thanks to Yi Yuan. It also let them broaden their horizons. When Ziyu and Qing Yun saw this scene, their faces revealed smug smiles. Saw that, this is merely the tip of Master's strength. This stinking brat is totally overestimating his own ability. Ziyu said, even if he's at the grand completion Dao realm, compared to Master, he's also worlds apart. Pill refinement isn't competing in just realm. Qing Yun said, seemingly detecting the strange look in Yi Yuan's eyes. Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a smile, this Empyrean has immersed in alchemy Dao for millions of years and has long already understood the medicinal properties of all kinds of spirit medicines like the arm directs the fingers. If I can't even do this, then my reputation is also too undeserved. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Flutterfeather is impressive. This junior really broadened my horizons. Done talking, Yi Yuan's hand was like a wandering dragon. A cluster of pale white flames emerged from his palm, turning into 9 fire dragons. Under Yi Yuan's control, the 9 fire dragons were akin to living things, suddenly diving into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The medicinal cauldron suddenly gave off a sonorous dragon roar, reverberating throughout the hall. Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron was obtained in the Purple Extreme Hall. It was called Wandering Dragon Cauldron. Even though it was a celestial deity mystic treasure too, it was much worse than a treasure like the Xuanlong cauldron. A celestial deity mystic treasure that was nourished by an Empyrean powerhouse for several million years was not what ordinary objects could compare to. However, the Wandering Dragon Cauldron suddenly radiated a brilliant light under Yi Yuan's manipulation. Right at this time, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The spirit medicines flew straight into the Wandering Dragon Cauldron. Ziyu and Qing Yun, 2 people, immediately burst into laughter. Does he know how to refine pills or not? Can throwing the spirit medicines in all together like this refine medicinal pills? This brat isn't here to joke around, right? Ziyu convulsed with laughter as he said. Heh. He tried to draw a tiger but ended up with the likeness of a dog. He wants to follow Master's example, but he also doesn't measure his own capabilities. Can he learn it? Qing Yun similarly burst into laughter and said, when the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders saw this scene, each and every one also shook their heads. It seemed like Yi Yuan was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner and directly had his tempo taken by Empyrean Flutterfeather. That fire-controlling art was naturally extremely formidable, but he could not even refine the medicinal embryo refined superb medicinal pills. It was just that none of them noticed that a hint of strange light flashed across in Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes. Brilliant, truly excellent, little friend, just based on this move, you're adequate to be this Empyrean's opponent. Flutterfeather had a rare burst of exclamation. His words made everyone's faces change slightly. Ziyu and Qing Yun, 2 people's smiles immediately turned stiff on their faces. It was clearly Yi Yuan behaving carelessly, so why did their master give such a high evaluation? Was this move brilliant? Why couldn't they tell? Master, how is his move brilliant? Randomly throwing spirit medicines in like this can refine the medicinal embryo. Ziyu was full of puzzlement. Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, you guys can't, but he can. This move is extremely brilliant, but you guys can't learn it. Chapter 1939, Twin Dragons Shocking the Heavens. Empyrean Flutterfeather's words made the hearts of Ziyu and the rest tremble. Yi Yuan's technique was clearly just like a big jumble of mess, so why did it become very brilliant? This move of his seems like a big mess, but actually, there is a well-thought-out plan. He made the medicinal cauldron operate on its own with an extremely brilliant fire-controlling art. As long as these spirit medicines enter the medicinal cauldron, they would automatically be extracted until the divine fire and medicinal cauldron's control, tempered, and formed into medicinal embryo. Of course, wanting to do it to this step, there's an exceedingly high requirement of familiarity with the medicinal properties of spirit medicines, fire controlling technique, and the medicinal cauldron. This requirement is close to rigorous, ordinary people can't do it at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather spoke with confidence and composure, but everyone was alarmed when they heard it. Automatically operating to extract the medicinal embryo. How is this possible? Chen Yu said in shock and horror. He was a Dao realm powerhouse himself and naturally knew how difficult this was. Empyrean realm Flutterfeather said coolly, nothing is impossible. You can't because your skill isn't up to par. Yi Yuan's fire controlling art has already attained sublimity, and even this Empyrean dare not say that I can win against him. The sound of cold air being sucked in echoed in the hall. How terrifying Empyrean Flutterfeather's fire controlling art was, they were completely unable to imagine. But he said that Yi Yuan's fire controlling art was not the least bit inferior to him. How terrifying was this? One had to know, Empyrean Flutterfeather was an old monster who had already lived for several million years. Having such a profound fire controlling technique was not unusual. He was only roughly 1,000 years old. Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people no longer dared to speak, their faces being very ugly by the side. The two of them were even much older than Yi Yuan, but in terms of fire controlling technique, they were not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. Even though Master doted on them a lot, he had never given them such a high evaluation before. Hoo, I've displayed my ability in front of Senior Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan said. Flutterfeather said coolly, you and I know it perfectly well, so why is there a need to say such things? Next, this Empyrean won't hold back anymore. This Empyrean's alchemy technique is my self-created soul heavenly revelation art. You have to be careful. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Chaos Heavenly Star Art, please give pointers. A strange look fleeted across Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes, thinking to himself in alarm, Chaos Heavenly Star Art, was it intentional or unintentional? The word, chaos, was not what anyone dared to use. But very soon, Empyrean Flutterfeather reigned in his thoughts, his entire person becoming tranquil. An aura of Tao that could not be described with words started filling the air in the hall. A thread of flame that was as fine as silk slowly flowed into the Xuanlong cauldron like a stream. There were the grace and sereneness of the silent night. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, being fully aware that he ran into an expert. Refining a rank 5 divine pill, he had yet to encounter such great pressure before. Yi Yuan did not dare to be negligent, the Chaos Heavenly Star Art revolved. A similarly incomparably profound aura spread out from Yi Yuan's body. Two auras collided together fiercely. Yi Yuan's mind was shocked and nearly went limp. What a powerful impact force. Yi Yuan felt that it was like the weight of Mount Tai bearing down on him, being powerful and unstoppable. The alchemy battles previously, no matter how powerful the opponents were, how fierce the impact was, it was unable to shake him in the slightest. But this time, Yi Yuan actually felt like he was unable to confront the opponent. This kind of aura was not the pressure of an Empyrean, but the aura formed from refining medicinal pills. Because of the limitation of rank 5 divine pills, no matter how great your strength was, you could only urge rank 5 divine pills to the limits and would not exceed the scope of rank 5. It was just that the strength of the alchemist, the aura that was released was totally different. Powerful ones could have their chi surge to the clouds, triggering the power of heaven and earth. Weak ones could only barely manage to hold out, so on and so forth. Currently, after the medicinal pill aura of Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan, two people clashed vigorously, they turned into two enormous dragons, spiraling up, rushing straight for the clouds. That imposing momentum could be said to startle the heavens and shake the earth. At this time, Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people no longer dared to speak up to ridicule Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's medicinal pill aura was inferior to Empyrean Flutterfeather's, the might of its imposing momentum made people tongue-tied. This commotion was absolutely not what the likes of their strength could bring out. They finally understand why Master wanted to battle in alchemy with a puny little celestial deity realm with the body of an Empyrean realm. Yi Yuan indeed had this qualification. On the other side, the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elders all revealed shocked expressions. Especially the Chenyu, three people who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before. They were even more inexplicably shocked in their hearts. Turns out that this is Yi Yuan's full strength. When he was battling in alchemy with us, he didn't use his full strength at all. Chen Yu said with a pale complexion. Chen Chong also nodded slowly and said, Grand Completion Dao Realm. This is the strength of Grand Completion Dao Realm. The likes of us can't imagine it at all. Xiao Zhen sighed emotionally and said, no wonder he dared to utter wild ravings, wanting to challenge Lord Flutterfeather. Us mortal men can't arouse his interest at all. This boy's talent is truly terrifying, being already at the Grand Completion Dao Realm at a young age. After hundreds of millions of years passed, the Heavenspan world might produce another medicine ancestor. When everyone heard that, they were shocked. In these countless tens of thousands of years, only one medicine ancestor emerged. Although the demon race produced a sacred ancestor high priest, the sacred ancestor high priest was still quite a bit worse compared to the medicine ancestor. But Yi Yuan's age determined his future potential. Who could say that he could not reach the medicine ancestor's boundary in the future? While they were talking, Empyrean Flutterfeathers and Yi Yuan's auras grew stronger and stronger. The pill refinement also reached a white-hot degree. An illusory purple dragon rushed to the sky, directly breaching the Great Hall's constraints, heading for the horizon. Yi Yuan's side was also not resigned to playing second fiddle. A ferocious dragon similarly rose to the sky, catching up to the purple dragon very quickly. Two illusory enormous dragons had a great battle at the horizon. The commotion grew stronger and stronger. The present lustrous gold great imperial capital, the color of the sky completely dimmed down. The clear skies that originally stretched thousands of miles actually had fine rain clouds rain down at present. All the martial artists in the city were drawn by the two enormous dragons high up in the sky. This phenomenon came from Cluedream Mountain. Heard that newly appointed Alchemy Celestial Pavilion Elder is challenging Empyrean Flutterfeather. Could it be that they are battling in alchemy? Heard that Empyrean Flutterfeather's divine fire is purple-winged true dragon fire. That purple enormous dragon is likely transformed by Empyrean Flutterfeather, right? Then the other enormous dragon is Yi Yuan. Really too crazy. Elder Yi Yuan is just a 5-star alchemy god. He can actually fight with Empyrean Flutterfeather, this 7-star alchemy god, until they are evenly matched. The commotion caused by Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather battling in alchemy was too big. It was hard for the entire city of martial artists to not be concerned even if they did not want to. It was just that at this very moment, what they were shocked by was not how strong Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was, but that a 5-star alchemy god could actually fight with a 7-star alchemy god until they were locked in a struggle. A 5-star alchemy god could actually cause such a phenomenon. Yi Yuan's strength already far surpassed the people's imaginations. Right at this time, the two enormous dragons in the sky gave off a fierce collision. The spiritual energy of heaven stirred up by the two enormous dragons instantly set off an enormous undulation. In a twinkle, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as if the end of the world had come. Bolts of lightning wrapped in horrifying pressure rushed into Cluedream Mountain, landing inside the hall. Chapter 1940, Etiquette of a Senior. Buzz, buzz, the aura of alchemy Dao followed by lightning slammed right into the hall. Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan's faces changed at the same time, the seals in their hands changing swiftly and indeterminately like the clouds. The horrifying lightning was actually guided into the medicinal cauldrons by Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan. Immediately, countless lightning flashed incessantly on the Xuanlong Cauldron and Wandering Dragon Cauldron, looking hair-raising. They are actually snatching pill tribulation, Chen Chong exclaimed in shock. As alchemists, they were clear how terrifying this level of pill tribulation was. In reality, when each alchemist encountered pill tribulation, they would respond carefully, fearful of making the slightest mistake. But these two people actually used pill tribulation to temper the medicinal pills. If it was tempering medicinal pills, fine. The two of them were actually afraid that the pill tribulation was insufficient and desperately vying for the pill tribulation. These two were absolutely lunatics. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion Elders looked at this scene in incredible shock and already did not know what they should say. It was only to see bolts of lightning entering the medicinal cauldrons. The energy undulations inside the medicinal cauldrons became stronger and stronger, actually showing signs of losing control. Yi Yuan's Wandering Dragon Cauldron actually started cracking apart. Chen Chang's expression changed and he said, "It's over. This pill tribulation's energy is too terrifying. Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron already almost can't take it anymore. A single slip up and the furnace will blow up." When Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, saw this scene, they could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Haha, this brat lost for sure. Can't even control medicinal cauldron, refine what medicinal pills. Yin-Yang laughed loudly as he said. But those alchemy celestial pavilion elders were silent. They knew that even if Yuan's furnace exploded, it was also not due to lack of skill. Even though Empyrean Flutterfeather only used a celestial deity mystic treasure, this celestial deity mystic treasure was nourished by him for several million years. Its bearing capacity was absolutely not what Yuan's wandering dragon cauldron could compare to. The aura set off by these two people refining pills practically reached the limits of rank 5 divine pills already. So the pill tribulation brought down was also not what ordinary medicinal cauldrons could withstand. Although the wandering dragon cauldron was decent, it was clearly a little worse in handling such horrifying energy. However, Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He still controlled the medicinal cauldron with his full attention, refining the medicinal pill. The two enormous dragons were still in a struggle. Pill tribulation continuously poured into the medicinal cauldron. The wandering dragon cauldron's cracking became more and more serious, the cracks on it also became more and more. Yin-Yang was long already waiting for the furnace to blow up. But a very long time had passed and the wandering dragon cauldron still did not show signs of blowing up. What on earth is going on here? His medicinal cauldron has clearly reached the limits it can bear long ago, but why hasn't it blow up? Yin-Yang said gloomily. The wandering dragon cauldron's cauldron body was already fragmented into little pieces. One could practically say that it had fallen apart. Logically speaking, the furnace should have long blown up, yet, it just refused to explode. Chen Chong said, his medicinal cauldron had indeed reached its limits long ago, but Yuan relied on the power of Great Tao and forcefully maintained the medicinal cauldron. His control over the medicinal cauldron has simply reached an inconceivable level. Ziyu and Yin-Yang exchanged a glance, being shocked speechless. It was still their first time seeing that one's control over the medicinal cauldron could reach such a horrifying degree. Was this really what people could accomplish? High up in the sky, a purple and a white, two enormous dragons, unfolded a fierce confrontation, the imposing momentum getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, after the two enormous dragons had a fierce collision, they fell apart to pieces. The two illusory massive dragons turned into motes of light, and right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeathers and Yuan's minds became more agile as luck hit, suddenly opening both eyes. The two originally diametrically opposed auras actually started blending together in perfect harmony. Yuan's aura gradually converged into Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura, while Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura also slowly converged into Yuan's aura. It seemed like the two medicinal pills were going to fuse together. When the group of elders saw this scene, they could not help exchanging glances as they had never seen before such a scene. Aren't they battling in alchemy? Why is it that when they fight until the end, the banners are lowered and the drums are silenced, shaking hands and burying the hatchet? Chen Yu said with a baffled look. What kind of situation is this? Chen Chong was similarly doubtful as he asked. The two auras were like two converging rivers, finally converging into the sea. Very soon, those two auras combined into one. An air billow spread out with the two people as the center, immediately sending the group of elders flying out. The two people's medicinal cauldrons practically gave off a dazzling light at the same time. Right at this time, Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yuan gave a sharp cry at the same time. That violent aura, countless energy, was recalled in an instant, entering the two medicinal cauldrons. The pill condensation succeeded. Ha ha, feels great. Empyrean Flutterfeather's hearty laughter reverberated in the great hall. Indeed, it had already been God knows how many years since Empyrean Flutterfeather had such a satisfactory fight. As an outstanding talent among 7-star alchemy gods, not many people could become Empyrean Flutterfeather's match at all. Yuan was seeking an opponent that could match his strength with, so wasn't he the same too? This battle was to his heart's content. With the pill condensation succeeding, the wandering dragon cauldron finally could not bear it, falling apart to pieces, turning into a pile of fine powder. It could be seen from this how horrifying the pill tribulation caused by the two people previously was, to actually turn a celestial deity mystic treasure to dust. Yuan moved like lightning, keeping the medicinal pill into a small bottle that was prepared long ago. Done with all this, Yuan cupped his fists and said to Empyrean Flutterfeather, "Congratulations, Senior Flutterfeather." Empyrean Flutterfeather was clearly in a great mood currently as he said smilingly, "Thanks for your congratulations. Without you, this old man couldn't have taken this step either." Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Flutterfeather's realm is already there. You were just lacking an opportunity. Now, Success comes when the conditions are ripe. Felicitations. Empyrean Flutterfeather reached his hand out and beckoned, putting away the medicinal pill. Then, he pushed lightly, pushing the Xuanlong cauldron in front of Yi Yuan. This Xuanlong cauldron has followed this old man for several million years. Meeting you today, you definitely won't ruin its reputation. I'll give it to you, Empyrean Flutterfeather said smilingly. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly keeping the Xuanlong cauldron and said with clasped hands, "Thank you, Senior Flutterfeather." With a bout of alchemy battle, Yi Yuan naturally knew about Xuanlong cauldron's prowess. Under that horrifying pill tribulation, the Xuanlong cauldron was actually unscathed. This could be seen at a glance. Far away, when everyone heard the two people's conversation, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. What Yi Yuan was congratulating, they were naturally well aware. Especially Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, their faces revealed a look of wild elation, practically about to jump up in happiness. "Master, you comprehended it?" Ziyu said rather incoherently. Empyrean Flutterfeather stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Yes. Starting from today, Master will begin closed seclusion. So you all don't disturb me. As of today, Yi Yuan will be the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. All of you have to show the etiquette toward a senior, understood?" Everyone was stricken with fear, all bowing their heads in salute as they said, "We obey Lord Flutterfeather's dharmic decree." Finished talking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's figure moved, immediately disappearing from the Great Hall. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders exchanged glances, akin to being lost in the clouds and mist. This battle, just who won? Chapter 1941, End Spirit Divine Pill. Etiquette toward a senior. These words were not just said to Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, but it was also said to the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders that were present. These were all peak 6-star alchemy gods whose fame shakes a region. They actually had to carry out the etiquette of a disciple to a 5-star alchemy god. If it were before, they would naturally be extremely unwilling to obey this command. But now, they had witnessed Yi Yuan's strength, the group of elders did not have any complaints. Yi Yuan fought with Empyrean Flutterfeather until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. Furthermore, after Empyrean Flutterfeather had the alchemy battle with Yi Yuan, he actually gained enlightenment on Tao. Ancestor Realm. To alchemists, entering Ancestor Realm was their lifelong pursuit. As long as one was an alchemist, they would want to enter the Ancestor Realm even in their dreams. How difficult was it to enter the Ancestor Realm? It was even harder than entering the realm of Heavenly Emperor. In this Heavenspan world, there were still some Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. But how many Ancestor Realm powerhouses were there? Empyrean Flutterfeather taking this step was equivalent to embarking on the path of great Tao that led to the heavens. Then, the Yi Yuan who could let Empyrean Flutterfeather take this step, how strong could his strength be? Yi Yuan's current realm was still low, but no one out of all the people present doubted his future accomplishments. Lord Yi Yuan. The group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders bowed in salute toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You're all seniors, so there is no need to stand on ceremony like this." Yi Yuan was modest, but how could they really dare to make light of Yi Yuan? In the future, wouldn't Empyrean Flutterfeather still remove their heads to kick like a ball? But, unable to hold back his curiosity, Chen Chong still could not resist asking, "Your Excellency, I wonder just who won and who lost in this alchemy battle." Yi Yuan knew that these people were curious, but smiled and said, "I lost." Hearing this, everyone's hearts eased up. Empyrean Flutterfeather gifting the Xuanlong cauldron, they even thought that this battle, it was Empyrean Flutterfeather who lost. But even if Yi Yuan was defeated, no one present dared to underestimate him anymore. Seeing that Chen Chong still had a curious look on his face, Yi Yuan directly tossed the small bottle over and said with a smile, "Today, Senior Flutterfeather and I battling in alchemy, only the few of you know the results. If someone divulges it, I won't find trouble with you guys. But in the future, when Senior Flutterfeather comes out of seclusion, he'll naturally come to find trouble with you guys." When everyone heard that, they were shocked inwardly. Although this battle was Empyrean Flutterfeather's win, Yi Yuan did not pale the slightest in comparison to. If it spread out, it would have a tremendous impact on Empyrean Flutterfeather's reputation. Chen Chong received the small bottle, sunk his divine sense inside, and was immediately petrified. The other people's hearts were itching unbearable and urged, "Brother Chen, just how is it? Say something." Chen Chong was startled, passed the small bottle to Chen Yu, and muttered, "You see for yourself." Chen Yu was baffled. Receiving the small bottle and taking a look, he was immediately petrified. Everyone was rendered confused by these two, but they also knew that this thousand tribulation chaos essence pill was definitely not ordinary. Passing it over one by one, they were petrified one after another. The expressions on their faces were fascinating to the extreme. When Ziyu and Qing Yun, two people, saw this scene, they were stirred up by it until their hearts itched unbearably. Just what magical powers did this medicinal pill have, to make the group of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders behave like they saw a ghost? After the two of them saw the medicinal pill, their expressions became no different from the rest. End Spirit Divine Grade. Didn't expect that this old man can actually see an End Spirit Divine pill in this lifetime. This life was truly not in vain. Suddenly, Chen Chong let out a long sigh. The other elders all nodded, clearly feeling the same as Chen Chong. That was right, the Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence pill that Yi Yuan refined was precisely the extremely rare End Spirit Divine pill. The 5 realms above Divine Grade, Purple Spirit, Void Spirit, Vast Spirit, End Spirit, Spirit Link, each realm was harder than the last. Vast Spirit Divine pills, one could still see it if they were lucky. But End Spirit Divine pills were almost extinct in the entire Heavenspan world too. Perhaps only Medicine Ancestor, that level of powerhouse, could refine End Spirit Divine pills. As for the legendary Spirit Link Divine pill, to Chen Chong they did not even dare to think about it. Chen Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said in puzzlement, "Your Excellency, you refined an End Spirit Divine pill, so why did you still lose? How hard was it to refine End Spirit Divine pills? To alchemists, it was even harder than breaking through to be a heavenly emperor." Yi Yuan refining an End Spirit Divine pill, that was simply sweeping across the world. He would actually still lose. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Because what Senior Flutterfeather refined is also an End Spirit Divine pills. Unfortunately, he saw another scenery in this alchemy battle, so, his quality is slightly above mine." Talking until here, Yi Yuan also revealed a trace of regret. In this battle, Yi Yuan naturally gleaned considerable gains too. That fleeting and ephemeral ancestor realm seemed to be a little clearer in front of Yi Yuan. Unfortunately, the time that Yi Yuan immersed in the grand completion Dao realm, this level was still too short. How could he compare to Empyrean Flutterfeather, who already had half a foot stepped into the ancestor realm? But even so, he was also just a hair's breadth worse, barely losing to Flutterfeather. The group of elders exchanged glances. They were incomparably shocked. They were clear in their hearts that although the alchemy battle this time was fair, there was a difference in the end. Xuanlong Cauldron's quality was clearly far better than Wandering Dragon Cauldron. At the later stages, the Wandering Dragon Cauldron cracked apart. Yi Yuan maintained it from collapsing with tremendously strong control. In between this, he naturally had to expend considerable energy. When refining pills, the difference of millimeters was as good as missing by 1,000 miles. This kind of difference would naturally affect the final result. In addition, Flutterfeather was of an Empyrean's body. In terms of divine essence thickness, in terms of divine soul's might, in terms of pill refining experience, it was all far stronger than the young Yi Yuan. Under such a disparity, Yi Yuan only barely lost too. One could say that he had a moral victory. Of course, Yi Yuan would not find this sort of excuse for himself. Losing was losing, he could accept failure. The benefits of this alchemy battle to him far exceeded the significance of winning or losing. "Your Excellency, that means, you can always refine End Spirit Divine pills in the future?" Chen Chong could not resist asking. Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "How is that possible? When this alchemy battle reached the end, Senior Flutterfeather and my alchemy Dao produced a resonance, merging into one body in the end. He nourished my medicinal pill with his Dao, I nourished his medicinal pill with my Dao. That is how the current results came to be. If let us refine again, it's impossible to refine End Spirit Divine pills too." Only when everyone heard that did they come to a realization. It turned out that at the final juncture, the two people actually turned from enemies into friends, complementing each other. That was how a miracle was created, refining the End Spirit Divine pills. A month passed in a twinkle. Yi Yuan finally came out of seclusion. During this 1 month's time, Yi Yuan experienced that alchemy battle time and again, obtaining tremendous benefits. And this alchemy battle was also spread until it raised a babble of discussion in the city. But to the vast majority of the people, he naturally lost to Empyrean Flutterfeather. Although Yi Yuan displayed powerful strength, in front of Flutterfeather, this 7-star alchemy god, he was still too unskilled. Toward this, Yi Yuan naturally did not care. His objective of coming to lustrous gold great imperial capital was also achieved. He naturally planned on returning to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Your Excellency, with your talent, staying in an imperial city is seriously too unworthy of your talents. Why don't you remain in the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion? Chen Chong said. Chapter 1942, Bai Chen breaks through. Hu, does Brother Chen feel that Senior Flutterfeather hope for me to stay or not? Yi Yuan looked at Chen Chong and answered with a question. A hint of uncertainty flashed across Chen Cheng's face, and he said, yeah, fine talents and beautiful jades, Lord Flutterfeather shouldn't let you go. But why? Because he knows that I won't say, so he naturally won't open his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Chen Chong was startled, suddenly discovering that he was somewhat meddlesome. How wise was Empyrean Flutterfeather? He naturally knew that Yi Yuan staying was an immensely good thing to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But he did not open his mouth all the way until he went into closed seclusion. Clearly, Empyrean Flutterfeather had long seen through Yi Yuan, knowing that he would not stay, so he also saved his breath. Opening his mouth would definitely ask for a rebuff, so why bother? Brother Chen, rest assured, even if I don't stay, I'm also the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's elder. My relationship with Myriad Treasure Tower can't be cut cleanly, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Returning to Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan directly chose to go into closed seclusion. He brought back a large pile of spirit medicines from the lustrous gold great imperial capital and started to devote himself to researching the soul-driving Dao fusion pill. Experiencing a battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan had a deeper understanding of Sacred Ancestor High Priest's inheritance, and his understanding of pill refinement also grew deeper. Although it did not reach the Ancestor realm for the time being, his pill refining strength was more than a notch stronger than before, but even so, wanting to find the soul-driving Dao fusion pill's pill formula was absolutely not an easy thing too. Yi Yuan immersed inside the world-suppressing steel space, deducing the pill formula daily, experimenting non-stop. On this day, the clouds and wind suddenly changed in the Martial Tower. Countless spiritual energy gathered over here. The entire city was alarmed. Such a large commotion, it seems like there's someone going to break through. No way, right, what realm is he breaking through to actually cause such a big commotion? Even breaking through to the 9th Firmament Celestial Deity realm also won't be like this, right? Even the 9th Firmament Celestial Deity realm won't have such a big commotion. Could it be the true God realm? Below the Martial Tower, the people jumped in fright from their own guesses. Everyone knew that there was currently only a peak 9th Firmament Celestial Deity powerhouse in the city. Even Lord Yi Yuan was also merely at the 8th Firmament Celestial Deity realm currently. In but a few days of closed seclusion, could it be that he was breaking through to the true God realm? But thinking about it, everyone also felt that there was nothing impossible. After all, anything happening to Yi Yuan did not seem to have any peculiarity. The commotion grew more and more massive. The people increasingly believed that this was breaking through to the true God realm. No matter what, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City never had a true God realm powerhouse be born before. Bai Tong had always been very low profile and did not reveal himself outside. So the city still did not know that there was already a 4th Firmament true God powerhouse holding down the fort. Now, a true God realm powerhouse actually appeared. This was an important matter that rocked the whole city. From today onward, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would also have a true God realm holding down the fort. Finally, the storm passed, a figure slowly walked out of the Martial Tower. It's him. It's actually him. How is this possible? Isn't that Lord Yi Yuan's disciple, Bai Chen? Heard that he refined a celestial deity Dao fruit, so how can he possibly break through to the true God realm? Could those all be rumors? How can people who refine celestial deity Dao fruits possibly break through again? There were no walls in the world without any cracks. The matter of Bai Chen refining a Dao fruit was not a secret in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After all, the people who followed Yi Yuan, even the likes of City Lord Zuo Shuji, their strength all advanced by leaps and bounds. Only Bai Chen's strength never had any change. In the course of time, this rumor naturally became even more confirmed. One had to know, Yi Yuan destroyed a vast spirit sun moon azure sky pill in front of Lin Changqing back then. If Bai Chen could break through to the true God realm, Yi Yuan also would not possibly be so wasteful, right? But now, this person who refined a Tao fruit, destined to never break through again in this lifetime, actually broke through. People thought of many kinds of possibilities and even guessed Leng Chuling, Ning Tianping, and the rest. The only person they did not think of was Bai Chen. No one would have thought that Heavenly Eagle's first true god realm was actually Bai Chen. Bai Chen just broke through, so his realm was unstable. The aura of true god realm on his body could not be concealed no matter what, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. For an imperial city, the deterrent force of a true god realm powerhouse was too great. Everyone looked at the Bai Chen high up in the sky, all worshipping from the bottom of their hearts. Powerhouses were always respected by people. Bai Chen looked at the top of the martial tower. He could feel the idolizing hearts of the people below. At this moment, his heart became infinitely grand and heroic. Ah! Bai Chen could not hold back and let out a long cry. All along, the depression and pressure that was piling up in his heart were finally fully released at this moment. Mockery that was everywhere, disdain that was pervasive, finally dissipated into thin air at this moment. Bai Chen never dreamed that he would actually have a day where he could really break through to the true god realm. Recalling back then, he was still just a puny little grotto profound martial artist. Who could have thought that 1,000 years later, he could actually break through to the realm of true god? This was a realm that the powerhouses of the heavenspan world yearned for in their sleep. And all this was bestowed by his master. His master really transformed the rotten into something magical. Even this kind of impossible thing, he accomplished it. Several figures rose to the air, flying toward Bai Chen. Haha, congratulations to younger brother Bai for breaking through to the true god realm in one stroke, really envying us to death. I didn't expect that His Excellency actually really succeeded. Ning Tianping clasped his hands and congratulated him. Ning Tianping had blind faith in Yi Yuan. But regarding this matter, he was still somewhat lacking in confidence. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan really accomplished it. The soul-driving Tao fusion pill could be said to have blazed another era. From now onward, refining Tao fruits might become a shortcut of cultivation. To those martial artists who had already lost all hope, this was a tremendous glad tiding. The impact of this medicinal pill was too far-reaching. Ning Tianping was unable to imagine it. White Light, Zuo Shuji, Coldfeather, even Leng Chuling and the rest of the celestial deity realm powerhouses, all came up to give their felicitations. Bai Chen responded to them one by one, the gloominess in his heart swept away clean. Inside the secret chamber, Bai Tong sized Yi Yuan up with a strange look. Just what kind of freak are you? To actually be able to even figure out a pill formula like the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. But next, how do you plan on handling this pill formula? Bai Tong asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, for the sake of the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, I expended considerable effort, I naturally have to use it to earn more. I plan on letting the Myriad Treasure Tower act as my representative to sell the soul-driving Tao fusion pill and split the profits with them. After all, doing business this kind of thing isn't what I'm skilled in. Bai Tong nodded and said, that's for the best. But once this soul-driving Tao fusion pill comes into being, most likely, the Heavenspan world's various major forces will all go crazy for it. You and the Myriad Treasure Tower will be hauling in huge profits this time. Yi Yuan was also proud of himself. For this soul-driving Tao fusion pill to be able to be developed, he also felt very honored himself. After all, this medicinal pill was unprecedented. Heh, I've already passed the news to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Before this, I should also break through. As he said this, Yi Yuan took out a small bottle. Inside the bottle was precisely the End Spirit Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. Chapter 1943, Roaring into Existence. This is impossible. Inside the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion, when several Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders listened entirely the news that Chen Chong brought, their first reaction was that it was impossible. Brother Chen, did you make a mistake? How can there possibly be someone in this world who developed a medicinal pill that lets martial artists who refine Tao fruits continue cultivating? Chen Yu said, yeah, this is also too ludicrous. People who refined Tao fruits can't cultivate. This is an ironclad law. So how can someone possibly break it? Said another elder. All in all, everyone refused to believe it. This kind of thing was seriously too absurd to the ear. Chen Chong smiled bitterly and said, not hiding from everyone, but when this old man got this news a few days ago, my reaction when I just saw it was exactly the same as yours. But this old man confirmed the intel over and over again. I absolutely didn't see wrongly. That's why I convened everyone to discuss it. Furthermore, Lord Yi's disciple, Bai Chen, already broke through to the true God realm after consuming the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed abruptly, all falling silent. A disciple who consumed a celestial deity Tao fruit followed by Yi Yuan's side. They were aware of it. Now, he actually broke through to true God realm. This news was simply a bolt out of the blue. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders present were all scheming and farsighted people. They were naturally clear about it. If the soul-driving Tao fusion pill was announced to the world, they clearly know how big of a commotion it would cause, and also how massive a profit it would bring to the Myriad Treasure Tower. In the Heavenspan world, encountering Tao fruits was indeed an extremely difficult thing. But that was relative to the extremely massive martial artist population. Since ancient times, how many powerhouses had fallen and how many powerhouses rose up? It could not even be counted clearly. Some Tao fruits slowly dissipated along with the passage of time, but some Tao fruits were obtained and consumed by present powerhouses. There were even some major factions who preserved many Tao fruits in their inventory, using it to reward disciples under them who had no hopes of breaking through. To a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda, celestial deity Tao fruits were no big deal. They even had quite a number of true God Tao fruits. These Tao fruits originally did not have much use to heavenly emperor Bodhimandas. But the soul-driving Tao fusion pill's appearance would let the value of these Tao fruits increase several times over. A disciple who did not reach Divine Lord realm, as long as they let him swallow a celestial deity Tao fruit, they could let him grow into a peak celestial deity powerhouse in a few hundred, even within several dozen years. This way, how much cultivation time would it save? If this matter is real, our Myriad Treasure Tower shall become a major force at the peak of power and influence in the entire Heavenspan world. The function of this rank 5 divine pill is a little small, but once this soul-driving Tao fusion pill is released, the significance is too great. When Lord Yi breaks through to the true God realm and develops the ranked 6 divine pill, then it will be able to directly groom true God powerhouses. This, even thinking about it, is frightening, Chen Yu said with a look of astonishment. The celestial deity realm was no big deal with heavenly emperor factions. But reaching the true God realm, that was different. Even for heavenly emperor Bodhimandas, true God realm powerhouses were also not existences that could be overlooked. After all, reaching Empyrean this level, those were all powerhouses whose names shook a region already. They were not willing to be subordinate to any heavenly emperor powerhouses. Either they occupied a great imperial capital and crowned themselves as kings, or they would become itinerant cultivators, seeking opportunities to climb to the summit of great Tao. Being able to nurture a true God realm within a few hundred to 1,000 years, this speed was simply terrifying. More importantly, he could still continue cultivating in the future. Saving several tens of thousand years of cultivation time, the chance of stepping into Empyrean would also be much greater. Chen Chong said, the implications of this matter are too serious. Lord Flutterfeather is currently in closed seclusion right now, so we can't arbitrarily make the decision. My intention is to highlight this matter to Lord Myriad Treasure and let his elderly self make a final decision. Chen Yu nodded when he heard that and said, indeed, once this matter spreads out, that's facing the entire Heavenspan world. Our tiny little Alchemy Celestial Pavilion can't bear this kind of heavy burden. Inside a remote imperial city's secret chamber, an old man emitting a rotting scent suddenly snapped open both eyes. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven doesn't want me to perish. I really didn't expect that there's actually someone capable of refining a miraculous medicinal pill like the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Back then, when I swallowed the Tao fruit, I thought that there wouldn't be the possibility of cultivating again in this lifetime. I didn't expect that I could actually still wait it out. With my accumulations, as long as I can cultivate again, I'll definitely be able to break through to the true God realm in one stroke. This time, this old man has to buy the soul-driving Tao fusion pill at all costs. When the old man got the news of the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, his entire person fell into madness. Very soon, he gave the orders to check all of the imperial city's reserves and went to the Myriad Treasure Tower to purchase the medicinal pill. Inside an imperial capital, 2 celestial deity realm youngsters were currently standing opposite each other. One of them said with a look of shock, "How come you cultivated so quickly? A few days ago, you were clearly just first firmament celestial deity." The other person laughed loudly and said, I swallowed a celestial deity Tao fruit. With my talent, I'll be able to break through to become a ninth firmament celestial deity before long. Weren't you always very cocky, feeling that your cultivation speed is fast? When the other party heard that, his alarm and horror became mockery as he said, "Fool, you actually refined a celestial deity Tao fruit in order to surpass me, really foolish. You won't have the chance to break through to true God realm in this lifetime anymore." Heh, the stupid one is you. My father already bought the soul-driving Tao fusion pill from the Myriad Treasure Tower. As long as one consumes this divine medicine, they can cultivate all the same after refining a Tao fruit. But you don't need to give it any further thought. There's only this one pill in the entire imperial capital. It was already bought by my father. Ha ha ha. When the other party heard this, he immediately had a stunned face. The network of the Myriad Treasure Tower was indeed very vast. Once the news spread out, the soul-driving Tao fusion pill immediately swept throughout the entire heavenspan world like a fierce gale. The soul-driving Tao fusion pill roaring into existence immediately let everyone realize the incredible aspect of this medicinal pill. The various major forces started snatching soul-driving Tao fusion pills frenziedly. Furthermore, the medicinal pills were all refined by Yuan. The quality was all extremely high, all were above divine grade. Hence, the price of the soul-driving Tao fusion pills was set to be extremely high. But even so, it was still hard to request. For a single pill, one had to know, Yuan was only one person. Even if he refined day and night, it was also impossible to satisfy the entire heavenspan world's demand. Of course, the Myriad Treasure Tower did not plan on satisfying the entire heavenspan world's demand either. The logic of rare commodities being sold at a high price was something they all knew. So how could the Myriad Treasure Tower, these business experts, not know it? In many places, the price of one soul-driving Tao fusion pill was even hiked up to a sky-high price. Even the prices of some extremely high-quality ranked 6 divine pills could not compare to the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Firstly, the medicinal pills that Yuan refined, the quality was superb. No one else could refine it. Secondly, one medicinal pill could save thousands, even tens of thousands of years of cultivation time. So who would not be willing to buy one? How much divine essence stones could be earned in the time saved, and also what realm could be cultivated until? This matter, as long as one was not a fool, they would know how to calculate it. Therefore, the Myriad Treasure Tower had its fame soared unprecedentedly in the entire heavenspan world because of a soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Chapter 1944, Nirvanic Tribulation. Inside the secret chamber, Yuan opened the small bottle lightly. A medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind instantly filled the entire secret chamber. End Spirit Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. I reckon that it's still unable to let me reach the perfect 6th transformation golden body. If I add in the true dragon's blood, I wonder if I can achieve it or not. Yuan did not hesitate either, swallowing the Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill in one gulp. When the medicinal pill entered his abdomen, Yuan's both eyes suddenly went wide, an intense pain spreading throughout his whole body instantly, all the way to the top of his head. Yuan contorted his face in pain as he muttered to himself, indeed well deserving of being the Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill, remolding the physical body, nirvanic rebirth. Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill was renowned for the 2 words, thousand tribulation. Swallowing this pill was equivalent to suffering 1,000 tribulations, overwhelming to the extent where one wished that they were dead. Even Peak 5 transformation golden body powerhouses also would not dare to swallow this kind of strong medicinal pill without careful consideration. A momentary slip up and it was the outcome of perishing, one's Tao dissipating. Peak 5 transformation powerhouses, their fleshy bodies rivaled peak celestial deity mystic treasures. It could be seen how powerful their physical bodies were. But even so, they might not be able to withstand the medicinal impact of this Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill too. This pill was too fierce. Of course, the medicinal effect was also extremely strong. And the End Spirit Divine Pill that Yuan consumed was specially prepared for himself by him too. It was just that even he did not expect that he actually refined an End Spirit Thousand Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill. Cultivation techniques had differences in power. Martial artists in the same realm, the purity of divine essence was different, the power of the martial techniques displayed was also not necessarily the same. The 9 transformations golden body was similarly like so. But each transformation of the 9 transformations golden body had a legendary level, perfect grade. 9 transformations golden body, each transformation was equivalent to a nirvanic birth. Rumor had it that when this 9 transformations golden body was created back then, it was a life and death calamity. Martial artists needed to shatter the physical body and absorb the power of heavenly Tao to remold their golden body. This was a very dangerous cultivation method. It was naturally also a cultivation method with tremendous power. Except, this cultivation method of 9 cycles of nirvanic rebirth was too dangerous. The death rate was extremely high. Furthermore, the higher the number of transformations, the more perilous it got. Reaching the 6th or 7th transformation, there were basically very few people who could pull through. As for the 8th transformation, the realm of Heavenly Emperor, those able to reach it were even rarer. Later on, people gradually found the 9 transformations method that did not need a nirvanic rebirth. This method sought after what was less attractive than the original choice, but could also obtain powerful strength. It was just that compared to the perfect golden body, it was clearly much worse. Yuan only obtained this cultivation method from his true dragon memories after breaking through to the 5th transformation too. True dragon dharma body, this cultivation method was the dragon race's supreme cultivation method. It was just that the perfect golden body's cultivation method was not mentioned in the method previously. 1. It was only comprehended after Yuan reached the 5th transformation. Yuan, you have to think clearly. Your disciples hid this cultivation method because they were afraid that future generations of disciples lose their lives from cultivating carelessly. Furthermore, you never tempered before a perfect golden body before the 5th transformation. This 6th transformation, you'll have to transcend the previous 5 tribulations one after another at the same time. Dustless urged. Yuan broke out in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he said, Great Tao is difficult. If one doesn't even have a heart that seeks Tao, why talk about climbing to the summit? Finished saying, Yuan took out the jade bottle and poured all of the true dragon's blood into his mouth. The berserk to the extreme energy instantly exploded within Yuan's body. The 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill and 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill's horrifying energy mixed together, practically about to burst Yuan's physical body apart. Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and started circulating according to the perfect golden body technique recorded into the true dragon dharma body. Yuan kept sucking in cold air from pain and already could not even cry out. He was revolving the cultivation method with a powerful will. The 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill indeed lived up to its reputation. Yuan felt like he had already died no idea how many times. Those life and death tribulations experienced in the past appeared so feeble in front of the one this time. Ah, my hand! Suddenly, Yuan screamed miserably. It was only to see the muscles on his hands actually dissipate inch by inch, leaving behind just white binds. Very soon, Yuan was only left with a golden skeleton, looking incomparably sinister. Under this kind of agony, Yuan's divine soul was virtually being torn apart. If not for the soul-suppressing pearl's power, Yuan would likely have his soul disintegrate already. Yuan also did not expect that this nirvanic tribulation was actually so terrifying. Very soon, Yuan's golden bones also fragmented, turning into a powder state like it was weathered. Logically speaking, the current Yuan already disappeared without a trace and should not feel pain. But his pain did not diminish the slightest bit and became stronger instead. Yuan's divine soul was very clear. He could feel the medicinal effects of the 1000 Tribulation Chaos Essence Pill starting to take effect. Each of his bone marrow was being remolded. No idea how long had passed either. Yuan felt those weathered bones pieced together again, forming into a human-shaped skeleton. Following that, flesh and blood started growing on the skeleton. A living Yuan reappeared. Yuan sucked in a deep breath, his entire person feeling like he already died once. This is nirvanic tribulation. It's also too frightening. Yuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with lingering fear in his heart. But Yuan could feel that his physical body was indeed much stronger than before. Suddenly, Yuan's face changed. An even more intense pain rushed over as raging as tidal water. His physical body dissipated once more. Yuan knew that the second nirvanic tribulation was about to start. Yuan was clear that he still had to go through it 5 more times at the back. Furthermore, each one was more painful than the last, and each more dangerous than the last. Just as Yuan was walking along the borders of life and death, as long as several years already passed in the outside world. Before closed seclusion, Yuan concentrated on refining a batch of soul-driving Tao fusion pills, then washed his hands off it. On this day, above Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sky, a horrifying aura suddenly descended. In the city, Bai Chen's expression changed, immediately flying up to meet that aura. "Who is your esteemed self? I wonder what you came to my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City for." This person in front of him had black gas revolving around, the evil energy on his body extremely heavy. Furthermore, his aura was not weak. Bai Chen did not dare to slight him. "You're that kid who ate the soul-driving Tao fusion pill and broke through to True God Realm, right? I didn't expect that the rumors were actually true. People who swallow Tao fruits can actually really cultivate further." The person in black sized Bai Chen up and clicked his tongue in wonder. Bai Chen was startled inwardly and said with a frown, "I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just a tiny little imperial city. Where is there any soul-driving Tao fusion pill?" Yuan collaborating with the Myriad Treasure Tower, they only said to the outside world that this medicinal pill was refined by the Myriad Treasure Tower. Heavenly Eagle was merely a tiny little imperial city, it had no ability to protect the pill formula at all. Once observant and conscientious people cast covetous eyes on it, it naturally could not avoid trouble. It was just that Bai Chen did not expect that this person in black actually still came. The man in black chuckled and said, "Kid, stop pretending. Our Death Soul Gate got the intel that this medicinal pill is refined by a punk called Yuan. That punk should be your master, right? Call him out. Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree." Not sure if this is a different method from Heavenly Dragon Dharma Body, or author remembered wrongly and keyed in the wrong name. Chapter 1945, Crushed. Death Soul Gate. Bai Chen's brows furrowed, clearly never heard of this name before. But below, Lang Chuling's expression instantly became deathly pale. "Bai Chen, this Death Soul Gate is notorious in the Heavenspan world, raping and looting, committing arson and murder, their evil doings knows no limits. Ordinary martial artists tremble with fear when they see them. This Death Soul Gate is incomparably mysterious, no one knows where they are hiding at. But places that they pass through is like locusts. Passing through, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering." Lang Chuling's voice transmission made Bai Chen's expression changed. "Heh, looks like there are still some knowledgeable people in this city. You already know that my Death Soul Gate isn't to be trifled with. Hurry up and call Yuan out. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being courteous," said the black-clothed man. "Master has already been in seclusion for several years and isn't able to meet you. If you want to request for pills, come again after some time." Bai Chen's expression was slightly dark as he said. The black-clothed man gave a cold laugh and said, "People that my Death Soul Gate wants to see, even if he's inside a coffin, he'll also have to come out." That appearance was incomparably arrogant, not taking Bai Chen, this True God realm, seriously at all. Bai Chen's brows furrowed and his tone also became cold as he said, "Disturbing people's closed seclusion is akin to killing their parents. Your esteemed self is a little too overbearing." But the black-clothed man said in derision, "Killing people's parents, I, Mo Qing, have done it no idea how many times. What's the harm in killing one more time? Since he's not coming out, then I'll kill until he comes out, starting from you." Finished talking, Mo Qing released his aura. The world power of a True God realm suddenly released, clouds of black energy coiling up, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. "Peak first firmament True God." Bai Chen's expression changed as he cried out in surprise. He broke through to the True God realm for less than 10 years and just barely managed to stabilize his realm. It was clearly somewhat taxing to deal with this Mo Qing. The disparity of a minor realm of True God realm was even greater than Celestial Deity realm. Even within the same small realm, the gap would also be massive. "Zhezhe, just the likes of you, this little baby who just entered the True God realm, also dare to oppose me." 5 ghosts open gate. Mo Qing spread out both hands, 5 skulls flew out of his sleeves, turning into 5 streams of flowing light and flowing over toward Bai Chen. Bai Chen's face fell, a pitch-black long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This long spear was a middle-grade True God mystic treasure that Yuan spent a huge price to get for him when at the lustrous gold great imperial capital. With a spear in his hands, Bai Chen's entire imposing aura suddenly erupted. The 5 skulls emitted sobbing sounds, lingering around Bai Chen's ears. Bai Chen was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly revolved his state of mind, wanting to resist this voice that struck the divine soul directly. But, the noise that these 5 skulls emitted seemed to be magical, making him unable to focus. Bai Chen was unresigned to fold his arms and wait for death. The tip of the spear shook, world power suddenly unfurling. That bone-infesting sound immediately diminished significantly. Spear unleashing like rain, Bai Chen's spear danced impenetrably, not giving the 5 skulls any chance. Mo Qing gave a cold snort and said, "Brat, what capability does it count as to rely on the advantage of weapons? Since you want to court death, then I'll send you off." Finished talking, the spell in his hand changed. The 5 skulls actually opened their mouths one after another, spitting out wisps of black fog towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen's expression changed greatly, immediately feeling like his spear technique sunk into a bog. The 5 skulls were connected in heart and mind. Under Mo Qing's control, there was virtually no dead angles. Netherworld 5 Ghost Slaughter. The speed of those 5 skulls suddenly became incomparably fast. Bai Chen's 2 eyes could not keep up at all. It was only to hear a loud bang. A skull directly breached Bai Chen's world domain, smashing onto his protective divine essence, smashing him flying out. Bai Chen tasted sweetness in his throat, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Except, it was not over yet. Those 5 skulls all arrived in quick succession, not giving him the slightest time to catch his breath at all. They were actually going to drive him to his death. Another blow, Bai Chen felt like his entire chest was rupturing. Even if he had the advantage in weapons, he was still not this Mo Qing's match. In the city, inside the martial tower, Bai Tong let out a slight sigh, his figure about to dash out. It was naturally impossible for him to watch Bai Chen get killed by the other party. But right at this time, a voice came over. "No need, let me." Bai Tong's gaze turned sharp, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. In the city, everyone looked high up at the sky, anxious looks on their faces. This Death Soul Gate's True God Realm powerhouse was too strong. Bai Chen, who just entered the True God Realm, was not his match at all. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Chen. Yuan threw a punch casually, directly sending the 5 skulls scattering everywhere. When Bai Chen saw Yuan, he said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Master, you finally came out of seclusion." Yuan turned around and said, "Swap with me. You go and rest." When Bai Chen saw Yuan, his 2 eyes became wide saucers as he said in surprise, "Master, you. The current Yuan was much taller, face as fair as jade, skin like condensed snow, valiant and heroic in bearing, looking like he returned to 17 or 18 years old, like he returned to boyhood from old age. The present Yuan was absolutely a handsome to the extreme pretty boy. If not for that, the contour profile of the face was still similar to Yuan, Bai Chen virtually did not dare to recognize him. Below, when everyone saw Yuan's face, each and every one of them was also incredibly surprised. Did His Excellency also cultivate Senior Bai Tong's cultivation method, returning to boyhood from old age? Tisk tisk, Lord Yuan's current face is really handsome until it makes people despair. You look at those female cultivators, each and every one of them are becoming love-crazed. They did not know why Yuan would have such a big change when he came out of seclusion this time. They were even more unaware of how terrifying of an agony Yuan suffered to be able to have his current transformation. Only the Bai Tong inside the martial tower, his face revealed an astonished look. He knew that Yuan succeeded. The current Yuan looked just like a tender youth who was inexperienced in the ways of the world, looking harmless to man and beast. No matter how one looked, Yuan was like a scholar without the strength to bind a chicken. But Bai Tong knew that Yuan returned to his original simplicity. His physical body was already cultivated to a flawless realm, all of his power fused into the bones and muscles. Unassuming if not released, astonishing people once it was unleashed. Your Yuan looks very weak. Boy, take a trip with me. Mo Qing looked at Yuan and asked coolly. The realm that Yuan currently displayed was just 9th firmament celestial deity. In Mo Qing's view, it was naturally too weak. Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Mo Qing's 2 eyes went wide, his hair standing on end, a feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly summoned the 5 ghosts and compressed world power to the limit. Mo Qing's figure immediately flew several miles away. The 5 skulls directly fell apart to pieces, shattering into a pile of dust. Mo Qing barely managed to stabilize his figure. Looking at Yuan like he saw a ghost, he said in horror, what powerful fleshy body strength. You're at the 6th transformation golden body. No, wait, even if it's the 6th transformation golden body, it's also impossible to shatter my 5 ghosts open gate with one punch. Injured my disciples, or courting death. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him as he said coldly. Chapter 1946, Lurking. 5 ghosts open gate was the true god mystic treasure that Mo Qing sanctified. Even if it was inferior to the long spear in Bai Chen's hand, it absolutely could not be shattered by one punch too. 6th transformation golden body martial artists, just the fleshy body was comparable to mystic treasures. But to say shattering with one punch, that was absolutely impossible. But what was going on with this fellow in front of him? This young man before his eyes was not to be trifled with. How could Mo Qing still dare to stay? He turned around and ran, his figure instantly shuttling into the void. But his figure had just moved when a figure blocked in front of him. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Mo Qing's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, spatial shift. Who on earth are you? Yi Yuan looked at him and said calmly, you came to find me. Didn't you inquire about who I am? Mo Qing had a panic-stricken face, gritted his teeth, and said, I'm a member of the Death Soul Gate. If you dare to kill me, it's becoming enemies with the Death Soul Gate. Death Soul Gate, never heard before, die. Yi Yuan slammed a fist out calmly, the entire space solidified. Even if Mo Qing wanted to escape, he could not escape either. His world power, his protective divine essence, could not even block for a moment under this one punch, directly collapsing. Mo Qing's entire person directly exploded, turning into a burst of blood rain. A peak first firmament true god powerhouse directly died under Yi Yuan's one punch. So strong, a peak first firmament true god powerhouse, Lord Yi Yuan crushed him with one punch. He didn't employ any divine essence. This should be the power of the fleshy body. Lord Yi Yuan should have broken through to the 6th transformation golden body. But is a 6th transformation golden body so strong? Those skulls should be a true god mystic treasure, right? His Excellency shattered them with one punch, truly terrifying. Everyone looked at how Yi Yuan was like a god of war, all shocked until they could not close their mouths. In just a short few years of closed seclusion, the moment he came out, he disposed of a true god powerhouse. Indeed well deserving of being Lord Yi Yuan. Looking at his fist, Yi Yuan was rather satisfied. Possessing this kind of power, these few years of suffering was also not in vain. These 6 nirvanic tribulations, Yi Yuan took 8 years to transcend them. During these 8 years, Yi Yuan walked along the borders of life and death every minute and second. That feeling was akin to touring the 18 levels of hell, the Blade Mountain, Fire Sea, Oil Bath, so on and so forth. This kind of torment, Yi Yuan's scalp still tingled when he recalled it now. He also finally understood why the dragon race's founding ancestor would seal these memories to after rank 5. Nirvanic tribulation was really not what ordinary people could transcend. Especially the last one, the 6th nirvanic tribulation, Yi Yuan almost could not endure it quite a number of times. In the end, he still relied on powerful willpower and forcibly held out. Yi Yuan, you were a little impulsive this time. The Death Soul Gate is famed for being hard to entangle with in the Heavenspan world, specialized in doing some murder and arson acts, and is also the Heavenspan world's largest assassin organization. This faction's powerhouses are countless and have already existed for God knows how many years. Furthermore, it's said that its creator was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. You killed a member of the Death Soul Gate now, so you have to be careful of their revenge, Dustless warned. When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows also furrowed slightly. He had really never heard of Death Soul Gate this name before, but hearing the meaning in Dustless's words, he had no choice but to guard against. Originally planned on making use of the soul-driving Tao fusion pill to earn more money, but did not expect to cause such a storm. However, even if he knew the Death Soul Gate's prowess, it was also absolutely impossible to let Mo Qing leave. I got it, looks like we still have to make some preparations, Yi Yuan said. Inside a hidden chamber underground of an inn in Nine Pledge Imperial capital, more than a dozen black lotuses were placed. Suddenly, a black lotus right at the end suddenly fell apart. The black shadow inside the secret chamber was abruptly startled and muttered to himself, Mo Qing actually died. Shouldn't be. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City only has a newly ascended true god realm, so how can he possibly be Mo Qing's match? Even if he's really not a match, it's also impossible to not even be able to escape, right? No one would have thought that this inconspicuous little inn was actually a branch of the Death Soul Gate. And those dozen over black lotuses represented more than a dozen true God realm powerhouses. If City Lord Yu Wenfeng knew that there were actually so many true God powerhouses under his rule, he would definitely be uneasy even when sleeping. The black shadow paced back and forth. Suddenly, the seals in his hand changed erratically, finally turning into several streaks of black threads, concealing into the void. Very soon, several figures flew into the underground secret chamber. Chief. After the few people entered, they bowed down towards that black shadow. The black shadow sat down, made a sound of acknowledgement, and said, "A mission came from upstairs, saying that we must capture the Southridge patrolling inspector Yi Yuan alive. I sent Mo Qing over, but he died. Mo Qing, this fool, he had always thought of himself as infallible. Dying was also a matter of time," one of the people said. Another person said, "Your Excellency calling us here, could it be to have us take action together?" The black shadow said coolly, "Yes, Yi Yuan, this boy can't be underestimated, he always has unexpected means. This time, the 5 of you go together, Lu Xin assumes personal command, the 4 of you join hands. Additionally, bring over traceless spatial lock. This boy's spatial law is remarkable, you all have to ensure that it cannot fail under any circumstances before you can take action, understood?" When the 5 people heard that, they were all extremely surprised. Lu Xin frowned and said, "Your Excellency, it's just capturing a puny little celestial deity realm. Isn't it making a mountain out of a molehill? Even without using traceless spatial lock, the 5 of us joining hands, could it be that he could still escape?" The black shadow waved his hand and said, "This is the person that the people upstairs want. So matter how highly we regard him, it's not over the top. Furthermore, Mo Qing is already dead. To be able to kill off a true God realm without a sound, it's hard to guarantee that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't have any contingencies. Once any slip-ups occur, you and I can't shoulder it. Do it according to my words, if you fail, carry your head back to see me." The 5 people were slightly fearful in their hearts and no longer dared to be negligent. The 5 people receiving the mission, broke it down into its elements, and quietly sneaked into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The Death Soul Gate's disguising and concealing techniques were extremely skillful. On the surface, Lu Xin 5 people were merely very ordinary Divine Lord Realm martial artists. The present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Divine Lord Realm martial artists were everywhere on the streets, it was nothing at all. The 5 people were extremely patient. This lurk became half a year long. On this day, the 5 people gathered together in an unassuming commoner's residence. Upon entering the door, one of the assassins, Shu Mao, said unhappily, "Mo Qing was really a stupid pig, acting rashly and alerting the enemy. Now, just great, that kid doesn't leave the City Lord Manor at all. We can't find the opportunity to act at all. Inside the City Lord Manor would normally be laid down with a lot of restrictions. Even people very skillful in spatial law would also find it very hard to sneak inside without a sound. The few people were veteran assassins. But Yi Yuan huddling up in his shell like a turtle, they could not do anything either. Alright, he's already dead. What's the use of you complaining about him? But this Yi Yuan kid is truly incredible, to actually be able to develop such a heaven-defying medicinal pill. It's also no wonder that the people upstairs want to capture him alive," said another assassin. At this time, the Lu Xin who was silent all along opened his mouth and said, "Since he's not coming out, then we'll go in." Chapter 1947, Penetrating Insight. Your Excellency, the Cloud Moon Imperial City's envoy team has arrived and are currently requesting an audience outside, Ning Tianping reported. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Let them come in. The Cloud Moon Imperial City and the Myriad Treasure Tower have very deep connections. I can't shirk responsibility either. Furthermore, the City Lord came to visit in person, so it's also considered giving us sufficient face." Ning Tianping said, "Your Excellency, this sort of thing, wouldn't it do to let City Lord Zuo go and handle it? Why is there a need to welcome personally?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's cooling to have your back against a large tree. I naturally don't need to give face to anyone but myself. But the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is hard to defend just based on my power alone. With a Heavenly Emperor faction as a backer, it would naturally be much safer." When Ning Tianping heard that, he was filled with deep respect in his heart. In his eyes, city lords were mostly selfish and sought personal gain, fleecing the blood and sweat of martial artists. But Yi Yuan was different. His nature was uninhibited, and he did not like to be constrained by an identity like a patrolling inspector. But in order to protect the people around him, he continuously let Heavenly Eagle develop and strengthen, and even made friends with a major force like the Myriad Treasure Tower. Encountering this sort of thing, one could only compromise out of consideration for the general interest too. Ning Tianping was clear that with Yi Yuan's character, he was actually unwilling to bother with this kind of mundane affairs. After Ning Tianping withdrew, a group of people walked in after a while. The person at the front was a middle-aged man, having 8th firmament celestial deity cultivation, being the strongest person among the party. When that person saw Yi Yuan, he immediately cupped his fists and said with a big laugh, "I've long heard that Master Yi has achieved your ambitions while young. Upon meeting today, you're indeed extraordinary." Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said smilingly, "City Lord Shu Guang has an extraordinary presence and isn't a common person. Breaking through to become a true god is right around the corner. Come, come, sit down and talk." Everyone sat down as host and guest. Yi Yuan said, "The medicinal pills that City Lord Shu Guang is asking for, this Yi will refine them as quickly as possible. I'll have to trouble you to wait patiently for 2 days." Shu Guang laughed loudly and said, "No rush, no rush. I know that Master Yi's alchemy Tao is unparalleled under the heavens, why would I be in a hurry? This Shu knows that it's not easy to request for Master Yi to take action and naturally can't treat you shabbily. I have a precious treasure here. Master Yi, please take a look." Yi Yuan nodded with a smile as he said, "Oh." City Lord Shu said it so solemnly, "Then this Yi really have to take a look. Tianping, give the orders, let City Lord Shu they all prepare a banquet and treat City Lord Shu's party cordially." Ning Tianping was somewhat puzzled, but still acknowledged it and withdrew. Shu Guang took out a tiny tray with a smile. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, immediately feeling the extraordinariness of this tray. It was actually a true god mystic treasure. "Master Yi, this treasure is called Traceless Spatial Lock." As Shu Guang said, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, everything became blurry. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and did not reveal an overly surprised expression. Shu Guang was still all smiles as he said, "Once it activates, the surrounding space will be locked. The people outside can't enter, the people inside can't go out." "Heh, Master Yi, are you going to submit obediently, or do you want the few of us brothers to take action?" Yi Yuan looked at Shu Guang and said indifferently, "The few of you are members of Death Soul Gate." Shu Guang's expression changed slightly and said, "How did you know?" Yi Yuan looked at Shu Guang and said indifferently, "Your disguise is indeed pretty good, unfortunately, it can't deceive my eyes. To have such attainments in the art of disguising, apart from the Death Soul Gate, I can't think of others." Having cultivated the perfect 6th transformation golden body, the benefits that Yi Yuan obtained was tremendous. This time, Yi Yuan cleansed his marrows and remolded his fleshy body. His visual prowess also obtained a massive improvement. Furthermore, the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil had followed Yi Yuan for a long time, making use of Yi Yuan's perfect visual strength. The power increased by more than a magnitude. Presently, using fiery golden eyes to describe Yi Yuan's visual strength was also not overboard one. The moment Shu Guang and the rest entered, they were seen through by Yi Yuan. This party was precisely the 5 assassins sent out by the Death Soul Gate. And Shu Guang was precisely the 4th firmament true god powerhouse, Lu Xin. Lu Xin looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing an uncertain look. But very soon, he felt at ease and opened his mouth and said, "Everyone says that Master Yi's high morality reaches the clouds and values the people around him very highly. It's indeed true. You saw through us, but you sent away that Ning family's brat. Looks like you're afraid of accidentally hurting him." Yi Yuan was silent, considered to have acquiesced to it. The Death Soul Gate sent a 1st firmament true god last time. This time, they would naturally be stronger than last time. Ning Tianping being here, he did not have the confidence in ensuring his safety. "Heh, looks like you already have the awareness and plan on making a trip with us," Lu Xin said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said calmly, "You guys want to capture me back to refine pills for you all." Lu Xin said, "I'm only following the orders from upstairs. As for capturing you back to do what, that's not what I can ask. All right, giving you a chance now, seal your divine sea yourself and follow us." Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Go." You all killed Shu Guang's party and sneaked into my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, could it be that you still want to leave alive? Lu Xun and the rest were taken back and could not help laughing as they said, talking wildly, just the likes of you, a celestial deity realm, can you still resist us? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yi Yuan. It was precisely Bai Tong. With Dustless's warning, how could Yi Yuan possibly not be on guard? So in this half a year, Bai Tong had always been inside the Purple Extreme Hall in closed seclusion and had always been following by Yi Yuan's side too. When Lu Xun saw Bai Tong, his pupils could not help constricting, expression suddenly changing. This person's aura was actually identical with him, a fourth firmament true god powerhouse too. When did Heavenly Eagle Imperial City have such an expert? Could it be that Mo Qing died at his hands? I'll leave this guy to you, no problem, right? Yi Yuan said. Bai Tong rolled his eyes and said, take away the right word. Yi Yuan was unable to stifle his laughter when he heard that. This guy really had cold humor. The two people chatted, not taking Lu Xun 5 people seriously at all. Lu Xun smiled coldly and said, fool, so what even if there's a fourth firmament true god? Could it be that he, a celestial deity realm, can still deal with 4 second firmament true gods? The other 4 people were all second firmament true god powerhouses. Yi Yuan said coolly, wouldn't you know after trying? Finished talking, Yi Yuan pushed with the tip of his feet, figure immediately turning into an afterimage, pouncing towards one of the killers. That assassin had a scornful look, world power suddenly erupting, wanting to take Yi Yuan down a notch. While the other 3 people watched this scene calmly, waiting to see Yi Yuan's wretched appearance. Upstairs only said not to kill Yi Yuan, but did not say not to let him get injured. Since he was looking for abuse himself, then it also could not be blamed on others. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan arrived. Lifting his hand, it was a straight punch, looking like mortals fighting. That assassin's world domain was immediately smashed until it sunk in, his entire person flying out like a cannonball. The assassin fell to the ground, opening his mouth and vomiting out a large mouthful of blood. The pupils of the other 4 people shrunk, looking at this scene in astonishment and disbelieving faces. 6th transformation golden body, he's actually a body cultivator. No, wait, even if it's the 6th transformation golden body, it's also not possible to be so strong. Could he have a perfect 6th transformation golden body? Lu Xun looked at Yi Yuan and said in astonishment. Chapter 1948, Kicking a Metal Plate. The explosive power in that instant just now made the few second firmament true gods feel their hearts palpitate. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not employ any martial technique, erupting with power that was based fully on the power of the fleshy body. Such powerful fleshy body power, apart from the perfect 6th transformation golden body, Lu Xun could not think of a second possibility at all. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Xun and said coolly, at least you have some knowledge. Even if they were mentally prepared, Lu Xun and the rest were still stunned by this answer. Lu Xun revealed a look of great shock and said, how is that possible? Disregarding that the requirement of the perfect 6th transformation on resources is harsh, even the nirvanic tribulation of the perfect 6th transformation golden body, not 1 in 100 might be able to tide it over too. How did you do it? Perfect golden body, each additional transformation, the nirvanic tribulation that needed to be faced was even more horrifying. Even among 100 perfect 5th transformation golden body martial artists, there might also not be one capable of enduring it. Deducing it like this, to be able to endure from perfect 1st transformation to perfect 6th transformation, even among 10 million body cultivators, there might not be one person who succeeds too. It could be seen how rare it was. The anguish of the perfect 6th transformation nirvanic tribulation, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Those able to reach a perfect 6th transformation golden body could also be counted on one hand in the entire heavenspan world. It could be imagined how shocked Lu Xun was currently. Even in his dreams, he also would not have thought that Yi Yuan was actually such a terrifying body cultivator. Yi Yuan naturally knew how terrifying this nirvanic tribulation was. But he pulled through. Very unfortunately, I'm that one, Yi Yuan said very calmly. The expression on Lu Xun's face gradually became solemn. He said to the 4 people in a solemn voice, the 4 of you attack together and use combined attacks. Make sure not to underestimate him. If it can't be done, leaving first will be the best choice. When Shu Mao 4 people heard that, they had solemn looks on their faces too. They originally thought that it was catching a turtle in a jar. They did not expect that it was going to be troublesome. Yi Yuan's light punch already clearly showed how strong his perfect sixth transformation was. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Shu Mao four people's actions were extremely fast, each standing in position. The imposing momentum immediately became subtle. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and also could not help becoming cautious. These four people just getting into position already became a unified entity. Once they unleashed an attack, the power would likely be extraordinary. It was true that his perfect sixth transformation was formidable, but it was not invincible. A second firmament true god was far stronger than a first firmament true god in the first place. If not for this, Yi Yuan's punch previously would have long eradicated that assassin. But the other party only suffered some injuries. It did not have a huge impact on the battle. The disparity between second firmament and first firmament true gods was clear at a glance. True god realm powerhouses were not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Martial artists able to break through to the true god realm, each one of them was a genius among geniuses. That punch of Yi Yuan's before was merely just a probe. Suddenly, Shu Mao moved. A sword move, swift like lightning. Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and pointed a finger out. He was actually relying on his fleshy body to meet a true god mystic treasure. A clear metal clashing sound came over. Shu Mao seemed to have been struck by a tremendous force, falling back. Yi Yuan was just about to chase after when another sword stabbed over. This sword was extremely sharp, piercing straight for Yi Yuan's lower ribs. Although Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, he was not really impervious to swords and spears. Second firmament true god coupled with the power of joint attacks was already sufficient to hurt him. Being forced to, Yi Yuan could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The four people's cooperation was extremely tacit. Yi Yuan was actually unable to get away for some time under the four people's pincer attacks. Hence, the five people became tangled in battle just like that. At this time, with the traceless spatial lock activating, everyone could only return to the basic, relying on movement technique to move, unable to traverse the void. But Yi Yuan only relied on that explosive power and did not suffer the least bit of loss in movement. By the side, when Lu Xun saw this scene, he was shocked speechless. With the four of them displaying Nightmare One Heart, even when dealing with a third firmament true god, they can also persist for the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. But now, they actually can't do anything to him. One had to know, second firmament true god basically did not have any strength to fight back in front of third firmament true gods. But Shu Mao four people's joint attacks could persist for the time it took to brew a pot of tea and not be defeated. This was already very incredible. Yi Yuan had just entered the sixth transformation. Calculating it, he was also merely a first firmament true god. He was actually evenly matched with the four people. A perfect golden body had always been in existence of the legends, Lu Xun had never seen before too. He did not expect that perfect sixth transformation was actually so terrifying. At this time, the Bai Tong by the side opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Don't look anymore, it's our turn." Lu Xun's face sunk, sneering coldly as he said, "Reckless and blind thing. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'll send you off." Exterminating traceless sword, Lu Xun's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was as if he shuttled into the void. But space was currently being locked. Bai Tong had a composed face. A fan appeared in his hand at no idea when and he pointed out the fan with a backhand. In a blink of an eye, the two people exchanged several dozen blows. Lu Xun's figure appeared once more. He stared at the sword in his hand, his expression ugly to the extreme. His sword was a middle-grade true god mystic treasure. Currently, on the sword body, numerous fine chips actually appeared on it. Empyrean spirit treasure. You actually have an Empyrean spirit treasure. Lu Xun gritted his teeth, expression ugly to the extreme. Even though Bai Tong was unable to unleash the full power of the fan, Lu Xun was incomparably certain that this fan was absolutely an Empyrean spirit treasure. A fourth firmament true god actually owned an Empyrean spirit treasure. Furthermore, just those few exchanges earlier, Lu Xun was already totally certain that the law comprehension of this person in front of him was unfathomable. He was not a match at all. Lu Xun was also a fearsome existence in the Death Soul Gate. There were even quite a few fourth firmament true gods who died at his hands. But now, he was actually powerless to do anything to a fourth firmament true god. This person in front of him was powerful to the point there were no chinks in his armor to exploit. Lu Xun suddenly discovered that this heavenly eagle imperial city's waters were simply too deep. Before he came, he felt that Lord Shadowwind made too big of a fuss over a minor issue. But now, he felt that Lord Shadowwind underestimated Yi Yuan too much. This kid was simply an enigmatic existence, creating a medicinal pill that even the Death Soul Gate was extremely moved by a perfect sixth transformation golden body. There was even a fourth firmament true god who possessed an Empyrean spirit treasure following by his side. How was this an imperial city? This foundation was already sufficient to become an imperial capital. Who could have thought that in a tiny little heavenly eagle imperial city, there were actually such undiscovered talents who remained in concealment? Right at this time, a dragon roar shot to the sky. A horrifying energy undulation spread out from Yi Yuan's body. Lu Xun looked over, his pupils constricting, only to see that the current Yi Yuan was overflowing with vigor as if he was a roaring enormous dragon. Those four people were holding out bitterly under Yi Yuan's tremendous strength and were already almost crumbling. Yi Yuan finally used the universe dragon claw. Under the augmentation of the perfect sixth transformation golden body, the power of this move strengthened more than several times. Each punch that Yi Yuan slammed out practically had the offensive power of a peak second firmament true god. That horrifying strength was virtually punching through space. Lu Xun's heart sunk to rock bottom. He knew that they kicked a metal plate this time. Chapter 1949, Indiscriminately Slaughtering the Innocent. No way, can't continue being stalemated like this. Otherwise, not one of us can leave. Lu Xun knew that under this current circumstance, they were unable to succeed at all. Regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or this fourth firmament true god in front of him, neither one was a pushover. He had to escape, pass the news back, and let Lord Shadowwind send even stronger powerhouses here. Thinking up to here, Lu Xun gritted his teeth. His mind stirring, the traceless spatial lock was released quietly. Lu Xun's figure suddenly vanished, shuttling into the void. A fourth firmament true god powerhouses could travel 10,000 miles in an instant, going out of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City in a blink of an eye. When Bai Tong saw the situation, he only laughed coldly. Taking a step out, he also disappeared. Over that side, Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive toward spatial law. The instant when the traceless spatial lock was dispelled, he detected it. Seeing Bai Tong chase after, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, "Keep him alive." "Relax." In the void, came Bai Tong's voice. Then there was no more sound. And inside the city lord manor came Shumao four people's cursing voices. "Lu Xun, you'll die a horrible death. Despicable villain who double-crossed, you definitely won't have a good end." Lu Xun ran without even giving a heads-up, undoubtedly made the four of them fall into a desperate situation. The moment space opened up, Yi Yuan's figure became even more unpredictable. Shuttling within the void coupled with the power of the universe dragon claw, his momentum was irresistible. Even with four people joining hands, they were also suppressed by Yi Yuan until they did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Inside the city lord manor, came intense exploding sounds, immediately alarming outside. Sensing the horrific undulations coming from inside, Ning Tianping's complexion turned white. He finally knew what was amiss. Yi Yuan making him go out was actually in order to protect him. True god-level battles were not what he could take part in at all. The four people fought incomparably fiercely, fighting all the way from the city lord manor to high up in the sky. Yi Yuan was akin to a god of war, still brimming with imposing vigor under the encirclement of the four great powerhouses. This scene naturally landed in the eyes of the martial artists in the city, all incredibly shocked. "Is my eyesight failing? Those are four second firmament true god powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan can actually fight 1-on-4. Lord Yi Yuan seems to have reached the sixth transformation golden body. But would the sixth transformation golden body be so strong? Sixth transformation golden body is just slightly stronger than same rank martial artists. But to say powerful until this kind of extent, it's clearly impossible. I heard those body cultivators have a type of superlative golden body called the perfect golden body. This is the ultimate state of body cultivating martial artists. Could it be that, Lord Yi Yuan he reached the perfect golden body? The martial artists in the city were all speculating. Someone guessed the perfect golden body very quickly, causing each and every one of them being extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation clearly did not reach the true god realm yet. Then there was only this explanation. The perfect sixth transformation golden body, this legendary realm, Lord Yi Yuan actually successfully cultivated it. Everyone looked at that flawless figure, all idolizing immensely. Except, just what was the deal with these true god powerhouses of unknown origins? Over there, in the midst of fierce fighting, Shu Mao's eyes swiveled, suddenly calling out in a clear voice, "Stop attacking him. We'll split up and massacre the civilians in the city. We'll see if he can kill the four of us at the same time or not." When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression immediately changed drastically. What he was most worried about was these people making a move on the common people in the city. He did not expect that they really did not have a bottom line, using unscrupulous means in order to achieve their goal. When the other three people heard that, their eyes could not help lighting up. They were all beaten silly by Yi Yuan, all just thinking about how to run. It was this Shu Mao's brain that was agile, to actually think of using this kind of method to coerce Yi Yuan. The four people did not hesitate in the slightest, flying out in four different directions. Although Yi Yuan was skilled in spatial law, he also could not possibly attend to four different directions at the same time. In his rage, Yi Yuan suddenly slammed a fist out. Far away, one of the assassins was directly brought down by Yi Yuan. It was just that even though his figure tottered and he was seriously injured, he still did not die. A second firmament true god martial artist was seriously too strong. With his current strength, he was utterly devastated one-on-one. But to talk about killing in a single blow, it was clearly not too likely. In the time it took for this one punch, the other three people already pulled apart distance from Yi Yuan. They did not plan on all evading in the first place, it just depended on whose luck was good. Yi Yuan injured one person, but he was unable to injure the other three people at the same time. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, I want to see how much time you can use to kill all four of us. Do it, Shu Mao laughed crazily as he said. Three incomparably swift and fierce sword lights tore across the sky, flying straight for the downtown area. Yi Yuan's face changed greatly, exhibiting spatial shift without the slightest hesitation. A sword light landed on Yi Yuan, immediately slamming Yi Yuan onto the streets. But the other two streaks of sword light, Yi Yuan was powerless to salvage the situation. Bang, bang, hundreds and thousands of martial artists turned to ashes under these two streaks of sword light. Second firmament true god powerhouses, to ordinary martial artists, those were god-like existences. In imperial cities, most were some divine lord realm and origin deity realm martial artists. How could they block this kind of terrifying attack? Places that the sword lights passed through, it became an abyss of suffering. Ha ha ha, feels great, Shu Mao burst out laughing. Another assassin also burst out laughing as he said, "If I knew that this brat was this silly long ago, wouldn't he have submitted obediently once we randomly captured a few people? Why is there still a need to go through so much trouble?" In a heap of rubble, Yi Yuan shot up to the sky, gaze turned bloodshot from anger. Both eyes were already blood red. This attack did not cause any damage to him, but how could the civilians in the city block such a terrifying attack? Again, Shu Mao laughed loudly, unleashing his sword once more decisively. "Stop," Yi Yuan roared, teleporting once more, and was slammed down once again without the least bit of surprise. However, at the other two places, there were many martial artists who were killed again. There was no time to even escape. Inside the city was already a chaotic mess. Places that the sword lights passed through were already heaps of ruins. "Stop, I'll go with you," Yi Yuan roared angrily. Shu Mao did a hand gesture, indicating for the other two to stop for now. Yi Yuan flew up once more and came towards Shu Mao. Shu Mao was long beaten by Yi Yuan until he was terrified. Seeing that Yi Yuan had an aggressive posture, he fell back repeatedly and cried out in alarm, "Stop." Yi Yuan was helpless and could only stop. But his pair of eyes were full of iciness. When Shu Mao saw that Yi Yuan indeed stopped, he could not help becoming pleased with himself again and said with a laugh, "Hoo, Master Yi, your strength is formidable, so don't get so close to me." "I'm scared." Yi Yuan looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "I'll go with you guys, don't attack innocent people anymore." Shu Mao had a smug look as he said, "If you were so obedient long ago, wouldn't they not have needed to die?" "Heh, but we don't trust you, you're too powerful. Once you go back on your word, we won't be able to do anything to you." Yi Yuan said coldly, "I can seal my vital energy and blood and seal up my divine sea. But you all have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not go back on your promise afterward and attack the civilians in the city." When Shu Mao heard that, the smug look on his face became more apparent. Chapter 1950. Golden Needle Stabbing Acupoint. Seeing Yi Yuan being brought away helplessly, the civilians in the city were all weeping. Quite a few people even directly knelt down, kowtowing in the direction Yi Yuan left. They understood that Yi Yuan was brought away by these people in order to protect them. Body-cultivating martial artists sealing their vital energy and blood was like sealing the divine sea, unable to display fleshy body power anymore. Yi Yuan doing so was undoubtedly binding both hands himself, becoming fish on a chopping board, being at people's mercy. Bai Chen, Ning Tianping, Leng Chuling, and the rest shot up one by one, wanting to stop them from leaving. Let go of Master, Your Excellency, I won't let them bring you away. When Shu Mao saw this scene, his face revealed a cruel smile. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted. Bai Chen and the rest all stopped their footsteps involuntarily. Yi Yuan looked at them with an outraged look. Bai Chen they all had yet to see before this kind of enraged expression on Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he said in a deep voice, "All go back for me. Whoever takes another step forward, don't say that you know me, Yi Yuan, any longer in the future." Everyone's faces changed and sure enough, did not dare to move anymore. Shu Mao grinned and said, "What a touching scene. But, willingly be tied up for a bunch of ants, I have got to admit, you're simply ridiculously foolish." Yi Yuan's expression was calm and did not get angry because of Shu Mao's mockery. He just said coolly, "Let's go." Just like this, Yi Yuan was brought away under everyone's watchful gazes. Sigh, being able to meet this kind of lord, we really have the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. If it were other cities, even if we were completely wiped out, it would also be impossible for the city lord to furrow his brows at all, right? His Excellency was brought away, what should Heavenly Eagle do from now on? No matter what, I'll treat Heavenly Eagle as my home in this lifetime. Yi Yuan saving people by sacrificing his own life made countless martial artists in the city incredibly touched. The world of martial artists was lonely and also selfish. However, it was precisely in this selfish world that Yi Yuan's selflessness could move people even more. Even though they had just experienced a tribulation, at this moment, these people felt a feeling called home toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Inside the city lord manor, Bai Chen and the rest bit their lips and gnawed their teeth with bewildered and stumped faces. They did not know which faction these true god powerhouses came from, but a faction capable of sending out so many true god realm powerhouses was absolutely not an ordinary faction. Really damn it, it's all us who are too weak, Bai Chen said with tears running down his face. The others were silent. Even Bai Chen, this true god realm powerhouse, was powerless to do anything, so what use could they, these celestial deity realm martial artists, be of? They already did their utmost to catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps, but the gap between them and Yi Yuan became bigger and bigger. Finally, it could only be up to Yi Yuan to come and protect them. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a flying figure entered the city lord manor. Bai Tong casually throwing a figure onto the ground. Who could it be if not Lu Xin? The current Lu Xin had his divine sea sealed, lying limp on the ground like a dead dog. The moment Bai Tong came in, he noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat off and asked with a frown, "What's wrong? Where's Yi Yuan?" No one answered him. The atmosphere within the entire hall was crushing until it made people asphyxiated. "I'll kill you." Suddenly, Bai Chen exploded, abruptly thrusting a spear towards Lu Xin's heart. Bai Tong frowned, sleeves flicking grandly, directly sending Bai Chen's spear flying. Yi Yuan said it before, he wants him alive, Bai Tong said coolly. Bai Chen suddenly turned around and roared at Bai Tong. Master was already captured by them. What's the use of keeping him alive? When Bai Tong heard this, his 2 eyes narrowed slightly and asked, with Yi Yuan's strength, how can those small fries capture him? Among the few people, Leng Chuling was still considered calm. She briefly recounted the events previously, making Bai Tong stunned too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually do such a thing. Musing for a moment, Bai Tong said, "Relax, Yi Yuan will be fine. You guys lock him up, I'll go to Yi Yuan's aid." Everyone trembled all over when they heard it. Ning Tianping hurriedly asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Bai Tong said coolly, "You guys are also looking down on Yi Yuan too much. If a few random cats and dogs can capture him away too, he also wouldn't possibly cause such a big spectacle. Relax, I'll be right back." Finished talking, Bai Tong's figure moved, vanishing on the spot. Everyone exchanged glances. their faces involuntarily revealing a look of wild elation. The four great true God realm powerhouses brought Yi Yuan away, traveling 10,000 miles in a single breath, and already flew God knows how far. Shu Mao, this time, if not for you, we'd definitely be completely annihilated. An assassin buttered him up. Shu Mao's expression was slightly dark as he said, now's not the time to be happy yet. Don't you guys forget, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City still has a fourth firmament true God. The other three people's faces changed, the smugness from before immediately swept away cleanly. They were indeed somewhat dizzy with success just now. Among the four people, Shu Mao was the leader. Then we'd better hurry up and escape. As long as we escape to Goldenwing Imperial Capital, our mission will also be considered as completed. Shu Mao nodded and said, Lord Shadowwind already notified the Goldenwing branch. They have already sent people to coordinate at the borders. As long as we reach the borders, it will be considered thoroughly safe. But, you guys don't have to be too worried either. We have this kid in our hands. Even if that person really chases after us, out of fear of implicating him, he won't dare to do anything to us either. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure paused, coming to a stop. Shu Mao's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, Punk, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't get any lousy ideas. Although upstairs made us not harm your life, if you really push us, it's hard to say. Yi Yuan looked at him, his gaze icy cold as he said, this place should be far enough from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, right? MN, what do you mean? Shu Mao and the rest were startled inwardly, their gazes revealing a vigilant look. Suddenly, a golden needle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand since God knows when. Before everyone came back to their senses, he suddenly stabbed toward his own body with a ghostly speed. The final needle was directly stabbed onto his Baihui acupoint. This scene happened too quickly, Shu Mao and the rest completely did not have time to stop it, all turning pale with fright. Arg! Yi Yuan gave a long cry, his aura suddenly erupting. All of a sudden, powerful vital energy erupted from Yi Yuan's body. The horrifying pressure made the four great second firmament true gods suddenly change countenance. Shu Mao looked at this scene in incredible shock as he said in a panic, how is this possible? I clearly sealed your vital energy and blood personally and watched your vital energy completely fade. How did you do it? Sealing vital energy, this was a very safe method. Even if you had immensely formidable abilities, you could forget about breaking free too. Otherwise, with Shu Mao's cunningness, how could he possibly set his mind at ease and bring Yi Yuan out just like this? But now, Yi Yuan actually broke free of the vital energy and blood seal. Looking at Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, it was even several times stronger than before. Yi Yuan looked at Shu Mao coldly and said in a deep voice, golden needle stabbing the acupoint, reversing vital energy and blood, life and death gateway, sudden enlightenment 1. Chapter 1951, all called back. The moment Yi Yuan's voice faded, he immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood mist. The qi and blood flow of the human body naturally had their rules. Stabbing the acupoints with a golden needle, causing the vital energy and blood to flow in reverse, was equivalent to forcefully reversing the directional flow of the qi and blood within the body. The burden it caused on the body was virtually unimaginable. During the period where one's qi and blood flowed in reverse, it could give the person who used the needle a short-term boost in strength. Then afterward, what awaited would be death from deficiency of vital energy and blood. Yi Yuan using this kind of means was equivalent to using a method that killed 3,000 of the enemy at the cost of losing 3,000 of his own, the consequences too disastrous to imagine. Shu Mao looked at Yi Yuan, his expression extremely ugly as he said, You lunatic, you don't want your life anymore. Wei smiled coldly and said, Relax, it won't take my life. A perfect sixth transformation golden body is even stronger than you imagine. Now, you guys can start running away. But, you have to be faster than me. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and arrived in front of that injured assassin with a teleport. One exchange struck him flying. Following that, Yi Yuan pointed his finger and directly crippled his divine C. Completely ignoring the other party's misery, Yi Yuan directly carried him in his hand like holding a chicken, and chased after another person. The current Yi Yuan was overflowing with vital energy, much stronger than before. At that time, in the city, these people were already not Yi Yuan's match, let alone now. Fresh blood stained his clothes red, with a blood-stained style. Shu Mao's expression became extremely ugly. How could he still dare to remain? With his figure moving, he disappeared from where he was. The other two people were the same as him, it was just that they fled separately. They only hoped that Yi Yuan would not chase after them. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh, striding out, and caught up to one of the assassins in virtually an instant. 3 punches in a row, each punch heavier than the last. That assassin only blocked for a moment, then his chest had a large hole slammed into it. Then, he similarly had his divine C wasted by Yi Yuan and carried in his hand. These few people's actions had long already made Yi Yuan go completely berserk. The current Yi Yuan was attacking in rage, how would he still show any leniency? The movements of true god powerhouses were exceedingly fast in the end, shuttling through the void, 10,000 miles in an instant. In this short while, the other two people already disappeared without a trace. But Yi Yuan had long left divine sense imprints on them. As long as they did not escape out of a certain radius, Yi Yuan could track them down. When Yi Yuan was at the 6th firmament celestial deity realm, the 4th firmament true god Yu Wenfeng and the rest already could not match up to him in terms of speed. Now, Yi Yuan already reached the peak 9th firmament celestial deity realm, the speed of his spatial shift was even several times faster. Catching up to 2nd firmament true gods was naturally nothing difficult. The reason why he chose to make a move here was that the topography of this place was a spacious open space. Yi Yuan could display spatial shift without restraint. Yi Yuan took out a rope and strung the 2 assassins up like dead dogs, dragging them behind him. Following which, he took a step out and disappeared on the spot once more. After several dozen breaths, Yi Yuan caught up to another person again and crippled him, tying him up with the other 2 people onto the same rope. Now, there was only Shu Mao alone left. The current Shu Mao was akin to a dog who lost its home, desperately running. He urged his divine essence to the limits, praying crazily in his heart for Yi Yuan to not come to find him first. Time slowly trickled by. Sure enough, as he had hoped for, Yi Yuan did not chase after. Shu Mao let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. But he still did not dare to ease up in the slightest. I can definitely escape, he used a reverse flow art and can't sustain it for too long. As long as I can hold on until his vital energy is exhausted, I'll be able to escape. Shu Mao was yelling frantically in his heart. How could the current Shu Mao still dare to think about dealing a counterattack after Yi Yuan's vital energy was exhausted? He only wanted to escape. At this very moment, he only hoped that the other 2 people could slightly delay for a bit more time. It was just that the results turned out contrary to his expectations. Suddenly, in the void ahead, a dragon roar came from head-on. Shu Mao's face changed drastically, hurriedly responding. But this universe dragon claw move came too suddenly. Furthermore, the power was immense. Intense energy undulations came from the air. Shu Mao's figure flew out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void. He looked toward Shu Mao with a cold face and said calmly, "You deserve death." Shu Mao had a look of despair on his face. Directly kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan, he wept, I was wrong. I beg you, let me off. Let you off. Then who will let the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City martial artists who died unjustly off? You rest assured, I won't kill you right now. I'll use your dog head to hold a memorial ceremony for the deceased souls that died in Heavenly Eagle. As he said, Yi Yuan extended a claw out once more. Shu Mao was directly slammed underground. Yi Yuan directly crippled his divine C with a flash. Following that, a cold light flashed. It was only to hear a series of miserable screams like a pig getting slaughtered transmit over. Shu Mao 4 people's hand and leg tendons were already severed. They had their divine Cs wasted and their hand and leg tendons severed. Now, they were equivalent to cripples, unable to even stand up. Finished with these, Yi Yuan spat out a long turbid breath and fell to the ground with a thud, unable to move anymore. No idea how long had passed either, a figure walked out of the void. Bai Tong looked at the unconscious Yi Yuan and took a look at Shu Mao who was still wailing on the ground. Heaving a sigh, he said, "What a chivalrous kid. I can't be compared to you." Finished saying, Bai Tong carried Yi Yuan on his back, carrying Shu Mao 4 people with one hand, and disappearing into the void again. At 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, inside the hidden chamber of the small inn, Shadowin's brows knitted tightly together. He looked at the communication talisman in his hand and muttered to himself, "What a terrific Yi Yuan." Making a trip to lustrous gold great imperial capital, he actually brought back quite a number of true god realm powerhouses. I really didn't expect that a puny little heavenly eagle imperial city actually has people of such extraordinary talents lying in hiding. Looks like I have to personally make this trip. This half a year, Lu Xun had always been keeping in contact with Shadowwind. Just earlier, he received Lu Xun's transmission, saying that Yi Yuan brought back quite a few true God realm martial artists from lustrous gold great imperial capital. Now, the entire city Lord Manor was surrounded by true God realm powerhouses. Just based on the few of them, it was very hard to charge in and capture Yi Yuan. Because of this, Shadowwind also felt that it was very troublesome. A sixth firmament true God, 3/5 firmament true gods, looks like, our 9 pledge branch need to attack in full force this time. Done talking, Shadowwind kneaded seals with both hands. Streams of black threads traveled into the void. Half a month later, one black shadow after another dashed into this underground hidden chamber. These were all the 9 pledge branches elite assassins. Normally, they lurked in some imperial capitals and great imperial capitals. It was rare to call all of them back. But this time, for the sake of capturing Yi Yuan, Shadowwind actually summoned all of them back. Among these people, the weakest one was a 4th firmament true God powerhouse. The powerful ones even reached the 7th firmament true God realm. And the 9 pledge branches branch head, Shadowwind, was an 8th firmament true God super powerhouse to begin with. This lineup was more than sufficient to eliminate an imperial capital too. Chapter 1952, round up in one fell swoop. Your Excellency, what did you call us back for? Yeah, there are so many gathered in the 9 pledge branch, this is an unprecedented thing. Everyone clamored to get a word in, clearly very perplexed by Shadowwind's actions. Although the 9 pledge branch looked like an inconspicuous place, this branch's strength was sufficient to sweep across a high-order imperial capital. Normally, these people were scattered all over the place. Gathering all of them in one go, everyone was clearly all very curious. Shadowwind waved his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet before slowly saying, "Summoning you all here, there's naturally an important thing to do." Shadowwind gave an introduction to Heavenly Eagle's situation. Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard it. A tiny little imperial city actually has such powerful strength. Is it real or fake? That's merely a puny little celestial deity realm brat. The myriad treasure tower would send so many peoples to come and protect him. What the hell do you know? Yi Yuan is currently the myriad treasure tower's money tree. Sending more people to protect him is also very normal. This tiny little underground secret room was currently plotting how to deal with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Inside the 9 pledge imperial capital's city Lord Manor, Yu Wenfeng was currently responding to this somber middle-aged man in front of him cautiously. The middle-aged man was called Duan Yi, the tower master of 5 firmament great imperial capital's myriad treasure tower, a 9th firmament true god super powerhouse. This, Lord Duan Yi, just what underhanded activities are there inside that small inn? Yu Wenfeng asked. He could not hold back his curiosity. Duan Yi sat up straight, lightly drinking fragrant tea, a look of reminiscing the aftertaste on his face. City Lord Yu being able to endure until now before asking, somewhat exceeded my expectations. Not that this Duan isn't telling you, but that I'm afraid of scaring you. Do you really want to know? Duan Yi said with a light smile. Yu Wenfeng's pupils constricted. He had long expected that that tiny little inn in the city was not ordinary. To be able to make a mighty 9th firmament true god powerhouse personally garrison the city Lord Manor, how could this matter be simple? Moreover, there were even no less than 20 late-stage true god realm powerhouses staying in the city Lord Manor currently. This kind of horrifying lineup made Yu Wenfeng unable to have a good sleep these few days. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. Because while these were many true god realm powerhouses, they did not belong to the same faction. Such as, this Duan Yi was the tower master of 5 firmament great imperial capital's myriad treasure tower that had jurisdiction over 9 pledge imperial capital, while the other few people, some came from great imperial capitals, some came from some high-order imperial capitals. There were even a few who were powerhouses that came from other heavenly emperor bodymandas. It was just that, who could make these people gather here? An Empyrean powerhouses could not possibly mobilize the true god powerhouses of so many places either. Just whose face was it that was so big? Yu Wenfeng was full of curiosity. It stifled him badly these few days. These people quietly sneaked into the city Lord Manor and did not alarm anyone. Right now, inside the city Lord Manor, only he alone knew these people's background. Looking at Duan Yi, Yu Wenfeng nodded his head firmly and said, Lord Duan, please clarify. Duan Yi drank another mouthful of tea and said with a smile, actually, that small inn is a branch of the Death Soul Gate. If my conjectures are right, there are probably no fewer than 10 middle stage and above true God realm powerhouses in that inn right now. Yu Wenfeng shuddered, the teacup in his hand immediately fell to the ground. His complexion instantly became deathly pale, 2 feet quaking non-stop. The Death Soul Gate, that was a name that everyone trembled with fear upon hearing. And this terrifying force actually had such a powerful branch under his rule. How many years had they existed? Also, how many people and how many factions had they eliminated under his hands? Yu Wenfeng's mind was in chaos, full of lingering fear. But Lord Duan, your myriad treasure tower also won't be willing to oppose the Death Soul Gate, right? Yu Wenfeng said rather uncertainly. Duan Yi smiled and said, our myriad treasure tower does business. As long as there's sufficient profit, it's naturally worth us taking action. Moreover, this faction that has a notorious reputation, so everyone has a duty to punish them. Yu Wenfeng was shocked in his heart, becoming even more curious about this person controlling it at the back. Right at this time, a figure quietly appeared in the Great Hall. The arrival bowed in salute toward Duan Yi and said, Lord Duan, the Death Soul Gate has set off. Yu Wenfeng's entire body trembled, suddenly realizing that a large-scale true God realm great battle was about to begin right away. Duan Yi took his time to drink a mouthful of tea, slowly got up, and said, call them all up, this Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch has brought disaster for many years and should also be exterminated. The Death Soul Gate's people, the group of people went out of the city and tore off the disguises on their bodies. Shadowwind instructed, be more low profile along the way. Don't startle the grass and alert the enemy. When we reach Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, we'll lay low and enter first. Let's wait for the right moment to take action, understood? Yes, Lord Shadowwind. Everyone received the orders, all tearing across the air. It was just that they did not know that their every action and movement was being surveyed. And ahead, what awaited them was a heaven-shocking ambush. The party was currently in the midst of swift travel when suddenly, several dozen horrifying energy undulations passed through the void and smashed onto them. Above the sky, a massive loud bang echoed. The weak ones were actually directly blown to death by the berserk energy. This sudden turn of events was too abrupt, everyone practically did not react in time. High above the sky, miserable screams linked up together. Shadowwind's expression instantly became extremely ugly. They fell into an ambush. It had always been their Death Soul Gate who ambushed people. When had they been ambushed by others before? Who is it? Come out for this, Lord. Injuring people by underhanded means, what kind of hero are you considered? Shadowwind roared angrily. With this roar of his, more than 2 figures surrounded from all directions, encircling this party tightly in the center. When Shadowwind and the rest saw such a lineup, their faces immediately became ashen pale. More than 20 late-stage true God realm powerhouses, this kind of strength was simply outrageous to hear. A middle-aged person among them was even a horrifying 9th firmament true God existence. Dealing with a bunch of people who perpetuates every conceivable crime and are unpardonably evil, injuring via underhanded means is also considered heroic, right? Shadowwind's expression flickered incessantly and said to Duan Yi with clasped hands, this brother, I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just a bunch of people who are hurrying along the way. I wonder what's the reason for you all to lie in ambush here. Duan Yi looked at Shadowwind and said with a slight smile, Shadowwind, as Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch's head, I don't believe that you don't recognize this tower lord. Shadowwind's heart sunk, secretly wondering to himself how were they exposed. He naturally knew the dignified 5 firmament great imperial capital's myriad treasure towers tower lord, a powerful 9th firmament true God realm existence. As Death Soul Gate's branch head, how could he possibly not know? Seeing Shadowwind not speak, Duan Yi said coolly, are you very curious why your identities would be exposed? Hoo, let you meet someone, you'll naturally understand. As he said, a figure slowly walked out of the void. Shadowwind looked toward the arrival. His pupils constricted involuntarily as he cried out in shock, Yi Yuan. Chapter 1953, Group Annihilated. Could it be that these 20 over true God realm powerhouses were all summoned over by Yi Yuan? How could this sort of thing be possible? Even if Yi Yuan could refine the soul-driving Dao fusion pill, it was still not possible to have such great rallying power, right? Forget that Yi Yuan was just a puny little celestial deity realm. Even an Empyrean powerhouse also could not possibly rally true God realm powerhouses belonging to so many different factions at the same time. Lord Shadowwind, although it's our first time meeting, thinking about it, you shouldn't be very unfamiliar with me, right? Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said coolly. Shadowwind's expression changed several times and said in a solemn voice, "You. How did you do it?" He was indeed incomparably stunned in his heart currently. There were far too many doubts. Firstly, their Death Soul Gates assassins all carried highly toxic medicinal pills. Once the mission failed, they would commit suicide. But the black lotuses in his secret chamber did not dissipate. It showed that those 5 people did not die. Actually, even if these people did not die, how could they possibly send him this intel to mislead him? It was completely impossible for their Death Soul Gates people to be controlled by people. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan had a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Your Death Soul Gates poison pills are merely thus encountering me. Even if they want to die, they also can't die. As for why these seniors are willing to come to help me, it's because I still have another identity. I am the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder." Shadowwind's pupils constricted, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's illustrious fame, he naturally knew about it. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder, what kind of concept was that? That was to say that those Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders who were ridiculously old all had to bow their heads in submission to Yi Yuan. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders, each person's identity was far more exalted than even Duan Yi, this kind of myriad treasure tower's tower master. Hence, how exalted was Yi Yuan's identity? It was just that Yi Yuan still had not broken through to true God realm currently. So how in the world did he do it? His alchemy Dao talent was actually so horrifying. Although the Death Soul Gate was well informed, Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather battling in alchemy, this sort of inside news, they naturally did not know about it. Shadowwind discovered that the Death Soul Gate's action this time was simply screwing him over. Or should he say, the Death Soul Gate underestimated this Yi Yuan too much. The Death Soul Gate took fancy on Yi Yuan being able to refine the soul-driving Dao fusion pill. That was why they wanted to abduct him away. But how could Yi Yuan's value be just a mere soul-driving Dao fusion pill? Shadowwind raised his head to the sky and let out a long sigh as he said, "A mistake. A grave mistake." Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, staring at Yi Yuan as he said, "Yi Yuan, you dare to destroy my Death Soul Gate's 9-pledge branch. Haven't you considered the consequences?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Of course I've considered it, but, even if I let you leave, will your Death Soul Gate let me go? Furthermore, as long as the 9-pledge branch evaporates into thin air, I don't believe that your Death Soul Gate really dares to send people to come and touch me again." Shadowwind laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Evaporate into thin air? Heh heh, do you really think that just based on these people, you can keep all of us behind?" Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and smiled. He took out a tiny tile. All of a sudden, the surrounding space all solidified. Death Soul Gate's people revealed a greatly astonished look as they cried out in surprise, "Traceless spatial lock. Hoo-hoo, looks like this thing is still pretty useful. With this, you all have nowhere to run anymore, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said with a smile that was not a smile. Shadowwind's face was ashen. He finally knew what was called getting caught in one's own trap. The true God mystic treasure that he used to deal with Yi Yuan was actually being used to deal with him now. As an 8th firmament true God mighty powerhouse, even if he could not beat Duan Yi, escaping under the chaotic battle was still not an issue. But now, space was directly locked down. How could he still run? "Tower Master Duan, seniors, the remaining things will be left to you guys," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly and withdrew out of the battle circle. Duan Yi nodded his head and said, "Rest assured, not one can escape. Leave this Shadowwind to me. The rest will have to trouble everybody." Everyone answered, "Tower Master Duan, rest assured." Finished talking, Duan Yi's world domain released, immediately giving the other party a tremendous sense of pressure. Shadowwind was akin to facing a great enemy. He was only an 8th firmament true God. It was still a little too forceful to match up against the 9th firmament true God Duan Yi. Two great pinnacle experts fighting together, the others also each displayed their means, encircling the suppressing the Death Soul Gate's people. Death Soul Gate's people were already ambushed earlier, their casualties heavy. Now, facing so many true God realm powerhouses, how could they still hold out? Although the Death Soul Gate also had quite a number of powerhouses, the powerhouses on Yi Yuan's side were even more than theirs. Yi Yuan had long learned of the Death Soul Gate branch's strength from Lu Xun there. The powerhouses that he found were naturally not mediocre. The current battle situation was basically 2-on-1, or even a situation of 3 versus 1. Very soon, those Death Soul Gate's powerhouses perished one after another. Shadowwind's strength was indeed formidable. By relying on unpredictable and ever-changing means, he could actually persist bitterly under Duan Yi's hands. But it was also merely persisting bitterly. The 9th Firmament True God powerhouses already stood at the peak of True God realm and were far from what 8th Firmament True Gods could compare to. Shadowwind being defeated was also just a matter of time. Yi Yuan looked at this scene, a hint of delight flashing across in his heart. He learned from Lu Xun there that this Death Soul Gate's 9 Pledge branch could be said to have committed countless crimes and misdeeds. This branch had already existed for several tens of thousands of years. In this period, the powerhouses that died under their hands could be counted in hundreds of thousands. There were even a few times where they destroyed all celestial deity realm and above powerhouses in an imperial capital overnight. The innocent civilians who died under their hands were even too many to enumerate. This kind of underground force was simply utterly devoid of conscience. In the past, Yi Yuan still did not understand the Death Soul Gate very well. But now, they provoked him, so they would have to suffer his wrath. Hence, he set up a huge scheme, finding more than 20 true God realm powerhouses, catching this branch in one fell swoop. Very soon, the dust settled. Someone as powerful as Shadowwind also turned to ashes in the end under the suppression of Duan Yi's powerful means. Death Soul Gate's 9 Pledge branch was utterly destroyed henceforth. As for some celestial deity level assassins, Yi Yuan already made the arrangements. Not one could escape. Duan Yi's figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan. He then said with a smile, "Elder Yi, we were fortunate to not have failed the mission. This Shadowwind is also indeed hard to handle. If an 8th Firmament True God came, they might really not be a match." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thanks for the trouble, Tower Master. Also, to all the seniors, today's favor, this Yi has noted it down. In the future, when this Yi breaks through to True God realm, there will definitely be generous repayment." The moment everyone heard, their eyes lit up. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, he was also merely a 5-star alchemy god. He was not much of a help to them. But once Yi Yuan broke through to the True God realm, that was completely different. A divine grade ranked 6 divine pill that Yi Yuan casually refined would be immensely helpful to them. Chapter 1954, Wariness. The people present all had deep connections with Yi Yuan. All these years in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan's name had long spread far and wide. Many major forces far and near all came to find Yi Yuan to refine medicinal pills in the past. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan became acquainted with quite a few True God realm powerhouses. After all, the celestial deity realm powerhouses who could request Yi Yuan personally to refine pills were already not many. In this time, Yi Yuan found some reliable True God realm powerhouses and borrowed the power of the Myriad Treasure Tower, utterly removing the ticking time bomb that was buried around him in one stroke. This was what was powerful about alchemists. The alchemists themselves might not be strong, but they would have many powerful friends. Once someone provoked them, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Moreover, Yi Yuan was currently Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. This identity did not just represent the Myriad Treasure Tower but the embodiment of his strength. Being about to overpower a group of old monsters and become the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder, no one would doubt Yi Yuan's strength. Duan Yi smiled and said, "Elder Yi is too courteous. I investigated it just now, this Shadowwind has quite a lot of good stuff on him. Eliminating him, we also benefited a lot. 9 Pledge Branch plundered quite a lot of natural treasures these few years. The vast majority of them were all on these True God realm powerhouses. Completely annihilating them this time, these True God realms could naturally obtain considerable benefits. Yi Yuan had long promised them that these things, he would not take a single cent, all of them being given to these True God powerhouses. Hoo-hoo, this is what everyone deserves. This Yi knows that by attacking the Death Soul Gate, everyone also bore significant pressure. So this time, this Yi also strove to do things cleanly. After today, Hope that everybody stays tight-lipped. Just take it as nothing happened. As for the aftermath of this incident, this Yi will bear the responsibility alone. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Everyone had slightly somber expressions, all secretly sighing that Yi Yuan was loyal enough. Concerning the Death Soul Gate's might, they were too clear. The reason why they dared to take action against the Death Soul Gate was primarily still because Yi Yuan's plan was flawless. The Death Soul Gate would not know that they crushed one of their branches. If it was really known that they did it, no matter how many lives they had, it also would not be enough for the Death Soul Gate to take vengeance on. Directly exterminating such a powerful branch of the Death Soul Gate, the implications of this matter was huge. Death Soul Gate's actions afterward were hard to predict. Other people, they might not be able to investigate. But the first to bear the brunt would naturally be Yi Yuan. If the Death Soul Gate really struck a vicious blow against Yi Yuan, he would definitely find it hard to ward it off. It was just that Yi Yuan took an unusual approach and caught the 9-pledge branch in one fell swoop. This would give the Death Soul Gate a tremendous shock and make them not dare to rash act against him. A branch being eradicated, this was something that had never happened before to the Death Soul Gate. Duan Yi cupped his fists toward Yi Yuan and said, Elder Yi's high morality reaching the clouds, we've long heard of it. This Death Soul Gate's matter, we won't be hypocritical either. We're indeed scared of their vengeance. It's just that this way, Elder Yi and the Death Soul Gate's discord will be considered sowed. Better to be a little more careful in the future. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Relax, this Yi has a score in my heart. Duan Yi nodded his head and said, Now that it's settled, we'll each leave. In the future, if Elder Yi has any errands, feel free to instruct us. Done talking, everyone dispersed on their own. Returning to Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan ordered Zuo Shuji to execute the 5 Death Soul Gate assassins in public, to hold a memorial ceremony for the civilians who died in vain. Toward this, the civilians naturally clapped their hands in joy. In the city, there were cheers everywhere. People's support for Yi Yuan even reached its peak. The news of the 9-pledge branch being destroyed reached the Death Soul Gate very quickly. Inside a certain great imperial capital's city lord manor, a man in black knelt down in front of a middle-aged man in luxurious clothing. This middle-aged man had a deep and imposing aura. It was even more unfathomable than true God realm powerhouses. This person was shockingly an Empyrean realm powerhouse. No one would have expected that this city lord was actually a member of the Death Soul Gate. The black-clothed man was filled with righteous indignation as he said, Lord Bloodrain, the 9-pledge branch's strength ranks near the top among the various major branches. A branch being destroyed is unprecedented humiliation to our Death Soul Gate. We must eliminate this Yi Yuan. The 9-pledge branch was the territory that he was in charge of. The 9-pledge branch being silently destroyed made him extremely alarmed and furious. They were alarmed, questioning what kind of power would actually destroy the 9-pledge branch without a sound. Fury was that this matter was a huge provocation to their Death Soul Gate. That middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, but his expression appeared very calm and he just said coolly, This matter ends here. The black-clothed person trembled all over, his face revealing a look of disbelief as he said, Lord Bloodrain, dropping it just like this. The 9-pledge branch had more than 10 true God realm powerhouses. True God realm powerhouses were backbone existences to any faction. The time and resources needed to groom a true God realm powerhouse were simply unimaginable. Unless it was some heavenly emperor bodyman as peerless geniuses, otherwise, wanting to reach true God this realm, it required at least several tens of thousands, even several hundreds of thousands of years. More than 10 true God realm powerhouses added together. How great were the Death Soul Gate's losses? It was simply immeasurable. This black-clothed person wished to eat Yi Yuan's flesh raw right now. But Lord Bloodrain said to drop the matter. Bloodrain said coolly, This matter, I've already reported it to the higher-ups. They also said that this matter, it was indeed our intel that was wrong. The faction behind Yi Yuan might be powerful until we can't imagine it. We can't provoke him, otherwise, the implications are too great. The black-clothed person had a look of unwillingness as he said, Forget about those initial stage true gods, but the 9-pledge branch had an 8th firmament true god, 2 7th firmament true gods, and 5 6th firmament true gods. Could it be that they died in vain? Our Death Soul Gate is a tall tree that catches the wind to begin with. The major forces eyeing us are not few. If people are gone, they can be groomed again. But once the implications get too big, it will shake the entire Death Soul Gate's foundation. Can you bear the responsibilities? Bloodrain said in a solemn voice. The black-clothed person trembled all over and could not help falling silent. Bloodrain continued, being able to destroy a high-order branch without a sound, you think about it, how powerful the strength it requires. Before investigating the faction behind Yuan clearly, you're not to touch him. Understood. Wiping out a branch's den and eradicating the entire branch, the difficulty level of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. In the history of the Death Soul Gate, there had also been many times when branches were exposed and wiped out. It was just that the Death Soul Gate's means were extremely seasoned. Even if the den was annihilated, there were very few powerhouses that were exterminated. Even if they were exterminated, there was also just 1 or 2, maybe even 3 or 4. But this time, more than 10 true god powerhouses were all wiped out. Not even a single celestial deity realm assassin escaped. A faction capable of accomplishing this, one could not even find more than a few in the entire Heavenspan world. Furthermore, this battle did not have any traces or inkling spread out. How Shadowwind they all died, no one knew about it. This kind of terrifying means, even Bloodrain felt terrified thinking about it. Continue to find trouble with Yuan. What difference was there from courting death? Chapter 1955, 6 Veins Stellar Pill. Inside the garden, an elderly man and a young man sat opposite facing each other, chatting away happily. Ha ha ha, indeed well deserving of being an emperor surmounting child. Not seeing you for a mere few hundred years, didn't expect that. You're already a member of my generation. This cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Hoo-hoo, it's just that there were some fortuitous encounters these few years. Rather, not seeing for a few centuries, Senior's elegance remains as before. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, are you making fun of this old man? During the last time, this old man suffered a great loss of vitality. Through these few years of recuperation and rest, coupled with expending countless spirit medicines, I barely managed to recover some life. The young man smiled and said, therefore, aren't I here? The old man shook his head and said smilingly, some vitality can be recovered in 1,000 years. So you don't need to make this trip. The young man said, Junior received Senior's great kindness. Coming here this time, it's in order to treat Senior's ailment once and for all. The old man could not help being shocked when he heard that and said in surprise, could it be that, you've already touched that threshold? The young man smiled slightly as he nodded. When the old man saw the situation, he was wildly ecstatic. These elderly man and youth were precisely Extreme Light Imperial City's Profound Secrets Pavilion's Pavilion Lord, Xianxia, and Yuan. After the Death Soul Gate's storm, Yuan laid down many contingency plans in Heavenly Eagle, but the Death Soul Gate did not have any stirrings. These days, Yuan felt that he already reached the bottleneck and was going to break through to rank 6 very soon, so he thought of coming to find Xianxia. The 6th level cultivation method of Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan cannon was going to be deduced completely very soon. Once it was deduced entirely, Yuan would be able to step into the next major realm. Hence, after Yuan made the arrangements for Heavenly Eagle's affairs, he hurried over to Extreme Light Imperial City. Seeing Xianxia again, Yuan did not have that deep as an ocean feeling like last time anymore. The present Yuan, his fleshy body already broke through to rank 6. His strength could even overpower second firmament true gods. He could tell with one glance that Xianxia was at the true god realm before suffering Heavenly Dao's backlash. Hey, these words are also a little too overbearingly haughty, right? How many 9th firmament celestial deities spend several tens of thousands of years when stuck before true god realm? Even if your talent is outstanding, without several decades or several centuries, it's also hard to break through, right? Jian Chen said with disdain. Ever since seeing Yuan, Jian Chen's expression was extremely complicated. Back then, when Yuan arrived at Extreme Light Imperial City, he was merely an initial stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. His master wasting his essence to divine for Yuan, he was rather contemptuous in his heart, feeling that master's decision was not worth it at all. Xianxia's longevity suffered a great loss and already did not have much time to live. The lost essence was easy to make up for, but the lost longevity was hard to make up for again. It was just that he did not expect that Yuan only used a short few hundred years and already reached 9th firmament true god, already caught up to him in terms of cultivation realm. Jian Chen felt another distinct emotion in his heart. Hearing this, Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Chen with a meaningful glance and said with a smile, Chen your visual prowess isn't there yet. Little friend Yi's splendor is converged within, skin like congealed fat one, his looks changing drastically. He already cultivated to the 6th transformation golden body. Hence, that's why Master called him a member of my generation. When Jian Chen heard that, his pupils constricted. But Jian Hongxiao's following words made him even more incredibly shocked. Jian Hongxiao looked toward Yi Yuan, as he said, furthermore. Little friend Yi's situation is very alike the legendary perfect 6th transformation golden body. Wonder if this old man guessed correctly. Yi Yuan also had an astonished look from what Jian Hongxiao said and immediately smiled bitterly and said, Senior really has good eyesight. You hit it right on the mark. Jian Hongxiao had a smug look, stroked his beard, and smiled as he said, Hoo, this old man has been training this pair of eyes all my life. Although I can't deduce your destiny, some things can't be hidden. Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard that and said with cupped fists, Senior has arcane sight, Yi Yuan admires. Jian Chen was long shocked until he could not speak by the side. A perfect 6th transformation golden body, that was a legendary existence among body cultivating martial artists, its strength being extremely formidable. He did not expect that it actually appeared on Yi Yuan. What he never thought was that Yi Yuan actually stepped into rank 6 so quickly. Having a perfect 6th transformation golden body, that was a genuine rank 6 powerhouse. He had been stuck at 9th firmament celestial deity for God knows how many years already, but he was unable to touch that bottleneck from start to finish. In contrast, his disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Humph, so what if it's perfect 6th transformation golden body? Putting aside that he hasn't broken through to the true God realm yet, even if he really broke through, how can he refine the 6-vein stellar pill within a short time? And how can Master's torment of backlash be dispelled? Jian Chen said with a cold snort. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, and he berated, insolence. Chen in the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. Since Yi Yuan is already a member of my generation, how can it be your turn to be so insolent? But Yi Yuan's brows raised up when he heard that and waved his hand and said, nothing serious. Brother Jian Chen is older than me in the first place. Furthermore, he's already worried about Senior's body. Hoo. Moreover, he'll also be a member of our generation before long. As he said, Yi Yuan fished out a small medicinal bottle and passed it to Jian Chen, saying with a smile, Brother Jian Chen, this is the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill that this Yi refined. Please kindly accept it. This Yi received Senior's great kindness and has nothing to repay with. This medicinal pill, just take it as a bit of interest. With the myriad treasure tower as his backer, Yi Yuan naturally did not lack spirit medicines now. Refining another few Sun Moon Azure Sky pills was naturally not difficult. It was just that even so, the Sun Moon Azure Sky pills on Yi Yuan were not many either. After all, this level of spirit medicines, the myriad treasure tower also could not possibly supply endlessly. As for Jian Hongxiao, Yi Yuan was very grateful in his heart. If not for him making strenuous efforts to deduce White Light's whereabouts, he would probably harbor a grievance all his life. Yi Yuan could naturally tell that Jian Chen was the disciple that Jian Hongxiao valued the most. This Jian Chen was clearly stuck at celestial deity realm for many years and had been unable to break through all along. That was why resentment was born in his heart. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would give him such a precious medicinal pill. When Jian Hongxiao master and disciple heard this, they immediately had blank faces. Jian Chen received the medicinal bottle, somewhat woodenly and instinctively sunk a wisp of divine sense to examine, his entire person immediately turning into stone. The vast spirit divine grade. Did I see wrongly? When Jian Chen spoke, even his tongue wasn't straight anymore. He sunk a wisp of divine grade to examine once more. The result obtained was still vast spirit divine grade. A vast spirit divine pill, he had never seen before in this life, let alone talk about a vast spirit divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. At this very moment, his whole mind went blank, completely did not know what he was thinking about. He only knew that he seemed to have hit the jackpot. Hearing Jian Chen's words, even if Jian Hongxiao was very knowledgeable and experienced, his mouth did not close for a long time. Little friend Yi, this medicinal pill is too precious. Jian Chen can't accept it. When Jian Chen heard that, his entire body could not help trembling. His face was full of unwillingness to let go, but the small medicinal bottle in his hand was gripped even tighter. Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Senior doesn't have to be like this." This Yuan's eyes, 1,000, even 10,000 vast spirit divine pills are also not as important as a brother's life. Brother Jian Chen needs this right now, so let him accept it. Additionally, the 6-vein stellar pill that Brother Jian Chen mentioned just now, what medicinal pill is it? Chapter 1956, Origin Pill Realm. Jian Hongxiao had long seen through that Yuan would definitely repay his kindness, but he also did not expect that the moment Yuan made his move, it was such a valuable gift. And this was merely a bit of interest from what Yuan said. A vast spirit divine grade sun moon azure sky pill, its value was sufficient to match up to an imperial city. This was because a vast spirit divine grade sun moon azure sky pill could create a true god realm powerhouse with near certainty. Did imperial cities have true god realms? The significance of a true god realm powerhouse is, everyone in the entire heavenspan world knew about it. So how could Jian Hongxiao not know? This gift of Yuan was too great. Jian Hongxiao sucked in a deep breath and said with a sigh, "What I gave you was a melon, but what you repaid with was a precious jade. Little friend Yi, this gift of yours is too heavy. Forget it, since it's little friend Yi's good intentions, Chen you accept it." Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his face revealing a look of wild elation. With this divine rank medicinal pill, his breakthrough to the true god realm was right around the corner. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "In a daze for what? Why haven't you come over to show little friend Yi your respect?" Jian Chen startled awake and hurriedly came in front of Yuan. Kneeling down with a thud, he said, "Jian Chen thanks brother Yi, this kindness will never be forgotten." Yuan hurriedly helped Jian Chen up and said smilingly, "Brother Jian Chen is regarding me too much as a stranger. Just a medicinal pill, it's nothing. Presumably, Brother Jian Chen is already too impatient to wait and wants to go in closed seclusion, hurry on then." Jian Chen had a look of embarrassment and shame. He was still mocking Yuan in all manners just now. In the end, with a turn of a head, Yuan gave such a big gift. He glanced at Jian Hongxiao rather timidly. Jian Hongxiao pulled a long face and said huffily, "Go on." Jian Chen was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly taking his leave. The two people sat down before Jian Hongxiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "My Jian family's members can be said to walk on the edge of a knife when divining the heavenly Tao. Backlash, naturally can't be avoided as well. The ancestor's ability connects to the heavens and penetrates the earth, it is not what the likes of us can imagine. He had once found the medicine ancestor and created my Jian family's unique medicinal pills together with the medicine ancestor, which can stand up to the agony of backlash. The 6-vein stellar pill is one of them." When Yuan heard that, he suddenly came to a realization. To members of the Jian family, suffering heavenly Tao's backlash was like eating common fare. What was different was just the degree of backlash. Treating the pain of backlash with medicinal pills, this was clearly a pretty good choice. But, hearing Jian Hongxiao's words, Yuan was also curious in his heart. What kind of figure was medicine ancestor? He already had half a foot stepped into ancestor realm, and he was a distinguished talent among transcendent heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor profound secrets could actually entice him to take action and develop such a series of medicinal pills for the Jian family. This face was not an ordinary kind of big, but that level of character was still too far away from the current Yuan. Since there's the 6-vein stellar pill, then why was Senior banished to this extreme light imperial city? Yuan could not help asking curiously. Jian Hongxiao let out a sigh and said, "Little friend Yi doesn't know this, but this stellar pill is the hardest type to refine among all the medicinal pills. It is comparable to level 9 medicinal pills. The extreme luck great imperial capital that this old man was at, nobody could refine it at all too. Back then, the heavenly Tao backlash that this old man suffered was too severe. If not for City Lord bestowing a bright moon purple cloud pill, this old man would have long passed away. It's just that the bright moon purple cloud pill is far too lacking compared to the 6-vein stellar pill. Furthermore, the quality isn't high, that's why this old man lingered on with my dying breath until today." Yuan also sighed endlessly when he heard that. An exalted true god realm powerhouse actually ended up in a tiny little imperial city. Jian Hongxiao was probably unresigned to it in his heart too, right? "Senior, since that's the case, can you lend the 6-vein stellar pill's pill formula for me to view?" Yuan said. Jian Hongxiao smiled bitterly and said, my Jian family delves into the Tao of divination, those who are skilled in refining pills are in the minority after all. Accomplished ones are even scanty few. Furthermore, this 6-vein stellar pills pill formula is my Jian family's special secret recipe. There's only the pill formula in the great imperial capital, but this old man doesn't know it. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, since that's the case, then Yi Yuan will follow senior and make a trip to extreme luck great imperial capital. Jian Hongxiao was overjoyed when he heard that and said agitatedly, really? Yi Yuan smiled and said, if not for senior divining fate for me at the risk of death, my brother would likely have been very hard to save. Just making a trip to extreme luck great imperial capital, it's no big deal. Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, then, I'll have to trouble little friend Yi to make this trip. You go into closed seclusion for some time in extreme light imperial city. After you break through to the true god realm, we'll set off for extreme luck great imperial capital. Inside the hidden chamber, Yi Yuan's eyes were shut and lost in thought, his brows tightly locked. At this rate, wouldn't my chaos divine sea disappear completely and become a tiny little pill? Regarding the final result that he deduced, Yi Yuan was also rendered speechless. He discovered that he could not understand the chaos heavenspan canon more and more, even though this was the cultivation method that he deduced himself. When others reached true god realm, the small worlds within their bodies were already incomparably vast, and even starting to develop life already. But for him, his divine sea became smaller and smaller, and his chaos divine essence became more and more condensed. At the rate of the current deduction results, Yi Yuan would have to condense this divine sea into a tiny pill after rank 6. It was just that at this point, Yi Yuan did not have a way out anymore. Furthermore, up to this point, even though his realm differed greatly from others, in terms of strength, he flung those in the same realm several streets behind. There did not seem to be any harm. Forget it, the wood has already been made into a boat, follow all the way then. I want to see where this road leads to in the end. Since I have to compress the divine sea to the limit and become a pill after rank 6, I'll call it origin pill realm then. Cultivation method already formed, Yi Yuan did not hesitate anymore, directly swallowing several medicinal pills and started assaulting the bottleneck. The chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's divine sea seemed like a millstone, slowly turning. Countless divine essence converged inside, like grinding beans. That millstone became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller. Those blue divine marks were also converging into the millstone continuously. The internal space of Yi Yuan's Dantian area was being compressed bit by bit. Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan, feeling an intense swelling pain in his abdomen area. However, Yi Yuan knew that this was far from the end. Wanting to compress chaos divine essence, the energy required was extremely horrifying. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was long prepared, refining a batch of vast spirit divine pills to use to break through. Yi Yuan only felt like his Dantian area was practically about to explode. Luckily, Yi Yuan's physical body had already reached the realm of perfection long ago. Some pain was nothing to him. No idea how long had passed either. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across inside Yi Yuan's interior space. The chaos divine essence disappeared completely, and inside Yi Yuan's interior space, there was only a tiny little origin pill left. It was just the size of a fist. Yi Yuan slowly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he stepped into origin pill realm. Yi Yuan attempted to mobilize the divine essence within his body and suddenly threw a punch out. This hidden room directly exploded, turning into dust. Fortunately, the place where Yi Yuan was at was the place Jian Hongxiao specially opened up for him. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Chapter 1957, Seer Nebula. Master, I finally broke through to true God realm. I can bring you back to extreme luck great imperial capital. Jian Chen rushed into Profound Secrets Pavilion with an excited look, extremely agitated like a small child. But the moment he entered, he discovered that his master here actually had a guest. This guest was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Chen and said with a smile, "Congratulations, brother Jian Chen." Jian Hongxiao also smiled and said, "Since you broke through, then pack your things. Depart with us tomorrow." But Jian Chen stood there in a daze, looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished look. You broke through too," Jian Chen said in disbelief. Jian Hongxiao said, "Yi Yuan already broke through for quite a while. If not for waiting for him, we'd have long departed." Jian Chen had a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan's accumulations should have been far from his. Why did he break through so much faster than him instead? Even though there was the Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill, it was also not to this extent, right? With Jian Chen coming out of seclusion, the three people stepped onto the road that headed for Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's descendants did not seem to have a fixed territory. They tend to occupy a city or were even under other Heavenly Emperors' rule. But this city was like a country within a country, no one could manage it. Just like Extreme Light Imperial City, although it was just a tiny little imperial city, even imperial capitals, great imperial capitals, or even Heavenly Emperor Bodimandas, never questioned their affairs too. Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital was likewise the same. The Jian family occupying the land of a city seemed to be for the sake of influencing the surroundings. Their existence was somewhat similar to Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, but it was also somewhat different. All in all, the Jian family was very strong until no one dared to provoke. Along with the increase in strength, Yi Yuan could also increasingly feel the might of the Jian family's power and influence. This is Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Indeed impressive. I seem to be able to feel that the air is rippling with a mysterious and unfathomable aura. It was as if immersed in a vast sea of stars. Why do I feel like the entire city is stirring? Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed as he cried out in surprise. It was also Jian Chen's first time coming. His face was full of solemnness as if he was on a pilgrimage. Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, "Little friend Yi is indeed extraordinary. It's said that each great imperial capital has an array formation set up by ancestor profound secrets with great divine ability. Each house in the city, every street, all secretly contains the functioning Tao of the circulatory cycle of stars. It's an enormous array formation. So for countless tens of thousands of years, people come and go, but the arrangement in the city has never changed before, but it has also always been revolving. But situated inside, nobody can detect it at all. I didn't expect that little friend Yi detected it the moment we entered the city." Yi Yuan's thoughts were carried away as he listened. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's good fortune was immense. The might of his means were simply fantastical. Revolving a circulatory cycle of stars with a great imperial capital, divining heavenly Tao. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Impressive, truly impressive. One day, this Yi really wants to meet Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Yi Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "If it were others, I'd definitely laugh at him for being overly conceited. But you, perhaps there might be this chance in the future." Emperor surmounting aura, the chances of becoming a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was extremely high. Once he became a Heavenly Emperor, then he would be someone of the same generation as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. There might really be the chance. Of course, he also merely just had a chance. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was different from ordinary Heavenly Emperors. At his level, annihilating Heavenly Emperors with a wave of his hand was also normal. "Yo, isn't this Elder Hongxiao? I was wondering why magpies in the courtyard keep chirping today. It turns out that Elder Hongxiao has returned." Ha ha ha. Just as they were talking, a few people were clustered around a young man as they walked over. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed and he said, "You're Jian Yun, tisk tisk, truly hard on you, for Elder Hongxiao to actually remember this disappointing brat. However, I really admire your courage, to actually still have the face to come back." Jian Yun said with a mocking look on his face. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, seemingly not willing to say any more. He said to Yi Yuan and Jian Chen, "Let's go." But Jian Yun extended his hand to block and said cheerfully, "Don't go. Come, everybody come take a look. You all probably don't recognize this person, right? Let me introduce him to everybody. This old man is the former Stellar Hall's elder, Jian Hongxiao." With him saying so, it immediately drew many people to surround and watch. Hearing the two words, Stellar Hall, everyone's faces revealed extremely surprised expressions. Even Jian Chen also trembled all over, looking at Jian Hongxiao in great astoundment, as if it was his first time knowing him. Master, you were actually once a Stellar Hall elder. Why have you never told me before?" Jian Chen said with an excited look. Jian Hongxiao's expression was very unnatural and did not answer Jian Chen. Yi Yuan had a blank look, not knowing what special aspect this Stellar Hall had, to actually be able to cause such a big stir. Stellar Hall elder. This is a joke, right? How can a celestial deity realm old man possibly be a stellar hall elder? Xianxia, this name seems to be rather familiar. It's a little familiar, but can't remember where I've heard it before. Yin-Yang looked at everyone's reaction with a broad smile on his face. Hey, speaking of Elder Hongxiao, that was once a great figure who was at the peak of popularity at one time in the extreme luck great imperial capital. Augury and astronomy, viewing aura and observing people, there was nothing he couldn't do. People gave the title, Seer Nebula. Rumors had it that the Stellar Hall would be managed by him in the future. Yin-Yang spoke freely and boldly as if speaking on a subject with great familiarity. But the expression on his face was full of disdain. He was naturally not doing so in order to flatter Xianxia. Sure enough, the vacantness in people's eyes gradually dissipated. They finally recalled who this person was. Seer Nebula. He's actually Seer Nebula. Turns out that he's that Seer Nebula who used a forbidden art and killed his brother and several dozen Stellar Hall disciples. How can this kind of person still have the face to live in this world? Why doesn't he go and die? Yin-Yang's words seemed to have thoroughly ignited everyone's memories. Xianxiao's name, the people who knew were not many. But Seer Nebula seemed to be extremely famous in extreme luck great imperial capital. Except, the current Xianxia seemed to have become a rat crossing the street. For some time, countless cursing sounds drifted over, floating into Xianxiao's ears. The wild elation in Jian Chen's heart instantly became awkwardness. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief as he muttered, Master, is what they said true? Yin-Yang smiled and said, Haha, you take a look at everyone's reactions and you'll know whether it's real or not. Back then, your master disregarded his brother's objections and activated a forbidden art, wanting to forcefully go against the heavens and change fate. In the end, it triggered the all-encompassing armillary sphere. The 36 Stellar Hall disciples in charge of the all-encompassing armillary sphere were instantly sucked dry. This incident, could it be that he has never told you before? Jian Chen looked at Xianxia in disbelief. His so many years of hard work, wanting to break through to the true God realm, it was because he wanted to join the Stellar Hall. But, arriving at extreme luck great imperial capital, he discovered that his own master was actually the Stellar Hall's sinner. Chapter 1958. Ouch, my eyes. Master, is what he said true or not? Jian Chen bellowed. In a blink of an eye, Xianxiao's noble image in his heart collapsed, making him unable to accept it. Looking at those countless spittles, he was even ashamed to be associated with Xianxia. Xianxia gazed at the blue sky, seemingly recalling the past, appearing melancholic. Finally, he nodded slowly and said with a sigh, what he said was right. Master, is the Stellar Hall's sinner? Jian Chen looked at Xianxia rather disbelievingly. It was as if it was his first time knowing him. Why have you never told me before? Jian Chen roared. Yin-Yang laughed by the side and said, if he were to tell you, would you still be willing to acknowledge him as your master? This kind of person, who isn't fit to have disciples at all. Also, you, kid, being associated with this kind of person, your lifespan will reduce. In the second half of the sentence, he said it to Yuan. When Yuan heard that, he also had a look of disgust on his face and moved a few steps toward Yin-Yang's side, as if very disgusted with Xianxia. What this brother said is right. I was also deceived by him. That's why I would follow him to extreme luck great imperial capital. Actually, I just wanted to find someone to take a look at my fate, but he's not suitable to do it now, Yuan said with a smile. When Xianxia heard this, a hint of a rueful smile appeared on his face. At present, even Yuan had left him. He also did not expect that the moment he entered the city, he would have his unsavory history exposed by people. Under such circumstances, he could not explain it away even with 100 mouths. Of course, he did not want to explain anything either. Yin-Yang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, he's a bereaved dog, how could he still have this skill? Want to look at your destiny, you naturally have to find the Stellar Hall. Yuan said embarrassedly when he heard that, sigh, little brother, I am only from a small place, how could I have the connections to know the Stellar Hall's masters? Hey, you have eyes but fail to see, right? My family's young master is precisely a disciple of the Stellar Hall, augury and astronomy, he's skilled in all. Our young master is the Stellar Hall's rising star. He is in existence who might become a Stellar Hall's elder in the future. By the side, someone immediately started lauding to the skies. Even Jian Hongxiao also revealed a look of surprise as he said, "You actually entered the stellar hall." Jian Yun had a pleased look and said with a spurious smile, "Are you very disappointed? Back then, you kept prating on about how I'll achieve nothing and was a piece of garbage. Now, this young master, I, have already become a stellar hall's disciple, but you became a dog who lost its home." Jian Yun's face was triumphantly jaunty, full of the delight of having slapped faces. In reality, he understood what was the deal with him being a stellar hall disciple. Without a powerful father, it was impossible for him to enter the stellar hall. This play today was also arranged by his father, making him block here and humiliate Jian Hongxiao. His father, Jian Hao, was presently a stellar hall elder with an awe-inspiring reputation. When performing divination a few days ago, he happened to divine that Jian Hongxiao would be returning within the next few days. So he arranged for his son to wait here. Many years ago, Jian Hongxiao prophesied more than once, saying that Jian Yun would never amount to much. Coming to slap Jian Hongxiao's face, he was naturally delighted to the extreme. Yi Yuan said in surprise when he heard that, "So that's how it is. Then this little brother really had eyes but failed to recognize Mount I." As he said, Yi Yuan even gave a bow toward Jian Yun. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed slightly, not knowing what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. He still thought that Yi Yuan was intentionally finding an excuse to draw a clean line with him just now. He could understand this, but Yi Yuan's style right now was very unlike him. Jian Yun had a smug look as he said with a smile, "Hoo, forget it, you following this old fellow, it's also normal that you're inexperienced and ignorant. This young master, I, am in a good mood today and will take a look at your destiny." Yi Yuan was delighted when he heard that and said with clasped hands, "Then thank you very much, young master Jian Yun." Jian Yun also had the intention of showing off. Circulating his cultivation method, he cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. "Ouch, my eyes. My eyes can't see anything anymore. My eyes are blind." Suddenly, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes like it was being burned. He was already unable to open his eyes anymore. Jian Yun fell to the ground in agony and started rolling on the ground non-stop. The surrounding onlookers turned pale with fright. How could they still care about Jian Hongxiao? All of them were looking toward Jian Yun in curiosity one by one. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan dumbfounded with his mouth agape, not expecting that he actually played this act. And this Jian Yun actually really foolishly cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. Forget about him right now, even if he was at his prime, he also would not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. "Senior, let's go." Yi Yuan smiled at Jian Hongxiao and said. Jian Hongxiao had a moved look. He knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately causing a disturbance, diverting those people's attention, letting them successfully get away. Jian Hongxiao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. He said, "This place isn't the place to speak, talk again later." The two people moved, but Jian Chen was still standing on the spot in a daze. Jian Hongxiao heaved a sigh and turned around and left. Jian Chen's shoulder was patted by Yi Yuan, making him jump. Sometimes, what the eyes see might not be real. But at times, what the eyes see is the most authentic. Therefore, don't use eyes to see, use the heart to feel. Think about it, how Senior treated you these few years. Finished talking, Yi Yuan slowly left. Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a complicated look. Finally, he still gritted his teeth and followed after. Before the bed, an old man was currently diagnosing Jian Yun's pulse. His brows were tightly locked. "Master Bu Chen, I beg you, you must save me. I can't become a blind person." Jian Yun wailed. "Shut up, don't disturb Master's pulse reading," Jian Hao said in a solemn voice. Jian Yun indeed did not dare to wail anymore, shutting his mouth sensibly. After a long time, Bu Chen slowly got up and shook his head slightly. Jian Hao was startled inwardly, hurriedly going up to ask, "Brother Bu Chen, how is it?" Bu Chen shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this pair of eyes are crippled." Jian Hao's heart thumped and he said, "How can this be? Yun'er only used the aura viewing art a little and his eyes are crippled." Bu Chen said, "This is heavenly Dao backlash. Furthermore, it's extremely strong. With this old man's strength, I'm powerless to turn the tables." Jian Hao said in shock, "How can it be? You're the person with the strongest alchemy strength in the city. If even you're helpless, then, oh, Right, since it's heavenly Tao backlash, can the bright moon purple cloud pill save him? Bu Chen shook his head and said, with this old man's judgment, I'm afraid that the bright moon purple cloud pill is powerless to turn the tables too. Unless one can refine the six-vein stellar pill. Jian Hao took several steps back in the row when he heard that, saying absent-mindedly, this. How is this possible? Just taking one look and the heavenly Tao backlash would be so severe. Jian Hao regretted it until his intestines turned green now. He only wanted to let his son go and humiliate Jian Hongxiao, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Who would have thought that he actually harmed his own son to become a blind person? This level of heavenly Tao backlash was akin to bone-festering maggots. Even if a new pair of eyes were swapped in, it was to no avail too. This problem was the hardest to deal with. Members of the Jian family feared this level of heavenly Tao backlash the most. It was just that Jian Hao could not understand even after cudgeling his brain. Why would it cause such severe consequences with just having one glance? Chapter 1959, The City Lord Wants to See Him. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, don't your Jian family revere the profound secrets pavilion is supreme? What's this stellar hall? Actually, Yi Yuan did not figure out just what was the stellar hall until now too. Jian Hongxiao said, the stellar hall is where the core of the profound secrets pavilion lies. Those able to enter it are all 1 in 10,000 powerhouses, having outstanding strength in the Tao of divination. In the stellar hall's elders, there are only a total of 8. Only the strongest ones can assume the post. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, roughly understanding in his heart. Although the heavenspan world was big, the great imperial capitals that the Jian family occupied were not their own. Those able to enter the stellar hall were all elites among elites, having outstanding talent in the Tao of divination. No wonder Jian Hongxiao back then gave him an unfathomable feeling. Even if his cultivation realm fell drastically, his divination arts were still unfathomable. It was far from what those in the same rank could compare to. A stellar hall, only great imperial capitals have it. Furthermore, in each stellar hall, there's a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, the all-encompassing armillary sphere. The stellar hall's responsibility is to borrow the all-encompassing armillary sphere to deduce heavenly Tao. Each stellar hall elder manages one aspect of the all-encompassing armillary sphere, their responsibilities being enormous, Jian Hongxiao continued saying. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, so that's how it is. That Jian Yun has a grudge with you. Jian Hongxiao smiled bitterly and said, Jian Yun's father, Jian Hao, was always suppressed by me back then. Because there can only be 8 stellar hall elders, so he was never able to become an elder. As for that Jian Yun, I had once divined for him before and said that he'll never amount to much. So this father and son pair have always had some resentment towards me. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm afraid it's not resentment that simple. That Jian Hao should be afraid of you snatching his position of elder, right? Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, with Jian Yun's skill, he can't divine my return. Most likely, this matter has Jian Hao's hand involved. But with this play, Jian Yun will likely really become a cripple. As these two people chatted, Jian Chen at one side wanted to speak but swallowed the words back. Yi Yuan suddenly changed the topic and said, Senior, the urgent matter on hand is that we'd better think of a way to get the pill formula fast. Jian Hongxiao said in surprise, you still want to refine pills for me? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, look at what you're saying, if not for the sake of refining pills, what did I come to extreme luck great imperial capital with you for? But you're also aware, I'm the stellar hall's sinner. Jian Hongxiao said, he even thought that through this incident, Yi Yuan probably would not refine pills for him anymore at all. After all, his unsavory past was exposed by people. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still insisted on refining pills for him. But Yi Yuan gave Jian Chen a glance and said smilingly, so what? You're the senior that I, Yi Yuan, acknowledged, and you are a friend of mine. You showed kindness to me, Yi Yuan. The rest has nothing to do with me. Even if you become enemies with the world, this pill, I'm refining for sure. Jian Hongxiao and Jian Chen's faces changed greatly when they heard that. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so loyal to friends. Jian Hongxiao was even more touched in his heart, tears already running down his old face. When you stand opposite of everyone in the world and someone stood on your side with a firm determination, that sensation could not be described using words. Actually, about this matter, Yuan had his own judgment. Most likely, Jian Hongxiao had some painful topic. It was just that it was hard for him to say it out. Walking all the way to this point, Yuan was no longer some ignorant person anymore. He still had some confidence in discerning people. Jian Hongxiao did not seem to be someone who had utter disregard for human life when doing things and facing people, and also did not have too much sinister air. Activating a forbidden art likely had other reasons. Furthermore, this extreme luck great imperial capital's city lord still saved Jian Hongxiao's life with the bright moon purple cloud pill in the end. This also affirmed Yuan's idea from the side view. If Jian Hongxiao really activated the forbidden art for his own selfish reasons, that Empyrean powerhouses most likely would not have done that. Don't you want to know what in the world happened back then? Jian Hongxiao asked. Yuan smiled and said, if you're willing to say, you'd naturally tell me. If you're not willing to say, why would I need to go and pick at your scar? Jian Hongxiao looked at Yuan and said with a sigh, making such a friend, what do I still need? Yuan, from today onward, you and I are sworn friends for life. At this very moment, Jian Hao's fury already burst through the horizon. He could be said to have racked his brain for the sake of this son and even let him enter the stellar hall. But in the end, Jian Yun was actually crippled. To the Jian family's members, eyes being blinded was equivalent to being a cripple. 6-vein stellar pill, Jian Hao never even thought about it. If there was such a medicinal pill, Jian Hongxiao also would not have left extreme luck great imperial capital, feeling dejected back then. A medicinal pill that even the city lord could not get, where would he go to get one? Dad, you have to take revenge for me. That old thing, and also that punk, they definitely deliberately harmed me. Jian Yun roared. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and said, you rest assured, I'm going to make Jian Hongxiao that scoundrelly thing utterly disappear this time. Li Xuan, bring a few people over for me and detain Jian Hongxiao 3 people over for me. Behind Jian Hao, a 7th firmament true god powerhouse received the order and left. As a stellar hall elder, Jian Hao's status was incomparably venerated. There was naturally no lack of some experts around him. Li Xuan picked out a few people and headed over to the inn that Yuan 3 people were staying at. Jian Hongxiao, get out for me. You dared to hurt my stellar hall's disciple, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Outside the inn, Li Xuan called out in a clear voice. Isn't this protector Li Xuan who's by Elder Jian Hao's side? Who provoked them? Tisk tisk, whoever it is, they will likely lose a layer of skin. I heard that Elder Jian Hao's only son, Jian Yun, suddenly became a blind man today. Could it have been done by this group of people? Outside the inn, everyone was guessing optimistic about it, all waiting to watch a show. But no one came out and no one answered too. Li Xuan's brows furrowed and he called out in a clear voice once more, fine, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame us for not being courteous. The few of you guard outside, don't let them run. Before Li Xuan came, he understood the situation long ago. These 3 people were merely 2 first firmament true gods and a celestial deity. Him coming to capture people was bombarding mosquitoes with a cannon, putting fine timber to petty use. But Zhao Hao was currently in a fit of rage, he naturally did not dare to be neglectful. Li Xuan found the 3 people's residence and directly shattered the door with a palm. Jian Hongxiao, what haughty airs you have. Do you really think that you're still that stellar halls? Elder Suyan, why are you here? Inside the house, Jian Hongxiao was currently drinking opposite an old man, chatting away happily. When Li Xuan saw that old man, his expression immediately became very ugly. He was even somewhat stuttering when speaking. This old man was called Jian Suyan, similarly a stellar hall elder. However, Jian Suyan's status was much more venerated than Jian Hao. Because Jian Suyan was an Empyrean powerhouse, Jian Suyan drank a mouthful of tea and said without even turning his head back, you go back and tell Jian Hao. Tell him not to have ideas about Hongxiao anymore, the city lord wants to see him. Chapter 1960, I can't give you. Why would the city lord meet him? Furthermore, it's even Lord Jian Suyan going to invite personally. Could it be, they are going to let him enter the stellar hall anew? Hearing the news that Li Xuan brought back, Jian Hao's thoughts could not help going wild. Indeed, during the period where Jian Hongxiao held the position of stellar hall's elder, the city lord thought very highly of him. Meeting Jian Hongxiao again this time, could it be that he wanted to call him back anew? If this was the case, it was really quite troublesome. It's not what this lowly one can know. Li Xuan said awkwardly. Jian Hao's gaze suddenly turned sharp and he said viciously, what about that punk who caused Yuan to become like this? Why wasn't he captured here too? He's the prime culprit. Capture him here for me immediately. Jian Hongxiao had Jian Suyan protecting him. Jian Suyan was not what he, Jian Hao, could offend. But Yi Yuan was different. Li Xuan said with a gloomy face, this lowly one wanted to bring him away too, but Elder Suyan said that City Lord wants to see him too. What's City Lord meeting this punk for? Could it be that this punk has some background? When Jian Hao heard this, he could not help jumping in fright. Li Xuan thought about it and said, Elder, young Master Yuan only took one look at that kid and suffered heavenly Dao backlash. Is it possible that kid really has some aspect that surpasses others? Jian Hao's brows knitted even tighter. He pondered carefully. The more he thought, the more terrified he got. Although Yuan's aura viewing art is still lacking, he's also a true God realm powerhouse. Even if it's the imperial aura, it's also impossible to have such a huge backlash appear. Could it be that kid possesses the emperor surmounting aura? Furthermore, it's even a powerful existence among emperor surmounting auras. But how is this possible? Originally, because of Jian Yun's backlash, Jian Hao was burning in rage and did not carefully think about this matter at all. But now, calming down and thinking about it, he immediately detected something amiss. He was a stellar hall elder, so how could he not be clear about the situation of the aura viewing art? To talk about making Jian Yun suffer heavenly Dao backlash, unless Yi Yuan was carrying some terrifying treasure on him, or he was in possession of tremendous destiny. Regardless of which it was, Yi Yuan's background was clearly not simple. But the problem was, where did Jian Hao find this kid, and also, what was the objective of bringing him to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital? Furthermore, City Lord even summoned this kid. This matter was likely not that simple. Walking into a vast hall, Yi Yuan felt as if he walked into a vast starry sky. In the center of the starry star, there was an enormous, but exquisite apparatus, currently slowly revolving. Yi Yuan sized the instrument up, feeling the powerful undulations coming off of the instrument. He guessed that this should be the all-encompassing armillary sphere. A gray-robed old man sat before it, his body radiating countless pale yellow fine threads, probing into the all-encompassing armillary sphere with 1,001 links. This old man gave Yi Yuan an incomparably deep feeling, just like this starry sky. The other party was clearly not looking at him, but Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of being seen through. After Jian Hongxiao entered this great hall, the expression on his face immediately became respectful, his body also seemingly becoming much stiffer. Clearly, he held that old man in great esteem. No idea how long had passed either. Those fine threads slowly retreated into the old man's body. Jian Hongxiao bowed down rather agitatedly, shouting out, Sinner Jian Hongxiao, pays respect to Lord Sutao. Oh Hongxiao, long time no see, the old man slowly said. Yes, in a twinkle, it's been more than 100,000 years. Jian Hongxiao actually had tears running down his old face. The old man's gaze slowly shifted to Yi Yuan and sized him up carefully. You're called Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded and said with cupped fists, I pay respects to Lord Empyrean. The old man's gaze was profound as he said, even this old man actually can't see through your depths, indeed well deserving of being Emperor surmounting aura. Looking at it, you likely won't be an ordinary heavenly Emperor powerhouse in the future. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Senior is too kind. The old man was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was taken by surprise. Reaching his boundary, he was extremely sensitive to the flow of heavenly Dao. His perception toward danger was God knows how many times stronger than Jian Yun, that kind of rookie. He wanted to employ the aura viewing art to observe Yi Yuan just now, but warning bells suddenly sounded in his heart and actually made him have a feeling of danger. He naturally knew about the matter of Jian Yun being blinded, and thought to himself, could it be that I would also become like that? But even if it was the Emperor surmounting aura, with his skill, it also would not be to that extent, right? Currently, Jian Sutao was extremely conflicted in his heart. He very much wanted to activate the aura viewing art and take a look at Yi Yuan's situation. But the moment he thought of Jian Yun's outcome, he did not dare to do so anymore. As the lord of a city, an Empyrean powerhouse, he could not bear the consequences of becoming blind. Curiosity kills the cat, This kind of situation was still effective when placed on an Empyrean powerhouse. Thinking about it, Jian Sutao still gave up in the end. Once something really happened and he suffered heavenly Dao backlash, this rank 7 powerhouse, did not have the 7-vein stellar pill to save him. At that time, he would be a blind man for life. This kind of result was not what he could accept. Jian Sutao looked towards Jian Hongxiao and opened his mouth and said, "Back then, before you left, this Empyrean performed a divination for you and calculated that your path wasn't severed. But didn't think that, it's answered here." Yuan was terrified when he heard it. This level of augury skill was simply terrifying. 100,000 years ago, it was actually divined without the slightest error. 100,000 years ago, he was not even born yet. This kind of thing that was foreordained by the unseen, Jian Sutao himself also could not grasp it. But 100,000 years since then, it truly appeared. Jian Hongxiao was also very surprised and said, "Turns out that your excellency has long calculated for me before. I only calculated that my fate had a turn for the better recently too. Hongxiao, the matter back then, was hard on you. Do you still bear a grudge against this Empyrean?" Jian Hongxiao hurriedly knelt down and said, "What's your excellency saying?" Casting the forbidden art for Fengqi was Hongxiao acting arbitrarily, resulting in causing a terrible calamity, and even almost affected the all-encompassing armillary sphere. "I am the stellar hall sinner." Jian Sutao heaved a sigh and said, "It's this Empyrean who is useless. The more one is a member of the Jian family, the more helpless they tend to be. Clearly know that the disaster is in sight, but can only watch it happen helplessly. I'm afraid, only reaching Ancestor's realm, can one transform the rotten into something magical, right?" Jian Hongxiao also sighed and said, "What I hate the most is having caused such severe consequences, but not being able to stop Fengqi from leaving. Sigh, only hate that Hongxiao is powerless." Yuan listened quietly by the side, guessing in his heart. Sure enough, the matters back then were not that simple. Jian Hongxiao cast the art of defying heaven and changing fate for a person called Fengqi, wanting to avoid a disaster. It was just a pity that in the end, it caused a heavy loss. Yet, Jian Hongxiao was still unable to salvage Fengqi's life. Jian Sutao suddenly looked at Yuan and said, "Junior, you came here for the 6-vein stellar pill formula." Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, senior, please grant the pill formula for a look." "The 6-vein stellar pill formula, I can't give you." Jian Sutao shook his head and said. Chapter 1961, Ancient God Battlefield. Why? Yuan was taken aback when he heard it and said in puzzlement. He could tell that the relationship between Jian Sutao and Jian Hongxiao was not ordinary. Logically speaking, Jian Sutao should hope for Jian Hongxiao's recovery. But Jian Sutao directly refused him. This made him very perplexed. Jian Sutao said coolly, "The pill formula of the 6-vein stellar pill is unique to my Jian family, how can it be easily shown to people?" Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "But this medicinal pill, other people don't have much benefits consuming it too. It's only useful to the Jian family's members, isn't it? Even if I look at the pill formula, I'm also using it to save the Jian family's people. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, right?" Jian Sutao's gaze turned intent. A wave of anger was released from his body. Yuan immediately felt a tremendous pressure. Jian Hongxiao was alarmed in his heart and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, calm your anger. Yuan he is also doing this for the sake of saving me." "Humph, to actually dare rebut this Empyrean, what gall!" Jian Sutao said with a cold snort. Yuan did not give way in the slightest and said, "This junior is just stating a fact. This pill formula being placed in senior's hands, no one can refine it at all. It can only make the Jian family's people bemoan in the face of it. But put it in my hands, it can save many Jian family's people. What's there to be against it?" When Jian Sutao heard that, his fury was even more apparent as he said in a cold voice, "Hey, truly a wildly conceited junior. How can my Jian family's rules be gesticulated by you, a junior? Moreover, you want to refine the 6-vein stellar pill just based on that you just entered rank 6. You're looking down on this medicinal pill too much." Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said coolly, "Give me 5 years, and I'll definitely be able to refine the 6-vein stellar pill." Jian Sutao smiled coldly and said, a toad yawning, "What high-sounding sentiments. You think that refining ranked 6 divine pills is as easy as eating and drinking? Or is it that you think that you possess emperor-surmounting aura and is invincible under the heavens? If this Empyrean kills you right now, even if you have the potential to cultivate to the realm of Tao Ancestor, it's also to no avail. Finished talking, Jian Sutao's aura really became cold. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged and wanted to kill people. An aura that made Yi Yuan suffocated came in an overwhelming manner. Yi Yuan felt as if the entire starry sky was collapsing, the whole process incomparably horrifying from start to end. Back then, when Yi Yuan was still at the Divine Vestige realm, he had once faced before the Empyrean realm Lin Changqing. At that time, he already felt extremely powerless. But that kind of feeling put it now, simply paled in comparison with it. This Empyrean in front of him was not what Lin Changqing, that sort of rookie, could compare to. However, no matter how strong Jian Sutao was, Yi Yuan's brows did not move a bit. His face did not have the slightest change in countenance. Yi Yuan, this person was this stubborn. Cold sweat poured profusely on Jian Hongshao's forehead. He also did not expect that things would develop to this step. Lord Sutao, please calm your anger. If you want to kill Yi Yuan, then kill me first. Jian Sutao said in a cold voice, Humph. Do you think that this Empyrean won't kill you on the account of Fengqi's face, is it? Jian Hongshao's face changed and he shook his head and said, Dare not. But Yi Yuan only came here in order to save me. I can't passively watch him die. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said to Jian Hongshao, Hey, if not going to give this pill formula, don't give it then, so what? Other people can create this medicinal pill, so I, Yi Yuan, can similarly create it. It just takes some effort. Senior, let's go. Yi Yuan even created the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill. He did not believe that he could not create the six-vein stellar pill. It was just that Yi Yuan currently just broke through to the origin pill realm. He still remained at the deduction and familiarization stage of rank 6 divine pills. Otherwise, he also would not say that he needed 5 years to refine the six-vein stellar pill. Blackmailing Yi Yuan, with medicinal pills, this sort of thing, not many people could do it. Jian Sutao also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually say such words, and could not help being taken aback. Although his Tao of divination was exceedingly formidable, he could not calculate Yi Yuan's situation. He naturally did not understand Yi Yuan either. Hence, he did not know how formidable Yi Yuan's strength in alchemy was. It was just that this kind of big talk was a little too big, right? One had to know, this medicinal pill was jointly developed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Medicine Ancestor. There was actually someone in this world who dared to say that they could create the six-vein stellar pill independently. But Yi Yuan said these words in all solemnity, but it also seemed so credible. Jian Sutao was dazed. More importantly, Yi Yuan was really leaving and did not seem to have the intention of staying. Jian Sutao's face fell and he said in a cold voice, It's also not that I can't give you the pill formula, but you have to promise this Empyrean a condition. Yi Yuan's figure paused and he involuntarily turned his head back, sizing Jian Sutao up with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly he realized that turns out Jian Sutao was waiting for this moment. Yi Yuan was also very perplexed. He wanted to save Jian Hongshao. This was originally a good thing. Why would Jian Sutao still decline with all sorts of excuses? He did not expect that this fellow was actually having ideas about him. Senior, to the Jian family's people, I'm just an outsider. You used a Jian family's person's life to threaten an outsider, isn't doing this somewhat immoral? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Jian Sutao was shrewd with age, his face being thick as a city wall. He did not feel embarrassed either. He just said coolly, You will agree. Yi Yuan countered with a question, based on what? Jian Sutao said, just based on this Empyrean's divination art. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said helplessly, All right, you win. Say it, what's the condition? Yi Yuan understood that Jian Sutao could not divine him, but he could divine Jian Hongshao. Hence, he knew that Jian Hongshao would recover very soon. And this was confirmed precisely by him. Yi Yuan was helpless. This feeling of being needed by people, he did not like it. But he owed Jian Hongshao. For Jian Hongshao's sake, he would indeed agree. After all, developing a new medicinal pill, this kind of thing, took too much effort. Furthermore, this medicinal pill even mustered the painstaking effort of two mighty transcendent heavenly emperors. How arduous would it be to develop it? The difficulty level was probably not much lower than the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Furthermore, this was a rank 6 divine pill, the development difficulty would be much greater. Therefore, even though he clearly knew that Jian Sutao's way of doing things was very shameless, Yi Yuan could only accept it. You help me to enter the ancient god battlefield and retrieve an item. Jian Sutao said. Jian Hongshao's face changed and he said, Your Excellency, could it be to retrieve that item? Jian Sutao nodded his head slightly, equivalent to tacitly acknowledging it. No way, I'd rather not recover. I can't let Yi Yuan take this risk. Jian Hongxiao said firmly. Jian Sutao said coolly, Who I'm asking isn't you, it's him. Furthermore, he'll definitely agree. Jian Hongxiao's face changed and he said to Yi Yuan, you can't enter the ancient god battlefield. That place is too dangerous, you'll lose your life. But Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said, Okay, I agree. Now, can you hand the pill formula to me? Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, You're not asking what item this Empyrean wants you to retrieve. And also you're not asking what kind of place the ancient god battlefield is. Chapter 1962, Emperor Bone. Since I must agree, what's the difference between asking or not? It's just that, senior threatening me with a Jian family's member made this Yi broaden his horizons, Yi Yuan said coolly. The meaning of his words was, Your esteemed self's shamelessness, this Yi Yuan has seldom seen it in all my life. No matter how good Yi Yuan's relationship with Jian Hongxiao was, Jian Hongxiao was a Jian family's member in the end. As the Jian family's senior, Jian Sutao actually used a Jian family's member to threaten an outsider. This kind of action was truly utterly contemptible. Jian Sutao did not seem to be embarrassed. He just said coolly, You have the right to choose. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said calmly, Why me? Jian Sutao said, It's naturally because you're a child of destiny. Such a monstrous destiny like yours, it's still this Empyrean's first time seeing. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, quietly waiting for him to continue. The ancient god battlefield is a mystic realm that my Jian family controls. Legend says that very long ago, an earth-shaking ancient god war happened before in the ancient god battlefield. The strength of those ancient gods, the weakest was at least at the celestial deity realm. In that unparalleled great battle, there were countless true gods, even Empyrean powerhouses, that perished in it. There were even many heavenly emperor-level powerhouses. Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. He did not think that this ancient god battlefield actually even had heavenly emperor powerhouses in it. What kind of heaven-shocking degree did that kind of war reach? Although the present heavenspan world still had endless disputes, it was still relatively calm on the whole, with all kinds of levels very strict. It was very hard for such a terrifying battle to happen. Inside the ancient god battlefield, there are countless soul treasures. Every 10,000 years, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets will personally open up this ancient god battlefield and send a batch of destiny children inside. Those lucky ones can obtain heaven-defying lucky chances, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. They will be soaring to the sky with one leap. Of course, the ancient god battlefield is extremely dangerous. Ancient battle souls, ancient grand arrays, crisscross inside. Also, there are variant species bred during these countless years. It could be said to be beset with danger. Even emperor surmounting auras, those that perish inside each time were also not in the minority, Jian Sutao explained. In that case, those entering the ancient god battlefield from extreme luck great imperial capital, it will not just be me alone. Yi Yuan said. Jian Sutao nodded and said, For 10,000 years, this Empyrean naturally sought out a batch of destiny children. Whether they are entering inside or not, it is also up to their own decision. But this kind of opportunity is hard to come across in 1,000 years. So very few people will refuse. Of course, no one would refuse. Yi Yuan reckoned that those people able to be chosen at least had imperial aura too. People with this degree of destiny, if they did not even dare to challenge a mystic realm, that was also too cowardly. Moreover, although this ancient god battlefield was perilous, massive lucky chances also went along with it. Once they obtained some ancient relics, their destinies would be more exuberant, and their future prospects would also have more room. Perhaps some imperial auras could even break through to the emperor surmounting aura after entering the ancient god battlefield. These children of destiny were the candidates for future Empyreans and heavenly emperors. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan was indeed quite moved. What do you want me to help you retrieve? Jian Sutao said, Emperor Beast Divine Bone. Emperor Beast, as the name suggested, was a heavenly emperor-level divine beast. This level of a divine beast, each one was a supreme existence of heaven and earth, their strength being fearsome to the extreme. Even if they had died for many years, the energy contained inside the divine bones was also extremely terrifying. But Yi Yuan was very clear about it. The place where the Emperor Beast Divine Bone was it must be extremely dangerous, far surpassing the limits of his current abilities. Otherwise, Jian Hongxiao also would not be worried for him. It was also no wonder that even Jian Sutao, this level of Empyrean powerhouse, would also be moved by it. More than 100,000 years ago, that batch of Destiny Child entered the ancient god battlefield and accidentally discovered a Qilin Emperor bone. It's just too bad that no one could obtain it. Over the past 100,000 years, this Empyrean had sent people inside each time, wanting to obtain this Emperor bone. But sadly, it was all for naught, Jian Sutao said. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said with a cold smile, I'm afraid that for the sake of this Qilin Emperor bone, quite a few children of destiny all died inside, right? Children of destiny had exuberant destinies. No matter how thriving it was also merely just a reservist force. While that Qilin divine beast was a genuine heavenly emperor powerhouse when it was alive. Even if it died, how could its dignity be what a junior can blaspheme? Jian Sutao did not have the intention of concealing, saying with a nod, the children of destiny who went to retrieve this emperor bone, none of them came back. However, Yi Yuan stopped the other party with a hand gesture and said in a cold voice, you want to say that you feel very optimistic about me, feeling that I can succeed. Hey, are you treating this Yi to be a 3-year-old kid? You rest assured, I'll take on this task. But whether it succeeds or not, that will depend on your fortune. Jian Sutao's good fortune was naturally obtaining the Qilin Emperor bone. As for Yi Yuan's fortunes, it was returning alive. Jian Sutao originally thought that at Yi Yuan's age, he should be very easy to control. But he discovered that he was wrong. This kid was shrewd and cunning, not acting in accordance with the scheme that he planned. Time flew by quickly. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. But inside the world-suppressing steel, 50 years had already passed for Yi Yuan. On this day, the Stellar Hall's powerhouses gathered together. Up to the elders, down to the disciples, no one was absent. Elder Zhonghui, do you know what City Lord called us here for this time? Jian Hao asked an elder. Jian Zhonghui shook his head and said, how can City Lord's thoughts be what the likes of us can guess? But the lineup this time is indeed a little big and a little too grand. Could it be that some important figure is coming to our extreme luck? Ever since Jian Hongxiao returned to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, Jian Hao had always been feeling ill at ease. Especially recently, this kind of feeling became even stronger. But he performed a divination for himself but failed to divine anything. Starting from this morning, Jian Hao had been having the jitters all along, the ominous feeling becoming more and more apparent. Right at this time, City Lord suddenly summoned all of the Stellar Hall's disciples. This made Jian Hao's mood become heavier. At this time, an awe-inspiring voice echoed out inside the hall, Suyan, is everyone here? Jian Suyan gave a bow and said, reporting to City Lord, there's still one person who isn't here. Jian Sutao fell silent for a moment and opened his mouth and said, he should be on his way. Let's start then. Calling you all here today, there's something to announce. Starting from today, the Stellar Hall will add a new elder. So Jian Hao, I'll have to inconvenience you and have you retire to the protector's seat for the time being. Jian Sutao's voice reverberated inside the hall. But every word that he said was like a clap of thunder, exploding in Jian Hao's ears. His seat of elder was gone just like that. Jian Hao's expression became extremely ugly. He did not dare to fly off the handle and could only bow. He then said, City Lord, inside this Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, apart from a few Stellar Hall elders, there shouldn't be anyone whose strength can compete with mine in the Tao of Divination, right? Originally, there wasn't, but today, there is, Jian Sutao said slowly. Right at this time, a figure entered the Stellar Hall. When Jian Hao saw the arrival, he was immediately petrified. Chapter 1963. It's been hard on you these few years. Jian Hongxiao. How is this possible? The current Jian Hongxiao had an imposing aura. He already reached peak true god realm just like that, and he was even stronger than before he suffered heavenly Tao backlash back then. However, Jian Hao knew that for Jian Hongxiao to want to recover his strength, the six-vein stellar pill was a must. But in this extreme luck great imperial capital, where to find the six-vein stellar pill? If one could find it, Jian Hongxiao also would not possibly have holed up in extreme light imperial city for 100,000 years. The question was that what was going on right now in front of him? Inside this stellar hall, quite a few people knew Jian Hongxiao. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, not quite daring to believe their eyes. Was this peak true God realm powerhouse before their eyes was really Jian Hongxiao? Back then, after that incident happened, everyone thought that Jian Hongxiao was finished. Who could have thought that 100,000 years later, Jian Hongxiao returned to the peak anew and returned to the stellar hall once again, becoming a stellar hall elder? Hang on, even if there's really the six-vein stellar pill, he also can't possibly return to his peak state. Unless the six-vein stellar pill can reach divine grade. Jian Hao suddenly recalled something and said in surprise. When everyone heard that, they were even more surprised. The six-vein stellar pill is a level 9 medicinal pill. It is even high grade, which is very hard to come across. Divine grade, how is this possible? Could it be that he really obtained a divine grade six-vein stellar pill? Really didn't expect that Elder Hongxiao could actually return to Stellar Hall one day. It had been 100,000 years. Jian Hongxiao had always been staying in a tiny little imperial city. Suddenly recovering to his peak this time, then there was only one explanation. He obtained the six-vein stellar pill. But this sort of thing happening was really too miraculous. However, they did not know that Jian Sutao, who was beside the all-encompassing armillary sphere, the astonishment on his face was even thicker than theirs. Just yesterday, he used the all-encompassing armillary sphere to divine things. He found that the Stellar Hall's elders lineup was about to change. And the person who would join them, it would be Jian Hongxiao. Putting that aside, he naturally knew how Jian Hongxiao recovered. 5 years. It really was only a short 5-year period for Yuan to refine the six-vein stellar pill. Was this medicine ancestor possessing the body? A 6-star alchemy god. Furthermore, it was just a first firmament true god 6-star alchemy god. He only used 5 years and refined the six-vein stellar pill. Furthermore, looking at Jian Hongxiao's current condition, he actually seemed to have touched that layer of bottleneck. If it was really the case, Jian Hongxiao might break through to the Empyrean realm at any time. Empyrean realm, how many true god powerhouses sought after it all their lives but were unable to break through to this realm. But Jian Hongxiao actually had a blessing come to him in the disguise of misfortune, touching this boundary. Being able to do it and reaching this step, the medicinal pill that Jian Hongxiao consumed was absolutely not an ordinary six-vein stellar pill. Just what kind of existence was that kid? Only all the way until today did Jian Sutao seemingly realize that he underestimated Yuan. Underestimated him too much. This boy was absolutely not an ordinary emperor surmounting aura. No wonder even he did not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yuan too. Returning to the stellar hall anew, Jian Hongxiao was also filled with vicissitudes of emotion. When he failed in casting the heaven-defying and fate-changing art, he thought that his whole life would be like this. Hence, he holed up in a tiny little imperial city with his mind at ease. All the way until one day, he divined that his fate had a change. But the future was still so confusing and whirling, because he could not calculate why at all. Later, Yuan appeared in front of him. Everything changed. Today, he could finally stand here again. Sinner Hongxiao returns. Jian Hongxiao bowed down toward the depths of the great hall, his mind being agitated. It was silent inside. Only after a long time did a voice slowly say, "Good that you're back. Retake your seat." Jian Hongxiao answered and walked toward the elders' side. Jian Hao was standing here, unable to leave nor stay, being extremely awkward. Younger brother Jian Hao, it's been hard on you these few years. Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Hao and said smilingly. The corners of Jian Hao's mouth twitched fiercely. His expression was ugly to the extreme. He wished to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He worked hard for 100,000 years. In the end, he actually still could not beat Jian Hongxiao. These 100,000 years, he was just a temporary replacement. Now that the real master was back, he was kicked aside with one foot. He was not able to accept it. In extreme luck great imperial capital, Jian Sutao's words were the imperial edict. No one dared to defy him. In Jian Hao's view, so what if Jian Hongxiao recovered his strength? He had once committed an unpardonable crime. Could it be that he could be forgiven after 100,000 years had passed? Who would those Stellar Hall disciples who died find to talk reason with? But Jian Sutao did not seem to have the intention of explaining. Just like that, this matter was decided. He, Jian Hao, was back to being his protector. Truly a joke. Congratulations to Elder Hongshao's return. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and still moved out of the position in the end. All of the Stellar Hall disciples looked at this scene, not daring to even breathe loudly. It was too awkward for everyone. I never dreamed that I actually still had a chance to step into the Stellar Hall in this lifetime. Yi Yuan, you showed this old man the grace of rebirth. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said with a multitude of feelings. He deduced his own fate and just faintly felt that change would depend on Yi Yuan. But he did not think that he could return to the Stellar Hall anew for real. Furthermore, it was extremely quick. The 6-vein stellar pill, he knew that Yi Yuan should be able to refine it. It was just that he did not think that Yi Yuan directly gave him a vast spirit divine pill. When he saw the medicinal pill, his entire person was dazed. After eating the medicinal pill, his divine soul was practically about to float out. It was just that at that time not only did his strength improve further, he actually even had a deeper level of comprehension towards the profound spirit chaos formula, touching the threshold of Empyrean realm. Everyone said give a plum in return for a peach. But now, the repayment that Yi Yuan gave him simply made him unable to bear it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Hongxiao is doing it again, aren't you? Is there still a need to be so courteous between you and me? Haha, this old man can't help himself. Oh, right, the ancient god battlefield still has a dozen over years before its opening. Those children of destiny will be gathering in Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital very soon. Although your destiny is strong, inside this ancient god battlefield, destiny is completely useless. I heard that even Dao ancestor powerhouses had perished there before, Jian Hongxiao said. Yi Yuan's face changed and he said in surprise, Dao ancestor powerhouse. Aren't they eternal and immortal? Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, as for the specifics, I don't know either. How can that level of existence be what people like us can try to figure out? I only coincidentally heard Fengqi mentioned it once before very long ago. Presently, Yi Yuan had long learned that this, Fengqi, was Jian Sutao's daughter, while Jian Hongxiao was Jian Sutao's son-in-law. Back then, Jian Fengqi had a great tribulation in her life. Since then, she became confined to her bed and never left it again. Jian Hongxiao loved Jian Fengqi deeply. Hence, disregarding his biological brother's obstruction, he cast the heaven-defying fate-changing art. Who could have thought that apart from it falling short of success at the last stage, it even affected the all-encompassing armillary sphere, sucking the 36 disciples on duty and his biological younger brother all into human jerky. This matter had always been the pain in Jian Hongxiao's heart, so he was never willing to bring it up to people. When Yi Yuan heard this, monstrous waves stirred in his heart. Chapter 1964, You're Playing With Me. Based on the worldview that Dustless instilled in Yi Yuan, Dao ancestors were eternal and undying existences. They were the apex existences of this world. They controlled the laws in an area, representing heavenly Dao. Who could kill them? But now, someone said that Dao ancestors could die too. This caused a tremendous impact on Yi Yuan's worldview. Jian Fengqi was Jian Sutao's daughter. These words definitely came from him. With Jian Sutao's position in the Jian family, could these words merely be a groundless rumor? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Jian Hongxiao said with a smile, Hoo, back then when I heard this, my expression was exactly the same as yours. But thinking about it now, I'm afraid that Lord Sutao also heard about it as a rumor. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, This ancient god battlefield is rather interesting. The two people were currently chatting away idly when someone from outside reported that Jian Hao brought Jian Yuan to request an audience. Yi Yuan and Jian Hongxiao exchanged a glance and smiled. Jian Hongxiao said smilingly, Looks like Jian Hao is here to ask for a pill. Should we meet him or not? Yi Yuan smiled and said, That will have to depend on his sincerity. I'll leave it to you. I'll avoid him for a bit first. The weary-looking Jian Hao brought the blind Jian Yuan and entered the hall. Seeing Jian Hongxiao, Jian Hao hesitated for a moment, but he still gave a bow toward Jian Hongxiao. He said, I pay respects to Elder Jian Hongxiao. Jian Hongxiao was currently sitting solemnly as a show of respect and did not give a response. These two people contended with each other overtly and covertly for as long as several tens of thousands of years. Back then, when Jian Hongxiao fell into distress, the one who trampled the hardest was also Jian Hao. Now, making him treat Jian Hao with a calm state of mind, it was clearly not that easy. Jian Hao had an awkward look, unable to leave nor stay. He had no choice but to put aside his own pride to come and find Jian Hongxiao for the sake of his son today. Since Jian Hongxiao obtained the 6-vein stellar pill, that meant that there was someone who could refine this medicinal pill. His son's eyes could only be saved by the 6-vein stellar pill. Jian Hongxiao drank his tea as if these two people were air. Back then, he suffered heavenly Dao backlash and was heavily injured, being on the verge of dying. Even though he consumed medicinal pills, he also laid on the bed for several decades, barely managing to preserve his life. At that time, Jian Hao took his place and assumed the position of elder. In fact, he had once advocated for sentencing Jian Hongxiao to death. Banishing to Extreme Light Imperial City, this matter was also completed under Jian Hao's urging. Now, this bit of reciprocal was naturally considered nothing. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud, clenching his teeth, and he said, "Elder Hongxiao, Jian Hao knows that I was unfair to you, but I only have this one son. I don't want him to become a cripple. I beg you to help." Although the Jian Yuan by the side was blind, he also knew that his father knelt down. His expression changed greatly as he said, "Dad, how can you kneel down toward him? Shut up, you kneel down for me too and offer an apology to Elder Hongxiao." Jian Hongxiao said fiercely. Jian Yuan's face flickered incessantly. Making him kneel down toward Jian Hongxiao was simply unprecedented humiliation. He hated Jian Hongxiao, hated him for saying that he would not amount to much. Jian Hao flicked a finger. Jian Yuan knelt down involuntarily. In his ears came Jian Hao's scolding, "Unfilial son, Elder Hongxiao is the only person who can save you right now. Unless you want to be a cripple for life." Jian Yuan was startled and no longer struggled. He did not wish to become a cripple for life. Looking at this father and son pair, Jian Hongxiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "All right, Jian Hao, your apology, I accept it. But, Jian Yuan's eyes, I can't help you." Jian Hao nodded his head and said, "I understand Elder Hongxiao's meaning. Jian Hao isn't asking for other things. I only beg you to speak in recommendation of me, and let me meet this expert." He did not think that Jian Hongxiao could help him with anything to begin with. Disregarding the relationship between the two of them, how could an expert who could refine such a high-quality 6-vein stellar pill be possibly influenced by Jian Hongxiao? The expert behind Jian Hongxiao was at least a 7-star alchemy god. Furthermore, this kind of 7-star alchemy god, his status absolutely would not be inferior to City Lord. It was just that Jian Hao was very confused. Why would such an important person be willing to refine pills for Jian Hongxiao? Jian Hongxiao said, "All right, I'll go and help you ask for his opinion." Finished saying, Jian Hongxiao turned around and left. Before long, he came back and said, "The master agreed to see you guys. Follow me." When the father and son two people heard it, they were wildly elated in their hearts. What they were most afraid of was that he would not meet. As long as he was willing to meet, everything could be discussed. Jian Hongxiao was presently a stellar hall's elder. The mansion conferred onto him naturally would not be small. With a few turns, the few people arrived in a courtyard. Jian Hao faced inside and gave a deep bow, opened his mouth, and said, "Junior Stellar Hall's protector, Jian Hao, pays respect to Senior. I beg Senior to bestow my son a 6-vein stellar pill." When Jian Hongxiao heard that, a hint of a smile flashed across his face. This old fogey actually took Yuan to be a senior. But it made sense. Under the circumstances where one was ignorant, probably anyone would also think that the one who refined the pill for him was an Empyrean realm big shot, right? A ridiculously young figure slowly walked out. Jian Hao's expression instantly became extremely ugly. "Jian Hongxiao, you're playing with me." Jian Hao looked toward Jian Hongxiao and said in a great rage. Jian Hao knew that this young man was the main culprit who caused his son to end up like this. Now that he showed up here, wasn't this intentionally embarrassing him and making fun of him? Who he wanted to meet was the master, not this brat. "Dad, what's wrong?" Jian Yuan could not see and asked doubtfully. Jian Hao said furiously, "He's making fun of his father and son. This isn't some master at all, but that punk who caused you to become like this. What? Jian was enraged the moment he heard it. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said indifferently, he's the master that he wanted to see. Jian Hao did not believe it at all. Waving his hand, he said coldly, speaking nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? At this age, forget about being a 6-star alchemy god. Being able to learn the basics of alchemy is already pretty good. Even if he's a 6-star alchemy god, the 6-vein stellar pill is also not what the likes of his age can refine. But Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, I don't have the time to crack this kind of jokes with you. My 6-vein stellar pill was refined by Yuan. I brought him to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital in order to find City Lord to ask for the 6-vein stellar pill's pill formula. Otherwise, who else do you think can refine the 6-vein stellar pill in this Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital? The series of words made Jian Hao calm down. Jian Hongxiao's sudden return was very fishy to begin with. In these 100,000 over years, he had not returned once before. Thinking of how Jian went blind with one look again, could it be that this Yuan really had an extremely exuberant destiny? Linking these events up, it was really very likely. But, this brat looked to be only 1,000 over years old no matter how one looked at him. How could he refine the 6-vein stellar pill? This kind of thing was simply too ludicrous. Jian Hao looked at Yuan with an awkward look. Master, don't blame me. It's truly, rather hard to believe, Jian Hao said. Yuan said coolly, no worries. Even though Jian was a little domineering, his crime isn't to this extent. Since Elder Hongxiao isn't pressing the case with you guys, I'm indifferent. I can help you guys refine the medicinal pill, but the spirit medicines need you to prepare yourself. Jian Hao was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, thank you, Master. Chapter 1965, Lu Yi. The eyes of Jian Hao's family's son were cured. This matter spread throughout Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital very quickly like a gust of wind. Those major family clans all went into action without delay, all wanting to inquire about who treated Jian's eyes. At Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, there was actually someone capable of refining the 6-vein stellar pill. To the Jian family's members, this 6-vein stellar pill was simply a second life. Among the Jian family members in this city, how many people had suffered heavenly Dao backlash before? Even some powerful people more or less suffered before some hidden injuries too, being unable to eliminate it once and for all up till today. But Jian Hao's family kept a tight lid on their mouths. No one knew how on earth this master was. Right at this time, a piece of news spread like wildfire. It turned out that the one who refined this 6-vein stellar pill was none other than actually that young man who came to the great imperial capital together with Elder Jian Hongxiao. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Jian family members in the city were all incomparably amazed. Their first reaction was that they did not believe it. A ridiculously young youth who just entered True God realm, how could he possibly be the master who refined the 6-vein stellar pill? But thinking carefully, this credibility was really very high. Hence, there began to have people who harbored the mentality to give it a try and went to Jian Hongxiao's elder manor. In the end, each one returned fully loaded. Those Jian family members with chronic ailments actually all recovered under Yuan's miracle hands. With this, it thoroughly blew up. The people who came to the elder's manor every day were practically trampling the doorway flat. For some time, Jian Hongxiao became the most in-demand elder in this city. Even Master Bu Chen also personally paid a visit to call on Master Yi's counsel. Just like that, Yuan cultivated as he treated the Jian family members' heavenly Dao backlash. More than 10 years time passed. On this day, Jian Hongxiao went to find Yuan. Upon seeing Jian Hongxiao, Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up as he said with a smile, "Congratulations to Brother Hongxiao. It seems like Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital will be adding another Empyrean powerhouse not long after." The current Jian Hongxiao had a full forehead one. The aura of Dao on his body was becoming thicker and thicker. This was clearly the sign of breaking through soon. From a true god to an Empyrean, how many heroes had this step stumped? Just take this Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital for example. Just the 9th firmament true god powerhouses that Yuan knew about were 20 to 30 people. Those below 9th firmament true god were even more. But so many true god powerhouses, those able to break through to the Empyrean realm were only Jian Sutao and Jian Suyan 2 people. This was also because the Jian family's cultivation method was powerful. If it were other places, this chance would be even lower. Hence, for Jian Hongshao to be able to take this step, no idea how many true god powerhouses were incredibly envious of him. Jian Hongshao was all smiles as he said, "Hey, without you, this old man also couldn't possibly have taken this step in this lifetime." Empyrean. Even people who possess Imperial aura also don't dare to say that they can definitely break through to the Empyrean realm. For this old man to be able to have this today, it's being tainted by your immortal qi. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Hongshao's talent is extremely good in the first place. Back then, if not for suffering heavenly Tao backlash, with the accumulation of these 100,000 years, you'd probably have walked to this step as well." Jian Hongshao shook his head and said, "There are no ifs in this world. Everything has its destiny. That tribulation back then was Fengqi's tribulation. Similarly, this was my tribulation. If not for encountering you, it's impossible for my destiny to change." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Finding me for something? Lord Sutao made me come find you. He told me to have you go to Virtuous Wind Establishment. The ancient god battlefield is about to open. The other children of destiny have already arrived in succession," Jian Hongshao said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Hongshao's father-in-law's people manipulating art is truly impressive. Disregarding using you to blackmail me into entering the ancient god battlefield, he even deliberately let out the news, making me treat the Jian family's people. Tisk tisk, truly exhausting every power of his mind." Jian Hongshao blushed with shame. He knew that he caused trouble for Yi Yuan. If not for him, Yi Yuan would not have provoked so much trouble, and even had to put his life on the line to enter the ancient god battlefield. Inside the Virtuous Wind Establishment, all the people of fame arrived. The moment Yi Yuan entered the hall, he immediately attracted a series of sidelong glances. A young man sitting on the left-hand side sized him up for a while and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "I was wondering who had such airs, to actually be the last one to come. It turns out that it's just a rookie who just entered True God Realm." Everyone guffawed with laughter. Yi Yuan discovered that ever since he broke through to the Origin Pill realm, his cultivation speed suddenly slowed down a lot. It was not that his talent could not keep up anymore, but it was due to the spiritual energy required being too horrifying. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan swallowed quite a number of medicinal pills but did not break through much in terms of cultivation realm. He was still at the initial stage First Firmament Origin Pill realm. Of course, this was just relatively speaking of him. When ordinary people cultivated for 10 years, they would probably also just barely consolidate their realm. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with them. He found a corner and sat down. Sweeping a glance, Yi Yuan discovered that there were a total of 9 people in this hall including him. That young man sitting on the left-hand seat was the strongest. He actually already reached the initial stage 3rd Firmament True God Realm. The others were all just at the 2nd Firmament True God Realm and late stage 1st Firmament True God Realm. While he was the weakest among these people, being only at the middle stage 1st Firmament Origin Pill. Reaching True God Realm, even if it was just the difference between initial stage 1st Firmament True God and middle stage 1st Firmament True God, the strength difference was huge. Hence, that young man's nose was almost pointing to the sky already. It was only to see him slowly standing up, and then he said to everyone, "This humble self is Song Yu, from the Xiuan Great Imperial Capital. Elder Suyun personally used the aura viewing art on me before. I'm at the peak Imperial aura. Entering the ancient god battlefield this time, as long as I obtain a huge lucky chance, I believe that stepping into Emperor surmounting aura shouldn't be anything difficult." When everyone heard that, each and every one of them was slightly surprised in their hearts. Jian Suyun was the Stellar Hall's head elder, being the only Empyrean realm powerhouse. With him personally using the aura viewing art, this was a great glory. Seeing the changes on everyone's faces, Song Yu had a smug look. He said smilingly, "We're all from Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Entering the ancient god battlefield, we should naturally support one another. Why don't everybody do a self-introduction first, talk about your destiny?" The moment Song Yu came up, he suppressed everyone. At this time, no one objected. On his right side, a young man opened his mouth and said, "I'm called Guo Jingyang, from Redleaf Great Imperial Capital, late stage Imperial aura. I'm called Ma Chong, from Windade Great Imperial Capital, late stage Imperial aura." Very soon, it was the turn of a wretched-looking old man next to Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan entered, he quietly sized him up. The rest were all youngsters, only this guy was very old, likely several tens of thousands of years old already. It was very hard to imagine that such a person could actually be chosen to enter the ancient god battlefield. But since he was able to enter the virtuous wind establishment, he would also be imperial aura at the lousiest. The wretched-looking old man chuckled, stood up, and said, "This old man is Lu Yi, an itinerant cultivator. I only barely managed to break through to the initial stage imperial aura due to luck. Although this old man is old, I can't compare to all of you young talents. When the time comes, please take good care of me." Lu Yi's attitude was exhibited very humbly and did not take advantage of his seniority because of his age, looking very obediently. But Yi Yuan instinctively felt that this old man was not simple. Chapter 1966. They don't even dare to look. Heh, you could actually break through to imperial aura at this age. I'm afraid, you stepped on dog shit when you stepped out of the house, right? As Song Yu said, he burst out laughing. When the others heard it, they also laughed along. Toward Lu Yi, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Firstly, it was because his appearance was wretched. Secondly, it was because he was already advanced in age. At this age, even if one had an imperial aura, it was likely very hard to break through to the Empyrean realm too. Lu Yi himself also started to laugh. He concurred and said, "How did Sir Song know? Heh, 3,000 years ago, this old man really stepped into a pile of dog shit when I went out of the house. In the end, not long after, I obtained some lucky chances inside a mystic realm. That's how I broke through to imperial aura." With him saying so, everyone was even more amused. Song Yu laughed until he could not close his mouth as he said with amusement, "Hoo, you have self-awareness. After going in, follow me. I'll ensure your safety." Lu Yi chuckled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Sir Song very much." Finished saying, Lu Yi sat down, but his eyes unwittingly flitted toward Yi Yuan. Just now, everyone was jeering at him, only Yi Yuan did not. Now, it was Yi Yuan's turn. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of opening his mouth. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Hey, snotty brat, it's your turn." Ever since breaking through to the perfect sixth transformation golden body, Yi Yuan's looks became much younger all at once, as if returning to his youth era. In other people's view, he was just like an immature snotty brat. Another wave of loud laughter came. Yi Yuan gave Song Yu a glance and said coolly, "I'm called Yi Yuan. I'm from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? What place is that? Never heard before. Haha, a puny little imperial aura can actually produce an imperial aura too. Just now, Lu Yi said that he stepped on dog shit when he stepped out of the house. You wouldn't have eaten dog shit, right? Yi Yuan had not finished talking yet when Song Yu directly verbally abused him right in his face. Song Yu had long discerned it. When the others heard his background and destiny, they all already looked up to him for guidance. But Yi Yuan had an aloof and indifferent appearance, not giving him any face at all. Therefore, he did not plan on saving Yi Yuan's face either. Moreover, Yi Yuan only came from a remote tiny little imperial city. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's name, he had really not heard of it before. Hey, snotty brat, eating dog shit, your destiny must be very flourishing, right? What's your destiny? Such a great destiny, you can likely become a Dao ancestor in the future, right? Song Yu convulsed with laughter in great delight. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "My destiny, actually, I don't know either." Everyone could not help being taken aback when they heard it. Those able to enter the virtuous wind establishment, they needed to have imperial aura at the least. Because only a person with an imperial aura could enter the ancient god battlefield. But Yi Yuan said that he did not know. "Don't know, kid, you're making fun of us, right? Those able to enter virtuous wind establishment are all at least imperial auras that have gone through the approval of the Stellar Hall's elders. You don't even know yourself and you can come in. Or is it that your destiny is too weak and your strength is too low as well, so you're embarrassed to say?" Song Yu said with a contemptuous look. Not saying was naturally being embarrassed to say. Most likely, Yi Yuan's destiny was the same as Lu Yi, just entered imperial aura. Makes sense, coming from a measly imperial aura, being able to have an imperial aura was already the limit. That's not it. They all said that I'm of the Emperor surmounting aura, but it's all guesses. Because, they don't even dare to look, Yi Yuan said coolly. Emperor surmounting aura, don't dare to look, haha, It's really getting more and more ridiculous. The Stellar Hall Elders' means are all exceedingly formidable, they would not dare to look. Kid, you also have to come up with a draft when you're boasting, alright? Stellar Hall said with a cold smile. He didn't lie. The GN family members who have used the aura viewing art on him before all went blind. At this time, a voice sounded out from the side hall. Following that, a group of people slowly walked out. They were precisely the Stellar Hall's 8 elders. Elder Hongxiao. Song Yu's face changed, immensely shocked in his heart. It was still his first time hearing that when the GN family's people used the aura viewing art, they would actually go blind. But these words coming out of GN Hongxiao's words naturally would not be wrong. That late-stage Imperial Guo Jingyang suddenly said with a look of surprise, blinded. Could he be Yi Yuan, Master Yi? Song Yu was taken aback and said, Master Yi. He had naturally heard of Master Yi Yuan's name before. The GN family members in this city simply revered him like a god. Guo Jingyang nodded and said, Brother Song came late and might not have heard before. Back then, Master Yi and Master Hongxiao just entered Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Protector Jian Hao's son, Jian Yun, used the aura viewing art on Master Yi. In the end, his eyes went blind on the spot. Later, it was even treated by Master Yi. When the group of children of destiny heard that, they were all extremely surprised. They had all heard of Master Yi's name and even thought that he was an old fogey. Who would have thought that he was actually this young? No one connected this snotty brat in front of them with that Master Yi Yuan whose name shook extreme luck. Song Yu's face was full of astoundment. He kept calling snotty brat earlier. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan was actually such a major figure? This face of yours was also too deceiving. Hang on, what did he say earlier? Emperor surmounting aura. Song Yu was speechless. Could it be that this Yi Yuan really had the Emperor surmounting aura? Going blind with a look, how powerful a destiny was that? Why did Yi Yuan himself say that he was not sure? If the GN family suspected that he was of the Emperor surmounting aura, couldn't City Lord personally use the aura viewing art on him? With City Lord's strength, he could see through Yi Yuan's actual situation, right? Everyone knew that City Lord understood the mysteries of good fortune in terms of aura viewing art. How could Song Yu know that Jian Sutao wanted to look, but he did not dare to look? Everyone's gazes shot toward Song Yu one after another, making his face incomparably scalding hot. Just as Song Yu was in a daze, the various elders had already taken their positions. An old figure appeared. We pay respects to City Lord. Seeing this old man, everyone hurriedly bowed and gave a salute. Even if it was Song Yu, he also did not dare to be the slightest bit neglectful in front of Jian Sutao. Jian Sutao slowly opened his mouth and said, You're all the children of destiny that my extreme luck great imperial capital picked. Your future accomplishments are limitless. If you can obtain lucky chances from inside the ancient god battlefield, surpassing this Empyrean in the future is also not impossible. Therefore, I wish you all the best. Alright, the hour has arrived, you all get ready, you're about to set off. On Jian Sutao's body, a dense fog leapt up. It suddenly became incomparably dark inside the entire hall. Dots of stars lit up, a passageway appeared in front of everyone. Song Yu did not hesitate, taking the lead and entering. The rest followed closely behind. Yi Yuan was naturally the last one. In the instant he stepped into the passageway, Jian Sutao suddenly opened his mouth and said, Yi Yuan, don't forget the thing you promised this Empyrean. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Relax. The things that I, Yi Yuan, promised, I'll live up to my word. Finished saying, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, also going into the passageway. Chapter 1967. Entering the Ancient God Battlefield. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, who was currently casting a spell, suddenly detected a trace of abnormality. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void, directly landing on the Yi Yuan inside the passageway. This young man, interesting. Rather interesting. Saying interesting twice in a row, for Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, that was absolutely encountering something that made him interested. By the side, a middle-aged man said in surprise, Lord Father, what thing made you so interested? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, With the ancient god battlefield opening this time, I discovered a very interesting little fellow. Oh, wonder what peculiarity this little fellow has, to actually be able to attract Father's attention. He knew that the ancient god battlefield had opened for no idea how many times already. His father had never revealed such an expression before. It showed that this little fellow was really very interesting. He understood that after his father reached his present realm, he had already reached the state of mind like an ancient well without ripples long ago. Extremely few things could make his mood have a change. But today, his father's mood clearly had a ripple. This made him extremely shocked. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "It's a little fellow who came from extreme luck. Great imperial capital. Father actually can't see through his actual situation." The pupils of the middle-aged man shrunk, and he said in surprise, "Father calculates all of heaven's secrets and knows about the matters under the heavens like the back of your hand. There's actually someone that Father can't see through in this world." Profound Secrets shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Calculating all of heaven's secrets. That's only what you all think. Father merely lived a little longer and understood a little more about this world than others." Profound Secrets stood with his hands behind his back, turned around to look towards that distant horizon, and said emotionally, "Everyone says that I, Profound Secrets, am omniscient and all-powerful. But they don't know that the moment my Jian family touches calculating rods, heavenly Tao is laughing. The higher one stands, the more it's akin to treading on thin ice, and the more one feels that heavenly Tao is unfathomable." The middle-aged man was at a loss after listening. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' words, he could not comprehend at all. In his eyes, his father always had everything under control. In this world, there was nothing that he, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, could not calculate. Even those Tao ancestors who were too lofty to reach were also courteous toward father. His father was absolutely this heavenspan world's outlier, an existence above worldly considerations. The things that he said, he could not understand at all. Why would heavenly Tao laugh? What father said, "Yunxin doesn't understand. Hoo-hoo, perhaps one day, you'll know. Go and inquire for me about the background of this little fellow," Profound Secrets said with a laugh. "Yes, father." Jian Yunxin received the order and left. Inside the passageway, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. "Senior, I seem to feel that someone was spying on me just now," Yi Yuan said to Dustless. Dustless was rather surprised as he said, "Spying on you? I didn't detect it." Yi Yuan was rather stunned. Even Dustless actually did not feel it. "Maybe it's my misconception," Yi Yuan said. Dustless frowned as he thought about it and said, "Might not be." "Talk about your feeling just now." Yi Yuan said, "It was like heavenly Tao's overlooking, it was intangible." Dustless said, "This ancient god battlefield's passageway was opened up by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets with a great divine ability. Sending you all into the ancient god battlefield is also Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' work. Could it be that it was him spying on you?" When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows could not help furrowing. Being noticed by such a powerhouse was not what he desired. Although he looked forward to meeting Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets very much, he also knew that this kind of person was too ephemeral. That person was not what the current him could come into contact with. Being noticed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was not some good thing. Forget it, it's a blessing if not a calamity. If it's a calamity, it can't be avoided. Just as Yi Yuan was hesitating, Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. A desolate aura hit him face on. In front of him, it was a boundless land with yellow sand all over the place, unable to see the end with a glance. Suddenly, the winds and clouds changed. Above the horizon, two powerhouses surged with mighty divine essence, fighting fiercely in close quarters, fighting until heaven rent asunder and the earth cracked. Suddenly, an attack dispersed and headed straight toward their side. The faces of Song Yu and the rest changed drastically as they cried out in surprise, "Goodness, quickly run." As he said, he turned around and ran. At this time, the young powerhouses in this area were probably no less than several hundred people. When everyone saw this horrifying energy undulation, each and every one of them was scared until their faces were ashen, turning tail and running like Song Yu. But how could they escape? That energy undulation arrived in an instant. However, there was no exploding sound like everyone imagined. It evaporated into thin air just like that. Lifting their heads and looking over again, those two powerhouses also disappeared into thin air. Their traces were no longer there. What the hell? Turns out that it was a false alarm. Damn it, scared me to death. What's going on here? Don't tell that those two powerhouses just now were both illusions. Those young powerhouses all cursed angrily to no end, clearly feeling like they were made fun of. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan and marveled with admiration. He said, "Little brother is indeed not an ordinary person. Facing such a heaven-shocking energy undulation and your countenance didn't even change. That unexpected turn of events just now, only a small number of people stood in place and not moved. Yi Yuan was one of them. Yi Yuan gave the wretched-looking Lu Yi a glance and said with a faint smile, "Playing a pig to eat a tiger, looks like Brother Lu has mastered the skill to perfection." Lu Yi was surprised in his heart, but he had a wretched look on his face as he said, "What's little brother talking about? This Lu doesn't understand." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You and I know in our hearts, that will do." Lu Yi, getting snubbed, went over to the side to hide awkwardly. But for Yi Yuan, he became alert instead. Although Song Yu's strength was strong, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart. He was merely a young master who had not experienced tempering before. In a place like the ancient god battlefield, he would not even know what was going on after being schemed to death by people. But from the very start, Yi Yuan was very vigilant toward this Lu Yi. He instinctively felt that Lu Yi was not simple. An itinerant cultivator like him could actually rise rapidly all the way up, reaching imperial aura at this kind of age. This absolutely could not be summed up with a simple word like destiny. Actually, since entering the ancient god battlefield, Yi Yuan had been observing Lu Yi. Sure enough, when everyone turned pale with fright and was running away just now, Lu Yi pretended to look surprised and ran together with everyone. The scared expression on his face was very fake. But at this sort of time, there naturally would not be anyone who would pay attention to him. Even so, he still made such an expression. The depths of his cunningness could be seen. Yi Yuan believed in destiny but did not believe in destiny entirely. Human effort was a decisive factor. Defying the heavens and changing fate, this sort of thing was not just a legend. For Lu Yi to be able to walk until today step by step, he definitely did not rely on just luck. Right at this time, a deep voice rang in everyone's ears. The person said, "That isn't an illusion." Who's talking? Everyone turned pale with fright because they could not find anyone at all. That voice sounded out once more. The person said, "Don't need to look for me. This emperor is in a closed seclusion in the depths of the ancient god battlefield. You can't find me. This emperor is the ancient god battlefield's guardian. You all entering the ancient god battlefield, this emperor has a few things to warn you about. This emperor, it's a heavenly emperor powerhouse." When everyone heard that, their faces changed color due to feeling terrified. Chapter 1968, Battle Spirits. Yi Yuan's heart went slightly cold. This should be the Jian family's heavenly emperor powerhouse. The Jian family was really too powerful to actually use a heavenly emperor powerhouse to garrison the ancient god battlefield. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had lived for far too long. His descendants had also similarly lived for far too long. With his good luck, the Jian family's heavenly emperor powerhouses were likely not a few. This family clan was too terrifying. Yi Yuan even had a feeling that the Jian family might be the Heavenspan world's #1 major family clan. As Yi Yuan was lost in thought, that voice continued to echo faintly, shocking the mind. "The place that you all are standing at was hewed open by Ancestor Profound Secrets with a great divine ability. It's the only safe place in this ancient god battlefield. Those two people's great battle earlier was also not an illusion." This heavenly emperor's words poured out easily and fluently, talking tirelessly about this ancient god battlefield's perils. It turned out that inside this ancient god battlefield, there had once been countless powerhouses that perished. Before those powerhouses died, the unwillingness in their chest cut across the long river of history, and would occasionally trigger heaven and earth's spiritual energy, playing out the image when they were alive, having a great battle with their opponents again. Those two figures earlier were the battle scene of two heavenly emperor powerhouses when they were alive. Although this battle was not as earth-shaking as when they were alive, it could similarly stir up powerful spiritual energy undulations. Those energy undulations were all real. Once swept by these spiritual energies, one would not even know how they died. The moment Yi Yuan entered, he felt that there was a mysterious energy undulation all around, like a barrier. Hence, when those two powerhouses were fighting, he did not move. He believed that those people who did not move were the same as him. They felt this undulation. Those people's comprehensions of heavenly Tao were extremely deep. All of them were going to be troublesome for him. Yi Yuan already secretly remembered these people's faces. When he ran into them again, he would need to be careful. Of course, there was also that Lu Yi. Hearing this heavenly emperor powerhouse's words, each and every one of them, their expressions were all rather ugly. This ancient god battlefield was too dangerous. Now, you all can start to seek out lucky chances on your own. You can move collectively and can also work alone. Of course, this emperor advises you all to take action collectively. This way, the chances of seizing treasures will be a little higher. You all have 3 years' time. After 3 years, this barrier will disappear, and you all will stay in this place for as long as 10,000 years. However, if you're afraid, you can also keep staying inside this shield, all the way until the passageway closes. Finished saying, that voice disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared before. These children of destiny began forming cliques. Of course, these people came from different great imperial capitals. The majority formed alliances with the great imperial capitals as the unit of measurement. Song Yu recovered to that boundless enthusiastic appearance and opened his mouth and said, "Everybody, are you all planning on moving alone, or are you going together with me? But I'll say it first. If it's together, you have to listen to my orders. If anyone is half-hearted when the time comes, I'll kill him without the slightest mercy." Song Yu's gaze swept over with a grave look. He, naturally, had the qualifications to say so. Having a third firmament true god strength, even in extreme luck great imperial capital, it was also considered head and shoulders above others. "Hey, who the hell do you think you are? I'm also a child of destiny, why should I follow you? Farewell, no need, I plan to work alone." Right at this time, a series of arguing sounds came over from not far away. Clearly, these people did not want to move with the majority of the force but wanted to work alone. Although moving alone was dangerous, the lucky chances obtained were all theirs. If there were a lot of people, a bout of snatching could not be avoided when the time comes. Whose hands it would end up in was still unknown. It could say that each path had its own pros and cons. Those who came here were all children of destiny, each and every one of them were all from imperial capitals or great imperial capitals, pillars of society. How could they be willing to be below others? Hence, some people directly bade farewell and left. This shield's radius was not large. Those few people went out of the circle very soon. With several people taking the lead, more and more people planned on working alone. The few figures gradually moved further away. All of a sudden, the situation changed drastically. Outside the circle, one illusory figure after another condensed. The surging killing intent almost turned corporeal, directly passing through the barrier, making people palpitating with anxiety and fear. Outside the circle, battle cries shook the heavens. Those few children of destiny that went out first were surrounded very quickly. Everyone's faces changed, looking at this scene in terror. These are the battle spirits that the Emperor earlier mentioned. Earlier, that heavenly Emperor powerhouse said before that there were battle spirits everywhere in the ancient god battlefield. The strength of the battle spirits varied from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm. These battle spirits were condensed and formed from the divine soul fragments of those powerhouses from countless years ago. The ancient god battlefield's environment was very special. Those powerhouses, divine soul fragments, were unable to enter samsara and could only drift between heaven and earth, finally forming into a new spirit body. Through so many years of development, their strength already became very terrifying. Powerful battle spirits could even reach the Empyrean realm. However, this kind of battle spirit was very, very few. Currently, those battle spirits outside were mostly celestial deity realm. The important thing was that these battle spirits were too numerous. Those few children of destiny were not weak. Most of them had a second firmament true god strength. Otherwise, they also would not dare to go out themselves. They were very strong, but they could not fend off the numerous battle spirits. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise, "Not good. There are true god realm existences among these battle spirits." Sure enough, those few children of destiny all encountered their opponents and were tied down by true god realm battle spirits very soon. These battle spirits were all extremely ferocious and did not fear death at all. With the entanglement of true god realm battle spirits, those celestial deity realm battle spirits could play a role. Even if their attacks only caused a tiny bit of damage, when accumulated, it was also very terrifying. In the end, under the watchful gazes of everyone, those few children of destiny were actually dismembered by those battle spirits with a flurry of blades. Within the circle, those children of destiny were all ashen, being frightened by this scene. The battle spirits' murderous air was extremely heavy, as if they only knew slaughter. They were being completely unreasonable. Those children of destiny who planned on acting alone quietly turned back. This scene let them deeply experience the danger of this ancient god battlefield. But Song Yu laughed coldly and said, "How is it? Does anyone still want to move alone now? You can go, I won't stop you guys." The others did not make a sound anymore. After ruminating for a moment, Guo Jingyang opened his mouth and said, "I'll join. I'll join too." They were not fools, being under others was better than losing their lives. Song Yu chuckled and said, "You guys want to join, also can. But we have to come to an agreement beforehand, the treasures obtained, I want 50% all to myself." When everyone heard that, their faces could not help changing. Guo Jingyang frowned and said, "Song Yu, you're also too greedy, right?" But Song Yu smiled faintly and said, "Greedy? Just now, I advised you all to join, you all harbored ulterior motives. Now, seeing the danger, you want to seek my protection. How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Chapter 1969, Beg Me. Originally, everyone was on the same starting line. Although Song Yu's strength was strong, everyone gave it no heed. They all felt that as long as they obtained a little lucky chance, breaking through to the third firmament true god would naturally be a cinch. But now, they could not even step out of the door without forming a team. What to do now? Dealing with these battle spirits, with Song Yu's strength, he would naturally exert himself the most. Fighting alone was no different from seeking death. Hence, everyone had to ask Song Yu for help. The situation was naturally different. The expressions on everyone's face was very ugly. Song Yu getting 50% of the benefits alone, this was too wicked. "Hey, since you're not willing, then I'll find others to form a team," he said. Song Yu turned around and left. Guo Jingyang's face changed and he said, "Okay, I agree. I agree too." Song Yu's move of allowing more latitude first in order to get a tighter rein achieved its effect very soon. "Hoo, since that's the case, then let's set it like this. The treasures obtained, I get 50%. The remaining 50%, you guys distribute them yourselves," Song Yu smiled and said. The others had black faces, clearly feeling very gloomy. The more treasures obtained, the more exuberant one's destiny naturally would be. With Song Yu's talent, if he obtained so many treasures, he might be able to break through to the Emperor surmounting aura in one go. As for Song Yu, he was naturally unwilling to find other people to form a team anymore. Forming teams with the powerhouses of other imperial cities, he naturally could not get so many treasures. Furthermore, he also would not be able to lead the team. These children of destiny would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. How could they be willing to be beneath others? Hence, these children of destiny formed big and small circles. Extreme luck great imperial capitals 9 people, there were 7 people who announced to join Song Yu's team very quickly. There was only Yi Yuan and Lu Yi left. "Hey, old man, are you planning on going out alone?" Song Yu looked at Lu Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lu Yi gave a wretched smile and said, "How can I? I'll join Sir Song's team." Song Yu nodded his head and looked toward Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, saying with a mocking face, "This sir with the Emperor surmounting aura shouldn't be joining our team, right?" Emperor surmounting aura, that kid is actually of the Emperor. Surmounting aura, heh. So what if Emperor surmounting aura? With his strength, even if he has Emperor surmounting aura, it's also dying until not even dregs remain. Based on this, he still needs to beg people. Song Yu's words immediately drew quite a bit of focus. After all, of these children of destiny, imperial auras were plentiful, while Emperor surmounting auras were in the minority. This kind of ratio was roughly the same as Empyrean realm powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. Among 100 Empyrean realm powerhouses, there might not be one who could break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Toward the Emperor surmounting aura, if their strength was strong, everyone naturally would not say anything. But Yi Yuan's strength was too poor. Everyone looked at him rather interestedly, looking at him being humiliated by the others. This was also considered the mentality of hating and wanting to be wealthy, right? Song Yu sneered coldly in his heart, so what if destiny was high? So what if he knew how to refine pills? In this ancient god battlefield, everything still depended on strength. When he obtained treasures and broke through to the Emperor surmounting aura, he would fling this kid far away behind. Arrogant for what? During that time at Virtuous Wind Establishment, his face was utterly lost. At that time, there were so many big shots around. So he naturally did not dare to say anything. But now, the situation had reversed. Yi Yuan had to look to him for help. Song Yu naturally had to need him well. Beg me, whether I agree or not depends on my mood. Song Yu was delighted in his heart. Everyone's gaze was cast on Yi Yuan, wanting to see if he would lower his head or not. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right. I'm planning on working alone, you guys go ahead." Everyone was taken back. Working alone? Even if you wanted face, there was also no need to be like this, right? Could it be that those people being dismembered by a flurry of blades earlier, he did not see it? There were a series of question marks on top of everyone's heads, all dumbstruck with astonishment by Yi Yuan's words. Song Yu was stunned first, then immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "Working alone? Hey, our Emperor surmounting aura expert is really domineering. Ha ha ha." The rest also roared with laughter, feeling that Yi Yuan was keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. As long as he went out, moving alone would definitely die until not even dregs remained, unless he was not planning to go out. When Song Yu saw this expression, he felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly and said with a cold snort, "I want to see how you act alone. If you have the capability, don't hide in here and not go out." The teams had an outcome very soon. It was mostly grouped with great imperial capital as the factor. But there were also a small number of weaker ones who formed a small team. Hence, one team after another started going out of the circle and heading into the depths of the ancient god battlefield. The moment they went out of the circle, countless battle spirits started surrounding them. However, the strengths of these children of destiny were not ordinary. With them cooperating together, they naturally did not fear these battle spirits. Song Yu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a cold smile, "Child of Emperor surmounting aura, why haven't you gone out yet, scared? Hey, if you beg me now, I can consider taking you for a ride." Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "Many thanks for Sir Song's good intentions, but there's no need." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leapt and actually went straight out of the circle. The faces of extreme luck great imperial capital's people changed, looking at this scene in shock. Being suicidal for face. This was also too impressive, right? This was not keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. This was wanting to save face to the point it would really be fatal. This kid's brain is spoiled, right? What Emperor surmounting aura? Simply a fool. What's the point of this dispute caused by personal feelings? Losing his life in vain. Extreme Luck's people had mocking looks on their faces, very disapproving of Yi Yuan's actions. Only Lu Yi's two eyes were narrowed slightly, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's figure. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, revealing an astonished look. Not just him, the other people's faces similarly went from sneering to shock. Especially Song Yu, the look on his face was ugly to the extreme. Without the least bit of surprise, the moment Yi Yuan came out, he was surrounded by battle spirits that blotted out the skies and covered the earth very quickly. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of defending at all. He just walked leisurely like that. When the attacks of those celestial deity realm battle spirits landed on his body, it did not have any effect at all, not even causing an itch. The perfect sixth transformation golden body Yi Yuan had once shattered a true god mystic treasure with one punch. With his perverse defensive power, the attacks of mere celestial deity realm battle spirits was nothing to him at all. This defensive strength is also a little too freakish, right? Hang on, he's a body cultivator. His fleshy body has already reached the sixth transformation golden body. The attacks of mere celestial deity realm powerhouses can't hurt him at all. When the children of destiny who had not left the circle yet saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. The defensive power of body cultivating martial artists were all very perverse. One should not look at how these martial artists cultivated to the true god realm. Their physical bodies might be inferior to celestial deity realm body cultivators. Their defensive power was completely relying on divine essence protecting the body. One or two celestial deity realm powerhouses naturally would not hurt them. But once the numbers went up, and there were even true god realm martial artists tangling, their protective divine essence would be slowly whittled away. Once it was weakened to a certain degree, the attacks of celestial deity realm powerhouses would cause damage to them. Chapter 1970, Qinghong Battle Armor. Yi Yuan lightly threw a punch out, directly crushing a true god realm battle spirit to dust. Entanglement. The battle spirit's strength was not up to his level. It could not cause any hindrance to him at all. Sigh, if we had known earlier, we'd have followed me. Facing these battle spirits, Body cultivators have too much advantage. Isn't that so? It's too late now. Extreme Lux people had regretful faces. Song Yu's face swelled to the color of pig liver. Yi Yuan walking over was like looking at flowers while riding on horseback. It was too effortless. Very soon, his position went past those squads that went first. While those squads were still caught in arduous struggles, their progress was very slow. Enough crap, still not moving, the treasures will be snatched by people, Song Yu said crossly. One sentence made everyone startle awake. A group of people also rushed into the battle spirit great army. One squad after another pressed onward ahead and also scattered the battle spirit army. Everyone's speed of progress also became much faster. Yi Yuan came out from the center, but at this time, he already walked to the front of the entire squad. The places that he passed by, those teams were all extremely surprised. Of course, they were also very envious. Although the cultivation of a body cultivator was very arduous, at this time, it was undoubtedly the most useful. Yi Yuan's brows suddenly raised up, his gaze sweeping to the earth mound not far away, where more than 10 skeletons were lying scattered. Looking at the appearance, they were the children of destiny that entered in the past. Existences with the potential to become Empyreans died quietly in this place just like that. Yi Yuan turned around and walked over towards the earth mound. What is that body cultivator doing? There are quite a number of true God realm battle spirits over there. Yi Yuan's every action had everyone's attention. Someone discovered his unusual action very quickly. The strength of the battle spirits over at the earth mound was clearly a magnitude stronger. There were already quite a lot of true God realm battle spirits gathered. But Yi Yuan did not care. Those were mostly first firmament true God strength battle spirits. They did not pose much threat to him at all. When he came over, he would smash them with one punch. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at those skeletons that numbered over a dozen. It was only to see him reach his hand out and sweep, collecting the storage rings scattered around the skeletons. The backgrounds of these children of destiny were all very noble. They naturally would have with them some good stuff. Yi Yuan collected them without being courteous. When the various teams saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely envious. No wonder he was a person with the emperor surmounting aura. This was picking up treasures wherever he went. Collecting all the storage rings, Yi Yuan then lifted his hand and punched, blasting out a large hole in the earth mound. Then, flicking his sleeves grandly, he swept those skeletons inside. All of you are also considered pitiful people. I'll lay you all to rest. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and buried these skeletons. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's heart stirred. A weak aura was detected by him. These children of destiny clearly know that it's dangerous here, but I'll run over here. There's a problem, Yi Yuan thought, his gaze aimed at the top of this earth mound, even though that side had people's line of sight blocked by countless battle spirits. What is he trying to do? Everyone was extremely doubtful when they saw Yi Yuan's action. The further one went up, the stronger the strength of the battle spirits. If Yi Yuan went further up, wasn't that courting death? Up there were second firmament true God powerful battle spirits. No matter how strong your defensive power was, could it still resist a second firmament true God? But Yi Yuan went up just like that. Heading up, first firmament true God battle spirits became more and more. Yi Yuan did not care at all, giving a punch for each one, hitting until those battle spirits cried in pain. When the children of destiny below saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This strength was also a little too fearsome, right? Dealing with a first firmament true God battle spirit, they could achieve it very easily. But a group of true God realm battle spirits, their pressure would be very great. However, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. Yi Yuan's attention was not on those battle spirits at all. His eyes were looking around, as if searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the dirt, an inconspicuous battle armor caught his attention. Right at this time, 3 battle spirits suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Yi Yuan looked at those 3 battle spirits and said with a faint smile, "It's not easy for you all to cultivate. Do you want to dissipate like clouds and mist?" The 3 battle spirits were indifferent. Roaring wildly, they pounced over toward Yi Yuan. These 3 battle spirits were shockingly second firmament true gods. There were also more than 10 first firmament true god battle spirits that pounced over together with them. Far away, when Song Yu saw this scene, he was immediately wildly ecstatic. Die, who asked you to posture? 3-second firmament true god battle spirits, I want to see how you fend off. A dragon roar surged to the sky, obliterating the 3-second firmament true god battle spirits. Those battle spirits immediately had a large swarm of them dead. Then, Yuan laid his hands on that unremarkable battle armor from the earth mound. So strong. I really didn't expect that his strength was actually so strong. Those were 3-second firmament true god battle spirits. They were actually obliterated by him just like that. What's he holding in his hand? It looks shabby and tattered. Right at this time, that battle armor trembled slightly. The dust on it immediately scattered off. A powerful force immediately appeared before everyone. That battle armor seemed to be emitting a joyous light cry. Song Yu's face changed and he cried out in surprise, this undulation, could it be an Empyrean spirit treasure? That battle armor turned into a stream of flowing light, wrapping Yuan's body up. Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, Qinghong battle armor. Not bad, not bad. Good stuff. No wonder those children of destiny all braved the danger and still wanted to climb up this earth mound. This battle armor was called Qinghong battle armor. It was precisely an Empyrean spirit treasure. Everyone looked toward Yuan with envious looks on their faces. Inside this ancient god battlefield, there were treasures everywhere. It depended on whether you had the lucky chance to obtain it. No one could have thought that Yuan actually obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure so effortlessly. Right at this time, several first firmament true god battle spirits pounced toward Yuan without heed for their lives once again. All of a sudden, a green light radiated brilliantly on Yuan's body. Those battle spirits were directly blasted into debris by the green light just like that. Yuan did not even take the initiative to activate it and it actually had such terrifying power. A bright pearl being cast into darkness, seeing the light of day again presently, the Qinghong battle armor seemed to have the intention of seeking credit, and it actually took the initiative to exhibit its power. This luck was also a little too heaven-defying, right? If this battle armor was worn on them, that was simply sweeping away all obstacles. It was just a pity that that belonged to Yuan. Yuan smiled slightly, his figure moving, descending the earth mound. Along the way, those battle spirits did not dare to approach him in the slightest at all. With the Qinghong battle armor, it was even more effortless for him to advance now. When the rest saw this scene, apart from envy, it was still envy. Except, they did not dare to ease up in the least. Continuing ahead, Yuan even casually picked up quite a number of true god mystic treasures by the roadside. Either way, he was walking in front. Everyone could not keep up with his speed at all. Those children of destiny were all angered until they vomited blood. They were powerless to do anything no matter what. Chapter 1971, All. Didn't eat rice. Envy, jealousy, hatred. These were those children of destiny's current emotions. People were casually picking up treasures there, but they had to deal with the endless battle spirits here. This kind of mood was really what the fuck. But they could not help it. With Yuan obtaining the Qinghong battle armor, it was even more likely that he could enter a place where no one could put up resistance against these battle spirits. Even those first firmament true god existences could not get close to his body at all too. The ancient god battlefield indeed had treasures everywhere. Yuan really picked up quite a number of precious materials, mystic treasures, cultivation methods, secret manuals and etc. along the way. However, this area was just the outer region of the ancient god battlefield. The majority of treasures were mostly celestial deity mystic treasures and true god mystic treasures. The Qinghong battle armor that Yuan obtained was absolutely an extremely rare item. It was also precisely because of this that everyone was extremely envious of him. These children of destiny were highborn. They normally did not lack true god mystic treasures on them, but Empyrean spirit treasures, even the lousiest Empyrean spirit treasure, a single one was also not what they could be entitled to. Empyrean spirit treasures being placed in the outside world, each item was sufficient to cause a stir. Suddenly, the scene before Yuan's eyes changed. There were actually no more battle spirits following around him. Those battle spirits seemed to fear something, all retreating away. Damn it, finally came out. So many battle spirits. Just how many powerhouses died in that war back then? Who the hell knows? Looking at this appearance, probably just the true god realm powerhouses are in the tens of thousands. One small team after another killed their way out of the heavy encirclement of the battle spirit army, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Even if it was forming teams to do battle, there were also quite a few children of destiny who died inside the battle spirit army. Even on extreme luck's side, they also lost 2 children of destiny. Now, counting in Yi Yuan, extreme luck only had 7 people left. Song Yu arrived behind Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, hand over the Empyrean Spirit Treasure." To them, Empyrean Spirit Treasures were absolutely considered a major lucky chance. As long as Song Yu obtained this Empyrean Spirit Treasure, he felt that he might have a chance of breaking through to Empyrean Spirit Treasure. However, Yi Yuan ignored him. Yi Yuan was currently straining his eyes and looking into the distance, brows tightly locked. In front was a stretch of dusky fog. With his visual prowess, he could merely see 1,000 feet away too. Seeing that Yi Yuan had no reaction, Song Yu's brows furrowed. He then said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you right now, didn't you hear?" Right at this time, there were several more figures that slowly walked over, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. These were all third firmament true god powerhouses. "Hey, Emperor surmounting aura is also not a big deal. Hand over the Empyrean Spirit Treasure," said a handsome young man with well-chiseled features to Yi Yuan. Entering the ancient god battlefield, destiny is useless, strength is number one, another effeminate middle-aged man said. Although Yi Yuan performed extremely eye-catching inside the battle spirit army, in the eyes of these third firmament true gods, it was nothing at all. With their strength, even by themselves, they could barge through this battle spirit army too. The might of a third firmament true god was far from what second firmament true gods could compare to. Yi Yuan turned around slightly, sweeping a glance over everyone's faces, and said with a faint smile, "Want the Empyrean Spirit Treasure? Come and take it yourself. Hey, think that you're of the Emperor surmounting aura, you can be condescending. This place doesn't have just you, one Emperor surmounting aura. I, Zuo Mo, am one too," said that handsome youth disdainfully. "Just an Emperor surmounting aura. I, Feng Shaotian, am also one. Therefore, are you planning on making us take action?" said the effeminate man. Counting in Song Yu, there were 4 people surrounding Yi Yuan at present. They were all third firmament true gods. The rest were all quaking, clearly not expecting that these 2 people were both people with Emperor surmounting auras. Possessing an Emperor surmounting aura and their own strength was even this strong, this was the capital to be arrogant. Meanwhile, in their minds, Yi Yuan was somewhat overestimating his own ability. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Really so much nonsense. If you're not making a move, I'll be taking action." His voice had yet to fade when the color of the sky suddenly turned dim. A powerful stellar power suddenly appeared around Yi Yuan. Stellar War Banner. When the 3 people saw the situation, their faces could not help changing drastically. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. It's another Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Zuo Mo cried out in surprise. This kid actually has 2 Empyrean Spirit Treasures. Feng Shaotian similarly cried out in surprise. However, it was already too late for them to cry out in surprise. Yi Yuan, who had already reached Origin Pill Realm, when he used the Stellar War Banner again, the power already could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was only to see him point the War Banner, directly smashing over towards Song Yu. That horrifying stellar power made Song Yu's countenance change visibly. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, immediately mustering up all of his divine essence to stop the Stellar War Banner's power with world power. Zuo Mo and the rest were also swift when the opportunity arose, giving a loud roar, attack together. The other 3 people unleashed attacks toward Yi Yuan without thinking. 3 terrifying energy undulations charged straight over toward Yi Yuan. This was a method of relieving the besieged by besieging the besiegers, wanting to force Yi Yuan to pull back and save himself. It was not that they wanted to save Song Yu, but the strength which Yi Yuan exhibited made them rather terrified. Losing a companion, their combat power would naturally be greatly discounted. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of defending at all. It was only to see rays of verdant rainbow emit off Yi Yuan's body, directly protecting him inside it. Under the Stellar War Banner, Song Yu was akin to being struck by a sledgehammer, directly flying out backward. Meanwhile, the other 3 attacks landed right on Yi Yuan's body. The verdant light could not hold on very soon and dissipated. Yi Yuan's figure was shaking until he retreated more than 10 steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize himself. How is this possible? Is it real or fake? He's actually completely fine. The 3 people looked at Yi Yuan, shocked until it could not be any greater. The joint attack of 3 great third firmament true god powerhouses, Yi Yuan actually forcefully withstood it. There was not even a hint of injury on his body. Even if he had an Empyrean spirit treasure, this defensive power was also too perverse, right? One had to know, Empyrean spirit treasures were not a panacea. If the offensive power was strong enough, one would also be shocked to death. Under the teamwork of 3/3 firmament true gods, even if a second firmament true god used an Empyrean spirit treasure, they should also have been shocked to death alive. But Yi Yuan was actually completely unscathed. Although third firmament true gods were strong, Yi Yuan's perfect sixth transformation golden body's defensive power was perversely strong to begin with. Now, adding on the Qinghong battle armor, for third firmament true gods to want to hurt him, it was really very difficult. Unless they could keep on dragging it out, and then deplete Yi Yuan's divine essence. Otherwise, there was no chance at all. More importantly, Yi Yuan would not give them the chance at all. Because Yi Yuan still had another Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. He had the stellar war banner. Song Yu struggled to crawl up, already sustaining considerable internal injuries. He looked at Yi Yuan with an apprehensive look. 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, this was a setup that made him jealous until it drove him crazy. Yi Yuan patted the dust on his body and said with a cold smile, "What? All didn't eat rice. Just this bit of strength and you also want to obtain an Empyrean spirit treasure?" The 4 people's faces turned grim, practically dripping water. Chapter 1972, Consider yourself ruthless. Isn't it just relying on the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure? What ability can that even be considered as? Zuo Mo laughed coldly with a look of disdain. They were naturally unconvinced in their hearts. Putting aside the spirit treasure, Yi Yuan was not their match at all. What kind of ability can that even be considered as, with him relying on foreign objects? Of course, if these treasures landed in their hands, they absolutely would not say so. Yi Yuan swept them a glance and said coolly, "I have Empyrean spirit treasures, I'm bullying you all." Still not convinced. Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not say a word. The stellar war banner was waved once more. When the 3 people saw the situation, their faces could not help changing. Witnessing the stellar war banner's power, how could they still dare to be neglectful? All mustering up their strength, the 3 people joined hands to resist. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens. Yi Yuan relied on the power of the stellar war banner and did not defend himself at all. He just pounced on the 3 people crazily, completely a bullying style of play. Zuo Mo 3 people were beaten until they were practically about to vomit blood. They had yet to have fought such an aggrieved battle before. They could only take a beating and could not fight back. Fighting back was still okay, but they could not budge him even a little. Their attacks did not have any effect when landing on Yi Yuan's body. Fighting until now, Yi Yuan was completely fine. Rather, it was them who were beaten by the stellar war banner until their innards were in upheaval, divine essence being in disorder. This kind of fighting style was simply unreasonable. Stop, quickly stop, we don't want the Empyrean spirit treasure anymore. Feng Xiaodian shouted repeatedly. This kind of battle, he did not want to continue fighting anymore. Their divine essence was already somewhat losing steam. Looking at Yi Yuan, on the other hand, he was completely fine. Was this guy really a first firmament true god? Could it be that his divine essence was endless? This kind of fighting method was too shameless, but they could not help it at all and could only admit defeat. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure abruptly stopped. Zuo Mo 3 people heaved a sigh at the same time. But currently, the 3 of them were panting heavily for air, clearly tired out. Badly just now. At this very moment, the gazes that these children of destiny looked at Yi Yuan with were full of alarm and fear. No wonder he was of the emperor surmounting aura. Being just a first firmament true god, and he actually already had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him. Furthermore, these 2 Empyrean spirit treasures had both offensive and defensive ability, and could actually let him jump realms to overpower 3/3 firmament true gods. This kind of destiny could be rated as heaven-defying. Various Lord Emperor surmounting auras, if you need Empyrean spirit treasures, you're welcome to come to take it at any time. Yi Yuan had a proud appearance due to having spirit treasures, as he said with a grin. The few people's faces were very ugly. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Let's go." Finished talking, he brought his own squad into the fog. He seriously could not stay in this place anymore. The rest also slunk away. Originally, everyone harbored the mentality of watching a show. But no one could have thought that the few strongest children of destiny were actually suppressed completely by a first firmament true god. They finally knew that Yi Yuan's strength was already the pinnacle most existence among these children of destiny. At this time, a handsome youth suddenly walked up and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, "Brother Yi is indeed skillful. I'm from pure source great imperial capital, my strength is just alright. I wonder if I can form a team together with Brother Yi." With his taking the lead, many children of destiny who boasted that their strength was decent all wanted to form a team with Yi Yuan. For some time, Yi Yuan became a hot property. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Sorry about this, but this Yi doesn't have the intention of forming teams with people. If there are any fortuitous encounters, everyone each relies on their own abilities." As he said, Yi Yuan also strode straight into the fog. He was neither kith nor kin with these children of destiny. He did not have the duty of being their protective umbrella. Previously, when Zuo Mo the few of them came to find trouble, these people were all harboring the mentality of watching a show. Now, they wanted to come and find him. How could there be such a good thing in this world? But Yi Yuan did not notice that a gaze in the crowd was staring fixedly at him all along without leaving. Upon entering the fog, Yi Yuan's eyesight could only reach several hundred feet far. Yi Yuan immediately perked his spirits up 120%. He had a feeling that starting from here, it would be considered entering the truly dangerous region. Were those battle spirits outside strong or not? But those battle spirits, not one actually dared to approach this fog. It clearly indicated that this place was very dangerous. This damn place, I can't see anything at all. How to search for treasures? Damn it, I can only see several dozen feet away. This place is too peculiar. Everyone, follow closer. Inside the fog, those children of destiny were all depressed to the extreme. Their eyesights were not as good as Yi Yuan, so they could only see several dozen feet away. For a true God realm powerhouse, this was no different from being a blind person. This feeling made them very depressed. Yi Yuan discovered that after entering the fog, the various teams became much more scattered. It was not like the group of battalions previously. Everyone also knew that while this place was dangerous, there would probably be quite a lot of good stuff. However, Song Yu and Zuo Mo's two squads chose the same direction as Yi Yuan without prior agreement. Of course, they actually completely did not know that Yi Yuan was not far from them. No, wait, having just turned around, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Turning his head around again, he looked toward Song Yu's squad. With this look, he could not help shuddering with fear. They entered from extreme luck great imperial capital. There were a total of 9 people. Excluding him and those 2 who died, there should still be 6 people remaining. But why were there 7 people in the team currently? The people that came together, Yi Yuan had an impression of them. Sweeping a glance over, Yi Yuan discovered that there was something wrong with the last person. He followed closely behind the last person before him, just like a specter. About that last person, Yi Yuan had an impression. He was called Qianfeng, a peak first firmament true god powerhouse. But right at this time, that specter-like person's fierce eyes actually looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt shocked. This guy could discover him. Could it be that this mist was useless against him? Qianfeng, careful behind you. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan immediately warned Qianfeng loudly. At the same time, his figure shot out explosively, moving toward that specter behind Qianfeng. They came out from the same great imperial capital after all. Yi Yuan did not wish to see something happen to Extreme Luck's people. When Song Yu's squad heard Yi Yuan's yell, each and every one of them was baffled. But they all instinctively turned to look at Qianfeng. Qianfeng himself was also stunned, having a baffled look on his face. He instinctively wanted to turn around, but already did not have the chance. He felt a stabbing pain behind his neck. Then, his entire person shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Song Yu and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their pupils constricted. Right at this time, Yi Yuan arrived. The stellar war banner swept out without the slightest hesitation. However, that figure was faster than him. With a whoosh, it dove into the fog, disappearing. At the same time, a series of miserable screams sounded out inside the fog, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Chapter 1973, Changing Commander. When Yi Yuan rushed over, Qianfeng was already sucked dry. And all this happened in just an instant. Song Yu and the rest looked at Qianfeng's corpse. All of their faces were deathly pale. If that ghostly thing was following behind them, and if Yi Yuan did not discover it in time, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. This speed of sucking blood was too fast. They actually could not react at all. Furthermore, this guy followed by their side for so long, and yet they actually did not notice it at all. It was just that, how did Yi Yuan discover it? They did not see Yi Yuan at all just now, and Yi Yuan could actually discover the ghostly thing following behind them. Everyone was anxious and doubtful, looking at Yi Yuan with a flustered face. Yi Yuan, did you see clearly what that thing was? Song Yu's complexion was somewhat pale as he asked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I couldn't see clearly. I only saw a green shadow. Its speed is too fast. After saying this, he inspected Qian Feng's dead body and discovered that behind his neck, there was a very fine puncture, like it was poked by a needle. As for others, there were no other wounds. Currently, the other teams also encountered similar situations, all having someone being sucked dry. Some teams even had several dead already before it was discovered. But until now, no one saw what that was at all. For some time, everyone felt imperiled. Suddenly, Guo Jingyang said to Yi Yuan, Why Yi Yuan, why don't you join our team? Yi Yuan, previously, it was all our fault. But everyone came from extreme luck, great imperial capital. I hope that looking on the account of being from the same hometown, you don't leave us in the lurch. Ma Chong also said with a terrified look. They had long seen through that Yi Yuan was absolutely not as simple as he looked on the surface. Along the way, many problems were already demonstrated. He possessed 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him and could rival 4 great third firmament true god powerhouses. His defensive power was virtually without any weakness to exploit. Now, that green entity, which others all could not see, Yi Yuan was the first to discover it and saw it. If not for Yi Yuan discovering it, when that green monster continued sucking one by one, it was likely that they would not realize it. Seeking sanctuary with Yi Yuan was the wisest path currently. With these 2 people taking the lead, the remaining 3 people, including Lu Yi, also spoke up one after another, hoping for Yi Yuan to join. Song Yu, who was by the side, his expression was ugly to the extreme. He was this team's leader. Now, he was actually overlooked by the entire team. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This Song Yu made things difficult in every way. Actually, he did not want to join a team. But in the end, everyone came from extreme luck, great imperial capital. If they all died here, he indeed could not justify it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that inside this fog was indeed full of danger. If they grouped up together, it would be relatively safer. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help looking toward Song Yu. Song Yu's expression was like a chameleon currently, changing non-stop. Brother Song, you also saw the situation earlier. If Yi Yuan can join us, we'll be akin to adding wings to a tiger. This ancient god battlefield is much more dangerous than we imagine. An additional person is also an additional portion of strength, isn't it? Guo Jingyang urged. Song Yu knew that if he still did not agree, these people would probably be leaving with Yi Yuan. At that time, he would become a loner. Hey, even if I agree, will he be willing to agree? Song Yu said with a cold smile. Him saying these words was equivalent to giving himself an out. As long as Yi Yuan loosened his mouth, this matter would be considered a done deal. Seeing Song Yu's appearance of wanting face even in death, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Yeah, I don't plan on joining Brother Song's team. Moreover, right from the beginning, Brother Song also didn't plan on bringing me, isn't that so? Finished saying, he turned around and left. You want face? Why should I give you face? Song Yu's face turned to the color of pig liver. Seeing that everyone's faces were unfriendly, Song Yu hurriedly shouted, Brother Yi, wait. Please join our team. After all, everybody came from the same place. The matter previously, it was all my fault. Brother Yi, please don't mind it. This was considered an apology. Song Yu practically used all the strength in his body to say out this sentence. When had he, Song Yu, admitted his mistake to others before? But right now, he was riding on a tiger's back and found it hard to dismount. Not apologizing would not do either. In this present situation, he did not have any confidence in himself. Yi Yuan gave Song Yu a glance and said with a smile that was not a smile, Want me to join, also can. But this method of dividing treasures will have to change. Song Yu's face changed, but he became depressed very quickly and said, How does Brother Yi want to change it? Yi Yuan said, Whoever puts in more effort, gets more treasures. When the rest heard it, they were overjoyed in their hearts. This method of distribution was clearly much fairer. Song Yu nodded his head and said, I have no objections. At this time, it was also no longer his turn to object. Settling the storm, everyone continued advancing. Along the way, everyone finally knew Yi Yuan's prowess. Each one of them managed to get quite a few treasures. At times, the treasure was clearly very far from them, but Yi Yuan saw it with one glance. Clearly, Yi Yuan could see much further than them. Recalling when in the Battle Spirit's army, they did not even pick up a strand of hair. This treatment was simply a world of difference. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's distribution was also very fair, practically everyone got a share. The treasures that their squad obtained were several times those of other teams. The intestines of these people were currently green with regret. If they had long followed Yi Yuan, how great would that be? Furthermore, they discovered that screams would frequently sound out inside this fog, indicating that the other teams were still continuing to be attacked. Only their team was without incident all the way. That damn green thing never came to find them again. Hey, Brother Yi is indeed well deserving of having an emperor surmounting aura. Not even those monsters dared to come close to us. Yeah, previously, it was all us who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, to actually look down on Brother Yi. In the current situation, each and every one of them was very satisfied, and also did not stint with their praises toward Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was not as optimistic as them. The calmer it was, the more intense the uneasiness in his heart. Everybody, be more careful, this fog is full of perils. There absolutely won't be just this bit of danger, Yi Yuan warned them. As if in order to affirm his words, several black things suddenly shot toward them, the speed swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan was naturally the first to discover the problem. His face could not help changing as he cried out in surprise, everybody, be careful. Brother Song. Got it, Song Yu answered in a solemn voice. In the team, the two people's strengths were the strongest, and naturally blocked at the forefront, and the rest supported through coordinated actions. This was also the best way of fighting that they discussed beforehand. 7 to 8 afterimages arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan utilized the stellar war banner without the slightest hesitation. Those 7 to 8 afterimages were directly sent flying under Yi Yuan and Song Yu's attacks. However, they had yet to have time to be happy yet when those black shadows charged forward once more as if they were not affected at all. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, such powerful defense. Everybody be careful. Chapter 1974, Black Corpse and Green Corpse. Yi Yuan and the rest unleashed all of their means, bombarding that cluster of black entities indiscriminately. But those black entities did not get the least bit of wound. This time, Yi Yuan saw clearly. This cluster of black entities looked like a group of black apes, black hair growing all over their bodies, with their mouths revealing sharp tusks. They were neither human nor ghost, being hideously horrifying. Furthermore, the defensive power of these guys was extremely formidable. Just now, he utilized the stellar war banner, and it actually did not leave behind any marks on their bodies. Be Black Corpse. Song Yu looked at that group of black things, his complexion deathly pale as he said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Black Corpse. What's that? Song Yu's expression was ugly as he said, after martial artists die, their corpses will undergo all sorts of unusual changes under some special environments. This kind of black corpse is the hardest to tangle with. Its defensive power is extremely fearsome. It is akin to a wall of bronze or iron, being impervious to swords and spears, as well as virtually immune to divine essence attacks. These black corpses were also around Second Firmament True God realm, but their defensive power could virtually rival him. Encountering this sort of thing was indeed very troublesome. Furthermore, the speed of this thing was extremely fast, unable to shake off at all. A hint of a smile suddenly flashed across Yi Yuan's face. Competing on the physical body. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, Yi Yuan put away the stellar war banner and said to Song Yu, you protect them, leave these guys to me. Song Yu was stunned and said, leave them to you. He knew that Yi Yuan cultivated the body and martial arts concurrently. But Yi Yuan's fleshy body power was also merely comparable to First Firmament True God. So how was he to fight with so many black corpses? Just as Song Yu was in a daze, Yi Yuan already shot out like an arrow that left the bow. It was only to hear a dragon roar sound out. A black corpse in front of him was blasted until it flew straight out backward. The black corpse let out a shrill scream, extremely ear-piercing in this fog. Song Yu and everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in great astonishment. Yi Yuan's fists were unleashed like the wind, each punch hitting the flesh, unfolding a fierce close-quarter fight with 7 to 8 black corpses. From time to time, those black corpses emitted shrill screams, making people shudder with fear. Inside the fog, Extreme Lux people were long already dumbfounded with amazement looking at the blurry shadows. How can his fleshy body actually be so fearsome? Guo Jingyang said. Yeah, his fleshy body is clearly only comparable to a first firmament true god, but this combat power is actually able to thrash those second firmament true god black corpses. No wonder when he was among the battle spirit army, those battle spirits could not get close to him at all, Ma Chong also said in surprise. This fleshy body strength already completely exceeded their imaginations. On combat power and defensive power, Yi Yuan far surpassed same-rank powerhouses, and he was even a magnitude stronger compared to a second firmament true god. They reckoned that even if Yi Yuan did not borrow the power of Empyrean spirit treasures, violently thrashing second firmament true gods was also nothing difficult. In the crowd, Lu Yi's gaze suddenly turned intent. As if recalling something, he cried out in surprise, "It's the perfect sixth transformation golden body." Yi Yuan must have cultivated the perfect sixth transformation golden body. What? Perfect sixth transformation golden body? How is this possible? Song Yu cried out in surprise. Everyone knew how difficult cultivating the perfect sixth transformation golden body was, and how dangerous it was. This sort of thing was practically impossible to happen. However, apart from the perfect sixth transformation golden body, they could not find any reason to explain everything before their eyes. Yi Yuan fighting 1 versus 8, actually beat until these black corpses wailed in pain. This combat power was simply off the charts. However, just as everyone was in shock, they did not detect that danger was already quietly closing in. Ever since Yi Yuan reached the grand completion of Dao Realm, his divine soul was much stronger than those in the same rank. Suddenly, he had a foreboding feeling well up in his heart, and he could not help yelling loudly, "Careful, there's danger." When Song Yu and the rest heard that, they could not help being startled inwardly, immediately going on alert. But it was already too late. 8 green shadows arrived in front of them like ghosts. Song Yu's expression changed drastically. There was no time to think much. He suddenly hacked out more than 100 streaks of sword lights. But the speed of each of those green shadows was too fast, he was actually unable to lock on. There were 3 green shadows who were directly bombarded flying away. But there were still 5 green shadows that rushed into the squad. The other few people also each used their means, wanting to resist. But their strength was ultimately much worse off compared to Song Yu. "Ah, save me!" A scream came over. One of the people was directly hauled away by the 5 green shadows, having no time to even resist. Right at this time, a roar suddenly came over. The power of stars suddenly unleashed, and it actually reached first despite launching later. Those 5 green shadows were directly blown up by Yi Yuan's stellar war banner. It turned out that Yi Yuan had already finished off those 8 black corpses and arrived in the nick of time to save people. So stinky. All of a sudden, a fishy stench came over. Those green monsters that were blown apart had green juices flowing all over the ground. Yi Yuan held his breathing and asked, "Hu Fei, are you alright?" The current Hu Fei was still suffering from the shock. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did he suddenly startle awake. Shaking his head, he said, I'm fine, thank you, Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Since all of us are companions, there is no need to be too courteous. These monsters come and go like shadows inside the fog. It's impossible to guard against them entirely. Everybody, be more careful." Song Yu similarly had not recovered from the shock yet. Just now, the speed of those green monsters, each one was too fast. If not for his strength being above the average person, he would likely have been hit already too. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said, "I got it. Yi Yuan, these are green corpses." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Green corpses?" Song Yu nodded and said, "Green corpses are also a kind of corpse variant. What it likes the most is to suck human blood. These green corpses' whereabouts are strange, making us unable to guess. It can even transform into a human form. But its greatest weakness is that its defensive power is very weak. The one who sucked Qian Feng's blood dry previously was likely a green corpse." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Black corpse then green corpse, This place really has strange things of every variety. Song Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he said, not good. The blood of green corpses is poisonous. Hu Fei he. When everyone heard that, their faces all changed, looking over at Hu Fei. Hu Fei, you. Guo Jingyang cried out in shock. Hu Fei was also stunned and asked doubtfully, what's wrong with me? His face already started rotting, becoming incomparably hideous. But he seemed to be completely clueless. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he roared loudly, Hu Fei, open your mouth. At this point, Yi Yuan already quietly replaced Song Yu's position, becoming everyone's backbone. In his one sentence, Hu Fei instinctively opened his mouth. A medicinal pill flew straight into his mouth, melting the moment it entered his mouth. Then, everyone saw that the places that were rotting on his face and body were actually recovering frenziedly. One side was rotting, one side was recovering. Two overbearing forces crossed swords fiercely inside Hu Fei's body. Hu Fei screamed miserably. He fell to the ground, and he started rolling about in agony. Chapter 1975, Profound Heaven Single Breath Fruit. A heart-wrenching yell made everyone feel palpitations. This kind of yelling persisted all the way for close to an hour. All the way until the end, Hu Fei was already exhausted and could not even make a sound. Cured. It's actually cured. I heard that the poison of a green corpse is completely incurable. But now he's actually cured. Song Yu cried out in surprise. Although Hu Fei already had no strength, the rotting flesh on his body was currently recovering. Clearly, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill won against the green corpse's poison. Everyone looked at this scene with astonished faces, full of disbelief. In that sort of situation just now, it was obvious that the green corpse's poison was extremely strong. Even if there was medicine, it would be very difficult to treat too. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pill actually forcefully dragged Hu Fei back from the palace of hell. Brother Yi is well deserving of being hailed as a master. Such means is simply inconceivable. Guo Jingyang exclaimed with admiration. This is truly superb medical skills that can revive the dead. Brother Yi's means, I've had a taste of it, Ma Chong praised sincerely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also didn't know whether this Nourish Clear pill was useful or not. Under that kind of situation just now, I could only give it a shot. When Song Yu heard that, his pupils could not help constricting as he said, what? Nourish Clear pill, this is just the Nourish Clear pill. Not just him, everyone was filled with shock. The Nourish Clear pill was just the most common ranked 6 detoxification pill. Its refining difficulty was just level 1. In terms of medicinal effect, it was unbelievably weak. They all thought that what Yi Yuan fed Hu Fei was some miracle elixir, but who knew that it was just the most common streetwear, the Nourish Clear pill. For the Nourish Clear pill to be able to have such terrifying medicinal effects, what grade did that have to be? Purple Spirit Divine grade. As for Vast Spirit Divine grade, they did not even dare to think about it. They had never seen before a rank 6 Vast Spirit Divine pill. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the spirit medicines of Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's Myriad Treasure Tower are limited. They don't even have some precious spirit medicines, so there's no way to refine some detoxification pills with good effects. I can only use the Nourish Clear pill to make do with it. Yi Yuan did not understand their astonishment. The Nourish Clear pill was truly too easy for him. He casually refined and it was peak Vast Spirit. Except, Song Yu and the rest exchanged glances, and they were immediately rendered speechless. This kind of accomplishment was also a little too frightening, right? Just the Nourish Clear pill had such terrifying effects, then if let him refine some high-level medicinal pills, how dreadful would it be? Right at this time, Hu Fei slowly woke up. I'm not dead yet, Hu Fei said somewhat dazedly. Hu Fei, you have to thank Brother Yi properly. If not for his medicinal pills, you'd probably already be a pile of white bones now, Guo Jingyang said. Hu Fei suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's yell, making him open his mouth. He hurriedly bowed to Yi Yuan and said, many thanks, Brother Yi. This kindness, this who will never forget for life. Brother Yi is a true gentleman, repaying ingratitude with kindness, this who is ashamed. Those who ridiculed Yi Yuan previously, Hu Fei was naturally one of them too. But now, he was filled with regret. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no need to be courteous. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Let's continue moving forward. After traveling for more than half a month, they did not encounter any more danger. Now, even Song Yu did not have any temper toward Yi Yuan too. As for the others, They had long already regarded Yi Yuan as the backbone. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure stopped. Song Yu raised his brows and asked, "Brother Yi, are there any discoveries?" They all knew now that Yi Yuan's visual prowess was much stronger than theirs. He could always discover some things that they could not discover. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to actually be able to see the profound heaven single breath fruit in this place." Profound heaven single breath fruit. Song Yu's pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise. It's actually the profound heaven single breath fruit. That thing, as long as you swallow one, it will match up to 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. Guo Jingyang said with a look of excitement. The others were extremely excited. A profound heaven single breath fruit was sufficient to let them break through one or even two minor realms. How could they not be agitated? Brother Yi, how many of this profound heaven single breath fruit are there? Song Yu asked rather nervously. If there was only one, then he would have rejoiced too soon. This spirit fruit could only be owned by Yi Yuan alone. This kind of heaven and earth spirit fruit did not enter the ranks. It was even more useful than 100 medicinal pills. Its value simply could not be measured using divine essence stones. Two small realms of true God realm, if really cultivating according to the normal routine, under the circumstances of swallowing a medicinal pill, there was absolutely no chance without 1,000 years. With the profound heaven single breath fruit, it was equivalent to saving 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. Yi Yuan said, 3. Discuss the matter of distribution later. There's a black corpse guarding beside the profound heaven single breath fruits. This black corpse isn't simple, I'll go and lure it away. Song Yu, you bring them to harvest it. Song Yu's face was full of excitement. If there were 3, he could definitely get one. This way, him breaking through to the 4th firmament true God realm would virtually be a sure bet. Okay, you be careful. Song Yu said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and slowly headed over there. The black corpse had clearly discovered Yi Yuan too. But it did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he used a pair of black hole-like eyes, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "This black corpse seems to have already given birth to a trace of spiritual wisdom. This is truly inconceivable. Looks like it's the effect of this profound heaven single breath fruit." He approached the black corpse unhurriedly just like that. The aura on that black corpse's body grew stronger and stronger, its entire being was accumulating momentum, awaiting release, just like a startled tiger. Finally, when Yi Yuan walked closer and reached 100 feet in front of him, the black corpse could not endure it anymore, suddenly attacking Yi Yuan. A fierce clash, Yi Yuan and the black corpse each retreated more than 10 steps. But, even if Yi Yuan had the Qinghong battle armor protecting, his innards were already in an upheaval state now. Peak initial stage rank 6. Yi Yuan was alarmed in his heart, finally knowing this black corpse's strength. He previously already felt that this black corpse was not simple. Now, after exchanging blows, it was indeed the case. The power of one's fleshy body was the integration of heavenly Tao laws into the flesh and blood. The naked eye could not perceive it. Only when using vital energy, erupting with power, could one see through the actual situation. A peak initial stage rank 6 was equivalent to a 3rd firmament true God. It was just that this black corpse's fleshy body power was clearly much stronger than a 3rd firmament true God. While Yi Yuan had merely just entered the 6th transformation. By relying on the perfect 6th transformation golden body, Yi Yuan's strength was comparable to 2nd firmament true gods. Coupled with the Qinghong battle armor, Yi Yuan's defensive power approached 3rd firmament true God. But matching up with this black corpse, Yi Yuan could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. However, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the least bit, directly launching a second round of attacks. Clashing 3 punches in a row, Yi Yuan finally could not resist spurting out a mouthful of blood. When that black corpse saw the situation, he pounced over toward Yi Yuan fiercely. His intellect was limited in the end, and he was wary of Yi Yuan previously. Now, discovering that Yi Yuan was not a match, he immediately chased after. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, turning tail and running. Song Yu, got it. Song Yu was long prepared, rushing at the profound heaven single breath fruit like an arrow that left the bow at this time. The other few people followed closely behind and also pounced toward the profound heaven single breath fruits. However, just as they were about to touch the profound heaven single breath fruits, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Chapter 1976, Lu Yi's Means. Immobilize. A voice suddenly sounded out. Song Yu, 4 people's figures were actually forcibly immobilized in midair just like that. Yes, only 4 people. Because there was one other person who was still moving. Lu Yi. It was only to see a yellow talisman in his hand turn into a myriad of fine threads, dissipating into the wind. Hey, 1 chaos origin immobilizing talisman exchanging for 3 profound heaven single breath fruits, it really is worth it. Lu Yi looked at those 3 profound heaven single breath fruits greedily, an excited look on his face. With these 3 profound heaven single breath fruits, he would be able to break through to the middle stage true God realm within a very short time. How could this sort of good thing be shared with others? The pupils of Song Yu and the rest constricted. None of them would have thought that the Lu Yi who was always wretched and low profile would actually rise in revolt at this time. And the moment he took action, it was earth-shaking. They currently only felt that their bodies were bound by countless profound power of laws, unable to break free at all. Lu Yi, you actually dared to scheme against your own companions. Song Yu said in a great rage. If you dare to touch the profound heaven single breath fruits, Yi Yuan won't let you off. Guo Jingyang similarly said with a look of sullen anger. In this team, the one that they looked down on the most was Lu Yi. Along the way, Lu Yi was extremely low profile, causing his sense of existence extremely low. But it was such a person who actually remained hidden with tricks up his sleeves. At this time, the wretched expression on Lu Yi's face was swept clean. The indescribable sharpness in his gaze made people stunned. At this moment, they all understood that turns out this fellow was simply playing a pig to eat a tiger. Heh, I even used the Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman. So do you think I dare to touch the profound heaven single breath fruit or not? Not only am I going to touch the profound heaven single breath fruits, but I'm also even going to, heh. Talking up to here, Lu Yi's gaze turned cold, revealing a fierce killing intent. He was actually going to kill off all witnesses. The Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman was coincidentally obtained by Lu Yi inside an Empyrean's ruins. There were a total of 5. This thing was incomparably profound and mysterious. Forget about 3rd firmament true gods, even 4th firmament true gods also had to stop for several breaths of time. And these several breaths of time was sufficient for him to kill his opponent. In the past, in order to snatch good stuff, he already used 2. This was the 3rd. And this Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman was his, Lu Yi's, greatest reliance. It was also by relying on precisely this Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman that his destiny soared all the way up, breaking through to become an imperial aura, having the qualifications to enter this ancient god battlefield. Playing a pig to eat a tiger had always been his style. Each time they teamed up to enter mystic realms, he would be like this, often rising in revolt at the critical moment. Furthermore, as long as he succeeded, he would eradicate all of his teammates. He was incomparably vicious. The expressions of Song Yu and the rest changed drastically. Song Yu desperately wanted to break free of that power of law constraint, but he could not break free at all. The space around him seemed to have been solidified, while he was experiencing as if he was being welded into concrete. He was unable to even move a muscle. Lu Yi put away the 3 profound heaven single breath fruits and said with a laugh, heh, stop wasting your energy. With your strength, you can't move at all within 100 breaths. Now, this old man will send you all on your way. Lu Yi, you dare. Yi Yuan definitely won't let you off. Song Yu roared. He was genuinely afraid. He did not expect that he would actually succumb here. Lu Yi chuckled and said, if Yi Yuan didn't leave, I really wouldn't have dared to take action. That kid is too wily. I can't grasp him at all. But now, I have to thank that black corpse. In this team, the only one that Lu Yi was apprehensive of was Yi Yuan. The secrets on Yi Yuan were too many, his means were also far too many. Walking along the way, Lu Yi had always been observing Yi Yuan. But the more he observed, the warier he got. Lu Yi also understood that Yi Yuan was also constantly guarding against him. Hence, he had always been very low profile, not daring to overstep in front of Yi Yuan. Lu Yi's gaze turned cold. A small and exquisite axe appeared in his hand. It was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure. Song Yu few people's eyeballs were almost popping out. This Lu Yi actually had an Empyrean spirit treasure too. Hey, are you very surprised? In the past, I obtained an Empyrean's complete legacy, Empyrean spirit treasure, Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman, and cultivation method. It was all derived from that Empyrean. Do you all think that only your proud sons of heaven? Laughable. Toward Song Yu, these few flowers that grew up in a greenhouse, Lu Yi was full of disdain. He had today by relying on his own abilities, walking over step by step. But Song Yu they all. These young masters who had golden spoons in their mouths while growing up enjoyed the best cultivation resources since young. Lu Yi suddenly raised the axe and hacked down toward Song Yu. But right at this moment, a powerful aura drew close from afar, the speed extremely fast. Lu Yi's face changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Consider yourselves lucky." Finished talking, his figure moved, diving into the fog, disappearing. Yi Yuan's speed was extremely fast, arriving nearby in a blink of an eye. Seeing everyone's state as well as the Lu Yi who disappeared, Yi Yuan instantly understood. "Yi Yuan, Lu Yi he," Song Yu said remorsefully and angrily. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a sigh, "I've been constantly guarding against Lu Yi, but I didn't expect that this black corpse was so troublesome, so I was a little late in coming back here." Song Yu was struck with terror, only then knowing that Yi Yuan had long noticed Lu Yi. It was only the few of them that brought along Lu Yi foolishly and even counted money for people after being sold. "Since you knew, why did you still bring him along?" Song Yu asked puzzledly. Yi Yuan said, "This Lu Yi, I couldn't see through him and was afraid that he'll do something in his desperation. So I've never exposed him. But I already warned him when inside the circle. I didn't expect that he actually really dared to make a move." Right at this time, Song Yu felt that the power of laws around him loosen up. He pulled hard, those law threads directly crumbled apart. It turned out that this guy obtained before an Empyrean powerhouse's complete inheritance. He used the Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman and immobilized all of us. Song Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan was surprised as he said, "I didn't expect that he actually still had such means. I really underestimated him." Yi Yuan daring to leave was only because he originally also felt that Song Yu could contain Lu Yi. After all, not everyone was like him, able to cross two realms to battle. But clearly, Yi Yuan underestimated Lu Yi. With this Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman, it would likely be hard for even middle-stage true gods to escape his murderous scheme. Song Yu suddenly recalled something and asked Yi Yuan, "Oh, right. What about that black corpse?" Yi Yuan said, "Driven away by me, it shouldn't dare to return for the time being." Song Yu was taken aback and said, "Driven away? That was an existence whose fleshy body rivaled peak initial stage 6th transformation golden body. It was actually driven away by Yi Yuan." It seemed like Yi Yuan's means were even more formidable than he imagined. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Because I felt that there was a hint of strange undulation here, so I employed some means. This black corpse is indeed formidable. It's still beyond my power to want to kill him." Kill. Song Yu was immediately rendered speechless. If it were him, he would have long ran until he disappeared. Yi Yuan actually still wanted to kill that black corpse. Chapter 1977, Profound Heaven Single Breath Pill. Sigh, like drawing water with a sieve, all these were in vain. That damn Lu Yi, the next time I see him, I'll definitely show him some colors. Song Yu said with a depressed look. The Profound Heaven Single Breath fruit was an extremely rare heaven and earth spirit fruit. It could save a lot of cultivation time. This was too important to martial artists. The others also had resentful faces, clearly all being extremely aggrieved. Sigh, he better be careful, don't let me run into him again. Guo Jingyang said. Everyone turned around and prepared to leave, but Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Hold on. Brother Yi, do you still have something?" Song Yu asked puzzledly. Yi Yuan did not speak, but walked to the Profound Heaven Single Breath fruit's plant, bent down, and carefully pried aside the dirt, revealing the root portion. Everyone was very perplexed, not knowing what Yi Yuan was planning to do here. Yi Yuan cleaned the dirt on the root and pulled out the root without damaging it, saying with a smile, "Although the Profound Heaven Single Breath fruit is gone, this tree root is also good stuff." Tree root? What use does the tree root have? Song Yu asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan said, "Because the Profound Heaven Single Breath fruit is too heaven-defying, it's totally unable to integrate with other spirit medicines to form medicinal pills. But the Profound Heaven Single Breath pill's tree roots is the core ingredient to refine the Profound Heaven Single Breath pill. Although the effects of the Profound Heaven Single Breath pill can't compare to the Profound Heaven Single Breath fruit, it can also let the person who consumes it have a great improvement in strength." When the four people heard it, They all had looks of wild elation. Yuan was a master-level alchemist, him saying this sort of words, that naturally meant that there was some assurance. There's actually still profound heaven single breath pill this sort of thing. That's really great, Ma Chong said in pleasant surprise. However, Song Yu's brows suddenly furrowed and he said, but where to gather the other spirit medicines in this sort of place? Yuan smiled and said, I just happen to have the other spirit medicines on me. I'm only lacking this core ingredient. Now, it can be refined. As he said, Yuan immediately took out the Xuanlong cauldron. One spirit medicine after another emerged and was sent into the medicinal cauldron by Yuan. When Song Yu and the rest saw this scene, they could not help being shocked inwardly. Why would Yuan bring along so many spirit medicines on him? Could it be that he had foreseeing abilities and knew that he could run into the profound heaven single breath fruit this time? One had to know, ranked 6 spirit medicines were not street-side cabbages. Even if one was a 6-star alchemy god who had already been famous for a long time, it was also impossible to bring so many spirit medicines out on their person. Song Yu and the rest were all people with vast experiences and knowledge. They knew that these supplementary medicines were all some very precious spirit medicines. They did not know that Yuan was the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. These spirit medicines were nothing to him. Fortunately, the other core medicines and supplementary medicines that the profound heaven single breath pill required were all not very rare. Yuan could just easily gather them and bring all of them along with him. Currently, Yuan not only had Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance, he even had the Sacred Ancestor High Priest's powerful inheritance. Regarding some obscure pill formulas, he grasped a lot of them. This profound heaven single breath pill was one of them. With him refining pills on the spot, a profound and inscrutable power of law revolved around the medicinal cauldron and spread out. They all knew that Yuan was an alchemy master, but observing Yuan refining pills in close distance still shocked these proud sons of heaven. Their family clans and great imperial capitals did not lack 6-star alchemy gods. But the 6-star alchemy gods that they had seen were simply not even fit to carry his shoes when put in front of Yuan. This kind of disparity, even if they were laymen, they could also feel it distinctly. A medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind spread out. Song Yu and the rest could not suppress the wild elation in their hearts. The profound heaven single breath pill was formed. Brother Song, this is yours. Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The medicinal pill flew straight for Song Yu. Song Yu received the medicinal pill and took a look, and he could not help sucking in a cold breath as he said, "TT this, vast spirit divine pill." He finally knew now the reason why Yuan would be held in esteem by the entire extreme luck great imperial capital with a mere first firmament true god's cultivation. This kind of pill refining skill was simply inconceivable. When Guo Jingyang and the rest heard, vast spirit divine pill, 4 words, each and every one of them were shocked speechless. Yuan nodded and said to the others, you all stand guard over Brother Song, I'll continue refining pills. There were many profound heaven single breath fruits root hairs. It was sufficient to refine 5 to 6 people's share of profound heaven single breath pill. Those that were there naturally had a share. After several hours, Guo Jingyang 3 people each received a profound heaven single breath pill and were agitated until their faces flushed red. People should not look at how each and every one of them was children of destiny, proud sons of heaven. Concerning this vast spirit divine pill, it was still their first time taking it in all their years of living. Furthermore, it was even such a heaven-defying profound heaven single breath pill. Right at this time, Song Yu's aura suddenly changed and actually broke right through the bottleneck of 4th firmament true god. When the 3 people saw this scene, their faces revealed wild joy. Originally, Song Yu was only an initial stage 3rd firmament true god. Just by consuming a medicinal pill, he actually broke right through to become a 4th firmament true god. This medicinal pill was heaven-defying. Incredible, incredible. This profound heaven single breath pill's effect is not too off compared to the profound heaven single breath fruit too. Hu Fei exclaimed with admiration. Brother Yi, I, Guo Jingyang, have never admired anyone before in this life. Today, I'm really prostrating on all fours in admiration of you. Guo Jingyang praised with admiration. At this time, with Song Yu breaking through successfully, his face did not conceal the look of wild joy in the slightest. He really did not think that this profound heaven single breath pill could actually directly let him break through to be a 4th firmament true god. The gap of one minor true god realm boundary was massive. It was already very impressive for ordinary medicinal pills to be able to make up for 1,000th of the cultivation time. But this profound heaven single breath pill actually directly let him cross the large bottleneck of initial stage true god realm and middle stage. So how could this not make him pleasantly surprised? He bowed all the way down toward Yi Yuan and said sincerely, "Brother Yi, the incident previously was all I, Song Yu, being a scoundrel. I hope that you don't take it to heart. From today onward, you and I are sworn brothers in life and death." He really felt regret for the incident before now. If it were others, even if they pocketed the whole of these profound heaven single breath fruits plant, they would also have no temper. But Yi Yuan actually contributed his own spirit medicines and helped them to refine such a heaven-defying profound heaven single breath pill. Repaying ingratitude with kindness, how could he not be moved in his heart? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo, brother Song doesn't have to be courteous. Didn't everyone already say that we're brothers long ago?" The words made everyone extremely moved. Along the way, Yi Yuan shared treasures, saved Hu Fei, resisting powerful adversaries, and had long already become their backbone. At this point, they already took Yi Yuan to genuinely be a sworn brother in life and death. Following this, with Song Yu and Yi Yuan standing guard, the others each refined the medicinal pills to break through. This profound heaven single breath pill's effect was extremely heaven-defying. Hu Fei's strength was the weakest, being only at the initial stage second firmament true god realm. After consuming the medicinal pill, he broke right through to become a late-stage third firmament true god, directly crossing more than a minor realm. As for Guo Jingyang and Ma Chong, two people, they broke right through to be peak third firmament true gods. Furthermore, they could feel that the fourth firmament true god realm was already not far away. Finally, it was Yi Yuan's turn to refine the medicinal pills. The other four people each had a medicinal pill. Yi Yuan still had two profound heaven single breath pills on him. Yi Yuan directly swallowed both medicinal pills without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 1978, The Remains of an Empyrean. Terrific fellow. Brother Yi swallowing two medicinal pills in one go, isn't he scared of being stuffed to the point of bursting? Guo Jingyang said in surprise. Hey, Brother Yi is truly an eccentric. He's different from others from head to toe. Relax, he's not a fool either. So how could he possibly commit suicide? But for him to be able to digest two profound heaven single breath pills, his cultivation method likely far surpasses ours. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said, "We consumed a profound heaven single breath pill and directly broke through a minor realm. Brother Yi directly ate two, he can likely soar straight to be a third firmament true god, right?" Hu Fei said. When the others heard it, they had looks of approval. This medicinal pill's medicinal effect was so good. With Yi Yuan's talent, breaking through two minor realms shouldn't be anything difficult. But Yi Yuan did not do as they wished, directly breaking through to be a third firmament true god. It was only all the way until the end did Yi Yuan suddenly burst through the bottleneck, reaching second firmament true god. Two profound heaven single breath pills actually only barely managed to break through to second firmament true god. Brother Yi, what's going on here? Song Yu said in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The cultivation method that I cultivate is somewhat special. The spiritual energy quantity it requires is too great. These two profound heaven single breath pills were barely able to let me break through to be a second firmament true god." The few people exchanged glances, being extremely shocked. This cultivation method was a little too perverse, right? Yi Yuan suddenly clasped his hands at the few people and said, "All right, brothers, let's part here." The four people's expressions changed. Song Yu frowned and said, "Why like this, Brother Yi? Could it be that we did something overboard?" "Yeah, Brother Yi, if you feel that the treasures we get are too much, we can take a little less," Guo Jingyang said without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Everyone, no need to think too much. The place that this Yi is going next is too dangerous. This Yi might not be able to make a full retreat myself. Everyone is best not follow." When the few people heard that, their expressions were strange. They were very clear about Yi Yuan's strength. He currently broke through his realm and actually still did not have confidence in making a full retreat. It could be imagined how dangerous that place was. Hu Fei suddenly said, "Since that's the case, I, Hu Fei, have to go even more. My life was saved by you. Now, I also obtained your profound heaven single breath pill. If this Hu doesn't forge ahead because of fear, what difference is there from an animal? Hu Fei's words made the others all surprised inwardly. Song Yu said, "Brother Yi, you saying this is not treating the few of us as brothers. We'll share weal and woe together. No matter how dangerous the place you want to go is, we'll follow you." Guo Jingyang and Ma Chong also each made their stand, saying to follow Yi Yuan over. Yi Yuan was moved in his heart and said with a nod, "All right, since you're willing to go together, then this Yi won't be melodramatic either, let's go together." Looking at the bones that spanned all over the mountain, Song Yu's expression changed slightly as he said, "Brother Yi, the place that you want to come is actually the Bone Devil Ridge." The Bone Devil Ridge was a rather dangerous place in the peripherals of the ancient god battlefield. The children of destiny that entered the ancient god battlefield in the past, as long as they stepped into the Bone Devil Ridge, barely any could come out alive. When the few people saw those dazzlingly white bones, they suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This Yi owes Jian Sutao a favor. He made me enter the ancient god battlefield to help him retrieve an item. It's in this Bone Devil Ridge. Jian Sutao, City Lord, isn't he asking for your life?" Song Yu said in surprise. Yi Yuan was helpless as he said, "This old punk is a hypocrite. I was also compelled against my will. The few of you have to think clearly. There's still a chance to retreat now. If you really enter the Bone Devil Ridge, it will probably be too late for you guys to want to retreat." Song Yu said in a solemn voice, "Brother Yi, what are you saying here? Would I, Song Yu, be someone who clings to life and fear death?" Regarding Song Yu's performance, Yi Yuan was greatly surprised. His impression of Song Yu previously had never been very good. He did not expect that after experiencing difficulties together, he became gutsier. Clearly knew that the mountain had a tiger, yet, moved towards the tiger mountain. This was not what anybody could do. It seemed like this guy was just used to being arrogant and imperious, but in reality, his nature was not that bad. "Hoo-hoo, since that's the case, then let's challenge this dragon chasm and tiger den," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Upon entering the Bone Devil Ridge, Yi Yuan felt like he entered another world. In the depths of the Bone Devil Ridge, a powerful to the extreme undulation faintly passed out, giving him a feeling of palpitation. Yi Yuan thought about it, could this be the Qilin Emperor bone? The party carefully headed towards the depths of the Bone Devil Ridge. Suddenly, a strong undulation came from in front. Song Yu said in surprise, "There's actually someone who beat us to it. Could it be that there's someone who's the same as us, also thinking about getting the Qilin Emperor bone?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "It's not impossible. Since there's someone who brought the news to Jian Sutao, then there will naturally be people who could bring the intel to other city lords. Come, let's go over and take a look." The few people concealed their tracks and carefully scooted over. The line of vision gradually became clear. Ahead, 7 to 8 people were surrounded tightly by a group of bone devils, falling into a bitter fight. The ancient god battlefield was an enormous space. The deeper in, the stronger these lifeforms. The Bone Devil Ridge was already a very dangerous place in the peripherals of the ancient god battlefield. The strength of these bone devils actually had a few that were 4th firmament true god strength. The rest also had 3rd firmament true god realm. However, among those 7 to 8 people, there were actually 2 that were 4th firmament true god, giving Yi Yuan a shock. It's Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian. They actually broke through, becoming 4th firmament true gods. Song Yu cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "They are all in possession of Emperor surmounting aura. Encountering some lucky chances in this ancient god battlefield. And breaking through to be a 4th firmament true god is also not strange." Song Yu nodded his head but secretly sighed at his luck in his heart. If not for Yi Yuan, just based on his imperial aura, it would likely still be quite a bit off to want to break through to be a 4th firmament true god. In fact, with a misstep, dying at Lu Yi's hands was also not impossible. Thinking up to here, Song Yu became even more grateful toward Yi Yuan. Strange, why do I feel that these bone devils seem to have gone mad? Hu Fei suddenly said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, discovering that it was indeed the case. Those bone devils all had astonishing momentum, like humans who were enraged, each move aiming for the vitals. The few people exchanged a glance and said in unison, "There's a treasure." Yi Yuan observed for a while and made a hand gesture to Song Yu as he said, "Come, we'll circle around." That group of bone devils chased Zuo Mo and his party. Clearly, they chased after all the way. Yi Yuan brought his own party and acted cautiously. Very soon, they saw a cave. Inside the swarthy black cave, several rays of dim light actually faintly seeped out. Let's go in to check it out. Yi Yuan brought everyone and entered the cave cautiously. Those few rays of dim light became stronger and stronger. Everyone's hearts pounded heavily, being aware that the treasure was right in front. Due to Zuo Mo and the rest drawing the bone devils away, it was currently completely empty inside the cave. They did not run into any dangers. Suddenly, the line of sight became clear. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. He then said in pleasant surprise, "This is the remains of an Empyrean." Chapter 1979, Whatever You Say. Even if the Empyrean had already died for no idea how many tens of thousands of years, his remains were still radiating golden light, emitting an extremely profound energy undulation. This golden bone was indestructible and imperishable. What powerful energy undulations! This Empyrean was likely already approaching the Heavenly Emperor realm when he was alive, Song Yu said with terror in his heart. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in approval, "Those bone devils were likely born under the influence of this Empyrean's remains, and they also grew up under his Dao Skanda, resulting in reaching today's realm. Hence, Zuo Mo they all wanting to get this Empyrean's remains resulted in driving those bone devils mad." Guo Jingyang chuckled and said, "They lured all those bone devils away, which benefited us. The Dao Skanda and energy contained inside this Empyrean's remains is sufficient to let us break through quite a few realms. This Empyrean's remains had a lot of spirituality. Furthermore, it contained tremendous energy. Using it to cultivate and using it to comprehend heavenly Dao would both yield twice the results with half the effort. What was called a massive lucky chance? This was it. This was called a massive lucky chance. In this ancient god battlefield, no idea how many major powers had once perished. Even if just obtained a tiny bit, it was also sufficient for them to benefit for life. I feel that the remains of this Empyrean should be owned by Brother Yi. Along the way, without him, we might have been long dead," Hu Fei said. A hint of unwillingness to party flashed across in Song Yu's gaze. But he struggled for a while and still nodded and said, "What you said is right. Brother Yi, the remains of this Empyrean belongs to you." The treasure being in front, saying that they were unmoved was fake. But they were also clear in their hearts, if not for Yi Yuan, they could not walk until here at all. Along the way, Yi Yuan exerted the most effort, but he distributed the treasures to everyone. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Those who see it have a share, what's the deal with me pocketing it all by myself? This Empyrean's remains, everyone shares them equally." Song Yu was taken aback when he heard that and said, "Brother Yi isn't joking, right? This Empyrean's remains are likely even harder than ordinary Empyrean spirit treasures, how to split?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We can't divide it, but somebody can divide it." Everyone was uncertain what it meant. While they were in a daze, Yi Yuan already walked over toward the remains. It was only to see him picking up the Empyrean's remains. He actually directly started to refine it on the spot. Right at this time, an immensely powerful soul force suddenly emerged from the Empyrean's remains. Ha ha ha, this old man was trapped for countless eons. Today, I finally get to see the light of day anew. Kid, in order to repay you, become this old man's fleshy body. Seeing this old figure, the faces of Song Yu and the rest all changed drastically. Empyrean's residual thought. This Empyrean powerhouse actually sealed a wisp of his residual thought inside the remains. Song Yu cried out in shock. "Be careful, Brother Yi." Guo Jingyang and the rest had looks of terror on their faces as they shouted. The aura that this Empyrean's residual thought exhibited was too powerful, making their divine souls quiver. Empyreans were existences standing at the summit of this world. Their might, mortals were completely unable to understand it. In front of this Empyrean's residual thought, they could not give rise to any thought of resisting at all. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of running at all. Looking at the Empyrean's residual thought, he smiled and said, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to divide this into 5 portions." The Empyrean's residual thought was just immersing in the wild ecstasy of breaking free. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, his laughter abruptly ceased. Could it be that this kid was a fool? Right now, this old man is about to seize possession of you. Not just him, even Song Yu, they all were also shocked speechless. What was Yi Yuan doing here? The script shouldn't be like this. Could it be that Yi Yuan was scared silly by this Empyrean's residual thought that suddenly came out? Kid, this Empyrean is going to take possession of you right now. Don't you understand? The Empyrean's residual thought looked at Yi Yuan with a puzzled face. This brat did not look like a fool no matter how one looked at him. Yuan smiled and said, I'm asking you to divide the remains. Don't you understand, fool, absolutely a moron. At this moment, the Empyrean's residual thought was incomparably certain that this was absolutely a moron. Forget it, indeed a fool. I'll free you afterward, and you'll thank this Empyrean. The Empyrean's residual thought felt very bored. He felt that at this time, Yuan should be trembling and kneeling on the ground, begging him for mercy. But the script did not develop according to his expectations. He wanted to seize possession of Yuan, but Yuan actually wanted him to divide the remains. Back then, after a great battle, he was heavily injured on the verge of death. He was unresigned to it and wanted to revive. Hence, he refined his lifetime cultivation all into a bone of his. Then, he directly sealed a wisp of his remnant thought inside this bone and fell into an endless slumber. As long as someone obtained these remains and attempted to refine them, they would be able to open the seal and let him come out to seize possession and revive. Now, someone refined it, so he came out. He thought that the world would quiver because of it, but Yuan did not. The Empyrean's residual thought turned into a cloud of black smoke and attempted to directly tunnel into Yuan's body. Careful, brother Yi. The faces of Song Yu and the rest changed drastically, wanting to rush forward. But their feet could not move at all. But right at this time, an even more horrifying aura erupted from Yuan's body. An enormous soul vortex was like a limitless black hole, and it actually took the initiative to welcome the Empyrean's residual thought. Arg, Empyrean spirit treasure. Damn it, the Empyrean's residual thought that originally had an imposing momentum suddenly cried out strangely. That cloud of black smoke desperately wanted to break free of the vortex's suction. But how could Dustless possibly let him escape? The soul-suppressing pearl was precisely these soul bodies' jinx. Back then, the soul-suppressing pearl's spiritual energy was virtually drained dry by heavenly Empyrean immortal growth. But after Yuan's so many years of nourishing, the soul-suppressing pearl's vital energy already recovered 60% to 70%. This 60% to 70% strength was naturally inadequate to deal with genuine Empyreans. But dealing with a mere remnant thought was sufficient. That Empyrean's residual thought unleashed all of its abilities, wanting to escape the soul-suppressing pearl's suction. But he was currently like having fallen into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself at all. His mood gradually went from surprise to fear. Little brother, this old man knows that he is wrong. Let this old man off, all right. This old man really knows that he is wrong. How did the Empyrean's residual thought still have that insufferable arrogance from earlier? His words even carried weeping. He was really scared. The threat that this kind of soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure posed to him was too great. Yuan smiled and said, I can let you go, but you must divide the remains into 5 portions. How could the Empyrean's residual thought still dare to say a word of no? He hurriedly said, whatever little brother says is what it is. Don't talk about 5 portions, even 50 parts, this old man will divide for you too. Yuan nodded his head. The soul vortex instantly dissipated. The pressure on the Empyrean's residual thought's body suddenly eased up, revealing his figure once more. Except, his figure was clearly much fainter compared to before. The expression on his face also appeared very weary. Clearly, he sustained considerable damage. Song Yu and the rest looked at this scene blankly. Each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. There was still this kind of strategy. Chapter 1980, Doomsday Battle. A stream of soul force crept out. The remains actually started melting from the middle. Finally, it was divided into 5 portions. The Empyrean's residual thought was currently like an aggrieved little wifey, not daring to even breathe loudly. He slumbered for countless tens of thousands of years, but what he waited for was actually such a result. Even thinking about it felt aggrieved. Getting a share of the remains, Song Yu said very contentedly, heh, brother Yi's means really emerged in endless streams. This song has broadened his horizons. However, the shock in his heart could not be described using words. He could guess that Yuan definitely had a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure on him. Would he freaking give it a rest already? Stellar War Banner, Qinghong Battle Armor. Now, there was also another extremely rare divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. When did Empyrean spirit treasures become common streetwear too? Yuan smiled and said, thank me for what? Want to thank someone, you naturally have to thank this senior. He put in painstaking effort and sealed his lifetime power into the remains for so many years, waiting for future generations to come. He is very noble. The Empyrean's residual thought almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Don't make fun of people like this. Song Yu and the rest had smiling faces, treating it as a joke. The Empyrean residual thought said with a bitter face, Little brother, you look, the remains are already given to you. So can you raise your hand high up in mercy and let this decrepit old man go? In this short while, his term of self-address changed several times. He first went from this Empyrean, to this old man, finally becoming this decrepit old man. At this time, he already became incomparably humble in front of Yuan. But Yuan smiled and said, "What's the hurry? You've already slept for so many years and finally managed to come out. We have got to chat more, right? I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Hoo-hoo, I wonder what little brother wants to chat about. This decrepit old man has slumbered for too long and already doesn't remember many things." The Empyrean's residual thought revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Yuan was secretly surprised. This guy already slumbered until his memories dissipated away. How long did he sleep? 50 million years? 100 million years? 1 billion years? Yuan said, "What's your name?" The Empyrean's residual thought was thinking about it, but then he shook his head and said, "Can't remember clearly anymore. This old decrepit self remembers that. They all seemed to have called me Doubtless back then." Doubtless. Hoo-hoo, as your name implies, Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. This guy sealed his remnant thought inside the remains. It was clearly harboring the thought of harming people. Presumably, he was also not some good person when he was alive. Except, encountering Yuan now, he could not stir up any waves no matter how formidable he was. Doubtless's expression was rather ugly as he said with a bitter smile, "I've incurred little brother's ridicule." Yuan said, "Let me ask you, just what kind of place is this ancient god battlefield?" Doubtless's brows furrowed together, seemingly thinking hard. But in the end, he shook his head and said, "It's been too long, so I really can't remember clearly anymore. This old decrepit self only remembers that this battle back then swept the entire heavenspan world into action. Virtually no powerhouse could stay out of it." Although Doubtless's words were flat, when Yuan and the rest heard it, they felt struck with terror. A war that was unequaled by contemporaries that swept throughout the entire heavenspan world, how tragic and spectacular was that? It seemed like too many peerless powerhouses had fallen back then in this ancient god battlefield. No wonder it was so dangerous. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "I heard that Dao ancestor powerhouses have perished here before. Was there such a thing?" After another bout of brain-racking, Doubtless nodded and said, "That great battle, no one was able to detach themselves from it, even Dao ancestors could not as well. Not only did Dao ancestor powerhouses die in battle, but there were also even more than one. Impossible. Dao ancestor powerhouses are undying and imperishable, so how can they possibly die? Humph, you also don't come up with a draft when lying." Song Yu's expression changed slightly and he said with a cold snort. But Doubtless shook his head and said, "I didn't lie. The terror of that war isn't what you can imagine at all." Doubtless's complexion was somewhat ashen as if those blurry memories made him very afraid. The few people's complexions were very ugly too. It was still their first time hearing that Dao ancestor powerhouses would actually die. Dao ancestor powerhouses were existences that obtained the recognition of the laws of a region. They were equivalent to the representatives of heavenly Dao, so who could kill them? Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Looks like this heavenspan world is far from as simple as we imagine." Although heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was formidable, he was also just an Empyrean in the end. He was not even a heavenly emperor. Heavenly emperor powerhouses, that was another world, another circle. They might have some connection with a certain Dao ancestor, and would also naturally know things that many people did not know. As for heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, he had not entered that circle yet. So the things that he knew were also very limited. All these required Yuan to go and fumble himself around. "Regarding that war, how much do you still remember?" Yuan asked again. Doubtless shook his head and said, "I can't remember clearly anymore. This old decrepit self was also just a small fry in that war. I only remember that later on we called that war Doomsday Battle." Yuan's face changed and he said, "Doomsday Battle. What a terrifying name. Did the entire heavenspan world come close to dying out?" Then who were your opponents? Dallas frowned and said, I can't remember too clearly anymore. I only remember that it was a race war. Race war, could it be the human race and fiend race? Or demon race? Yi Yuan frowned and said, it was not any of them. I can't remember anymore. I only remember that that race was very terrifying. Very terrifying. They were too strong. When saying this, Yi Yuan could feel the tremors in Dallas's heart. Clearly, he really feared that race immensely. Alright, no matter what race they are, they already don't exist in the heavenspan world anymore at present, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Hearing these two people's conversation, the shock in Song Yu four people's hearts practically could not use words to describe. They seemed to have heard the greatest secrets of this heavenspan world. It turned out that Tao ancestor powerhouses would die too. It turned out that an apocalyptic war had happened to the heavenspan world before. It turned out that it was just a shame that Dallas's memories were too incomplete. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to know even more things about the Doomsday Battle. Little brother, this old decrepit self has already told you everything that I know. See, can I go? Dallas said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, go. Hoo, you even wanted to take possession of me. Do you still hope for me to let you go? Dallas said gloomily, that was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, a misunderstanding. I don't feel that it was a misunderstanding. You deliberately planned to seal yourself inside the remains, wasn't it, in order to seize possession of people? If I let you out, are you planning on finding a suitable fleshy body, and then finding me to take revenge again? Dallas's expression was ugly as he said, how is that possible? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, don't need to say any more. Letting you go is impossible. I give you two options. It is either you follow me starting today or you die. Chapter 1981. Still want to fight? I'll submit to you. Although Yi Yuan said it casually, like discussing it with Dallas, he knew that Yi Yuan was not joking with him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I'll take you in right now. Don't resist. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The corners of Dallas's mouth twitched slightly. He was very unwilling in his heart. He, an exalted quasi-emperor level powerhouse, actually ended up as a little fellow's slave. How to make him accept this? Except, being under people's roof, there was no choice but to lower one's head. At this time, it was not up to him anymore as well. Finally managed to come out of the seal, but the result was such an outcome. He was unwilling. Right at this time, a profound energy was directly absorbed by Dallas, disappearing. There was dustless suppressing inside the soul-suppressing pearl, so Yi Yuan naturally did not need to worry. He was originally planning on directly wiping Dallas out. But on second thought, although this Dallas lost all of his memories, he was after all a powerhouse in the ancient era. Perhaps one day, Yi Yuan could use him. Brother Yi, let's hurry up and leave. Those bone devils aren't weak. If they return, we likely can't avoid a tough fight too, Song Yu reminded him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and brought everyone away. Who could have thought that as soon as they came out of the cave, they ran into a few people head-on? Who could they be if not Zuo Mo, Feng Xiaotian, and the others? But currently, those weak children of destiny around him already disappeared. Most likely, they had already fallen. The moment Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian saw Yi Yuan and the rest, their faces immediately changed. Taking a look at the cave behind Yi Yuan and the rest, Zuo Mo said in a solemn voice, why are you guys here? Could it be that Empyrean remains have already been taken by you all? Feng Xiaotian's pupils also shrunk slightly, but what he paid attention to was different from Zuo Mo. Song Yu, you actually broke through. No, wait, you all of you broke through. Feng Xiaotian discovered that not only did Song Yu break through to become a fourth firmament true god, but the others also made great progress in strength apart from Yi Yuan, breaking through more than a minor realm. Each and every one of them was practically almost breaking through to be a fourth firmament true god already. Just what kind of heaven-defying lucky chance did these guys encounter? To actually be able to break through collectively. With Feng Xiaotian saying so, Zuo Mo also noticed it. This shock was by no means insignificant. He and Zuo Mo, two people, were both in possession of the Emperor surmounting auras. Previously, they had also each encountered a great lucky chance before barely managing to break through, becoming fourth firmament true gods. As for the others who followed them, they were not so lucky. But Song Yu's squad actually collectively broke through. This kind of fortuitous encounter was simply fantastical. Song Yu was merely an imperial aura. This made Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian actually somewhat look down on him. But who knew that Song Yu, this group of people, actually caught up with his footsteps without making a sound? Hey, are you very surprised? I, having a mere imperial aura, actually kept up with the cultivation speed of you all, these emperor surmounting auras. Song Yu said with a smug face. Feng Xiaotian had a gloomy look, clearly being choked badly as he said in a solemn voice, "Let me ask you, was the Empyrean's remains taken away by you all?" Song Yu said with a cold smile, "So what if yes?" A cold light appeared in Zuo Mo's eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Hand it over and I'll spare you guys from death." He currently broke through to the fourth firmament true god realm, making his confidence overflowing. With Feng Xiaotian's cooperation, he did not believe that Song Yu could still stir up any waves. As for Yi Yuan's strength, although it was troublesome, they already broke through to middle stage true god realm. The power span in the middle was massive. Even if Yi Yuan had Empyrean spirit treasures, it's simply impossible to be their match anymore too. Heh, what high-sounding sentiments. If you have the ability, come take it yourselves. Song Yu said with a cold laugh. Humph, reckless and blind thing, westbound moon treading. After he was done talking, Zuo Mo did not say a word. Raising his hand, it was an incomparably swift and fierce sword move. Song Yu was not careless either, raising his sword and advancing. The two people clashed together. Breaking through to the middle stage true god realm, the two people's commotion was tremendous, more than a magnitude stronger than before. By the side, Feng Xiaotian's figure moved and was about to join the battle, fighting 2-on-1. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him and said coolly, "Your opponent is me." Feng Xiaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a sneer, "Punk, do you really think that you're invincible by having 2 Empyrean spirit treasures?" Yi Yuan was still indifferent as he said, "You can give it a try." Feng Xiaotian's face fell and he said with a cold snort, "Fine, then I'll let you take a look at the might of middle stage true god realm." The moment he released a powerful world power, everyone's faces could not help changing. Feng Xiaotian's strength was more than a level stronger than when fighting with Yi Yuan before. There was a massive gulf between 4th firmament true god realm and 3rd firmament true god realm. Still the same moves, but the power already could not be mentioned in the same breath. Hey, as long as I kill you, I can similarly obtain a massive lucky chance. The Empyrean spirit treasures on you are mine. 9 firmament jade dragon sword, go and die. Feng Xiaotian laughed loudly, the swift and fierce sword light chopping over towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan did not take out the stellar war banner. He slowly shut his eyes, his body becoming deathly still. He looked just like a dead person. Just as Feng Xiaotian released that ray of sword light, Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open. Life and death seal. Life and death. 2 completely different kinds of concepts interweaved and emerged, turning into an extremely powerful seal, meeting Feng Xiaotian's sword light. Feng Xiaotian's figure was directly struck flying out backward, flying straight for several hundred feet before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face, full of apprehension in his eyes. How did this guy know such a powerful seal? Using this seal with 2nd firmament true god strength, he actually fought to a draw with him. What seal is this? It actually gave me a feeling of being enlightened. This seal actually gave me a composure that sees through life and death. It turns out that this kid's divine essence martial technique is actually so strong. Brother Yi really keeps things to his own self. I didn't expect that he actually still had this kind of inconceivable seal. Regardless of whether it was the people on Zuo Mo's side or the people on Song Yu's side, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan currently was incomparably shocked. They all thought that Yi Yuan relied on the power of Empyrean spirit treasures to be so arrogant. But now, they all knew that they were wrong. Absurdly wrong. Even without utilizing Empyrean spirit treasures, Yi Yuan's own strength was also powerful until it was sufficient to rival 4th firmament true god. This life and death seal was precisely the 2nd seal art of the 3 lives nirvana seal. Living 2 lifetimes, Yi Yuan's comprehension of this set of seal art was far stronger than others. This kind of epiphany after experiencing life and death was not what these children of destiny could compare to. After breaking through to the origin pill realm, Yi Yuan's divine essence was already adequate to display this 2nd seal. Exhibiting it now, the power was indeed extraordinary. Facing off against the 4th firmament true god Feng Xiaotian, he actually faintly suppressed him. Still want to fight? Yi Yuan looked at Feng Xiaotian and said with a smile that was not a smile. Chapter 1982, Falling into Heavy Encirclement. Over there, Song Yu and Zuo Mo also stopped. The reason why Zuo Mo chose to take action was that he was certain that Song Yu's side was not a match for him. There was only him, a fourth firmament true god. But who knew that Yi Yuan only used the life and death seal and actually overpowered Feng Xiaotian? This result seriously greatly exceeded his expectations. Zuo Mo looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This Empyrean's remains was discovered by us first. We even lured away the bone devils from this place, but you all took forcible possession of it. Where's the logic? Couldn't beat, started to talk about reason." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You saw it and it's yours. I saw you now, I want to take you as my slave, will you be or not?" Zuo Mo was enraged until his expression was livid, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, don't you be rampant. Could it be that you're really planning on fighting it out to the bitter end?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Fighting it out to the bitter end? You also need to have the ability to do so first. If we really continue fighting, who lives and who dies is still not known. Moreover, you all are also aiming for that Qilin Emperor bone, right? Don't talk about having a life and death struggle. If you get injured in this Bone Devil Ridge, I want to see how you snatch that Emperor bone." Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian's expressions choked up, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually also aiming for the Emperor bone. With this, it was troublesome. At that time, a fierce struggle could not be avoided. Yi Yuan looked at Zuo Mo two people and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Moreover, me keeping this Empyrean's remains is also considered saving your lives. If not, you Zuo Mo, probably wouldn't be Zuo Mo anymore now." Zuo Mo thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately mocking him and said in a great rage, "Punk, don't show off your cleverness after coming off cheap." But the Song Yu by the side sneered and said, "Who's showing off after coming off cheap? Yi Yuan didn't bluff you. This Empyrean's remains is simply a hoax. That Empyrean powerhouse sealed a wisp of his remnant soul inside the remains. As long as you refine the remains, that Empyrean powerhouse will come out to seize possession. Hey, consider yourself lucky that you didn't get the remains." Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian's faces changed when they heard it. Clearly, they had not thought that there was still such a thing. But very soon, Zuo Mo recovered and said with a cold smile, "Since that's the case, why are you guys completely fine?" Song Yu smiled and said, "How can Brother Yi's means be what you can surmise?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Talk to them about these for what? Let's go." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Song Yu and the rest, and left straightaway. Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian two people exchanged a glance, but they still did not make a move in the end. Just as Yi Yuan said, the Emperor Bone was the end goal. If they expended too much effort here, no one could obtain the Emperor Bone in the end. They might even endanger their lives. The more one went into the depths of the Bone Devil Ridge, the more soul-stirring the undulations coming from the inner area that the person would experience. Along the way, Yi Yuan's party also encountered quite a number of powerful bone devils and even suffered the besieging of a group of bone devils. But under Yi Yuan and Song Yu's powerful strength, the perils were turned into safety. But they also discovered that the deeper in, the stronger the bone devils. These bone devils were very hard to deal with. Their defensive power was extremely strong, being comparable to the sixth transformation golden body. Once tangled by a group of bone devils, it would also be too much for a middle-stage true god realm to bear. Fortunately, the strengths of Yi Yuan, Song Yu, and the rest, were all at the top among those in the same rank. Along the way, there were more scares than dangers. "Brother Yi, why do I feel like there seems to be something controlling these bone devils?" Song Yu suddenly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Even the Empyrean's remains were that troublesome, let alone the Emperor Bone. I feel that these bone devils might be controlled by the Emperor Bone." Song Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said, "The bone devils that we're encountering now are basically all first firmament and second firmament true god realm strength already. Advancing further, we'll probably run into middle stage true god realm bone devils." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This is also something that can't be helped. Middle stage true god realm bone devils will definitely be encountered. What I'm worried about now is whether or not there will be late stage true god realm, even Empyrean realm bone devils. If that's the case, it will be troublesome." When everyone heard that, their expressions changed slightly. If there were Empyrean realm bone devils, they probably would not be able to even escape. But this kind of thing, no one knew as well. Circling around a patch of jagged strange rocks, the line of vision suddenly became widened. The faces of Yi Yuan and the rest suddenly changed, being dumbstruck with shock by the scene before their eyes. On the flat ground ahead, countless bones piled up together, and they actually piled into an enormous mountain. At the top of the mountain, where one's vision could reach, a thick and large golden bone displayed on it. The aura emitting off of that bone made Yi Yuan's heart palpitate too. How many powerhouses, skeletons pile up to form it? Song Yu's expression changed slightly as he said, even if they were all powerhouses of a region, seeing this spectacular sight that made people's hair stand on end, they still could not resist being somewhat shocked. One had to know, those that died in the ancient god battlefield, the lowest was also celestial deity realm martial artists. Among these skeletons, no idea how many celestial deity realm powerhouses and how many true god realms powerhouses there were. Or, how many Empyrean powerhouses there were. You all wait here, I'll go take a look. Yi Yuan said. Song Yu's expression changed, and he said, no way. It's too dangerous for you to go over alone, let's go together. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, no need. You all coordinate with me here. If there are any sudden turn of events, everybody must run immediately. Don't hesitate. Finished talking, Yi Yuan leapt and galloped at full speed toward that bone mountain. This ancient god battlefield was a very peculiar place. Yi Yuan's spatial shift could not be used at all. Hence, he could only walk by feet. His speed was extremely fast, arriving at just several tens of thousands of feet away from that bone mountain in a blink of an eye. This distance was merely a matter of a twinkling of an eye to the origin pill realm Yi Yuan. The emperor bone at the top of the mountain gave off a faint golden light. Then, a scene that made people's countenance change occurred. Countless skeletons crawled up from the ground, forming into a bone devil army in virtually a blink of an eye. The strength was these bone devils were extremely formidable. The weakest also had peak celestial deity realm strength. Not good, this is a trap. That emperor bone was waiting for people to go over. Song Yu's face changed drastically as he turned pale with fright and said. Yi Yuan was currently in the center of this open field. Even if he wanted to run, he could not run at all. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was engulfed by the Bone Devil army. This Bone Devil army was different from the Battle Spirit army previously. Their strength was more than 10 times stronger. Observing with a slight glance, Song Yu discovered that there were quite a few middle-stage True God Realm Bone Devils. This lineup practically made people despair. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it, really didn't expect it. This brat actually served at the vanguard and fell into the Bone Devil army. I want to see whether this brat dies or not this time. Right at this time, a burst of loud laughter sounded out behind Song Yu. It was Zuo Mo and the rest who just happened to arrive. Seeing Yi Yuan fall into the Bone Devil army by himself, he and Feng Xiaotian were simply delighted. Chapter 1983, Won't Die. Amidst the Bone Devil army, although Yi Yuan was startled, he did not lose his bearings. With the stellar war banner erupting, it immediately shattered a group of bone devils to dust. Even third firmament true gods were no exception either. With Yi Yuan's present divine essence strength, the power when controlling the stellar war banner was more than a level stronger than before. Third firmament true gods were completely incapable of lasting a single exchange with him. The true threat were those fourth firmament true god bone devils. But Yi Yuan was not worried. Relying on 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, even fourth firmament true gods would also find it hard to get close. Yi Yuan was different from the rest, his divine essence was incomparably pure. His ability to have prolonged battles was extremely strong. This degree of consumption was nothing to him. But Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian did not think so. Seeing Yi Yuan demonstrate his invincible might with the stellar war banner, they only smiled coldly in response. Hey, relying on the power of a spirit treasure to linger on with your dying breath, but the consumption of spirit treasures on divine essence is tremendous. I want to see how long you can sustain. Zuo Mo smiled coldly, it was just that the sour note in his words could not be concealed no matter what. 2 Empyrean spirit treasures. He was incredibly envious. According to this degree of consumption, at most an hour and his divine essence will be exhausted. At that time, he can only be at other people's mercy, Feng Xiaotian also said. While the two people spoke, the shock in their hearts was not any bit less. There were at least 5 or 6 fourth firmament true god bone devils around Yuan. But Yuan actually did not reveal the slightest hint of defeat under the combined attacks of so many bone devils. This kind of strength was already sufficiently shocking. One had to know, when Yuan was facing these 5 to 6 fourth firmament true god bone devils, he still had to deal with countless bone devils at the same time. By the side, Song Yu's expression was very ugly. That endless skeleton army had no end in sight. If it were him, he would likely have long been dismembered at this time. Zuo Mo looked at Song Yu and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Song Yu, weren't you implacable enemies with Yuan? Now, seeing that he's about to die, you should be happy." Song Yu gave a cold snort, gritted his teeth, and said to Guo Jingyang and the rest, "Do the few of you want to charge inside together with me?" Hu Fei immediately answered without another word, "My life was given by Brother Yi, so what's the problem if I return it to him? Brother Yi's high morality reaches the clouds, how can we watch by the side? Charge inside," Guo Jingyang said. Ma Chong nodded his head and said with a decisive look, "I'll go too." "Okay, follow me." Finished talking, Song Yu took the lead and directly charged into the Bone Devil army. When Zuo Mo saw this action of Song Yu and the rest, he could not help getting a big shock. Were these guys mad? Just what kind of bewitching soup did Yuan give these guys? Inside mystic realms, who was not self-centered and selfish? Why would there be anyone who would go and risk their lives for their companions? Saying that they were companions, everyone was merely cooperating out of interest. Really reaching the juncture of life and death, they would abandon their companions without the slightest hesitation. In reality, they had done so too. Along the way, their companions got fewer and fewer. There were quite a few who were directly abandoned by them. But now, Song Yu, these few guys actually rushed into the Bone Devil army for Yuan's sake without heed for their lives. Good heavens, they didn't know without exchanging blows. The moment they exchanged blows, even Song Yu, this fourth firmament true god, also felt the pressure skyrocket. The surrounding Bone Devils were too many. They were simply unable to deal with the enemies. There were blade lights and sword images everywhere. Even if Song Yu's strength was formidable, he was also teetering on his feet, let alone the others. The few people pushed into a distance of several hundred feet and could not charge in any more. Matching up against a fourth firmament true god Bone Devil, Song Yu still had to deal with other Bone Devils, and he could only retreat as he fought. In the end, Song Yu and the rest were actually forced out. These Bone Devils did not pursue relentlessly. After exceeding a certain range, they would return once more. The expressions of Song Yu and the rest were extremely ugly. Only at this time did they know how powerful Yuan's strength was. He could actually deal with so many Bone Devils on his own. Zuo Mo and the rest were also extremely alarmed when they saw. There was no damage without a comparison. He fought with Song Yu before and knew that Song Yu's strength was not much worse than his. If he went down, he naturally could not gain any advantage either. But Yuan could actually remain safe and sound being besieged by so many Bone Devils. One had to admit that his strength was formidable. Later, Song Yu and the rest attempted to charge several more times. But each time, they were forced back. There were even quite a number of wounds left on the few people's bodies. In a twinkle, an hour passed, the expressions on Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian's faces became more and more interesting. They kept on harboring the attitude of gloating over others' misfortune, waiting for Yuan's divine essence to be exhausted. But until now, Yuan did not show any signs of his divine essence drying up. This 1 hour, Yuan actually charged out a distance of several thousand feet and was already not too far away from the borders. Is this guy still a human? Such a great expenditure and he's actually completely fine. Zuo Mo said with a look of disbelief. Feng Xiaotian's expression was also very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "Just what kind of cultivation method does this punk cultivate? Even if it's a heavenly emperor inheritance, it's also impossible to not have any reaction to this degree of consumption, right?" They were really unable to understand just how much divine essence was stored within Yuan's body. Could it be that it was inexhaustible in supply and would never be used up? Song Yu and the rest already gave up on charging in. They also discovered Yuan's anomaly and had excited faces. "Ha ha ha, didn't you guys say that Yuan's dead for sure? Open your dog eyes and take a look. Is he dead?" Song Yu said with a big laugh. Zuo Mo was triggered by these words, immediately turning bright red as he became angry from embarrassment and said, he didn't die, so could it be that you also won't die? Brother Feng, let's join hands and exterminate the few of them first, what do you think? Yi Yuan failing to die caused Feng Xiaodian to be in a bad mood. He said in a solemn voice, I have precisely that intention. In reality, they had long wanted to take action. But they had been harboring the mentality of watching the show all along. That was why they did not make a move. Now, Song Yu's one sentence thoroughly infuriated these two. The two people did not say another word, directly squaring off with Song Yu. This group of people had been constantly making wisecracks by the side. Song Yu was long pissed by it. He immediately raised his sword and stepped forward, fighting 1 versus 2. But Song Yu was not Yi Yuan. Fighting 1-on-2 was clearly very taxing. Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaodian were not some rookies. They were people with top-notch strength among peers. The remaining Guo Jingyang and the rest, although their numbers were not many, their strengths were a great deal stronger than the other party. Both sides had fire pent up. This fight was fought very fiercely. Yi Yuan there felt something. Seeing Song Yu and the rest get surrounded and attacked, he was also greatly anxious. But the bone devils around him were too many. He simply could not break through in a short while. Song Yu fighting 1-on-2 became more and more strained, with danger arising incessantly. Song Yu, you're at any rate 4th firmament true god too, to actually willingly be a dog for Yi Yuan. Zuo Mo said with a loud laugh. Fuck your mom's dog fart. Us and Yi Yuan are friends. People like you will never understand. Song Yu let loose a torrent of abuse. Friends, heh, put your life on the line for Yi Yuan then. Brother Feng, you come and hold him back. I'll prepare for a bit and annihilate this fellow, fulfilling this guy's friendship. After he was done talking, the aura on Zuo Mo's body skyrocketed. Everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 1984, Worthless. Zuo Mo's body seemed to have become a blazing sun, shining with boundless radiance. That horrifying energy undulation, even the same rank Feng Xiaodian also suddenly changed colors. The power of this move was extraordinary. The color on Song Yu's face changed too. That horrifying power gave him an extremely strong feeling of danger. His moves suddenly turned intense, wanting to force Feng Xiaodian back and get away from him. But how could Feng Xiaodian let him get his wish? Feng Xiaodian urged world power to the limit and latched onto Song Yu firmly, not giving him any chance. Both parties' strengths were roughly on par. It was easier said than done to want to get away within a short time. The imposing momentum on Zuo Mo's body became stronger and stronger. His entire person even turned into a sun, illuminating the entire wilderness. At this moment, he was akin to a god. This kind of big move that needed a long time to accumulate heaven and earth's spiritual energy tended to have immense power. It was just that this kind of move was not practical. In a real battle, who would give you this kind of chance to launch your move? But now, he was fighting 2-on-1 with Feng Xiaodian. This created the opportunity for Zuo Mo. At this very moment, with Zuo Mo as the center, temperature suddenly rose to a horrifying degree. It was as if it was going to burn everything into nothingness. At this time, Zuo Mo slowly opened both eyes, but he looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said with a loud laugh, Yi Yuan, do you feel very powerless? You can only watch your companion die helplessly, and you can't do anything about it. Once this grand blazing sun is unleashed, it's absolutely invincible in the same rank. Ha ha ha. Horrifying flame power of law reverberated between heaven and earth. Song Yu's expression suddenly changed due to the threat of death hitting head-on. Thanks for the trouble, Brother Feng. Leave the rest to me. Zuo Mo said overbearingly. Feng Xiaodian gave a big laugh and suddenly pulled away from Song Yu. Hey, Brother Zuo's move is impressive. Feng Xiaodian said. Zuo Mo smiled proudly, his palm suddenly pushing. That horrifying blazing sun actually hurtled towards Song Yu. Song Yu wanted to escape, but the surrounding space was already wrapped up by endless flame laws. He seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, being unable to budge an inch at all. That blazing sun got closer and closer. Song Yu's complexion turned white as paper. Having him resign himself to death, that was impossible. But due to time constraints, he could only use his strongest sword move. However much he could ward off was the only thing he could do at this moment. He mustered up all the divine essence in his body, bursting forth in full strength instantly. 7 Absolute's unended sword. Song Yu gave a loud cry and suddenly swung a sword out. Seeing this scene, Zuo Mo laughed coldly and said with disdain, Mantis blocking the cart, go and die with peace of mind. Although Song Yu's sword was strong, he was completely unable to mobilize too much heaven and earth spiritual energy in a haste. His move naturally could not compare with the Grand Blazing Sun. In front of the Grand Blazing Sun, Song Yu executing the Seven Absolutes unended sword was like a child brandishing a sword. Song Yu had a look of despair on his face. He discovered that this sword of his could not shake the Grand Blazing Sun in the least bit at all. In that instant the Grand Blazing Sun and Seven Absolutes unended sword were about to collide. A horrifying to the extreme sword intent approached from afar, arriving in an instant. The earth quaked, mountains swayed. Even a true god realm powerhouse like Song Yu also could not stand firmly. Those bone devils were even scattered flying everywhere by this powerful wave. Zuo Mo was the first to bear the brunt. It was only to see him spew a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, with his figure flying out backward, directly knocking onto that mountain behind him before stopping. He looked at the Yi Yuan who walked over from amidst the bone devil's pile with a look of astonishment, full of disbelief. This sword was unleashed by Yi Yuan. What a powerful sword! Yi Yuan unleashed his sword from so far away and actually reached first despite launching later. Not only did it extinguish the Grand Blazing Sun, it even severely wounded Zuo Mo. How is this possible? Feng Xiaodian similarly looked at that figure with incomparable shock. This sword releasing, actually directly cleaved out a path from amidst the bone devil stack. Yi Yuan's speed was extremely fast and already rushed to the borders of the bone fiend army. Song Yu had not walked out of the shock of this sword yet, the joy of surviving a calamity had not appeared yet. This sword move stunned him. Yi Yuan slowly walked over. Looking at the heavily injured Zuo Mo, he said coldly, treating other people's mercy as weakness, you're really laughable. Powerless to do anything, invincible in the same rank. I really don't know where your confidence came from. Zuo Mo's expression was ugly to the extreme. No one knew whether it was because his injuries were too severe or because of shame. He was so high and mighty just now, feeling that no one could save Song Yu. But with a backhand, Yi Yuan gave him a slap. That sword seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, being powerful to the extreme. One had to know, in between this sword was still separated by those countless bone devils. After this sword killed countless bone devils, it could still seriously wound him when it reached here. How great was its power? How could a second firmament true god possibly unleash such a shocking and peerless sword? His opponent was a fourth firmament true god. In reality, it turned out that Yi Yuan had never been serious at all until now. Along the way, I was just disdainful to stoop to your levels, but you guys really took yourself to be somebody important. A genius. Geniuses of your level are worthless in front of me. Killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. Yi Yuan's words cut incisively, saying until Zuo Mo did not even dare to breathe loudly. Indeed, it was as easy as turning over his hand to want to kill Zuo Mo. But what Zuo Mo did not know was that this sword also virtually drained Yi Yuan's divine essence dry. Yi Yuan already comprehended fifth firmament spatial law not long ago and created this sword move inside the death cultivation space, called Sword Hollow Etch. The sixth firmament that fused spatial law Sword Dao and the fifth firmament spatial law, its power was immense. While the Grand Blazing Sun was powerful, in front of Sword Hollow Etch, it was not worth mentioning at all. If Yi Yuan displayed this move with fourth firmament origin pill realm, 100 Zuo Mo would also die. It was just that this move's expenditure was too great. Even with Yi Yuan's pure divine essence, he could merely use one sword too. After displaying it, that was really closing one's eyes and waiting for death. So unless there was no other alternative, Yi Yuan did not wish to use this sword. Just now, if not for Zuo Mo pressuring hard, it was also impossible for Yi Yuan to utilize Sword Hollow Etch. After all, if he relied on 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, slowly breaking through was still achievable. Yi Yuan's words made everyone feel ashamed of their unworthiness. Those able to enter the ancient god battlefield, which one was not a proud son of heaven, existences possessing great destinies. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were nothing. That was just in order to serve as a stepping stone to show Yi Yuan was more gifted. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan, a look of surprise on his face. He suddenly recalled, Jian Hongxiao had once said before in the Virtuous Wind establishment, the people from the Jian family who had seen before Yi Yuan's destiny all went blind. Hence, no one dared to look and could only speculate that Yi Yuan was Emperor surmounting aura. Looking at it now, the Emperor surmounting aura on Zuo Mo and Feng Xiaodian's bodies simply paled in comparison to Yi Yuan. Perhaps Yi Yuan's future accomplishments were not limited to just the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 1985, Killing to Establish Awe. The whole place was silent. Zuo Mo's side was even silent like cicadas in winter. Yi Yuan's combat power far exceeded their imaginations. That sword move earlier might not be able to deal with 5th Firmament True God powerhouses, but it was absolutely enough to one-shot 4th Firmament True Gods. Who among them was Yi Yuan's match? This, Brother Yi, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding, Feng Xiaotian said with an awkward look. Yeah, all a misunderstanding. Brother Yi is magnanimous. Don't haggle over it with the likes of us. With Feng Xiaotian taking the lead, the others also followed suit and apologized. They were all frightened silly by this sword move executed by Yi Yuan. So how could they still dare to oppose Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone and said with a cold smile, misunderstanding. Is it also a misunderstanding that you guys wanted to kill Song Yu? Feng Xiaotian had an awkward look as he said, This is also Zuo Mo. It was him that detested the sight of Brother Yi, so he deliberately led us astray. Zuo Mo's face changed and he said angrily, Feng Xiaotian, you. Feng Xiaotian sneered and said, I told you long ago, don't oppose Brother Yi. His talent isn't what you can compare to at all. Zuo Mo was angered by Feng Xiaotian, spurting out another large mouthful of blood. Yi Yuan was amused when he heard this. He then said with a smile, so that's how it is. Then you kill Zuo Mo now and I'll forgive you. Feng Xiaotian was first taken aback, then immediately, his eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. Gritting his teeth, he said, okay. Zuo Mo's face changed and he said furiously, Feng Xiaotian, you dare. Feng Xiaotian smiled coldly and said, sorry about it, Brother Zuo. Want to blame that you shouldn't have offended Brother Yi. A streak of swift and fierce sword light arrived in an instant. The current Zuo Mo was severely wounded, so how could he block this swift and fierce sword? Just one sword and Zuo Mo's head was decapitated, dead until he could not be any more dead. A peerless genius who possessed an emperor surmounting aura fell just like that. When Song Yu saw this scene, he also felt satisfied in his heart. Just now, when Zuo Mo unleashed the grand blazing sun, he really thought that he was dead for sure. Although Yi Yuan made a move and saved him in the end, that kind of despair in the face of impending death still made anger rise from his heart. He was somewhat uncertain why Yi Yuan did not take action himself but wanted to make somebody else do the work. With Yi Yuan's strength, even killing Feng Xiaotian was also merely thus. How could he know that Yi Yuan could not unleash a second sword at all currently? Earlier, before Yi Yuan returned, he already swallowed quite a few divine essence recovery medicinal pills, and he was currently frenziedly recovering strength. One had to admit, this Qinghong battle armor still had a benefit, that was being able to conceal his actual situation. His divine essence was currently depleted, but others could not tell at all. The reason why he did so was merely buying time. But Song Yu was long already dead set on Yi Yuan now. Although he was doubtful in his heart, he did not say it out loud. Killing Zuo Mo with a sword, Feng Xiaotian said with a fawning smile, wonder if Brother Yi is satisfied. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, at least you have sincerity. This matter is considered dropped. Feng Xiaotian's heart eased up and he said, Brother Yi, this Emperor Bone can actually summon so many powerful bone devils. What should we do? Yi Yuan shut his eyes and said coolly, wait. Feng Xiaotian was uncertain. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, the ones coveting this emperor likely aren't just the few of us. Wait for the others to come over and rendezvous, we'll charge over together. As for who can get the Emperor Bone, that will depend on their own means. Regarding this, Feng Xiaotian naturally did not dare to say a word more. He could only laugh dryly twice and retreat to one side. Indeed, as Yi Yuan expected, in this following half a month, quite a few people arrived at the Bone Devil Ridge in succession again. Song Yu discovered to his surprise that the ones who obtained lucky chances were not just their party alone. There were plenty of people who broke through to be 4th Firmament True Gods. There was even someone whose strength had already reached the peak 4th Firmament True God realm, being only a step away from becoming a 5th Firmament True God. Although some people's strength did not increase too much, they likely obtained quite a few powerful treasures too. Otherwise, they also would not dare to easily step foot into Bone Devil Ridge. The lucky chances left behind in this ancient god battlefield were seriously too many. Of course, The squads that came out first already became incomparably scattered now. There was no need to ask around. Those weak ones were now likely already became part of the ancient god battlefield forever. Even Zuo Mo, this emperor surmounting aura powerhouse, died, let alone these imperial auras. After having learned about the situation here, those powerhouses all stopped. At this time, it was clearly the time to band up together. Only with everyone pooling their efforts and being of one mind could they pass through this bone devil army. Of course, there were people who felt that this was exaggerating things to raise an alarm. They did not believe that the situation was quite dire. The result was naturally being torn to pieces by the horrifying bone devil army. After a month, the powerhouses that gathered here were roughly 50 to 60 people already. These 50 to 60 people, their strengths were no idea how many times stronger compared to during the past before they entered this battlefield. At this time, a young man in azure robes came to the center of everyone and said in a clear voice, "In my view, the people who want to compete for the Emperor Bone should be pretty much all here. With our strength, it should be sufficient to break through the Bone Devil army. Why not everyone give it an attempt together now, how about it?" This azure-robed young man was precisely that peak fourth firmament true god powerhouse, called Zhou Yu. His original strength was not conspicuous among the group of geniuses. But just several months' time had passed, and he was already standing at the summit. Zhou Yu's tone had some high and mighty flavor, clearly putting himself on the seat of this group of people's leader. "Hey, you say go and we go. This young master, I, still want to go after a few days, can't I? Stop putting up a front here. Who the hell do you think you are?" At this time, a very disdainful voice sounded out, not giving Zhou Yu face at all. One sentence attracted everyone's gazes. A good show came. This person who replied was called Li Xin. He was also a fourth firmament true god. Toward Zhou Yu's attitude, he was clearly very displeased. The moment Zhou Yu heard this, he laughed. His figure suddenly moved, with his speed being swift to the extreme. At the same time, the sound of tearing through the air arrived with a howl. For Li Xin to dare retort, he was clearly prepared, immediately raising his sword to meet the enemy. A huge bang came over, Li Xin's sword broke with a clank. And his head was also directly smashed into pulp like a watermelon. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. That rod is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Not only that, but his strength is also so formidable. Looks like the lucky chance this Zhou Yu obtained really isn't small. All around, there was a series of exclamations. Clearly, they were surprised by this swift and fierce rod. That Li Xin's strength naturally went without saying. Being a fourth firmament true god already indicated he will be a problematic opponent. But under Zhou Yu's rod, he actually did not even withstand one move. Yuan kept on watching this scene quietly. Seeing this rod, his gaze turned slightly austere. This Zhou Yu's strength was very strong. Zhou Yu put away the stick and stood upright, saying coolly, "Who else has objections?" Who else would have objections still? Everyone stood up one after another and gathered together. Clearly, they were preparing to rush the Bone Devil army. In reality, the people that came these few days got lesser and lesser. It could be assumed that there would be less and lesser people coming if they wait around. Continuing to wait was simply wasting time. Chapter 1986, Returning in Defeat. "MN, you people over there, still not coming over. Could it be that you have objections?" Zhou Yu saw that Yuan did not move and his brows could not help furrowing. He did not expect that now that he already established awe, there were actually still people who did not know what was good for them. With Yuan not moving, Feng Xiaotian did not dare to move either. Zhou Yu was formidable, but Yuan was also formidable. He did not know who between Zhou Yu and Yuan was more powerful, but without a doubt, it was as easy as flipping his hand for Yuan to want to kill him. "Be brother Yi, you look. Shouldn't we go over too?" Feng Xiaotian asked carefully. Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Want to go, you go. I'll wait a while more." Feng Xiaotian's expression turned stiff, gloominess on his face. "I go, would I dare to go? Already offended you, grandfather, badly before. If I were to really go over and you give me a slash from behind, wouldn't I still have to meet King Yama? But, not going, wouldn't I offend Zhou Yu, this great murderous god?" Feng Xiaotian had a difficult look on his face, standing there awkwardly. When Zhou Yu saw that Yuan ignored him, he was immediately greatly enraged. But, when he saw that Feng Xiaotian was actually so cautious toward a second firmament true god, he was rather surprised in his heart. Looking at the expression of Song Yu and the others, this squad actually seemed to have Yi Yuan as the center. "Kid, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Zhou Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice. "This Bone Devil army isn't easy to clear. We should wait for a while more. An additional person is an additional portion of strength," Yi Yuan said coolly. He had personally rushed before the Bone Devil army, and he naturally knew how troublesome this Bone Devil army was. People should not look at how he killed his way in and out alone, because not everyone had such thick divine essence like him. Facing so many fourth firmament true god Bone Devils, once divine essence was exhausted, it would be the outcome of waiting for death. Furthermore, these Bone Devils' strengths also varied. Weak ones, Yi Yuan could kill them with one move. Strong ones, even he felt very troublesome to handle them. Although Sword Hollow Etch was powerful, he could only unleash one sword move. Not reaching the last resort, he naturally would not use this move. Except, Zhou Yu did not know these. With Yi Yuan not speaking, Feng Xiaodian naturally did not dare to say things out. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhou Yu's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Looks like there's still someone who doesn't know what's good for them. Forget it, since the deterrent force earlier isn't enough, then let's have another." This Zhou Yu was clearly someone who was decisive in going for the kill, attacking straight away, directly turning into an afterimage, and rushing over. Yi Yuan was long prepared. The life and death seal suddenly rumbled out, meeting Zhou Yu's astonishing rod. The two people each retreated several dozen steps before barely managing to stabilize their figures. Zhou Yu's expression changed greatly. He did not expect that a puny little second firmament true god actually received his blow. He knocked a fourth firmament true god dead with one blow earlier. How can this kid be so strong? Zhou Yu was secretly startled. The other people's faces changed one after another. They thought that this blow landing, Yi Yuan would definitely be beaten into pulp too. But who knew that Yi Yuan would be safe and sound? Of course, they would not think that Zhou Yu only had this bit of strength. This blow, he definitely held back somewhat. But even if it was somewhat held back, it was also not what ordinary fourth firmament true gods could withstand. Now, it was actually easily resolved by a second firmament true god. They finally understood why Feng Xiaodian was cautious in all respects. Zhou Yu's expression was very ugly. He originally wanted to kill people to establish awe. But who knew that he ran into a tough character, to actually receive his blow effortlessly. "Punk, you're good. Since you want to wait here, slowly wait then. When we get the Emperor Bone, see what you'll use to be arrogant." Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Go ahead." Zhou Yu gave a cold snort, but turned his head to look at Feng Xiaodian and asked, "You, going or not?" Feng Xiaodian's face changed and could not help looking at Yi Yuan, but he discovered that Yi Yuan already walked to one side. Zhou Yu clearly saw through already that Feng Xiaodian and Yi Yuan were not together. I'll go." Feng Xiaodian gritted his teeth and said. He had never been so oppressed before in his life. But he was scared. He was afraid that Zhou Yu would smash his brain into a pulp with a rod. That was an Empyrean spirit treasure. This thing in Zhou Yu's hand had much greater power than the things in Yi Yuan's hand. After all, Zhou Yu's realm was more than 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. "Humph, at least you're sensible," Zhou Yu said with a cold snort. Just like this, Zhou Yu brought 40 to 50 people and rushed right into the Bone Devil army. Song Yu looked at this group of people and said with a cold smile, "A bunch of blind and reckless people. They think that by obtaining a bit of lucky chance, they are now undefeatable. Look at them, they would not even know how they die. Do they really think that the Emperor Bone is so easy to get?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can't be forced, so let them be. Just nice for us. Let's make use of this chance for us to refine the Empyrean's remains a little. It will more or less increase our strength. There were too many people previously, they also could not take the Empyrean's remains out to refine. Now that everyone was gone, they did not have any misgivings." Just like this, the 5 people started refining the Empyrean's remains. The few people's strengths were also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dowless refined all of his strength into the remains. Although countless years had passed, and the energy inside the remains also dissipated significantly, to them, several martial artists who just entered True God realm, it was still a great tonic item. 2 days later, Yi Yuan's realm reached the late-stage second firmament origin pill. Realm, causing his strength to increase significantly once more. As for the others, their refining speed was a little slower, but they also advanced by leaps and bounds. Rather, it was Guo Jingyang who actually broke through to the fourth firmament True God realm in one go. Their squad added another middle stage True God realm. And right at this time, a commotion came over. Zhou Yu rushed out of the Bone Devil army in the forefront. The rest followed closely behind, all also charging out. But these people's bodies more or less carried wounds. Clearly, they had suffered considerable injuries. This side was very spacious. Zhou Yu saw Yi Yuan the moment he came out, and his gaze could not help turning intent. Just 2 days' time, why did this punk's strength increase so much? Although he did not break through to the third firmament True God realm yet, this cultivation speed was a little too fast, right? There were definitely treasures on these few fellows' bodies. Zhou Yu's expression was very ugly. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's words were right. They charged a distance of several tens of thousands of feet in one go. But the further in front they went, the fourth firmament True God Bone Devils became more and more. They could not charge further at all. Continuing further, they could only be annihilated one by one. There was no choice. They could only turn around and slaughter their way back. This to and fro spent 2 days' time. Putting aside suffering injuries, they returned to their original spot again, incredibly depressing. When Song Yu saw Zhou Yu he could not resist bursting into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, you fools. Yi Yuan already said to not be anxious, an additional person is an additional portion of strength, but you guys wouldn't listen. With this, now you know the prowess of this Bone Devil army already, right?" Zhou Yu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot but was unable to refute. Their lineup was strong, but encountering this Bone Devil army, they could only return in defeat. Chapter 1987, We're different. Originally, over 50 people went. Now, less than 40 returned. Fortunately, those remaining were all elites. They were basically all fourth firmament True Gods. These people all had injuries on their bodies, with their expressions showing extreme regret. If they had known long ago, they would have listened to Yi Yuan. Recalling those ferocious and berserk Bone Devils, these people all felt a chill run down their spines. "You're courting death." Zhou Yu gave a cold yell and dealt a rod blow toward Song Yu. How could Yi Yuan let him do as he wished? Waving his hand, it was a life and death seal. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, but Zhou Yu shot backward, a mouthful of blood spraying wildly. Zhou Yu was greatly alarmed in his heart. He did not see Yi Yuan for 2 days, but Yi Yuan's strength actually strengthened this much. One had to know, the two of them were still evenly matched in strength previously. Now, he was actually suppressed by the other party. Although his consumption in the Bone Devil army was tremendous, the power of this rod just now was not weaker than that rod before. The same move, he was suppressed, it could only say that the other party's strength was stronger. Already overworked for 2 days and still have the energy to throw your weight about. If I were you, I'd be a bit more obedient. Although Song Yu's words were unpleasant to the ears, he did not say the wrong things. I urged you before, but it was you who acted arbitrarily, harming everybody's lives, Yi Yuan said coolly. The others were silent like cicadas in winter, but they deeply felt the same way about Yi Yuan's words. Zhou Yu's eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth and said, "You're very good. After I recover divine essence, let's settle the score again." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll accompany you anytime." The following few days, everyone was recovering vitality. Although Zhou Yu let out harsh words and was also extremely displeased with Yi Yuan, he also understood that Yi Yuan's strength was sufficient to be placed in the same category as him already. Yi Yuan's strength was very useful for breaking through the Bone Devil army. Whatever grudge, wait until after this Bone Devil army before talking. Sure enough, the following 2 months' time, some more people came again one after another. The numbers recovered to 50+ people again very quickly. And these people that came later, each and every one of their strength, none was not weak. These people were only delayed for so long because they had fortuitous encounters. Their strength was naturally powerful. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of charging in. Only all the way until another 2 months passed, the numbers breaking through to 70 over people did Yi Yuan slowly stand up. "I'm going to challenge this Bone Devil army, who's willing to go together?" Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Zhou Yu did not move, he just smiled coldly and said, "Hey, the one who said not to go was you, the one who said to go is also you. Now, There's merely just a dozen over more people and you dare to rush the Bone Devil army. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, I'm different from you. Zhou Yu's face fell and he said with a cold smile, in what way are we different? Do you really think that your strength surpasses mine? Everyone, don't listen to him. He's at best on par with me. If I couldn't clear it, could it be that he can clear it? The others also exchanged glances, not knowing how to decide. After all, those people who had entered once all had psychological traumas. Seeing the other people's expressions, Zhou Yu had a cold smile on his face. I want to see how you play. Yi Yuan said coolly, rushing this Bone Devil army, our squad will take the lead. The others can just follow behind and support with coordinated actions. The moment he said this, the others were startled. When Zhou Yu brought them to rush the Bone Devil army, it was all having the others spearhead an attack. Although his strength was the greatest, the effort that he exerted was actually not considered the most. Those children of destiny who were killed by Bone Devils were the ones who exerted the most strength. They drew most of the firepower. But now, Yi Yuan was actually going to spearhead the attack himself. That was also to say that he would be facing the most Bone Devils, and also have to face the strongest Bone Devils. Would this kid be so good-hearted? His strength is decent, but it's also not to the extent of putting himself in danger, right? This wouldn't be a scheme or a plot, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's first reaction was that there was a problem. After all, this kind of selfless thing, nobody would go and do. Yi Yuan was naturally also not some goody two-shoes, willingly putting himself in danger. It was just that if he did not lead the attack, no matter how many the people, it was also impossible to charge through. This point, he had long waited before. The deeper in, the stronger those Bone Devils. Even if his divine essence was thick, it also could not bear this kind of consumption. After all, the numbers were too many. If not because of this, he would have long gone to clear it himself. By the side, Feng Xiaotian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Brother Yi, I'll follow you. Pretending for what? Would you be so kind-hearted? Wouldn't be harboring some malicious motive, wanting to entrap everyone, right? Zhou Yu said with a cold smile. Song Yu answered with a cold smile and said disdainfully, Brother Yi had once slaughtered his way back alone from a place several tens of thousands of feet away. If even he can't clear this Bone Devil army, then nobody can clear it. What? Alone? From somewhere several tens of thousands of feet away? This is impossible. Even if it's a fifth firmament true god, if they fell into a heavy encirclement, it's also certain death, right? Everyone's first reaction when hearing this was that it was nonsense. Although fifth firmament true gods were strong, they also could not withstand the exhaustion of so many fourth firmament true gods. You all don't need to doubt, I saw this with my own eyes. Brother Yi he indeed killed his way out from the Bone Devil army by himself. Missing this chance, nobody can get the Emperor Bone. Feng Xiaotian spoke up at the appropriate time. At this time, the people in Feng Xiaotian's team already all died, leaving only him, a lone general without an army. To want to obtain the Emperor Bone, depending on Yi Yuan was his only choice. Just as everyone was still doubting, Yi Yuan brought Song Yu and the rest and arrived at the borders of the Bone Devil army. That Bone Devil army crawled out of the ground once more, each and every one bearing their fangs and brandishing claws, extremely ferocious. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, without everyone's help, I don't have confidence in being able to charge through. But I'm only attempting this once. If it fails, I'll give up on the Emperor Bone. At that time, everyone must think of another way then. Now, those who want the Emperor Bone, keep up. As he said, Yi Yuan's stellar war banner suddenly rumbled out, directly blasting open a bloody path. Then, he brought Song Yu and the rest, charging into the Bone Devil army without even turning his head back. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. 2 Empyrean Spirit Treasures. So that's how it is. Brother Yi is already leading his men to charge through. What are we still hesitating for? Charge. Done talking, there were immediately over a dozen people who followed after. The figures of Yi Yuan and the others were gradually going further away. So they already did not have much time to hesitate. Yi Yuan's words, flashing out Empyrean Spirit Treasures, coupled with leading his men in a charge, already conquered the vast majority of the people. Compared to Zhou Yu, Yi Yuan was clearly much more credible. He did not force everyone to join and was even in the forefront, leading his men. In comparison, the level was immediately established. The people who hesitated became fewer and fewer, everyone followed after like tidewater. Zhou Yu's expression flickered incessantly. He wanted to be the leader taking the initiative, but in the end, he messed up. Now, making him follow Yi Yuan, he was unwilling from the bottom of his heart. But based on him alone, it was absolutely impossible to break through the Bone Devil army. In the end, he gritted his teeth and charged into the Bone Devil army. Chapter 1988, Storming the Bone Devil Army. With Yi Yuan leading the charge, the team's advancing speed was extremely fast. In places where the Stellar War banner arrived at, there were piles of broken bones. Those people who entered with Zhou Yu before, they felt like the situation was completely different. It was too easy along the way. Although it was still very dangerous, it was way too different compared to the last time. With Yi Yuan overpowering the enemies all the way, the pressure that went onto every person's body did not have much left. With 74th Firmament True Gods, this force was absolutely powerful enough, practically advancing unreasonably all the way. If we knew long ago, we'd have waited a while and entered with Brother Yi. Brother Yi's strength is really too terrifying. Doesn't he know fatigue? Ha ha ha, awesome, we were pursued badly by this bunch of skeletons the last time. This time, I can finally hold my chin up high. In the last battle, Zhou Yu wanted to use others as shields and naturally refused to charge in front. Hence, everyone was the point of attack. Those bone devils attacked without discrimination, they naturally collapsed in disorder. But this time, Yi Yuan attracted the vast majority of the firepower. They only supported through coordinated actions from the sides, it was naturally much easier. In addition, this time, the strength in numbers had a very large increase compared to last time. Hence, they naturally did not feel much pressure all the way until now. At the back of the team, Zhou Yu's rod was brandished like the wind, but the shock in his heart was unable to be described using words at all. In the beginning, he harbored the attitude of gloating over others' misfortune. This degree of consumption, Yi Yuan could not hold out for very long at all. But more than 2 hours passed in a blink. Yi Yuan still seemed like he was on stimulants. He seemingly was at his peak state, without the slightest sign of declining at all. Zhou Yu was aware of this. If he continued this level of fighting, he could not sustain for such a long time at all. Was this fellow still human? However, it was also not smooth sailing along the way. The further in, the stronger the bone devils. Fourth Firmament True God bone devils became more and more. By then, some bone devils' strengths were already extremely close to 5th Firmament True God. Even Yi Yuan also felt rather strained. The speed of the team's advancement slowed down, casualties also slowly started appearing. Those children of destiny also did not have the composure from before anymore. In the end, Yi Yuan simply gave up on the Stellar War banner and directly fired out one life and death seal after another. Although the Stellar War banner was an Empyrean spirit treasure, it was unable to unleash its true power in Yi Yuan's hands at all. His realm was too low. In terms of power, the power of the life and death seal was a great deal stronger. Of course, the life and death seal's consumption of divine essence was also enormous. Even with his divine essence purity, it was still somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately swallowed several divine essence recovery medicinal pills. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Hurry up and use whatever moves you have. Otherwise, we'll all have to die here. There's only a distance of several thousand feet away from the Bone Mountain already. Everyone, double up, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He understood in his heart that apart from their squad, this team were all harboring ulterior motives. Many people did not use their full strength at all. They were still saving their killing move, waiting to snatch the Emperor Bone at the end. A quick glance around, they already rushed to the foot of the Bone Mountain. The surroundings were virtually all 4th Firmament True God Bone Devils. It was already impossible to want to turn back. In their current states, there was no divine essence to let them kill their way back at all. No path to retreat, then there was only advancing. Those one life and death seal after another of Yi Yuan made everyone stare dumbfounded with their mouths agape. There was actually still such a play. When everyone fought, they normally would not release big moves unless it was an absolute last resort. But Yi Yuan threw out one big move after another like it was free. The key thing was that Yi Yuan could actually really release so many. Was this guy really a 2nd Firmament True God? Ah! Tragic screams rose and ebbed. The casualties in the team were exacerbating. The speed that the team was advancing became slower. The bone devils that they had to face naturally became more and more. Furthermore, the strength of the bone devils got stronger and stronger. Many people could not bear it. Even Yi Yuan also gradually started to despair. He did not think that the strengths of these bone devils at the back were actually powerful to such an extent. Even if he used sword hollow etch, it was also impossible to eradicate clean all at once. What to do, Brother Yi? Song Yu forced back a bone devil and gritted his teeth and asked. What else can we do? Continue charging, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. This distance of several hundred feet in front of them was simply as far as the horizon despite being so near. It was just that, so what even if rushed up the bone mountain? Could it be that these bone devils would not chase after? After reaching on top of the bone mountain, it would be even more hopeless. 100 feet, 90 feet, 30 feet, 10 feet. Yi Yuan's divine essence was being rapidly depleted. Finally, he suddenly fired out a life and death seal, directly blasting away the bone devils in front of him. Ahead was the bone mountain. Yi Yuan suddenly dashed, rushing straight out of the bone devil army, and climbing up the bone mountain. But he did not go up the mountain himself, but turned around and fired out a few more life and death seals, helping Song Yu they all to charge out. Assist everyone, Yi Yuan said without thinking after saving Song Yu. Yi Yuan was not a goody two-shoes, but he had his own principles. Without these people, he could not barge through this bone devil army by himself too. Now that he stormed over himself, he naturally could not stand by and not rescue those in danger. Following that, one child of destiny after another charged out. After the last person charged out, Yi Yuan already made the preparations to make one last desperate effort. Who knew that at this time, that endless bone devil army actually scattered into piles of bones at this time? The originally incomparably noisy wilderness suddenly became incomparably quiet. This transition from commotion to quiet was extremely sudden, making everyone extremely not used to it. But very soon, everyone's faces revealed looks of wild elation. Ha ha ha, we finally cleared it, damn, I even thought that I'd be dead for sure this time. Isn't that so? Facing many same realm bone devils at the same time, this kind of battle is really exhilarating. All thanks to Brother Yi. If not for him resisting the vast majority of the bone devils by himself, we'd probably have long died out. They faced quite a few alone, while Yi Yuan practically faced more than a dozen, or even more, by himself. He kept on charging at the forefront. It was equivalent to being a sharp blade. The enemies encountered were naturally also the most. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's fighting style without regard for his life also repelled a large group of bone devils. It was because of this that there were only some remaining bone devils left for the others to handle. The pressure naturally reduced significantly. Everyone understood in their hearts that if not for Yi Yuan, they would have long been completely annihilated. No one could think about getting out alive. There was a wave of laughter and gaily chatting. But Yi Yuan did not smile. On the contrary, he had a solemn look on his face. Right now, what's wrong, Brother Yi? Song Yu asked. He was currently rejoicing, but then he saw Yi Yuan's solemn look, immediately reining in his smile. Yi Yuan frowned and said, these bone devils were clearly controlled by the Emperor Bone. If this is his last measure, he should stop us at all costs. But, this bone devil army completely scattered. One sentence made everyone's heart turn cold. And right at this time, on top of the bone mountain, another skeleton, slowly stood up. Yes, just one, but everyone's eyes immediately became wide saucers. The feeling called despair was spreading in everyone's hearts. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.